Chapter 471 Herb Lamb Chops, with Cauliflower Puree. The two chefs had just gotten into the mood of cooking. The notaries on the referee's seat were chatting away. If we had known that the cooking competition would attract so many people, we should have charged tickets at the door. We would have made a lot of money. Thinking about it this way, it seems that it is really promising. If I could commercialize this kind of competition The first person to speak was Ms. Nelson, the president of the local business association. The words she spoke were in line with her status. No matter what I see, I want to make some money from it. If you keep doing this, you will be hanged sooner or later. Mr. Aris, a former A-level adventurer, answered like this. He had a very good relationship with Ms. Nelson, and the two had been bad friends for a long time. TSK. Shut up. What do you know about an adventurer who retires early after being hit by an arrow in the knee? Nelson retorted. In the end, it was Mr. Williams who came out to smooth things over and change the subject. Well, if you ask me, this unique cooking competition is really interesting. It exposes the cooking venue to the audience and our notary, and even adds some appreciation to the cooking process. I think it's worth recording and publishing in a journal. However, his persuasion did not have any obvious effect. Aris and Nelson were still talking to each other, coming and going, never getting tired of it. Grando, the generous-hearted and fat chef of Twilight Restaurant, just shook his head and sighed with a bitter smile, as he was accustomed to this. The notary was speaking enthusiastically, and the chefs in the two cooking areas were also busy. Veretta reluctantly admired the perfect piece of lamb chop for a while, then picked it up and started handling it with an almost pious expression. Dorn on the side took a peek at the chef opposite. To be honest, Dorn was very satisfied with Veretta's reaction after seeing the black goat meat until now. A chef who can easily distinguish the quality of ingredients and fully cherish the best ingredients will never be that bad. So, this dark-skinned chef lady is really good. As expected of him, he is his first choice for poaching. The barbecue restaurant under Wishing Restaurant sincerely invites you to join us, Veretta continued. Coming from a barbecue family, she knows how to grill meat very well. The fried meaty roast that Dorn has been talking about for a long time is not her full strength. First, remove the fascia between the ribs of the lamb short ribs, so that one section of the ribs is completely exposed. This is a common method used by the upper class in handling animal steaks in the Dona Empire. Firstly, it is for the sake of beauty. And secondly, it is convenient to cut along the ribs later. Wipe the blood off the lamb chops and turn them over. As you can see, there is a light layer of fat on the outer part of the lamb chops. Veretta chose to keep this part of the fat intact, because this layer of fat is the main source of the flavor of lamb chops. And the fat distribution of black goat meat is called the golden ratio. The fat near the thick end of the ribs is thin, and the less meaty part near the tail is relatively thick. In this way, during the roasting process, the parts with less meat are protected by a layer of fat, making it less likely to dry out and burn. Thanks to the monster black goat, it really grows on its own and bakes well. Veretta sprinkled a layer of salt on both sides of the lamb chops, sprinkled with a little black pepper, and then let it sit for a while to allow the salt and saltiness to fully penetrate into the texture of the lamb. After that, she started preparing another important ingredient. In tonight's cooking competition, the lamb chops deserved the C position, and Veretta also found a side dish for it that matched the taste well. Vanilla sauce. In Veretta's cooking experience, lamb and herbs are a good match, and various types of herbs can be used together. And the dish she is going to make tonight is herb grilled lamb chops. Prepared rosemary, thyme, basil, parsley, mint. These herbs were picked just in the morning. They were still wet with dew when they were delivered to the kitchen. After being properly preserved, they are still fresh now. Pick the greenest leaves from the herbs. Chop and mix. In Veretta's cooking experience, there is no fixed ratio for making vanilla sauce. Which one should be more or less depends on personal preference. But this process is also very particular. For example, you can add more basil and mint because their flavors are relatively fresh. The flavor of thyme is fragrant and long-lasting, so you don't need to add too much. Just take out 2 sticks and pluck off the small leaves above and add them. There is also rosemary. The amount of this herb should be used with restraint, because its taste is a bit strong and aggressive, and it can easily overwhelm the host. Chop a few more cloves of garlic and add a shallot. When mixed in, they will add a stronger sweet flavor to the mutton. Add a few dried green nuts to give the sauce a nutty flavor. Add some dry cheese to provide some salty flavor similar to seafood. Pour in breadcrumbs. Because the sauce is mostly composed of herbs, it has a high moisture content, Applying it to the lamb and roasting it in this way will not easily form a crispy SHL. At this time, dry bread crumbs are needed to balance the thin consistency of the vanilla sauce. All the sauce necessities were ready, and Veretta poured in a little more olive oil. Then grind and mix thoroughly. This process is a little tedious. If she had the ability to become a blender, it would save a lot of effort. Too bad she didn't. The consistency of the ground and mixed vanilla puree is about the same as the ice cream on a sundae, and all the crushed vanilla powder is well mixed into the sauce. You're done. After the herb sauce is prepared, take out the salted lamb short ribs on the side again. Spread a layer of yellow mustard sauce on top. This kind of sauce, which is often found in Dona's high-end restaurants, has a spicy and sour taste, as well as a light aroma of wine, which can well neutralize the greasiness of meat. Therefore, it is often used for barbecue. Veretta has another purpose in applying this sauce, which is to act as a binder. The thick yellow mustard sauce can well bind the lamb chops with the freshly prepared herb sauce, which is more conducive to grilling the crispy crust. The lamb chops smeared with yellow sauce have a whole piece of appetizing yellow color with tender pink meat. The initial appearance seems to be very good. Spread the vanilla paste thickly with a spatula. The sauce lamb chops were put on the baking sheet, and Veretta brought it into the kitchen. With the productivity of this other world in the land of miracles, the ovens are fixed, large and heavy, and impossible to move into the hall. The baking process still has to be done in the kitchen. After the lamb chops go into the oven, all you have to do is wait. But with so many people watching outside, Veretta didn't want to just wait in the kitchen. So she returned to the competition venue and planned to make some time to make cauliflower puree as a side. Chapter 472. It's red fruit. I added red fruit. Serving cauliflower puree is easy to make. Cut an onion and a few cloves of garlic into cubes and fry them until soft. When the aroma is fragrant and the onion is almost transparent, add the cauliflower. Then increase the heat and pour in milk that covers half of the cauliflower. Throw in 2 pieces of the remaining thyme and cook them together to add some vanilla flavor to the cauliflower puree. When the thyme is cooked and wilted, and you open the lid of the pot and smell the fragrant vanilla smell mixed with the thick milk smell and vegetable flavor, it means that the cauliflower is almost cooked. Then it is ground into paste, because the cauliflower has been cooked until soft. This step is much easier than when making the vanilla sauce. The texture of the ground cauliflower puree is very delicate, like whipped cream, and it is still steaming. There is a strong scent of frankincense in the hot air. Cauliflower itself is sweet, and the fried onions and garlic add a different texture and flavor to the cauliflower puree, which smells great. After making the cauliflower puree, Veretta went to the kitchen. Her herb grilled lamb chops are almost done. 2. After roasting in the oven for more than 20 minutes. According to experience, the meat in the center of the lamb chops is probably medium rare. The whole lamb chop was wrapped in a thick layer of herb sauce and had formed a crispy SHL. At this time, if you touch it lightly with a fork, you will find that the lamb under the crispy SHL of herbs is still very soft and tender. Freshly baked lamb chops were brought from the kitchen to the arena. The smell of barbecued meat and herbs filled the whole place and immediately caught the noses of all the audience and judges. People who were optimistic about her in the audience were talking a lot. This steak is green, but it's the kind of crispy green color that makes people appetizing. It tastes so fragrant. What kind of sauce is used on it? Vanilla sauce. Didn't you see that Veretta just spent a long time chopping vanilla? I just got here. Where do I know where to go? Just from the look and smell of this lamb chop, I know it will be great. It will definitely be as delicious as the fried barbecue. Sister Veretta, Komodova will always be the queen of cooking. I highly recommend adding this herb grilled lamb chop to Bright Starlight as permanent menu. I really want to try it too. Veretta was not affected by the audience's emotions and calmly placed the grilled lamb chops on the cooking table. There was no rush to cut it. According to the common sense of barbecue chefs, it takes a while for the big meat to wake up just out of the oven. During this small resting process, the internal meat juice will flow autonomously and be more evenly distributed, and the mutton will taste better. By the way, you can also let the moisture in the SHL evaporate a little more with the heat, making it crispier. After waking up, cut according to the gap between the lamb's ribs. The cut lamb chops are wrapped in a charred green herb crust, and the cross-section reveals a large piece of tender lamb roasted to medium rare. A lamb chop on a plate. Squeeze a large dollop or 3 small dollops of cauliflower puree on the side. In this way, a herb grilled lamb chops with cauliflower puree is completed. However, considering that the presentation still looked a bit monotonous. Veretta inserted a basil tip into each pile of cauliflower puree as a decoration. Crispy SH.L. Pink tender lamb. White and delicate cauliflower puree. And emerald green basil leaves. In this way, the visual sense is improved a lot. If it were sold in some shady restaurants, the difference between the before and after presentation would probably double the price of the entire dish. Since the dishes on her side were finished, Veretta turned her attention to Dorn next door, who seemed to be finishing the barbecue. The cooking time of the two people seems to be almost the same, which is just right for them to serve it hot together for the notaries to judge. In fact, while making herb-roasted lamb chops, Veretta also took the time to steal a few glances at Dorn. It's normal to spend a little time observing your opponent during a match, without distracting from her cooking work. The dark-skinned chef briefly saw several steps of Dorn's barbecue. First, he marinated the lamb chops. And in the pickling process, an interesting condiment is used. Red fruits. A fruit that is more sour than sweet. As for why the other party used this in the marinating process, Veretta could figure it out on the spot based on her barbecue experience. During the roasting process of mutton, if you can add a little sourness, it can make the mutton firmer. But this sour taste should not be too strong. For example, Veretta's method of applying yellow mustard sauce to add sourness is very traditional and very effective. Don took a unique approach in this step. He used fruit acid and minced red fruits to marinate the mutton just right. Veretta's comment on this was, "It's very interesting. I'm a little impressed by this man." Secondly, Don also smoked the lamb before grilling the lamb chops. He performed the smoking process directly in the bright starlight competition area. His behavior was so blatant that it attracted the attention of everyone in the room, including Veretta. It's hard not to notice. But the strange thing is that I don't know what kind of fire temperature control method the man used. During the entire smoking process, the smoke did not diffuse out of the cooking area where he was. And there was not even a bit of choking smoke smell at the scene. There was only a nice smell of burning wood. I don't know what kind of wood he burned. In short, through these sneak peeks, Veretta can be 100% convinced that the dark-haired man next door, who is a bit annoying but has high-quality ingredients, is definitely an excellent chef with a high level of skills. This can be seen from the fluent and highly ornamental cooking techniques he has shown since he started cooking. Veretta was not surprised by this. If this man dared to compete with her in cooking skills so brazenly, he must have two skills. However, he made a mistake in the end. The main reason is that he is too confident and insists on competing in his family's ancestral barbecue field. When it comes to barbecue, my sister, have never lost to anyone. Also, I have to thank the other party for providing the magical mutton of excellent quality. Because the ingredients used were so good, Veretta felt that her herb-grilled lamb chops today were absolutely extraordinary. Watching Don next door, who was slowly starting to put the dishes on the plate, the chef lady raised a corner of her plump red lips confidently. "I will definitely win today." Compared with the two participating chefs, the audience and judges may not be so calm. After seeing Veretta preparing the mutton chops but not serving them immediately, and seeing Dorn's slow plating movements, Eris, the former A-level adventurer, was the first to speak. "You two, if the roast lamb is ready, please serve it." "Well, it's definitely not that I want to eat it because of the smell, but I am eager to give you a fair evaluation." "Hold on. Just come." Chapter 473. The pressure is on Dorn's side, because Veretta had to cook a little faster. Her grilled lamb chops were served to the judges' table first. For plain plates with metal lids were placed firmly in front of the four notaries. The lid is lifted. No golden light burst out. Only a whole tender lamb rib wrapped in a crisp SH.L. and cauliflower puree decorated with basil leaf tips. Fresh pink, delicate white, and cool green are intertwined and pleasing to the eye. The aroma of meat, vanilla, and frankincense are mixed and overflowing. Mr. Eris. "That's the smell. Hee. I just couldn't stand it just by smelling it. I'm going to eat it first." Everyone. Ms. Nelson. "Can we only say that you are worthy of Veretta? With this herb lamb chop, your skill in barbecue has probably surpassed your father's." The notaries had just sat at the judges' table, and they had already had a panoramic view of the dishes of the two chef contestants. But after the herb lamb chops were brought to them, these four gentlemen and ladies still did not hesitate to express their kind words, although their characters are indeed fair. Judging from this reaction, in tonight's cooking competition, the notaries are more optimistic about Veretta, whom they are familiar with, except the writer Mr. Williams. He just glanced at the vanilla lamb chops on the plate, nodded, picked up the knife and fork, and glanced at Dorn in the audience calmly. At this time, the audience on the field began to get excited. Although it is basically impossible for them to eat the 2 barbecue dishes in the competition today, this does not prevent everyone from watching the eating broadcast and smelling the taste during the judges' tasting session. The atmosphere in the audience reached a small climax. The only people who were calmest at this time were Dorn and Vivian. Among them, Don relied on the stove in his cooking area, looked at the herb-grilled lamb chops on the judge's table, and made a mental comment that probably broke through the S-level threshold. At the same time, he complained softly in a voice that could only be heard by himself. Usually in cooking competitions on gourmet shows, the chef contestants who first present their dishes to the judges for tasting and evaluation are all losers. The notaries all formally use their knives and forks. For people eat in different ways. 3 of them cut the meat slowly and carefully in the early stage of eating, trying to keep the dish as beautiful as possible. Only Eris had no scruples in destroying the exquisite presentation as soon as he got started. He cut off a large piece of roast lamb, dipped it in a lot of cauliflower puree, put it into his mouth, and chewed it. If he were on Earth, this former adventurer would definitely be the kind of person who wouldn't take photos before eating. Chew and satisfy with swallowing. The thick-cut grilled lamb chops are really good. It's quite generous. It's really good, Eris commented with a thumbs up in a hurry, and then took another big bite in a hurry. After tasting the mutton, Mr. Williams picked up the topic. Moreover, the mutton is very tender. The mutton has a strong flavor. Is it because the mutton oil is retained? Oh, the mutton flavor I am talking about is not the smell of mutton, but the aroma of mutton. The fat Mr. Grando next to him also started to comment after swallowing a mouthful of mutton. As the chef of a large restaurant, his comments are relatively professional. Veretta, you pair the tender roasted lamb with the frankincense cauliflower puree. I personally like it very much. The sweet umami flavor of the lamb and the sweetness of the cauliflower are not greasy when paired together, and the sweetness is just right. Then comes the pastry SHL. The process of making the vanilla sauce is well controlled. The baked vanilla pastry SHL has a very complex plant aroma, with the taste of nuts and a little spicy flavor of mustard. This wonderful taste is not only it's wrapped on the outside and penetrates into the lamb, which is great. Grando is Veretta's senior in cooking, so the tone of his comments is a little instructive and a little gratifying. Even though he was a professional, he didn't show off by saying everything he wanted to say at once, but just stopped by. If he talks about everything that can be commented on by himself, the remaining notaries will only be able to say, "Me too." This is all human nature. Ms. Nelson spoke next. Excellent. The mutton is very tender, and the juice inside is also very rich. The reserved mutton fat is the finishing touch. When chewing, the fat bursts out from the mutton fat, but the taste is not greasy at all. Amazing tasty. After reviewing the vanilla lamb chops, the president of the business association did not forget to turn his head to look at his old friend, and took the opportunity to criticize. Eris, look at the way you eat. Can you not be so embarrassed? For such a big man, what's the point of grabbing bones and chewing them in public? Hey, you're so embarrassed. This is how you enjoy eating good food. Eris responded dissatisfiedly while chewing the lamb ribs. The last time I ate such delicious food, it had to be the herb butter made by Grando. Baked snails. Hey, Grando, I remember that your best dish is baked snails. Right. Does this mean that Veretta's cooking skills have quickly grown to the same level as yours without realizing it? If you want to say that, I can't refute it. Mr. Grando laughed dryly. The 4 notaries are all prominent figures. Being invited to serve as judges in the cooking competition shows that they still have good attainments in food. Even if you don't know how to make gourmet food, you have at least eaten a lot of high-end gourmet food. In the entire Dona Empire, the top chef's specialty dishes can exceed S level. This is almost the limit of cooking skills that normal people can achieve. The on-site chef Grando happens to be one of them, and his baked snails are also outstanding. Therefore, several notaries with money and leisure have more or less eaten several S-level dishes through various channels, precisely because they had eaten too much good food. Except for Mr. Eris, a former adventurer due to his personality. The rest of the group did not lose their composure when tasting this vanilla lamb chop, which could break through the S-level threshold, and could still act more reserved. As for why you should remain reserved, of course it's because there are many people watching at the scene. A respectable person cannot lose his dignity. Right. After receiving unanimous praise from all the judges, Veretta leaned slightly and bowed to them. Thank you. The dark-skinned chef lady felt so happy at this moment that she could hardly hold back her laughter. Things turned out exactly as she imagined. This extraordinary vanilla lamb chop is enough to conquer the mouths and stomachs of all notaries. Even if the black-haired man really had some bad intentions, Veretta was not afraid at all. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies will not work. Now, the pressure is on Dorn's side. Chapter 474 Finger-Sucking Original Grilled Lamb Chops. After the notaries finished eating the herb lamb chops, Veretta got down from the judge's table and returned to her cooking area to wait. He behaved quite well. Next, it's Dorn's time. A large dinner plate supported by a red wooden tray was brought to the judge's table. There was no lid on the plate, and a large piece of grilled lamb chop could be clearly seen inside. The lamb chops were also cut apart from the gap between the ribs, but they were all placed on the same large plate, which seemed to be a particularly generous portion. The skin of this large plate of lamb chops is grilled until golden brown, but the exposed mutton color is still fresh and tender. If you look closely, you can see the tiny oil droplets emerging from the surface of the barbecue, different from the previous dish of delicately plated herb lamb chops. This roasted meat from Dawn cannot be said to be unappetizing in appearance, but it looks much rougher in comparison. It's the kind of guy who loves to drink and eat meat, and will be ecstatic after looking at the large plate of meat. Very good! It looks like a very large portion. I just couldn't get enough of the barbecue that Veretta had just now. As expected, the former adventurer Mr. Eris was ecstatic on the spot. However, Ms. Nelson, who was sitting next to him, frowned slightly. This micro-expression is not directed at anyone intentionally. It is just revealed unintentionally, because she had just eaten a whole roasted lamb chop. Ms. Nelson subconsciously felt that this second roast was a little greasy. That's the thing about barbecue. The best thing is always the fresh and hot first piece. The physiological pleasure brought about by fat intake is also highest when you take the first bite. There is nothing you can do about it. The more you eat the same type of food, the more greasy it will become, let alone grilled meat which is very greasy. What's even worse is that Dorn's barbecue looks like it's full of calories. The greasiness is doubled. Not only was Ms. Nelson at the judge's table aware of this, Veretta, who had returned to the stage, also thought of this when she laid her eyes on the large plate of barbecue. I haven't thought about it before. Since all we make are barbecues, if men are judged later, they will suffer in terms of order. Well, if I win like this, does it count as a defeat? No, unless the notaries give him a slightly lower evaluation than me. Otherwise, I still win with dignity. Maybe it's because of the sense of fairness and justice in my heart. The black-skinned chef lady, who felt that she was sure of victory, now started to think about her opponent. She then turned her attention to Dorn, only to see this man not panicking at all, standing calmly beside the judge's table with a gentle and harmless smile on his face. Didn't this guy notice that he was at a disadvantage? Even if you just protested, that's fine. Also, what's going on with his carefree state? When he heard the judges praising me like that just now, he had no idea. No. Not nervous at all? Veretta folded her hands on her chest and shook her head, feeling that she could no longer see through that inexplicable man. That's all. The other party is a strange person to begin with. On the judge's bench, Don's grilled lamb chops also entered the tasting stage. Before the meal officially started, Chef Grando looked at Don with a smile. You haven't told us the name of your dish yet. When Veretta came on stage just now, she took the initiative to announce the name of the dish. This may be an indispensable serving process here in Komodova. It could also be a random pre-dinner topic that the four judges came up with to take a break from boredom. What's the name? It's called grilled lamb chops. Dorn spread his hands. Oh? I mean, little brother, your name is a little too unpopular, isn't it? Even if you are editing now, you should make up one that can scare people. Otherwise, how can you compete with the dish of Veretta? Moreover, the name is a dish. A good first impression may give you extra points. Right. Mr. Eris waved his hand, seemingly dissatisfied with the random name. Is that so? Dorn nodded in agreement. Then I'll call it Finger-Licking Original Grilled Lamb Chops. Nelson. The name sounds a bit difficult to pronounce. Eris. But it's much better than just now. This pre-dinner conversation did not last long, and the notaries stopped talking. During the short 1 or 2 minutes of their conversation, they found that the aroma of a large plate of roasted lamb chops on the long table was tantalizing and alluring, even though each of the four judges had already eaten a piece of herb lamb chops. The wild meaty aroma of the original lamb chops when they sucked their fingers. For some reason, the smell aroused their strong desire for meat again. Moreover, if you look carefully, you can smell a different aroma from the aroma of barbecue. It has a light and light smell. Very refreshing. As if just smelling it can remove the fishy smell and relieve the greasiness. And this flavor is obviously weak. But its presence is not weak. If you smell it carefully, you can find it in the strong meaty aroma. Does this aroma belong to some kind of wood? Mr. Don just went through the process of smoking meat. But what kind of wood can have this strange and highly adhesive aroma? I seem to have never smelled it before. Mr. Williams was wary of this. Led by this aroma, everyone focused their attention seriously back on the barbecue itself. Can be seen. The exposed ribs of the lamb chops are slightly curved. And the outer layer also has a thin golden crispy shell. There are bits of brown sesame seeds sprinkled on top, exuding the aroma of oil. From the cut surface of the lamb chops, you can see bright oil droplets mixed with meat juice seeping out, which is enough to prove the tenderness of this grilled lamb chops. I said, why are everyone standing still and not doing anything? I won't be so polite to you. I'll try one first. Eris was the first to swallow, his throat moving. And then, he quickly took a piece of lamb chop from the large plate and put it into his own clean small plate. For this finger-licking original lamb chop, the cutlery that Don prepared for the judges was ordinary knives and forks. But in addition, he also prepared 4 warm towels. Without mentioning their use, he silently stacked them on the long table in the most accessible position. At first, none of the 4 notaries paid much attention to the 4 towels. Until, when Eris used the knife and fork on hand to cut and pull the mutton, he discovered that the roasted lamb chops made by Don did not seem to be suitable for eating with a knife and fork. It was different from Vereda's herb lamb chops, which had a large cross-section and were easy to cut with a knife and fork. The finger-licking original lamb chops made by Don. The lamb is distributed in strips on the ribs. To put it simply, this lamb chop is suitable for eating directly. Eris used to be an A-level adventurer. He was not strict about dietary conditions when venturing into the wild. Even after he retired, he would not deliberately abide by the cumbersome table manners. He glanced at the towel stacked in front of the table and understood instantly. After wiping his fingertips and palms with a warm towel, Eris reached out and grabbed the lamb chops on his plate before the water vapor evaporated from his hands. Just open your mouth and bite. When Dorn on the side saw this scene, he just nodded slightly with a smile on his face. Mr. Eris is very wise. Cutlery such as knives and forks is just a false shot. Of course, if these notaries insist on eating the mutton with a knife and fork, Don himself doesn't care. However, the prairie-style grilled lamb chops are of course the most delicious when eaten with your hands. Otherwise, how can it be called finger-sucking original flavor? Chapter 475 Sheep Smells Like Sheep. Hiss. Eris bit the mutton between his teeth and pulled lightly, and the mutton chops were torn apart. Oil droplets and meat juices emerged, and you could even hear the sound of tender meat being separated. After biting off the mutton chop and opening it, I felt that the smell of the mutton in my hand was even stronger. The aroma of barbecue mixed with the smell of spices, and the faint mysterious aroma that was suspected to be wood, made the black goat meat not heavy in the first place. The fishy smell is completely neutralized. Eris started chewing hurriedly. Click, click, click. There is a crunching sound in the mouth. The first thing Eris bit into was the crispy crust on the outside of the lamb chops. The crispy shell of Don's finger-licking original lamb chops, unlike Vereda's vanilla lamb chops, is not formed by the spread of sauce. Rather, in the process of roasting the lamb, precise heat control is used to heat the exuded fat and meat juice into the sheepskin. This layer of crispy shell is also sprinkled with brown sesame seeds. When chewing the shell, the sesame seeds are crushed by the teeth, and an oily aroma hits the mouth. Oh! This is good! This is good! Eris sighed inarticulately and continued chewing intoxicatedly. Underneath the crispy shell is the tender lamb. The roasted meat is not as firm as the fried one, nor is it as soft as the stewed one. It's extremely tender, and you'll get a big mouthful after chewing it. And every bite is extremely delicious. What makes Eris most satisfied is the perfect lamb smell after every bite of the original lamb chops. This mild mutton smell is not objectionable at all, but it enhances the taste of roast lamb to a higher level. If I had to describe it, it would be that sheep smells like sheep. So, does the original taste of the original lamb chops refer to this? Mr. Eris swallowed hard while mentally re-examining the name of the dish that Don just took out casually. The name sounds strange at first, but after tasting it, it fits perfectly. In fact, this is exactly the case. It is not necessary to completely remove the mutton smell from roasted lamb. Why can mutton be called mutton if it has no smell at all? This concept is also reflected in the S-grade vanilla lamb chops made by Veretta. When processing the black goat's raw lamb chops, Hype Chef's sister deliberately retained the outer layer of mutton fat in order to retain the sheep flavor. In the subsequent processing, Veretta used secret vanilla sauce and yellow mustard sauce to further blend the lamb flavor in order to enhance the richness of the taste. This approach is certainly correct. However, because the ingredients used in this processing method are relatively heavy, the vanilla, mustard, and sheep flavors that the barbecue finally presents are in a state of rivalry. The flavors on both sides are evenly matched. But here in Dorn, the seasoning method itself is light. And only 2 points worth mentioning are the acidity of the fruit and the smoking method before grilling. The light fruity and woody aroma all complement the mutton flavor of the lamb chops. The fusion of flavors is distinct and layered, making it more harmonious and ingenious. You can also appreciate the skill level and operation of the chef himself when grilling meat. When masters compete, it's all about small details like this. Eris gnawed cleanly off the tender meat on a piece of lamb chop. And then he started chewing on the remaining shreds of meat on the lamb bones. Close to the bone is the tendon membrane of the mutton. Due to the extreme control of the heat during roasting, the texture of the fascia is very firm, strong, and crispier. And the charred aroma of the barbecue is stronger when chewed. Soon, a lamb rib was chewed and chewed by Eris until it became extremely smooth. There was no trace of meat left on the surface of the bone, and even many flat tooth marks were left behind. I guess I need another piece. After eating a whole piece of mutton chop, this former A-level adventurer obviously hasn't had enough yet. This time, I ignored Ms. Nelson's blank stare and reached out to take out a piece from the big plate. Anyway, his hand will only touch the lamb ribs he wants to eat, and will not touch anything else. In theory, it will not affect others. Before officially starting to eat, Eris used the hot towel provided by Dorn to clean his hands. Isn't this clean and hygienic? The 3 remaining notaries were a little surprised when they saw Eris devouring his food. Hey, even the delicious herb lamb chops you just had. You didn't eat it so much, Ms. Nelson said. But her good friend ignored her this time, and instead munched on the mutton chops with a look of happiness and intoxication on his face. Among the remaining notaries, the first to take action on this plate of finger-licking original lamb chops was the writer Mr. Williams. He originally planned to taste the dish with a knife and fork, but seeing Eris' performance, and then looking at Mr. Dorn's expression next to him, Williams hesitated briefly, then chose to put down the knife and fork in his hand, and reached out to pick up a hot towel in front of the long table. After carefully wiping his fingers and palms clean, he extended his ruthless iron hand toward the original mutton chops. Williams was followed by Mr. Grando, who also hesitated slightly. But when he saw Eris next to him, his face flushed and his face was filled with ecstasy while he was eating. The capable chef couldn't help but feel his throat squirm. Then he also picked up the hot towel on the table, wiped his hands clean, and ungracefully picked up a piece of lamb chop from the big plate. Hey, why are Mr. Williams and Mr. Grando? Ms. Nelson, the only one who had not yet moved, frowned and shook her head. She tried to maintain an elegant and decent manner, and used her fork to transfer a piece of lamb chop to her plate. Then he slowly cut the mutton with a table knife. At the same time, Ms. Nelson silently warned herself. No, Nelson, you have to stand up for yourself. It's too ungraceful and disrespectful to grab food with your hands in public. The knife finally pulled off a piece of mutton. Yes, keep your dignity, even if I starve to death. There is no way. Use a fork to pick up the plump roasted lamb with juices overflowing from the cut, and then slowly put it into your mouth. Chew. Huh? This mutton. Uh-huh. When Ms. Nelson took a bite of the mutton, not only it tasted delicious on the spot, but the defense line of decency in her heart was also riddled with holes in an instant. I want it so much. I want more. I want it filled to the brim. Indeed, if you slice the roasted lamb with this kind of flavor slowly with a table knife, it will be very unsatisfactory to eat. You have to fill your mouth with the tender and juicy mutton to enjoy it. The president of the business association, who always behaved aloofly, silently put down his knife and fork, and following his body's instinct, he reached for the last hot towel on the long table. Ms. Nelson, who was originally elegant and decent, fell into decline. Chapter 476, Dare Not Comment. only dared to ask for advice. Hiss. Click click click. Kakaka. The temporary judge's bench in bright starlight was bustling with activity. The sounds of tearing meat, chewing, and gnawing and sucking bones mixed together, one after another. Mr. Williams, Mr. Grando, and even Ms. Nelson couldn't stop after trying to pick up the finger-licking original lamb chops. Why is this damn roast lamb smelling so wonderful? So indescribable? Such incomparable? Even though several notaries had the experience of tasting S-level dishes. However, they still fell in front of the finger-sucking original lamb chops, which had a factual dish that had steadily exceeded the SS level in evaluation, and was just one step away from SSS. A complete defeat. I just kept opening my mouth to tear the meat and chew it. For a long time, no one commented on this dish. This barbecue is really delicious. Unreasonably delicious. The audience was in an uproar. What is going on? Isn't it just a barbecue? Why do all 4 notaries seem to be drunk? The other 3 refused to talk. Let's just talk about Ms. Nelson, the president of the business association, who is very distinguished, always elegant and decent, and keeps strangers away. The hair is slightly messy. The face is flushed, and the eyes are blurred. It's outrageous that you can achieve such a state of mind after eating a meal. Is this really something we can see without spending money? The second barbecue. Is it really so delicious? Veretta in the audience was also stunned. Originally I thought I had one. But Mr. Williams and the others actually. Is that finger-licking original lamb chop really more delicious than my vanilla lamb chop? Or, that black-haired man is here, what weird stuff was added to the barbecue? It's no wonder that the black-skinned cook lady had bad intentions in trying to figure out Dorn. The 4 notaries were in such a state of eating barbecue that it was hard not to believe that they had been drugged. The only calm bystanders in the audience were Vivian and the others in the front row. I waited all night, listening to the people behind me praising how delicious Miss Veretta's barbecue was. The reaction and effect brought about by the appearance of Dorn's barbecue finally made the 3 girls feel comfortable. Feel proud? Well, besides, isn't it a matter of course that the dishes made by Don are better than those of his peers? Good luck. Beside the judge's table, Don did not disturb the 4 notaries from eating meat. He just stood there leisurely, observing the eating habits of the 4 people with great interest. There is a vague smile on the corner of the mouth. This smile seems gentle and harmless, but the meaning contained in it is as good as that of the devil. Sure enough, it is an interesting and pleasant thing to watch these gentlemen and ladies abandon their knives and forks against their inner wishes, and just start enjoying the original grilled lamb chops. Well, I do the same. We're helping them improve their dining experience. One thing to say. When Don cooks food for others to taste, he has a bit of a bad taste in his personality. After a hearty meal, the wind is rolling, and the clouds are lingering. The whole plate of grilled lamb chops was bottomed out before I knew it. All that was left on the table were smooth lamb ribs with no trace of mincemeat in sight. But the 4 notaries ate so much that they ate all the meat, and gnawed the bones to the point where they couldn't help but suck the grease from their fingertips. Now, the finger-licking original lamb chops is worthy of its name. After finishing this pleasant and happy meal, the notaries all sat on their chairs and relaxed for a while before they regained consciousness. Ms. Nelson, who had woken up slightly, glared at Dorn in embarrassment after realizing how inappropriate her eating behavior just now was. But in the end, there was nothing we could do. The lamb chops he made were so delicious. After all, the upper limit of the specialty dishes of top chefs is S-level dishes. But Dorn can easily make SS-level dishes. This finger-licking original lamb chop is undoubtedly the highest rated and most delicious food that the 4 notaries have tasted so far. What an amazing cooking skill! Mr. Dorn, I must pay tribute to you. After a long pause, Grando, who is also a chef, spoke first and said, I salute you. This is probably the highest level of respect among colleagues. This finger-licking original lamb chop is impeccable and flawless. I dare not comment on it, but I have a few questions to ask you. Can you think of it? Grando then asked. That's great. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Dorn shrugged. This grilled lamb chop maintains just the right mutton flavor, but is not greasy at all. Even after I have eaten a whole piece of herb lamb chop, I can still enjoy it very happily. As for your processing steps, I saw that you added crushed red fruits. This kind of fruit is rarely used in cooking. As a chef, Grando couldn't help but raise the issue of exchange and learning of cooking skills. Maybe he was too selfless. After asking this question, he realized that his behavior of asking for other people's cooking tips in public was a bit inappropriate. so he immediately changed his words. Sorry. I just like this dish so much. You can pretend I haven't asked this question. Compared to the submissiveness of the questioner, Dawn still looked indifferent. It's okay. You can ask. I originally cooked this mutton chop in front of everyone. Even if you don't ask. Everyone has seen my cooking process. Moreover, compared to the process and steps of processing ingredients, cooking techniques are also the key to ensuring the quality of dishes. Yes, I added sour red fruits and a little lemon leaves, in order to use the fruit acid to enhance the firmness of the mutton, and at the same time remove the greasy smell, because the sourness brought by the fruit itself is not strong. It will not dominate the taste. It can improve the taste while retaining the original flavor of the mutton to the maximum extent. It is very easy to use. During the marinating process of making finger-licking original lamb chops, there is a unique step of adding chopped red fruits, which everyone with sharp eyes noticed. The so-called red fruit, in Dorn's understanding, is actually a hawthorn. As expected. Thank you for your answer. Mr. Grando nodded slightly gratefully. The other party answered questions and doubts in such a nonchalant manner. This may be the master's magnanimity. After Grando finished speaking, the next person to speak was Mr. Williams. Logically speaking, the notary was invited to the scene of the cooking competition, and the job he had to do was to comment on a dish. But because of Grando's head, the writer's words became a question of asking for advice, and he used honorific title. Mr. Don, I noticed that you smoked the meat before grilling the lamb chops. If possible, I would like to ask you what kind of wood you used. Is the faint aroma that adheres to the surface of the grilled lamb chops and penetrates into the texture of the lamb related to the wood you used? Chapter 477, A world where only Veretta is injured. I used hickory wood and some little additions. In the step of smoking the lamb chops before grilling, Dorn uses hickory wood, which is considered the best wood for smoking meat. In addition, he also added a little something else. The so-called add-on. Resting wood chips. The resting tree is a strange plant that grows in the concerto forest. When Don left this copy of the Relic of God, he used Alice's bedtime reading to bring out a lot of this kind of wood based on the principle of come and come. According to Vivian's original introduction, after this kind of resting wood is ignited, the igniter's beautiful memories or expectations can be seen through the firelight. Later, after the testimony of Earl Winfeng and the incident, some extremely painful or other emotional memories may be recorded by the resting wood in some way, and finally presented in the firelight. Using firelight to record and play back the memory of the person who lit the fire is the main function of the resting wood. In addition, it also has a secondary property of emitting an elegant and light fragrance when lit. Vivian introduced that when she was still in Concerto Forest, she used this wood to roast fruits and eat them, and they tasted very good. The source of the strange, greasy aroma on the finger-licking original lamb chops that Dorn made tonight is the mixture of hickory wood and parched wood chips. Of course, there is a certain amount of wood chips used. If you sprinkle a little bit of this stuff, it will only have fragrance but no image. But if it exceeds the threshold, everyone in bright starlight will probably have to watch Granny wave in the firelight with Dorn. Additional? Williams twirled his beautiful mustache and did not continue to ask. After the notaries asked Don a few curious questions, their evaluation session was over. Next, it's time to determine the winner of this written cooking test. Nelson. So, now we will vote on the barbecue dish that we think is the winner. If the votes are the same, we will use points to distinguish again. There is no suspense in the ending. The notaries did not hesitate to vote for the original lamb chops. The ticket types were the same, and the scoring system originally prepared was completely useless. As Veretta said before, these four gentlemen and ladies are indeed people with a fair spirit. In this cooking competition, Dorn won unanimously. The audience was in an uproar again. This result was completely opposite to what most Komodovan locals predicted. The dark-skinned chef lady stood blankly in the audience, looking a little depressed. In fact, when she just saw the four notaries tasting the finger-licking original mutton chops, she could more or less predict such a result. She still couldn't figure out why the vanilla lamb chops she made with her extraordinary performance failed so completely. Who is this man? Tonight, Dorn won the competition. The notaries tasted two super high-level dishes, and the audience saw a cooking competition with an exciting process and an unexpected ending. Everyone makes money. Only Miss Veretta's injured world is complete. Why is this? The dark-skinned chef lady muttered to herself in frustration. Tonight's cooking competition ended successfully. The onlookers outside finally began to leave with satisfaction. They couldn't wait to go home and talk to the people around them about what they had seen and heard today. Dawn walked down from the judge's table, and Vivian and the three of them immediately greeted her. Although these three girls did not do anything important tonight, they all looked very happy after watching the whole game. After talking to Vivian and the two young apprentices for a while, Dorn turned his head and focused his gaze on Veretta, who was still standing blankly in the cooking area next door. "I'm going to talk to that lady," Dawn signaled Vivian and the others with his eyes, and then walked slowly to Veretta's side. "The herb lamb chops tonight were very good. Are you here to laugh at me?" Veretta raised her head weakly, her eyes a little confused and empty, as if they had slightly lost their highlights. "No, I'm serious. If I were competing with any other chef in the Empire tonight, the winner would probably be you. But it's a pity that you met me." "Oh, so you came here to praise yourself to me?" Veretta sneered and shook her head. "I know you are very good. Okay. In addition, I am not a person who cannot afford to lose. According to the bet you established before, I will call you my cooking teacher and follow you wherever you go." A day trip to the restaurant. "Also, I have to apologize to you and the three ladies on behalf of the entire Bright Star, and I will not charge you any fees. Today's dishes cannot satisfy you. I am really sorry." The dark-skinned chef lady said this while bending down to bow deeply to Dawn and Vivian. She was not in a good state of mind when she said these words. It wasn't that he was unconvinced, but his expression and movements were stiff, and his whole person seemed to be deflated. It seemed that the result of tonight's competition was a big blow to the chef lady. It can really break a person's will to perform exceedingly well in the field in which he is best, and only to be beaten by his opponent. There's no need to apologize so seriously. Dorn scratched his cheek with his index finger. Thinking about bullying a girl so badly, it seems a bit excessive. So Dawn changed the subject to a friendly one. "Ahem. What, do you still have your herb-flavored lamb chops? I want to try it too. In return, I can treat you to my finger-licking original lamb chops. Is that okay?" Veretta's eyes regained their vividness a little. To be honest, she really wanted to taste the taste of the finger-sucking original lamb chops that defeated her. Sure. When Dawn was grilling the lamb chops, he had prepared more than just 4 portions for the judges. After making delicious food, he had to eat something himself. Vivian and her 2 little apprentices haven't had dinner yet, and the dragon lady in the story world is also crying for food. Another large portion of grilled lamb chops was brought out. The lamb was neatly stacked, and the strong meat aroma mixed with the light wood aroma was still the same. Veretta also brought out a few extra portions of herb lamb chops. It seems that she also specially prepared a portion for Dorn and the others during the competition. Next, it's time for the chefs to share their cooking skills. The few people who were still in Bright Starlight tasted the 2 competition barbecue dishes tonight. Vivian. This herb lamb chop is much more delicious than the fried barbecue at noon. This chef lady is also very good. I really should bring the Wishing Restaurant to help. Amy. But the barbecue made by Big Brother is more delicious. Miss Goblin and Amy were still communicating quietly among themselves after eating 2 roasted dishes respectively. At this time, the more outgoing Elsa had already run to chat with Veretta very familiarly. What this little girl is thinking about now is, according to the bet, this dark-skinned and big-breasted sister will also be the teacher's cooking apprentice from now on. And according to the time of entry, he is a generation younger than me. So cool. Sure enough, bigness does not determine everything. The world is fair. Chapter 478 seems like you've made a lot of money? She chatted casually with Veretta, who was preparing to taste the finger-licking original lamb chops. Perhaps sensing her frustration, Elsa comforted her thoughtfully. Let me tell you, it's not unfair for you to lose to the teacher. After all, the teacher is the chef and founder of the Wishing Restaurant. It's the one in Eaton Town. You haven't heard of it. Right. Veretta, who had just wiped her hands and picked up a piece of mutton chop from the big plate, after hearing this, silently put down the mutton chop in her hand. Her speech was so excited that she was a little slurred. The Wishing Restaurant? Are you talking about the Wishing Restaurant? Yes, that's the Wishing Restaurant. Aisha nodded. The two used a strange way of communication to reach a verbal consensus. As a chef, Veretta had naturally heard of the Wishing Restaurant, which had risen in the middle of the empire in the past 2 years, and made big news from time to time. Being awakened by Elsa, she finally remembered the familiar feeling she felt when she first heard Dorn's name. It turns out that the other party is the chef of that legendary restaurant. No wonder I lost. Veretta smiled bitterly and shook her head. Dorn, who was beside him, naturally heard the conversation between his young apprentice and his new apprentice. Elsa's behavior of revealing my identity gave me an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. It was like, after a cooking competition, Shiro opened the white silk scarf tied on the little master's arm, and then revealed the special same as the chef badge. Good guy. It turns out that this is what it feels like to be Lu Anxing. Kind of cool. On Veretta's side, after the shock, she did not forget to pick up her roasted lamb chop again and tear off a bite of the meat with her neat teeth. The tender roasted lamb, rich in gravy, mixed with the faint aroma of red fruits and wood, fills the entire mouth. Tasty. It is indeed more delicious than my own herb lamb chops. After tasting each other's dishes, Veretta was convinced. She now has no doubt about Dawn's identity. Being able to defeat herself head-on, in the field of barbecue, and making dishes of this level. Let alone the recently famous Wishing restaurant. Even if the other party said that he was the chief chef of the palace, Veretta would believe him. This strength is right there, making people believe it. At the same time, the black-skinned chef lady also became more curious about the so-called Wishing restaurant. I've only heard of people boasting about that restaurant before, but I haven't actually been there, so I'm only half believed. But after eating this grilled lamb chop, maybe those who praised the Wishing restaurant in the past, and not bragging. On second thought, Mr. Dorn said that as long as he won the competition, he would have to call him his cooking teacher. In other words, I can legitimately ask him to teach me my cooking skills in the future. Right, Veretta thought. Also, Mr. Dorn said he would take himself to visit the Wishing restaurant. He also said that he wanted to show himself other legendary monster ingredients that were not inferior to that black goat. Wait a minute. Am I really the loser tonight? Why do I feel like I've made a lot of money when I think about it like this? The communication between Dawn and Veretta was going smoothly because he won the cooking competition. Now that the black-skinned chef lady believed in Dorn's status as a legendary chef, the subsequent communication became smoother. She was now more than willing to pay a visit to Eden Town. Because it was already quite late, the trip to take Veretta back to Eden was scheduled for tomorrow. Dorn and his party stayed in Bright Starlight for a while, and then planned to leave. At this time, someone came to the door again. It was Mr. Williams, with his little porter, John. During the cooking competition in the evening, the writer did not have any personal communication with Dawn in order to avoid suspicion. Now that the game is over, it makes sense to pay a personal visit. Mr. Dorn, long time no see. Williams greeted first. Long time no see. Mr. Williams. Dorn responded appropriately. Veretta, who was standing behind, did not expect that her new teacher had a personal relationship with the writer who was invited to be a notary. After being briefly surprised, she did not express too much. Instead, she called to her waiter, cleared the seats for both parties, and also served tea. Use it slowly. Mr. Williams. And, ahem, Mr. Dorn. After calling out, teacher, a little coyly, Veretta stepped away with a blush on her face, leaving a certain space for the two to communicate. It can only be said that Dorn's new apprentice is quite sensible. As for Vivian and the others, they did not stay because they had no contact with the writer. After exchanging a few glances with each other, they took their money bags and planned to go out together to explore the commercial capital at night. The girls' shopping night seemed pretty good too. When Williams came back to visit Dorn, there was actually nothing too important. It was mainly just a formal reminiscence. This writer once wrote a positive review for the Wishing restaurant in its early days. Later, he also generously purchased a large amount of expensive seasonings for restaurants that were not very wealthy at the time and gave them away for free. Because of these two things, Dawn had a good impression of him. Since we are destined to meet each other here, I don't mind spending some time chatting with each other. After eating the crab meat lion's head at Wishing restaurant, I took the time to go to Eden several times. But unfortunately, I didn't meet Mr. Dorn in person. Judging from the notice posted on the door of the Wishing restaurant, it seems that you have just gone out to study. It is really rare for a master like you to always maintain a humble heart like an apprentice. Williams recounted some of the events since their last separation. In response to what he said, Dawn just laughed dryly and drank tea to cover up his embarrassment. It's true. What you understand by going out to study may be different from what I mean. However, I was still lucky enough to eat hot pot, Cantonese food, and later that unique tavern. Oh, my God! Even the dishes and wines made by your disciples taste wonderful. William stroked his mustache and continued with a sincere rainbow fart. praising Dorn until he felt a little embarrassed. Because I think I am a very thin-skinned person, and cannot tolerate such long-lasting compliments. Don took advantage of a chat gap and changed the topic of chat at will. Mr. Williams, I seem to have heard that your home is in the royal capital. Why did you come to Comodova this time? To collect stories? To find inspiration for a new book? Not at all. William shook his head. I occasionally live here temporarily. I have a pretty good property here. If Mr. Don doesn't mind, you can come to my place as a guest tomorrow. Don? Okay. Big dog owners are like this. There are rooms everywhere. Before Williams finished speaking, after a brief pause, he continued, as for why I don't stay in the royal capital, it's because... Huh? Why? Sensing that the other party's words seemed to contain a lot of information, Dorn asked a little. Because the royal capital is not safe right now. Mr. Ryder's expression became slightly solemn. Chapter 479. The entire empire is in chaos. The recent confrontation between Emperor Dona and the Prince of the North has become more and more obvious. Both sides are recruiting troops. It may not be long before a civil war breaks out between the same brothers. The writer hesitated for a while, and told the reason why the royal capital was not very stable recently. Is it a power struggle within the royal family? Dorn picked up the tea in front of him and took another sip. Ever since he came to the different world of Miracle Land, he has been working hard as a chef and occasionally as a ruins explorer. Recently, he got a cheap envoy from the Holy See, officially embarked on the steps to become a god, and successfully obtained some authority over the ocean and storms, becoming a third god. Therefore, he has not paid much attention to secular kingdom political intrigues and other matters from beginning to end. But even so, after living in the Dorn Empire for almost 3 years, Dorn still knows some basic geopolitical common sense. For example, the Prince of the North is the younger brother of the current Emperor Donut. He is in charge of the north of the empire, and enjoys a high degree of political, economic, and military autonomy over the areas under his jurisdiction. The public's evaluation of this prince is generally that he has strong military virtues, and more radical people will say that he supports his troops and respects himself. Then Dorn thought that one of his good friends, Creek, who had worked hard to raise monsters at the monster farm for 2 years, seemed to be a child of a great noble family in the north. There is also Miss Veronica, Crick's sister, and Miss Henrietta, whose identity is always a bit mysterious, but definitely has a good background, are all from the north. If the Emperor of Dona really fights with the Prince of the North, will it affect them? Don thought to himself as he put the teacup back on the table and looked at the water mist gathering on the rim of the cup. At this time, Mr. Williams said again helplessly, it's hard to say whether it's a power struggle within the royal family. The current atmosphere of conflict between the North and the royal city is very strange, and the situation is also undercurrent. But according to some nobles, it seems that the Prince of the North murdered 2 crown princes, which led to the current military confrontation between the royal city and the Northland. Conspiracy to kill the crown prince? Yes. A few months ago, the eldest prince fell off his horse and died. It seems that something happened to the little prince recently. However, the little prince's affairs have not been made public yet. But there are some rumors circulating in the royal city. It is said that he disappeared deep in the palace. Mr. Ryder sighed and spoke vaguely. These secrets in the palace have recently been the best topics of conversation for the dignitaries around the royal city to whisper among themselves in private. Williams, who was already well informed, had many contacts. Things happened to the crown prince one after another, and the little prince disappeared deep in the palace? Dorn touched his chin and recited the information the other party told him. He had a feeling, if both pieces of news are true, then something is extraordinary. Not something out of the ordinary involving a conspiracy within the royal family, but something else. But Don couldn't tell specifically. It could only be regarded as intuition. So he just kept it in mind. Then, I heard the writer sitting opposite sigh again. The turbulent situation in the royal capital is far more than a simple confrontation with the North. There are rumors recently that the Tarzan Empire is preparing to use weapons against Dona. The Tarzan Empire? Dorn continued to act as a ruthless repeating machine. Tarzan is a powerful country nearby, about the same size as Dorna. Don is still clear about this. Well, although we have had a truce with Tarzan for more than 10 years, the two sides have been each other's enemies for hundreds of years. Once the war starts, it will definitely be a full-scale war that affects the entire empire. By then, life will probably become very difficult. Williams began to despair and worry about the country and the people. But after hearing this, Dorn began to feel wary. Originally, he didn't care much about royal disputes within the royal family. The Northland and the royal city. One is in the extreme north of the empire, and the other is in the northwest of the empire, far away from the central and southern coast of the empire where Dona town is located. In addition, according to his current knowledge, the north and northwest of the empire have long been important military areas and replenishment areas for troops. The central and southern regions focus on developing economy and culture. Even if Emperor Dona and the Prince of the North really fight, the war will probably be limited to the northwest region and will not affect Eaton Town. This is also the reason why Mr. Williams recently chose to move from the royal capital to live in Komodova. After all, there was an emperor and a prince on both sides, who were all descendants of the Dona royal family and had strong claims on the entire Dona Empire. No matter who wins in the end, he will still be in charge and continue to rule the empire. In this way, neither of the Dona brothers would want to see the economic region in the central and southern regions destroyed by war. Right? But the civil war in the royal family has a civil war style, and the war between two countries has a war style. If Donazan fights with Tazan, a powerful country next to him, the situation will be completely different. As Williams worried, the flames of all-out war would inevitably spread to the entire territory of Dorna. What's even more terrible is that at this time, the two sides of Wancheng and Beatty are still confronting each other. As external and internal troubles pile up, the entire empire may turn into a mess. When the time comes, the small town of Eaton, which has finally become prosperous under the leadership of Dorn, will definitely not be able to survive alone. Moreover, along the coast of Eaton, there is a large port city, Silver Shield Port. If Dona and Tazan start a war, Tazan will probably use large ships to transport troops and seize the beach to land on the coast to fight. Right. Don was thinking about it in his mind, frowning and his eyes flickering. In fact, he has no military experience or talent. When he was on Earth, he was a gourmet cook. In the Land of Miracles, he was a cook who worked hard to become a god and protect himself. The only way to accumulate military theory seems to come from playing several P-Club games. Gone! Don't I just want to be a good chef and run a food city without any competition from the world? It would be great if there was an absolutely neutral enclave, like the holy city of Jebus, that is not affected by the world. But after all, the game can't be done on paper. And the possibility of Tazan's maritime operations is just a vague conjecture. Having said that, even if Tazan's troops attack near Eaton, as long as I'm here, they can still secure the surrounding areas of the town. After the worry, Don thought to himself again, and then felt a little relieved. After all, he is now a one-third god. Think a little more arrogantly. Isn't it just a war between mortals? Deal with him. As long as he takes action. Even if a blind army really invades the area around Eaton, it will probably only leave such a battlefield legend between Dona and Tazan in the future. A certain army was marching around the great city of Silver Shield Harbor. That night, everyone from the officers and generals to the soldiers and infantry had extremely terrifying and bizarre dreams, causing everyone to have a mental collapse and flee in disarray. Or perhaps, they encountered an indescribable thing with wings on its back and terrifying tentacles around Silver Shield Port, causing everyone to have a mental collapse and flee in disarray. Chapter 480. Let's take a shortcut. Worrying that the small town of Eaton would be affected by the war was only one aspect. On the other hand, although war and strife seem to be the main theme in this different world of the Land of Miracles, Dorn is a bit sensitive to the word war. Nothing else. Just because this is the title of one of the four gods of the apocalypse. Moreover, in the context of the current era, once a large-scale war breaks out, it will inevitably cause famine due to rising prices, dead bodies everywhere will bring plague, and finally, there will be death in droves. There is clearly a certain connection between the names of the four gods of apocalypse. In this connection, war ranks first. This is also the reason why Don had a feeling of worry after hearing William say that the Crown Prince was killed and a war might break out. But then again, if this potential war really involves the evil god, the original god or Miss Plague will definitely contact me in some way. Right. Dorn has now become a god. If there is any event related to the future war between gods, there is no reason why the two gods of the Alliance should not take him with them. I talked absent-mindedly with Williams and drank 2 cups of tea. After that, it was getting late, and the two parties shook hands and said goodbye, and agreed to meet at Eaton next time. Standing at the door of Brilliant Starlight to see off Mr. Ryder and his little doorman John, Don unconsciously looked at the backs of these two people as they left. In the distance, The lights on the streets of Komodova are bright. But a little further away, the bright spots are dimmed. War! Dorn muttered to himself. Early the next morning. In fact, he took Vivian and others back to Dorn in Eton in the evening and reappeared at the door of Bright Starlight. Good morning, teacher. After Veretta, who was waiting in the hall, saw him, she took the initiative to say hello. Although, she was still a little shy and reluctant when calling her teacher. No way. Who makes Dawn look a little smaller than her? It feels weird. Because she had to go on a long trip with her teacher. The chef did not wear a white chef's uniform or hat today. Her long, wavy hair spread over her shoulders. The clothes she wears are very cutting-edge and commercial and big city style, with a short white suspender belt and a yellow jacket. Although the chest is tightly wrapped, the plump curves and roundness are still quite eye-catching. As the saying goes, gold always shines. Coupled with the slight navel exposed at the bottom of the short sling, it is enough to make any LSP who has been wearing this for a long time shout, "Sister, I am fine." It's no wonder that Veretta has so many fans in Komodova. Morning. We are leaving. Are you ready? Dorn nodded to the other party. Everything is ready. Veretta pointed to a rather heavy-looking leather box next to her. This must be her luggage for a long trip. It's so bulging that I don't know what it is stuffed with. But for girls, it's understandable. Veretta picked up the rather heavy leather box and walked out of the door. Dawn originally wanted to lift it for her, but she didn't know whether it was out of respect for her teacher or because she felt a little embarrassed. Anyway, the chef insisted on doing it herself, so Dorn didn't say anything more. And the two left Bright Starlight, one after another. The business management of this restaurant for the next period of time will be handed over to the second-in-command in the kitchen. Took a few steps. Veretta seemed to have remembered something. Well, teacher, where are Sister Aisha and the others? Oh, they're waiting for us on the road. Dawn responded perfunctorily. But the chef lady did not doubt that he was there, carrying the box and nodding seriously. Another walk. Veretta spoke again. Teacher, the way out of the city is this way. Oh, we can take a shortcut here. Dorn's words were even more perfunctory. Is there a shortcut here? The chef lady showed a confused expression. But after a brief hesitation, she still followed with hesitation. Go all the way to the corner of Dorn and enter an alley where no third person can be seen. Veretta stopped completely and kept a certain distance from Dorn beside her. Teacher, this is wrong, the chef lady said with a wary expression, holding her luggage in both hands. Obviously this new cooking teacher left a very good impression on her after the cooking competition last night. And her behavior was also very decent. What are you doing this early this morning? Weak, helpless, scared. JPG? When Veretta asked. Dorn, who was carrying his bag in front, slowly turned around. There was a soft and gentlemanly smile on his lips. And at some point a dark red book appeared in his hand. But this smile inexplicably made Veretta's heart tense. I said, let's take a shortcut. As Dawn finished speaking, a strange light flashed on the cover of the dark red book. Miss Veretta and her large suitcase disappeared from the spot after the flash of light, as if their existence had been erased by an invisible eraser. Well, Dorn sent his new apprentice to the story world to accompany the Dragon Lady. Then, Leap White Mist was activated. In the small alley where no other person could be seen, layers of white fog billowed up, and the end of the fog seemed to connect to the infinite distance. The alleys of the city are filled with such fog, and the scene is a little strange. As the instigator, Dorn ignored this and stepped briskly into the mist. In an instant, his figure disappeared. The white fog also dissipated, and finally no one could be seen in this inconspicuous alley. Eatontown. After Veretta stayed in Alice's bedtime reading for 2 or 3 hours, she arrived at this legendary gourmet town. Dorn didn't bluff her. Using the white mist to jump on the road was just a shortcut, and it couldn't be any closer. At first, Veretta was a little confused and scared when faced with some of the supernatural abilities displayed by her new teacher. However, in that weird book world, she saw 2 super cute little girls who looked almost identical. After playing house with the 2 girls, she was sent back to reality and met Aisha and others who had become slightly familiar with them last night. Maybe it's because it's hard for her to feel any sense of danger when she's with her beautiful sisters. After going back and forth, the black-skinned chef who was abducted to Eton calmed down. I don't know whether to call her bold or kind-hearted. Dorn, on the other hand, was very satisfied with his new apprentice's brave response. As his apprentice, sooner or later, like Amy and Urza, You will notice the unusual side of your teacher. Rather than being scared to death by the tentacle kitchen scene one day, it would be safer to give her a vaccination in advance. This is also for her own good. Anyway, Veretta recovered quickly after arriving at Eton. After resting briefly for 5 or 6 minutes, at Dorn's greeting, he ran to the hot pot restaurant next door and asked for a Mandarin duck pot bottom to wash away the wind and dust for himself. Chapter 481. She still has to thank us. Veretta spent a whole day visiting Eton Town under the guidance of Dorn. The specific itinerary is as follows. We had a nice hot pot meal at noon. In the afternoon, I went to the farm looked after by monster scholars and visited the fresh food monsters. After coming back, I will inspect the barbecue restaurant to be opened. In the evening, enjoy a Cantonese dinner cooked by Amy and Aisha. After dinner, we went out for a walk with the teacher and the little silver-haired girl who looked like a mistress, watching street art performances and visiting the Eton Commodity Market. Finally, we went to Ling's Tavern. Under dim lights, we listened to the new resident singer Joseph playing a soothing serenade on the harpsichord, while drinking sweet and sour fruity cocktails until we were tipsy. A fulfilling and meaningful day. After the full reception and visit process was completed, Dawn and Vivian sent Veretta to the Golden Crown Hotel together. This hotel, which was renovated with the money of Miss Charlene, and is the most luxurious and formal hotel in the town, is where Valletta will stay tonight. At the door of the hotel, Dawn stopped his new apprentice. Veretta, I believe you can guess the reason why I invited you to Eton after today. So, let's not beat around the bush now. To put it bluntly, the restaurant you visited this afternoon is about to the open barbecue restaurant needs a chef to take care of it. And I think you are very suitable. Of course, I made it clear before last night's cooking competition that after visiting the Wishing restaurant, it's up to you to decide what to do. You are free. So, if you want to be the chef of a barbecue restaurant that hasn't opened yet, just treat it as an invitation, not an order. It's okay even if you refuse. Maybe it was because he was used to educating the two little girls Amy and Elsa. But when Dawn was talking to Veretta, who was actually a little older than him, he also acted like an elder who was giving advice. The eldest girl Veretta actually lowered her head slightly and listened to these instructions carefully. She waited until Dawn finished speaking before she raised her face. Her brown facial skin was flushed with a trace of blush. Under the light of the hotel entrance, she had a different kind of beauty. Teacher, I have actually thought about it. I am very willing to stay here and learn from you. In addition, I have a gracious request. Speak out and listen. I wonder if it would be possible for me to open a Bright Star branch in Teacher's Food City in the future. The profit sharing can be based on the ratio of Teacher's other stores. It doesn't matter if I take more or less. I just hope that the store can be called Bright Star and that the barbecue dishes left by my grandfather and father can be seen on the menu. Veretta has learned about Dorn's plan to build a grand food city today. When most people come up with such grand ideas, it is probably difficult for them to be understood and convinced. But Dorn was different. As long as others have tasted his dishes and got to know him a little bit, they will sincerely feel that the grand blueprint of the food city will definitely be completed one day. So Veretta wants to join the construction of the food city. I even want to incorporate the family-owned and proud restaurant, Bright Starlight, into the food city territory. It's not just about the money. Veretta, who owns a high-end restaurant in the commercial capital Komodova, is actually living a relatively wealthy life. She is for something else. Something that sounds a bit illusory. The honor of Bright Starlight, the family's reputation, and so on. Veretta believed that as long as she took the express train of Food City, these things would be within reach. To paraphrase a saying successfully learned on Earth, pigs can fly as long as they stand on the wind. What's more, Veretta and Brilliant Starlight are not pigs. Therefore, the name of Brilliant Starlight will definitely spread to every corner of the empire, and even the entire land of miracles along with the achievements of his teacher. Just thinking about it like this makes Veretta feel very excited. Do you want to open a branch in the food city? Dorn touched his chin. He had never expected that the black-skinned chef would make such a request. To be honest, this proposal is quite interesting. It is equivalent to foreign restaurants wanting to settle in the food city. This wave is about attracting investment. If you can work well in the self-service barbecue restaurant and run the business in an orderly manner, this request will not be impossible to agree to in the future. You can discuss the specific matters with the store manager Gonzalez and Fat Fox. After Dorn briefly thought about it for a while, he drew a cake for his new apprentice. He personally has no objection to third-party restaurants entering the food city. What's more, Bright Star itself is a high-quality store, and the barbecue dishes sold there are really good. In Don's concept, as long as it is delicious food, it should be treated equally. And there is nothing wrong with getting a seat in the food city. It only takes a little time to integrate and upgrade the original menu of the store. For example, remove some unsatisfactory non-barbecue dishes, make small optimizations to the remaining barbecue dishes. After this kind of innovation is completed, it will not be a problem for all the dishes of the new, Bright Star, to be rated A level, which meets the minimum requirements for opening a store in the food city. Moreover, the restaurant positioning will not overlap with the self-service barbecue restaurant. The self-service barbecue restaurant wants to take the route of being affordable, while the Bright Star wants to take the route of high-end and exquisite. On the other hand, the new apprentice Veretta is a good cook herself. With her ability, it would definitely be a waste if she only stayed in the self-service barbecue restaurant. Like Amy and Elsa, running a main store while directing the kitchen staff to take care of another self-service restaurant is the best way to use her full strength and squeeze out all the remaining value. Last of the last, Veretta herself had already stated in advance that Brilliant Starlight's entry into the food city would allow for a huge compromise on the issue of profit sharing. If you think about it this way, agreeing to her request will be beneficial without any harm. Of course, I'm not a devil either, Don added in his mind. He felt that after Veretta officially started working, he would definitely not let her overwork, nor would she suffer too much in terms of profit sharing. Like the other two young apprentices, Amy and Elsa, don't they live a fulfilling, happy and increasingly prosperous life in the restaurant? Veretta will be the same. After receiving Dorn's wish for painting the cake, the dark-skinned chef looked very happy. She bowed slightly. Then I will be happy to help in that self-service barbecue restaurant in the future. As for Komodova, I will leave it to the second chef for the time being. Please give me your advice in the future, teacher. Don just nodded with satisfaction in response. The plan to kidnap a ready-made chef was a success. When Valletta turned around and walked towards the Golden Crown Hotel, Vivian, who had been silent until now, gently pulled the corner of Don's clothes and whispered, Dorn, I think your smile just now had no good intentions. You just agreed to Veretta opening a branch in our food city, so you weren't planning any bad ideas, were you? After being together for so long, Miss Goblin is the person who knows Dorn best. How could it be? Dorn shook his head with a slightly exaggerated tone. What bad intentions could I have? I'm just thinking about a win-win situation. Besides, she has to thank us. When he finished speaking, Veretta, who had already half-stepped into the Golden Crown Hotel, suddenly turned around. She looked at Don and Vivian with twinkling eyes, and her tone was sincere and serious. Teacher Don, thank you. After thanking her, the dark-skinned chef lady carried the heavy leather suitcase with both hands, turned around and walked closer to the hotel, and finally disappeared around the corner. Look! Dorn shrugged proudly at Vivian. Well, Miss Goblin puffed up her fair cheeks. Don't even think about bullying other girls. Nothing. While talking, Don and Vivian turned around and walked back towards the Wishing restaurant. The night breeze of late spring was blowing, and the entire town of Eden was still dimly lit at this time. Quiet and peaceful. Chapter 482 Red Fish in Dreamland. The barbecue restaurant is opening soon. Although at Veretta's current level, there is no problem in supporting the operation of a self-service restaurant. But after all, this new apprentice moved to Eden, and Dorn still gave her a lot of care. For example, he would teach her some barbecue techniques and experiences from time to time, and occasionally turn on a small stove to release his subtle cooking power to prepare dishes for her. Anyway, he is responsible for being a cooking teacher and preaching to Veretta and solving her doubts. After that, life became more ordinary. Spend every day with everyone in the restaurant, and then take the time to digest the 1/3 of the godly power that comes from the storm god. This digestion process went smoothly. After all, he had eaten a piece of spiritual meat from the storm god. After this period of rest and recovery, Dorn felt that his control over the ocean and storms was much better than before. In addition to doing these things, Dorn will also find time to pay attention to the war in the north. Edentown now has a large flow of immigrants. As long as the backbones in the restaurant are mobilized, and they pay a little attention during their daily work, a lot of information can be collected. Among them, the largest volume of information collected, and the most time-sensitive, is the bell in the bar. Maybe it's because this bar owner who quit being a thief has a talent for intelligence work. In short, there are two most important pieces of information Dorn obtained about the war in Dorn during this period. One is that the royal city has started a small-scale war with the north, and the royal family members have really begun to fight against each other. The war remains in the north, and it does not seem to have much impact on the southern and central regions of the empire. The other is that the nearby Tazan Empire seems to have really declared war on Dona, but has not sent troops yet. After receiving this information, although Eden is still relatively stable at the moment, Dawn can't help but feel worried. The war has really begun. Time passed and another month and a half passed. Skirmishes in the north are escalating. On the Tazan side, it is said that they have fought a field battle involving 10,000 people with the defenders on the Dona border. Due to the impact of the war, the business situation of Eden Food City, which was behind the battles on both sides, was a little sluggish than before. This is also something that can't be helped. In the evening of a certain day, the wishing restaurant where the blind box was drawn closed early, and Dorn was controlling Snail Annihilation Touch to clean up the kitchen alone. Halfway through cleaning up, he suddenly stopped, and the 1/3 of his consciousness seemed to feel something. About half a minute later, a figure appeared outside the kitchen door. An unexpected visitor came to my door. The Pope dressed as an ascetic in the holy city. Mohani. Master God Envoy, please forgive me for coming uninvited. Mohani stepped into the kitchen barefoot, and after seeing Dorn's figure waving fat scarlet tentacles, the expression on his face did not change much. Long time no see. You look good. You're not bad either. Your Holiness the Pope. Dorn moved the tentacles on his back again and continued to clean up the kitchen. I came here this time to tell you something about the war in the north. Mohani straightened his expression. Say it. Because he was a little sensitive to war. Dorn actually tried to find Miss Plague during this period. I also went to the holy city of Jebus to see if I could see the original god again. Nothing came of it. But Mohani and Meyer in the holy city, after hearing the god envoy's faint concern, immediately expressed that they would pay more attention to the sudden outbreak of war in the secular world. According to our investigation during this period, the cause of the recent war in Dorna is indeed very strange, and the terror does have a certain relationship with the evil god. Mohani's expression became a little more serious. Is it really related? Well, we sent several bishops to the royal city and the Northland. One of them was Bishop Daya, who was in the Northland and was familiar with the ability to dream. According to her report, during the visit of Emperor Dona and Prince Dona, I found something very unusual in my dreams and consciousness. The bishops sent out from the Holy See are all clergy with high status. They probably have direct or covert access to the emperor and princes. The specific method used has little to do with the main plot to be told, so Mohani did not elaborate on it. That is a red fish. Whether it is the emperor of Dona, the prince, or even some confidential ministers on both sides, there is this thing in the dreams and deep consciousness. Daya tried to use her mind to enter the dreams of these powerful people, but when she got close to the red fish in her dream, the red fish would always escape quickly and escape to a place where she could not find it. Daya also said that there are red fish dignitaries in the dream. The war thoughts in the consciousness are abnormally active, possibly due to the influence of that fish. Mohani continued to speak, giving an overview of the information he had so far. It can be seen that the Holy See really does not regard Dawn as an outsider. After hearing this information, Dorn frowned deeply. This red fish that appeared in the dream of the northern dignitary seemed familiar to him from the description. Isn't it the little red fish raised by war in the three-step plan to become a god that Plague made for himself? Right. All right. War. Dreamland. Red fish. The information currently available points directly to the war in the apocalypse evil god. So the war affects the human world in this way. What is it trying to do? Preparation for his resurrection? Or preparation for the subsequent divine war? Dorn was a little undecided. But as a hostile camp, once you find that the enemy is ready to make a move and is planning something, the best way to deal with it is to interfere. At this time, don't worry about the other party's purpose. Even if he wanted to wish the other evil gods of the apocalypse a happy birthday, he still couldn't get what he wanted. After determining that there should be some intervention in the affairs in the north, there is still a problem at hand. In our own camp, the two gods and bosses have no idea what they are paying attention to, and they have hung up inexplicably. There was no trace of anyone, and there was no trace of the god at all. The other stayed behind closed doors, and didn't even send himself an email. This is very difficult to do. There are no generals in Sichuan. So a certain Liao Hua, who is worthy of embarking on the road to becoming a god, has to take the lead and be the vanguard. After thinking about it, Dorn asked Mohani again. Did Bishop Dia collect any more detailed information about the red fish in the dream? The Pope just shook his head and sighed slightly. No. Dia said that his ability is limited, and he cannot further deal with the weird red fish in the dream. However, Dia is already the person in the Holy See who has the most say in the dream. Chapter 483. All the Tauren miss Mr. Dorn. When it comes to controlling dreams, Dorn is quite confident personally. What does it mean to be a walker walking in a dream? Tactically fall back. As for his ability at this level, when he was hunting the Storm God before, because he had to be teammates who took care of each other's backs. He once had a confrontation with Cardinal Meyer of the Holy See. Pope Mohani probably also learned something about this from Meyer. This time, I especially came to Eden to report the intelligence of the North to Dorn in person, and also had the intention of inviting the God Envoy to come out. So things in the North require my participation. Right. Dorn nodded knowingly. It would be great if Lord God Envoy could take action. The Pope answered respectfully. I see. As Dorn said this, he thought of the small note he received from Plague, which clearly said this sentence. Wait until the time is right, and wait for the opportunity to act. Now might be what Miss Plague said. The time is right. Storm Sea. The Isle of Dawn is named after Dorn. This is the home of the Minotaurs in the real world after they escaped from the great labyrinth of the Minotaur, under the leadership of the Tauren chief Cain and the shaman Tamara. After a year of operation, the place has become a decent place, and the scale is even much larger than in the ruins. Moreover, after getting rid of the restrictions of heritage resources and development area, the size of the Minotaur group ushered in a wave of gratifying growth, with the new population increasing by about 30. Because it is the boundary of the Storm Sea area, Shiguang Island has relatively less changeable weather and is more suitable for survival. Tropical vegetation grows very well on the island. Deep in the dense rainforest, there is a Tauren tribe that has developed on a large scale. There are tents, wooden longhouses, colorful totem poles, and ancestral light feather nets everywhere. You can see Tauren of all ages living and moving here. In the southeast corner of the tribe, near the monster breeding area, is a long-colored room that belongs to the tribe's old cook, Grandma Lulubo. There is a big pot in the open space of the long room. Today's Tauren tribe's daily eating habit is still to eat big pot rice. Grandma Lulubo and a few small followers prepared the food for the whole clan, and then everyone came to collect it themselves. The sun was shining brightly in the sky, and it was time for dinner. Grandma Lulubo and her followers were stewing fire-feathered duck meat. The duck meat soup also added a little extra wild fruits and wild vegetables from the rainforest. The aroma of the stewed meat mixed with the aroma of vegetables filled the entire camp. It is worth mentioning that Chief Cain's grandson, Maverick Bane, was also in the cooking team at this time. The little guy was holding a long wooden spoon to evenly stir the ingredients in the pot. From time to time, he would lift the nose of the cow to smell the aroma in the pot and identify the best time to serve the pot of fire-feather duck soup. Many Tauren had gathered around the boiling cauldron, all holding wooden basins and wooden bowls, looking forward to the duck soup. Occasionally someone will joke, Bane, your duck soup is getting better and better. This pot smells so good. Do you really want to be a cook seriously in the future? Humph. After hearing these words, Bane shook his head proudly. Of course, the fever will get better and better. Grandma Lulupo and I were taught by Brother Dorn. Moreover, what's wrong with being a cook? Isn't Brother Dorn a cook? This mouth is full of his Dornish eldest brother. Although Dorn has not appeared in the Minotaur clan site for a year, his presence in the camp is not low at all. On average, it is mentioned more than 100 times during 2 meals a day. Nearly 50 of them were contributed by Maverick Bane. It would be an understatement to say that this little Tauren is a die-hard fan of Dorn. The appearance of Dorn really left an indelible impact on the Tauren tribe. When we were in the ruins before, the tribal culture of the Tauren extremely worshipped strong bodies and strength, and advocated force. As for now, the martial arts culture has not changed. But at the same time, the Tauren have developed another ethnic hobby to cook and study cooking skills. It is estimated that if this gang rice style and gong rice enthusiasm develop over time, they may also evolve into an important part of tribal culture. The duck soup in the big pot boiled for a while. When the meat aroma reached its peak, Grandma Lulubo called her assistants to start the pot. The Tauren who had been waiting for a long time gathered around with a huff and a bowl in their arms. Don't crowd. Don't crowd. Everyone has a share. Hey! Sethi, don't think I didn't see it. 1 bowl per person. There are many people who haven't come to eat. Put back the bowl you hid. What? Considering that I have gone through life and death with Mr. Dorn, isn't it worth getting an extra bowl? You've used this excuse many times. After a brief confusion, half of the duck soup in the big pot was divided. The Minotaurs were eating duck soup and golden roasted rice cakes. By the way, the raw material of this rice cake, rice, is one of the crop seeds left behind by Dorn after helping the Tauren move. Under the leadership of the old human adventurer Kiz, the planting of some crops has begun to bear fruit. As a result, the living standards of the Tauren, especially their diet, have been visibly improved. By the time the idle Tauren were done eating, another group of people from around the cauldron returned from gathering and hunting and joined the meal. Among the second group of diners was Beneatha, a half-Tauren who looked like a monster girl. Beneatha received a portion of today's lunch and went in to find a small wooden post to sit down. While eating, she listened to the gossips of the people around her. The dishes made by Grandma Lulupo and Bane are getting more and more delicious. But hush! I still miss the bite that Mr. Dorn personally cooked. I miss him too. But there's nothing I can do about it. How can anyone else compete with Mr. Dorn? That's Mr. Dorn. Listening to the conversation of the people around her, Beneatha was speechless and just took a bite of the rice cake silently. Click, click, click. The rice cakes, which have been baked until crispy, have a substantial and grainy texture when you take one bite. At this time, take a sip of the hot and delicious duck soup to soak the rice in your mouth. The taste is not to mention how delicious it is. Of course, compared with the dishes that Dorn had made, this combination of duck soup and rice cakes was indeed a bit unsatisfactory. But people are contented. Breathing out a hearty breath, Beneatha picked up another rice cake and took a bite. The slender ox tail on her back swayed from side to side. As she ate, she whispered in a voice that only she could hear, "That Mr. Dorn. Chapter 484. The rear base camp is stable." While the Minotaurs were having lunch and thinking about Mr. Dorn, there was a sudden change on the side of Grandma Lulupo's cauldron. There was an inexplicable white mist billowing out that I had never seen before. Beneatha on the side could see clearly that the mist was definitely not steaming water vapor or smoke from burning wood. It looked extremely strange. In a breathless time, the mist filled the open space, and the surging white depths seemed to connect to the infinite distance. What makes the monster girl feel even worse is that there is a figure in the white mist, which is getting clearer and clearer from far to near. Out of instinctive reactions, the experienced Tauren warriors, like Beneatha and Seti, immediately dropped the food in their hands, picked up their weapons, assumed a fighting posture, and don't forget to protect the women, children, old and young around you who are not good at fighting. Soon, the figure in the white mist came into reality, and the outline of his body became completely visible. After recognizing who the visitor was, the Tauren at the scene changed from a state of nervous vigilance to unexpected ecstasy. The person here is Mr. Dorn, whom they will miss every time they eat. Brother Dorn. The calf Bane, who was protected by Beneatha behind him, was the first to react. He shouted in surprise, ran forward quickly, spread his arms, and gave Dorn a big hug. Then, the other Tauren finally woke up from a dream and surrounded them, shouting, "Moo!" Happily, the atmosphere at the scene was extremely warm for a moment. After Beneatha recognized Dorn clearly, she quickly let go of the long-handled axe in her hand, and then fell into a daze for a while. It was this small moment of trance that caused this monster girl to miss the opportunity to welcome her benefactor up close, because the other Tauren with sharp eyes and quick hands had already used their strong bodies to surround Dorn, who had just appeared. "Mr. Dorn, you really haven't forgotten us. Don't squeeze me. Don't squeeze me. Moo. Let me go over and have sex with Mr. Dorn." The excitement is all theirs. Helpless, Beneatha could only watch from the outside. She focused her gaze on the center of the crowd. The black-haired benefactor was a little embarrassed because of the overly enthusiastic reactions of the Minotaurs around him. This slightly funny scene made Miss Monster Girl suddenly laugh easily, and the slender oxtail behind her also swayed happily from side to side. The great Mr. Dorn, the savior of the entire Minotaur clan. He has not forgotten his original promise and has really come back to see us. Everyone. To be honest, I came to Shuwan Island this time because I have something to ask of you. In the Dona Empire, a war broke out recently. I would like to borrow a group of people from you to protect the safety of the small town of Eden where I live. After the Tauren calmed down a little, Dorn told the chief and shaman, who came after hearing the news, the main purpose of his trip to Dawn Island. Yes, he wanted to borrow someone. The war in Dona has now begun. Although Eden Town is located at the rear of the battlefield and is not a military location, there is a high probability that it will not be directly affected by the war. But Eden Town's location is a bit ambiguous. Located in the middle of the empire, it is certainly not close to the current battlefield, but far away. It is not particularly far. There is still a possibility of being attacked by deserter groups or rogue groups created by the war. Now Dorn needs to go to the north to investigate the redfish in the dream. While he was away from home, if by chance the food city, which was beginning to take shape, was plundered by some unsighted deserters, there would be no excuse. Therefore, Dorn wanted to borrow a group of Tauren muscular men who were particularly capable of fighting from Dawn Island and use them as bodyguards and escorts in Eden. With these legendary demi-humans who only existed in adventurer stories sitting in the town, it was natural that ordinary deserter bandits would not be able to shake the safety of Eden Town. Dorn's request was agreed to by the Tauren chief Cain as soon as it was proposed, who made him the eternal benefactor and friend of the Minotaurs. After a simple mobilization, all the bull warriors who had formed a team to defeat the Cretan bull enthusiastically signed up, vowing to protect the safety of the town whose name they had only heard of from Mr. Dorn. This enthusiasm once again made Dorn feel ashamed, making him feel a little embarrassed. Actually, there is no need to beat so many people. I have other helpers. Besides, you also have to leave some people to maintain the daily security of the new camp. After some negotiation, the final Tauren side sent 60% of the young men and nearly 50 strong Tauren warriors to follow Dorn back to Eden. Only 40% remained on Shugwang Island, compared with the period of survival in the great labyrinth of the Minotaur. After moving to Dawn Island, the Tauren no longer had the existential threat of ruin monsters. 40% of the young people are enough to guard the new camp on a daily basis. At most, the number of people who go out to collect and hunt every day will be reduced. However, for the Minotaur tribe, which has a monster breeding industry and has also developed an additional planting industry, the reduction of this part of the population is not enough to cause any serious problems. After confirming the personnel, the Minotaur's plan to support Eden Town was finalized. The 50 or so Tauren who were selected were very excited and couldn't wait to beat their chests with their fists and swear, "I will protect the safety of the town of Eden for Mr. Dorn." In order to ensure the safety of Eden Town during the war, Dorn went to Dawn Island to borrow a group of Tauren warriors. He also went to Kasadam and asked Steelhammer for a group of dwarf guards carrying magic technology. In the country of the dwarves, Dorn is also a savior-like existence, and the leader of the dwarves, Steelhammer, is also Dorn's loyal little fanboy. Therefore, the support from the dwarves passed through without any hindrance. The size of Kaisardam is much larger than that of Dawn Island, and Steelhammer supported a group of 150 dwarf guards from Dorn in one go, led by Halfling Hog. By the way, it also comes with a batch of advanced magic technologies that have frontal combat capabilities or can assist the battlefield. Finally, on the Holy See side, the ascetic Pope Mohani deployed 2 archbishops, plus an elite team of Adel clerics to ensure the safety of Eden. The personnel are currently on their way to Eden. Therefore, the 3 groups of forces, the Tauren with extremely high martial arts value, the dwarves carrying unique magic technology products, and the Vatican clergy with extremely high individual combat capabilities, will converge in the small town of Eden. With this configuration, not to mention the deserters who retreated from the frontal battlefield or the bandits who took the opportunity to cause trouble. Even if the Tazan Empire on the side sent an army of 1,000 people across the sea to surprise Silver Shield Port, Eden Town, who suddenly became full of martial virtue, was able to beat them until they lost their armor and fled. The rear base camp is stable. Chapter 485, Town Guard. Heading north. It took about a day and a half, and with the help of Warp White Mist, which was comparable to any door, Dorn completed the deployment of Eden Town's defense force. After the dwarves and Tauren arrived in Eden, they temporarily lived in the newly built neighborhood. There are many restaurant properties in the new block area, coupled with the assistance provided by Miss Charlene after hearing the news. It will not be a problem to provide food and accommodation for these 200 or so Asians. In this way, Dorn can go north without any worries. To say that this team of nearly 200 dwarves and Tauren suddenly appeared in Eden Town naturally caused quite a stir. Forget it about dwarves. To the residents of Eden, the Minotaur, an extremely strange-looking humanoid creature, only exists in legends. Is it okay if the legend comes true? In the Dona Empire, the policy towards the demi-human race is relatively friendly. It not only allows demi-humans to move freely within the country, but also protects the basic rights of demi-humans living in the Empire. But after all, this is a country dominated by humans, and conflicts between humans and demi-human races are inevitable. For example, Dorn met a half-elf couple of B-level adventurers on his way home after conquering the poison swamp a long time ago. The beautiful wife is named Helena, and the dull husband is named Guy. According to what the two half-elves said, in their daily lives they were occasionally picked on by humans because of their racial identities, and some employers refused to hire them because they were half-elves. Half-elves whose appearance is basically similar to humans will still suffer some unfair treatment due to racial discrimination, not to mention other demi-humans. However, similar problems have not occurred in Eatontown now. On the one hand, the townspeople knew that these dwarves and Tauren were brought by Dorn, backed by his authority and charisma in the town. The townspeople's attitude toward these demi-humans was relatively friendly. Previously, the residents of the town also accepted the strange existence of Vivian, who was sometimes visible and sometimes invisible. For this reason, we can even make a bold guess based on this. If the dwarves and Tauren could have the beauty of the elf lady, the townspeople of Eden would not only be friendly to them, but would welcome them, as they did to Vivian before. Oh! It seems that a similar special case really exists this time. The monster girl Miss Benitha, who has a special appearance, but is also extremely beautiful, and has a strange sense of beauty, has gained a lot of popularity since she followed Dorn in Eatontown last night. Apart from the influence of Dorn, another reason why the demi-humans are not excluded in Eatontown is naturally the current special situation. The Dona Empire was at war, and although Eden was not affected by the war, it was inevitable that people would be panicked. At this time, a group of demi-human divine soldiers descended from the sky, saying they were coming to protect the town. Of course, they could win a lot of favor from the simple town residents. The Tauren, who are muscular and powerful, the dwarves, who are silent, cold and resolute, look full of security. Right? Although Dorn didn't think too much about deep things in his manpower management this time, but perhaps unintentionally, he made an indelible contribution to the diverse integration of humanoid races in some parts of the Dona Empire. It is better for the North to investigate the war sooner rather than later. After quickly arranging Eden's combat readiness force, he planned to set off, this time going to the north to investigate the redfish in the dream. Dorn took Vivian with him. The Holy See has sent Cardinal Meyer as usual, and several archbishops already in the north will unconditionally cooperate with this operation. In the dusk of midsummer, the setting sun drags the sunset and lingers on the mountainside in the west. The gray-black old raven cries and returns to its nest. Well, I'm leaving. Everyone. In the backyard of the Wishing restaurant, Dorn was saying goodbye to everyone. This time, in addition to the people inside the restaurant, there were also the Tauren warriors headed by the monster girl Benitha, the dwarf guard represented by the halfling hog, and finally the clergy who had just arrived in Eatontown. Team Adele 4 people. A farewell procession of this size made the restaurant's originally spacious backyard feel a little crowded. What? Dorn. We have just arrived at your place, and you are about to leave. You haven't prepared any delicious food for me yet. It's so boring. The first person in the crowd to reply was Cross, with a very angry tone, because she had just arrived at Eden. The pastor's sister didn't even have time to change her heavy armor. He just took off his iron bucket helmet, revealing a face that was slightly less childish, but still maintained its vitality. Yuval. Ahem. Cross. I know. He has business to do. But it's not easy for everyone to meet again. The priest's sister's expression became slightly depressed. She first chinned at Yuval Nunu, and then turned her gaze back to Dorn. Hey, Dorn. Don't do anything too dangerous. Come back soon. I don't care. You owe me a delicious meal now. Remember to pay it back in person when you come back. Although the 4 Adels didn't know what exactly Don and Bishop Meyer were going to do on their way north. But the last time I saw their combined configuration, they went directly to conquer the sea demigods. Moreover, when senior officials within the Holy See talk about the war in the north recently, the atmosphere becomes stiff and weird. The north is definitely not a safe place now. After hearing what Cross said, Don didn't respond immediately. He just stared at the pastor's sister's face, her expression a little dazed. He suddenly realized that although the quirky little sister from the Vatican was still standing in front of him wearing the heavy armor, she already looked like a tall and graceful girl. Time flies really fast. It seems that it was already 3 years ago when I first met Adele. Cross and the others in Rhinetown? Say something quickly! Dawn! Vivian, who was beside her, saw that Dorn didn't respond for a long time. So she quietly poked his back with her index finger. Dorn just woke up from a dream. Well, Cross, I owe you a meal. There are other people. Everyone. I will definitely make a delicious meal when I come back later. A reward for all of you. After hearing this, the pastor's sister pursed her lips and stopped speaking. But the pastor's sister was not the only one who was depressed and lost. The most obvious ones are Dorn's two senior, but younger disciples. Amy and Elsa were already feeling a little sad about Dawn leaving. Now I heard someone talking about dangerous things next to me, and my nerves became tense. Amy. Well, what Big Brother is going to do this time be dangerous? Aisha. Why don't you go for now? Teacher? There are wars everywhere recently. The two young apprentices were more concerned about Dorn's personal safety than eating delicious food. Ordinary people like Amy and Elsa in the restaurant never had a comprehensive understanding of Dawn's identity. They only know that Dorn is not only an excellent chef, but also a top adventurer who has mastered many strange magics. As for what this adventurer went through every time he went out for adventure, and what his purpose was, it all depends on how he describes it to everyone when he comes back. Everyone believed what Dawn said, so they had almost no idea what Dorn was going north for this time. Chapter 486. I'm going to save the world. Who can explain to me what's going on now? What on earth is Teacher Dorn going to do? The person who was most at a loss at the scene was undoubtedly the new black-skinned chef girl Veretta, who joined the restaurant. She was practicing barbecue in the back kitchen of the barbecue restaurant when she was suddenly called over by Elsa to say goodbye to Dorn. Completely confused, Veretta had indeed heard the news that her teacher was going on a long trip, but she didn't know the specific details at all. Dorn looked at his three apprentices with different expressions and couldn't help but laugh. He took 2 steps forward, approached his little apprentices, then reached out and patted Amy and Aisha on the heads. Just stay at Eton and look after the house. As for me, I'm going to save the world. Don's tone when he said this was full of joking. But the speaker has no intention. But the listener has intention. After hearing this sentence, many people present made associations in their hearts. Cross thought of the way Dorn walked out of the purple poison frog mist in the poison swamp, holding a long sword and covered in blood and mucus. Amy thought about the nightmare horse that appeared in her dream and almost kidnapped her. Captain Hogg, the halfling, thought of Mr. Dorn destroying the ruined demon with one hand and killing the false god Maze Roth with the other hand, bringing rare freedom to the dwarf country. Ling thought of the huge fireworks that were set off in Ironhand Jack's mansion that night in sweet Mulberry Town. Adele thought of the nightmare at sea. Dorn appeared with light in the dark and deep tunnel of the old castle when she was a child, giving her the opportunity to cry, show weakness to others, and seek comfort. The monster girl Beneatha thought of Mr. Dorn taking the lead in the temple of the great labyrinth of the Minotaur, trying his best to kill the Cretan bull, and opening the door to the outside world for the Minotaur clan. For many people present, Don's words, spoken with a smile, were not a joke at all. Didn't he save the world long ago? If it were him, wouldn't it be surprising to actually save the world? Everyone was agitated and slightly distracted. And then they heard Don's voice. It was still the same calm tone he used when speaking, from near to far. I'll leave first. During the days when I'm not at home, I'll ask you to run the Food City well and protect Eaton Town. Only then did everyone react and raise their heads. Only the fine white mist was left in front of them, which was rolling and dissipating. As for Dorn and Vivian, they had already disappeared. Looking further into the distance, the sunset is setting over the mountains. The last light of dusk has been drained away, and the sky is dim. The northern border of the empire. This is the far north, with snow falling all year round. Even though it's midsummer now, it's still freezing cold in the north. It is still quite a long distance from the center of the empire to the extreme north. Dorn and Vivian picked up teammate number 3, Miss Meyer, halfway through the journey. After traveling through the white mist and arriving here, it was already midnight. Time has not affected the Cardinal's enthusiasm for his work. After leaving the white mist and stepping onto the snow in the north, Miss Meyer quickly contacted several archbishops who had been sent to this area through internal methods within the Holy See. It can be said that it is very actionable. Later, at about 3 a.m. in the middle of the night, the two sides met deep in a church in the north. There are a total of 4 archbishops on the Holy See's side operating in the north, including Bishop Dia, who possesses the strongest dream control ability in the entire Holy See. Although now is the time when everything is completely silent and diurnal creatures are in deep sleep. But on the Vatican side, plus the 5 Meyer people who came with them, One by one, they all looked energetic and full of energy. This made Dawn wonder. Is it true that only workaholics can climb to the top in the Holy See? The situation is probably like this. The royal city and the Northland dignitaries who hold high positions here all have that red strange fish in their dreams. But I am ashamed, with my ability, I am not enough to do it to the strange fish in my dreams. Further investigation. Bishop Dia said this with strong reluctance in his tone. What she told was similar to what Mohani had reported back then. At most, it was more detailed and rich in details. Speaking of which, this was the first time I saw this Bishop Dawn. Her appearance is very eye-catching. She looks like a little girl of 12 or 13 years old. She wears a large, ill-fitting dress and robe. She always holds a lavender turbid crystal ball in her hand. White hair, red eyes, soft voice and weak body. He speaks in a coquettish way, but in a way that won't offend anyone, and is natural and unpretentious for a little girl. Anyway, Bishop Dia looks quite cute. After listening to Mohani's report before, the image in Dorn's mind was completely inconsistent. Speaking of which, is it possible for someone at such an age to serve as a bishop of the Holy See? Perhaps it was a problem left over from his student days. But whenever there was a serious discussion, Dawn would always get distracted in his mind. And probably because he was looking at Bishop Dia in such a trance. The eyes of everyone who was having a heated discussion were inexplicably focused on him. Ahem. Dorn. Everyone. Look over here. At this time, it was Miss Goblin who gently touched Dawn's waist with her elbow, bringing him back to his senses. Sir, although Dia looks very young, she is actually only about 3 years younger than me. The parish in the north is managed very well by her. Bishop Meyer next to him may have seen the reason why the messenger was distracted, so he took the initiative to explain. The white-haired Lolita herself also spoke at this time. Sir, although my appearance is like this, I have long been an adult. I am capable of performing both the Archbishop's daily and combat tasks. Bishop Dia has been active and preaching in the north of the Empire for a long time, and rarely returns to the Holy City, so there is no way to know the identity of the Dornish envoy. But seeing how respectful the cardinals were to him, Dia didn't dare to say anything rude. If ordinary people dared to point fingers and raise questions about her appearance, the somewhat sensitive Bishop Dia would have slapped her face with the crystal ball angrily. I actually didn't think about it that much. Dorn smiled and scratched his cheek in embarrassment. But speaking of which, how much does it mean to be 3 years younger than Miss Meyer? Miss Meyer looks to be in her mid-20s. But how old is she actually? And according to Dia, she seems to be a white-haired legal Lolita? Seeing that his thoughts began to wander again, Dorn quickly stopped the strange thoughts in his heart and concentrated on reality. It must be because I didn't sleep today and am mentally exhausted. So I was distracted during the meeting. Yes, that must be the case. 1/3 of the gods also need to rest. The white-haired Loli saw that Dawn was finally in a conversational mood, and shook her head helplessly. Then let's continue. Well, where were you talking about? Meyer on the side straightened his expression after hearing this. Speaking of, sir, you have an extraordinary ability to control dreams. Maybe I can rely on you to do things that Dia can't do. Chapter 487 Dreaming. What Meyer said was true. Dorn came to the north this time with the original intention of personally investigating the redfish in the dream. As for the white-haired Lolita, because Dorn had just stared at her in a daze, her sensory impression of Dorn had declined. In addition, as the owner of the strongest dream control ability in the entire Holy See, she is actually not willing to believe that others can do things that she cannot do. However, due to the cardinal's face, the white-haired Loli didn't say anything more. Do you have a chance to take a look now? That red fish in the dream? Dorn touched his chin, finally looking a little more serious. The other 3 archbishops nodded after hearing this. It should be possible. The Lord Privy Seal of the Prince of the North may be living in poverty. There are no powerful magic masters in the mansion. Only a few crappy alchemists. We have tried it many times. It's easy to sneak into him. Sir, if you have the ability to dream, I can take you to find the red fish in the dream of the Lord Privy Seal. As long as he is sleeping at this time, it will be no problem. Of course, even if he is not asleep, I can quickly hypnotize him. This I tried it 2 or 3 times. Dia added this. She clenched her fist slightly as she spoke, seeming very confident. The time is right. The object is suitable. Without further ado, the Northland Action Team immediately set off from this primordial god church. Several bishops brought the newly arrived Dornish trio to the residence of the Lord Privy Seal. The guards guarding along the way became confused instantly when they were illuminated by the turbid light projected from a distance by Diana's amethyst ball, allowing outsiders to pass by openly in front of them. After 3 to 5 minutes, when the intruders were no longer visible, the guards returned to normal. But he didn't remember that he had been confused just now, and he continued to stand guard like a normal person. In short, these archbishops who stayed in the north were very familiar with the process of sneaking into the battle. It was obvious that they had done similar things many times. No, as an archbishop of the Holy See, he sneaks into other people's private homes without any psychological burden. Are these people's moral bottom lines so flexible? Dorn, who was accompanying him, was greatly shocked. Although he has control skills and leap white mist, he is also a veteran in infiltration. But seeing that the archbishops of the Holy See were all eager to give it a try, and occasionally giving him expressions of, "I'll do the work. Don't worry," Don still chose to keep a low profile. The group of people marched straight in and arrived at the chamber of the Chancellor of the Seal by familiar routes. This confidential minister of the Northland was estimated to be in his 60s, and his beard and hair had turned gray. At this time, he was sleeping alone on the bed, breathing steadily. This old man probably never dreamed that he would be watched by a group of people from time to time while sleeping recently. Don thought this, and then raised his hand casually, releasing a little bit of the black energy of nightmare. A small red and black breath flashed past the bedside. The Lord Privy Seal on the bed would sleep more peacefully under the influence of this black breath and would not be woken up by them. After this small action was completed, the others in the group did not react much. Only the white-haired lowly bishop raised his eyes and stared at Dorn for a few seconds in surprise. Basic operations. Dorn shrugged at Dia, then walked closer to the bed in the bedroom and looked up and down at the sleeping Lord Privy Seal. Because he controls the powerful Dream Walker skill, he can also feel that the dream of the Lord Privy Seal is a bit weird by looking at it with the naked eye and inferring it based on his feelings. There seems to be something a little unusual fused into it. It should be the red fish that is mentioned repeatedly. However, for the specific situation, we still have to sneak into the dreamland before making a judgment. Without wasting time, Dorn directly activated Dream Walker, causing his real body to turn into a majestic black energy, lingering around the bed, and then quickly invaded the dreams of the sleeping person on the bed. Only the stunned Vatican people were left in the room. And Vivian, holding the ebony staff with a calm and a little proud expression, said, "Look, my Dorn is awesome," written all over her face. That gentleman used his physical body to become insubstantial and directly enter the dream? After a while, the white-haired Lolita Bishop muttered in an unbelievable tone. But she couldn't believe what she saw with her own eyes. Dia's childish face showed some reluctance, but within a few seconds, the reluctance quickly dissipated. No wonder the Cardinal would say that we have to rely on him to investigate the red fish. I have really felt the gap in my ability to enter dreams with him, but the gap is so far away that there is nothing worth not being reconciled to. After calming down and feeling a little relieved, Dia walked to a corner of the room holding her turbid amethyst ball and lay down on a soft velvet bench. As the light floated in the crystal ball, the lowly bishop quickly fell into a dream, and his spiritual consciousness broke away from his body and sneaked into the dream of the Lord Privy Seal. This is a war. Knights in armor and mounted horses charged with swords and spears, followed by infantry and poorly equipped militiamen. At the forefront of the battlefield, metal and flesh collided with each other. And then, there were chaotic shouts of death and wailing. Behind the positions of the two armies, there are many tall slinging tools. Whenever the engineers pull the rope bolt, a round boulder will be thrown out in a terrifying arc, like a cannonball, and penetrate into the enemy's position. The smell of blood and fire, mixed together, make people tremble with fear, and their blood rushes. This was the scene in the dream of the Lord Privy Seal. Dorn was standing in the center of the battlefield at this time, with the black energy of nightmare lingering around his body. The men and horses fighting on both sides regarded him as if he were nothing, and did not even collide with him. As for the original owner of the dream, the elderly Lord Privy Seal of the North, in this dream, he was wearing armor and holding a sword, charging at the forefront with the soldiers. So far, he has killed 8 people. Obviously, he is an elderly confidential civil servant, but in his dream, he was really old and strong. After making a casual remark, Don turned his attention back to the dream itself. It is worth mentioning that the color tone of this war dream is light red, and the scene seems to be shrouded in a bloody sunset. It's very desolate, and also very evil. And red is the color of the evil god, War. When the Apocalypse statue was discovered in the Storm Islands, many people said they dreamed of a red war, which was probably similar to this one. Dorn touched his chin, and then focused his attention on looking around the fierce battlefield. The content of the dream of the old Lord Pretty Seal of the North is actually not that important. The important thing is to first find where the red fish in the dream is now. Chapter 488, First Sight of Red Fish. Just as Dorn was looking around in the battlefield in his dream, a strange female voice with intellectual maturity came from behind. "Sir, did you find anything noteworthy?" Dawn turned around in confusion. Standing behind him was a woman who looked to be about the same age as Bishop Meyer. She had long white hair and eyelashes, red eyes, and a graceful figure. She was holding the glowing amethyst ball in her hands, and she was wearing the white-haired lowly bishop's wide dress robe, which fit her perfectly. She was also standing in a chaotic battlefield, but because of the light emitted by the crystal ball, the characters and chaos in the dream did not affect her at all. Dawn slowly put a question mark on his forehead. Who is this person? As a dreamwalker, Dorn has absolute control over ordinary dreams. He could detect what happened in the dream just by relying on his senses. Just now, he did feel that a person's consciousness sneaked into the dream from the outside world and fell behind him. But what is certain is that that person should be the white-haired Lolita Bishop. "Ah, is that you, Bishop Dia?" Dorn asked tentatively. "Yes, sir. This is the appearance of my consciousness. It is different from the outside body. It is the appearance of my normal age." The white-haired mature woman obviously saw Dawn's confusion and explained calmly. "It really is?" After hearing the other party's explanation, Dawn's doubts not only did not disappear, but became even more. The outer body and the inner conscious soul are two completely different age states. How is this possible? There is a royal sister's heart in Loli's body, right? Boy, this is so touching. Dia was disapproving on the surface, glanced at Dorn expressionlessly, and continued to explain. "My ability to dream is innate. When I was about 11 years old, this ability completely awakened. Every night when I slept, my consciousness would leave my body and sneak into other people's dreams uncontrollably. At first, I entered the dreams of my parents at home. Later, this ability became more and more uncontrollable, and the range of dreams at night became further and further away. This situation continued until I was discovered by the Holy See after I became an adult, under the guidance of the doctrine and the original blessing. It got better next time. Maybe it's because my consciousness drifted away every night when I was a child, causing my body to be nothing more than a SHL at night. From the year I awakened my abilities at the age of 11, I stopped growing taller." At the end of Bishop Dia's speech, his tone and expression were a bit resentful. "I see. Combined with the Earth's modern medical knowledge, Dorn really figured something out. Didn't some people say that a person's growth and development during adolescence all take place while sleeping at night? But Dia's soul was always offline during the age when she was supposed to be developing. If things go on like this, it leads to the embarrassing situation that the body has not grown up, but the soul has grown up. Reasonable. Sure enough, good children should sleep well, go to bed early and get up early, so that they can grow up completely and quickly. By the way, you said that after joining the Holy See, your abilities became controllable, right? Then if you sleep well every night, will your body be able to develop again?" "Dia, please shut up." "Oh, it seems not possible. But keeping the white-haired Lolita appearance and not growing up is not necessarily a bad thing. Maybe there is someone who likes this. However, if you think about it carefully, being targeted by such a nice gentleman doesn't seem to be something to be happy about." "Well, that's okay. It's really all bad. Dia is really miserable." Maybe it's because Dawn's expression changed too much when he was thinking about the problem, and the white-haired bishop in the form of a royal sister looked at him with a complicated look. "Sir, you seem to be thinking about something very rude." "Nothing," Dorn denied. "I'm definitely thinking about business. Such is where the red fish is now. Although I think with the strength you have shown, you can find it with just a little effort, but come with me. It is deep in the dreamland. I am familiar with this place." Sister Dia sighed and walked to the front to lead the way. The dream of the Lord Pretty Seal was very large, almost encompassing an entire large-scale battlefield. The details of the dream are real and very textured. It can be regarded as the best quality among all the dreams that Dorn has walked through. If it weren't for the fact that this high-quality presentation of details is probably related to the influence of the evil god, War, I would really like to give it a good review. Under the leadership of Bishop Dia, the two walked in circles close to the border of the dreamland. This is already the outskirts of the war imagined by the Lord Privy Seal. The surroundings were still a blood-like red hue, a bit thicker than the red on the battlefield. Layer upon layer, light or dark red covers the surrounding scenery, making this area look less real. As a traveler in the dream, the closer he gets to this place, the stronger Dorn's perception becomes. His intuition told him that this area was abnormal. A big abnormality. It should be around here. Dia stopped and pointed forward. Among these overlapping reds. It's not very clear. It took me a long time to find the red fish the first time. Dorn nodded, and then activated the upgrade skill he obtained from eating the roasted evil eye. Eye of Destruction of Delusion. The effect of Destroy Illusion allows the skill user to see clearly all the illusions. Because Dorn's body was transformed into a dream. This effect also applies in dreams. With the blessing of Destroying Eyes of Illusion, the light or dark red color blocks in front of my eyes are distinguished, summarized, and seen through, and can be seen at a glance. Deep in this strange red area, Dorn saw a red fish floating in the air, swimming up and down out of thin air. This fish looks a bit like a carp, but not quite. It is only about the size of a palm, and there are two long, elegant whiskers on the edge of the fish's lips. On the top of the forehead, two small bumps can be vaguely seen, like two small antlers. Found it. Dorn's eyes were locked on the red fish, and the majestic and substantial nightmare black energy poured out in an instant, rushing straight towards the target. Dia in front was shocked. The red fish reacted very quickly. The moment the nightmare black energy burst out, it made a move to escape. But Dreamland is Dorn's home turf. The enemy is faster. He is faster. The oppressive black energy unreasonably and quickly enveloped the red fish, forming a black aura vortex and locking it in place. Under this pressure, the red fish in the center of the vortex suddenly burst open like a pop soap bubble, turning into small clusters of red and slowly scattering. Then, it regrouped far away from the nightmare black energy, restored its original appearance, and continued to run away. Chapter 489 Deep Red. The red fish not only exists in the dream of the Lord Privy Seal, it also subtly affects the dreamer's thinking and subconscious. It can make people more belligerent, hyperactive, aggressive, and predatory. Don speculated in his mind that the specific manifestation of this influence is probably all the confidential ministers in the royal city and the Northland who dreamed of red fish, even if they were originally conservative doves, would turn into extremely radical hawks after a few nights of dreaming. Perhaps this is the reason why the Dorna War suddenly broke out recently. In just one round of confrontation, through the nightmare black energy entangling the opponent, Dorn initially got some details about red fish. In addition, this fish is just a projection, and its body is unknown. The red fish that existed in the dream of the Lord Privy Seal was just an illusory projection. It is a flower in the mirror, the moon in the water, a meaningless bubble. Even if you catch it, it has no real value. What's even more regrettable is that the projection of the red fish in the dream is inedible. And you can't even use this projection to get a glimpse of its food characteristics, because the food intuition does not give any feedback. However, since it is a projection, it is strange that it can be eaten. Right. Moreover, if it is really a pet raised by war, then the original body must be edible. The information about the evil god given by Miss Plague should not be wrong. With this thought in mind, Dorn dissipated the majestic black energy of the nightmare, and then allowed the red fish projection to escape freely. Sir! That red fish. Bishop Dia in front spoke, with a hint of reverence and admiration in his tone. Recently, I have explored so many dreams where red fish exist. Because of this beast's extremely outrageous perception and reaction capabilities, the white-haired archbishop has never been able to touch a fish scale. She could feel that Dawn had easily accomplished what she couldn't do with just one hand. Wait a minute. Dorn didn't give a very clear reply. He just shook his head slightly, then kept the delusion-breaking eyes, followed the running red fish, and walked towards the deep or shallow red depths. Dia opened her mouth slightly, but in the end, she didn't ask anything, lowered her head, and followed obediently. The area where the red fish is located is very close to the boundary of the Lord Seal's dream. According to Dorn's current knowledge of dreams, all dreams have a range, and the end of the dream is a wall of air. Behind the air wall is an area that cannot be explored. Even a walker like Dorn who walks in the dream in the flesh cannot violate the common sense of this dream. He can break through the blockade of special powers in a dream. He can travel and jump from one dream to another person's dream without restraint. But even so, he couldn't break through the air wall. Because behind the air wall, the dreamer did not dream. And theoretically it does not exist at all. Dorn followed Red Fish closely, and came to the wall of air in the dream of the Lord Pretty Seal. Then, something happened that he couldn't understand. I saw the red fish swinging its body quickly, swimming flexibly in the air, penetrating the air wall without any hindrance, and reaching the other end of the wall. After that, in the space on the other side of the wall that is even more nihilistic than nothingness, I continue to swim and shuttle. This? Dorn stretched out his hand forward in surprise. If the obstruction of the air wall in front of him was substantial, it would be impossible to penetrate it. He had no choice but to refocus all his attention to see the red fish over there that could no longer be touched. The fish swam farther and farther, and its palm-sized figure slowly turned into a small dot, when it was about to completely disappear from sight. With the help of the destroying eyes of delusion, Dorn seemed to see layers of crimson rolling deep in the other side of the wall. The red fish just disappeared into the fleeting crimson color that ordinary people couldn't notice. Is there something else on the other side of the air wall? What is that crimson mass? Dorn frowned. This red fish, which existed against the common sense of dreams he was familiar with, really touched upon his blind spot of knowledge. Inside the chamber of the Lord Pretty Seal, through the window, you can see that the sky outside has brightened slightly, and the skyline in the distance to the east is turning fish belly white. The dawn light is reflected on the snow-capped fields, and the sky and earth are cold and ethereal. Vivian, Meyer, and the other 3 archbishops of the Holy See were scattered in the bedroom waiting for each other. They were not panicked at all, although they were in someone else's private house. They took it calmly as if they were at home. Everyone waited in silence for a while. And finally there was a change next to the bedside of the Lord Pretty Seal. The majestic and substantive black energy of nightmares continuously emerged from the head of the bed, and then gathered together to outline Dorn's figure. Dia was sleeping in the corner of the room, holding an amethyst ball. Her long white eyelashes trembled slightly. And then she woke up. How's it going? Everyone asked with concern. Dorn and Archbishop Dia just shook their heads in varying degrees. The red fish in the dream is weird and deviates from common sense. How to further investigate it requires long-term thinking. In this case, there is no point in relying on the dream of the Lord Pretty Seal. After a brief exchange of words, Dorn and his party left the private residence and returned to the original church where they met at midnight. Lolita Dia. Mr. S' ability to control dreams is amazing. Under his leadership, we chased the red fish all the way to the border of dreams, because he saw Dorn's strength in the dream. The white-haired lowly bishop changed his view of Dorn on the spot and spontaneously praised Dorn. His tone and demeanor gave him a feeling of bragging to others about the glorious deeds of a friend of mine. This guy should have the kind of character that obviously worships the strong. Meyer. So, the red fish can cross the boundary of the dream and go to a place that does not exist outside the dream and is more nihilistic than nothingness? Vivian. Although I don't quite understand what happened in the dream. But if that red fish is so tricky, then how should we investigate it further? Catch it and eat it? When everyone was talking about it, the goblin lady said something shocking. When several people present heard this, Dorn and Meyer did not react much. Especially Dorn. His brows were raised. His eyes were wandering, and his index finger knuckle gently rubbed his chin. He was obviously thinking seriously about the problem, and didn't pay much attention to everyone's conversation. But Dia and the remaining 3 bishops were not calm. Surveying and catching redfish is understandable. But eating them? What is the little silver-haired girl who is following Mr. Don thinking about in her pretty little head? The goblin lady didn't take it seriously at the surprise thrown at her by others. Probably because she has been with Dorn for a long time. Her thinking has been completely Dorn-like. Vivian, after defeating a powerful monster, isn't it common sense to cook and eat it? Spread hands. These people have no idea how delicious Dorn will make those monsters. Snort. Seeing that the topic of discussion was about to go astray, the expression on the silent Dorn's face suddenly became a little more lively. I thought of a way, which may be somewhat feasible. Huh? Sir? Everyone turned their attention from Miss Goblin to Dorn. It's a way to cross the boundary of one's dream. Reach a place that is more nihilistic than nothingness. Chase the red fish, and even find the red fish's true body. Chapter 490 Dream Weaving Plan. I have an ability called Dream Weaving, which can weave and stitch together the dreams of different people. According to my previous experience, as long as the dreams weave together exceed a certain number, the final group dream will become so big that it has no boundaries. Dawn laid out the possible idea. When they encountered Nightmare Siege, LS on the stormy sea earlier, the entire ship was dragged into a collective nightmare by those Siege, LS. But in that big dream, there was no air wall. Following this line of thought, Dorn thought that he might be able to weave together all the dreams of people who can dream of red fish in the Northland. He wanted to see if the border of dreams disappeared. Where would the red fish in the dream finally escape to? Will that crimson mass that was born in nothingness and leads to nowhere appear in the boundless dream? Weaving dreams. Can you even do this kind of thing? Bishop Dia was speechless. Bishop Meyer, who had assisted Dawn before, quickly followed his train of thought, and after thinking briefly for 2 seconds, he asked a constructive question. Dia, the Prince of the North leads this place. How many people can dream of red fish? Well, there were only 4 or 5 people at first, including the prince himself and a few important ministers. Later, the number of people increased. Now, there are almost 50 people. Dia replied solemnly. 50 people. Are there that many people in the prince's direct territory alone? The number of people who could dream of red fish slightly exceeded Dorn's expectations. You know, the territory directly under the Prince of the North only occupies a small part of the huge Northland. This may indicate that the situation in Northland has developed to a serious level this time. But then again, for his dream-weaving plan, there is no problem in weaving 50 independent dreams into one boundless dream. And it is completely technically feasible. Well, people who can dream of red fish are originally concentrated in the Prince's territory. As for other places, those who can dream of red fish are mainly some powerful vassals. Because the Northland and the royal city have already started a war, these vassals have not gone to the battlefield. They have also been discussing matters in the prince's office recently. As the head of the northern diocese, Dia was quite familiar with various situations here and gave further explanations without stopping. I understand. Dorn nodded. As for the dream-weaving thing, let's try it tonight. Maybe we will gain something. Now, let's all rest separately. After all, we haven't slept all night. No one had any objection to this proposal. Although these people present are either the bishops of the Holy See, or the ruined boss walking in reality, or even 1/3 of the gods. Judging from their physique, even if they stayed up all night for 2 or 3 days, let alone not sleeping for 1 night, it would not be a big physical burden. However, since you have big things to do, you should take a good rest if you can. Well, especially Bishop Dia, who has stopped growing physically. The residents of the Phoenix family in Northland. Continuous castles and courtyards are dotted here and there, connected by stone roads and paths. The fiery red Firebird flags and clan emblems can be seen everywhere, fluttering in the cold wind. There is also white snow accumulated on top of the blue-black buildings and on the roadside, which adds a bit of solemnity to the place. After Dawn finished the meeting with the Vatican archbishops, he did not go to rest immediately. Instead, he took Vivian to a deserted place outside this luxurious building complex. The fiefdom of Archduke Phoenix is right next to the prince's territory, and it doesn't take much time to get here via Jump White Mist. Before tonight's dream-weaving operation begins, Dorn plans to visit his friend Creek in the north. If possible, it would also be great to see his sister, Miss Veronica, and Miss Henrietta. These people themselves are great nobles in the north, and Veronica and Henrietta have been staying in the north for a long time. From them, you might be able to learn some information that has a different perspective than Bishop Diax. As for why Dawn knew which noble family Creek belonged to, it was because a long time ago, he helped Creek deliver a letter to Veronica, who was temporarily living in Golden Oak City. The identity on the envelope was in the shape of a flamingo. Through this Firebird totem, it is easy to find the Phoenix family emblem. Later, as the relationship became better, Creek no longer concealed his family identity from Dorn. The noble young master showed his cards. He is a member of the Empire's popular Grand Duke Phoenix family, and he doesn't pretend anymore. Even a few months ago, when he left Eton and returned to the north, Crick gave Dawn an additional antique copper coin. This is a treatment that even Charlene has not enjoyed. That coin was not a currency in circulation on the market. The front and back were embossed with a firebird with wings rising from the flames. It is probably something like a keepsake of the Phoenix family. After leading Vivian to the guard at the door, Dawn showed the Firebird copper coin. I'm here to see Crick. My name is Dawn, and I am his friend. After seeing the Firebird copper coin, the guard was very respectful. He leaned towards the Dornish couple and said, "Please wait a moment." Then he ordered the people around him to mount a tall brown horse and rush into the mansion to report. Vivian, I have to say, the Creek family is really big. Dawn. Well, as a member of Archduke Phoenix's family, Crick is truly a great nobleman among great nobles. It's no wonder that when he and the other two young ladies first arrived at Eton, Miss Charlene would do everything possible to curry favor with him. He is indeed the young master of a noble family. Well, speaking of it, Dorn, you arranged for such a young master to work at the monster farm for 2 full years. Ahem. Can the work of a monster scholar be called work? That is called scientific research. Besides, knowledge is priceless. Maybe it was because the Firebird family's mansion was so big that the temporary notification took a lot of time. During this gap, Dorn and Miss Goblin stood in the snow slightly away from the guards, whispering to each other for a long time in a voice that the guards could not hear. After a while, a 2-horse carriage ran out on the road opposite the main entrance of the mansion. The 2 big horses groaned and panted, and the hot breath exhaled from their noses turned into white mist. Sue, the coachman, stopped at the gate. Then, the door of the carriage opened, and it was the little red-haired Crick who came out. He jumped off the carriage and waved excitedly to the 2 people at the door. Mr. Dorn, and Miss Vivian, are you really you? I just didn't believe it when I heard the report. How did you come to the north? Good morning, Mr. Creek. Let's, do something, Miss Goblin responded politely. But Dorn fell into silence as he looked at the carriage running out of the mansion. Good guy. Poverty really limits your imagination. A rich person can even run a horse-drawn carriage at home? Chapter 491. Her Royal Highness may be able to help. An independent mansion belonging to Creek. In the spacious and bright living room, the displays are simple and exquisite, and firewood is burning in the fireplace, exuding warmth. After several maids placed a pot of scented tea and some snacks from the north on the coffee table, they retreated at Creek's signal. Only the Dornish couple who came to visit and the young master were left in the living room. After 2 years of friendship, Dawn understood Crick's character very well and relatively trusted him. Therefore, based on what is currently known about what happened in the Northland, I have a rough understanding of Creek. Moreover, if you want to inquire about information from the other party, if you don't give out any information, it will definitely have little effect. Mr. Dorn, do you mean that there is a mysterious force leading the battle between the Northland and the Royal City? After listening to Dorn's words, Creek couldn't believe it. Well, a red fish frequently appears in the dreams of the powerful people in the Royal City and the North. But anyone who has dreamed of this fish will become excited, radical, and extremely war-minded. Wait a minute. Creek frowned slightly, put his fingers between his lips, and bit his knuckles. Is this red fish you are talking about a monster? Perhaps due to the occupational disease of monster scholars. As soon as the young master heard about strange and magical creatures, he became addicted to research. Well, it can be understood as a monster. That is a monster with powerful abilities and a certain background. Dorn tried to give the demigod pet raised by the evil god a more acceptable term. Is it possible to capture and study it? Crick's eyes lit up. I try my best? Then I have no problem. Mr. Dorn, please continue. Dawn nodded and resumed the interrupted topic. Yeah. I think it was the war and aggressive thinking brought by the red fish that further expanded the friction between the Northland and the Royal City, leading to the outbreak of the war. Also, the Tazan Empire recently declared war on Dorna. The situation in that country is still unclear. If the Tazan dignitaries are also affected by the red fish, things will become very difficult. Anyway, since you returned to the north, Creek, have you noticed that the people around you have changed like this? Like they are becoming more radical and warlike? When Creek heard this, he was silent for a moment. After hesitating for a while, the original disbelief in his eyes softened and he became suspicious. I'm not going to lie. The changes you mentioned do happen. When the Emperor first questioned our plot to murder the Crown Prince, His Highness the Prince and his grandfather were clearly able to resolve the misunderstanding, or at least ease the conflict before the truth was found out. But they did not do so. Later on, my father and mother's attitude towards this matter also changed significantly. My uncle, who had always advocated negotiating with the royal city and resolving the problem peacefully, inexplicably became a representative of the main war faction. In the past 2 days, even my sister, I even petitioned my grandfather to fight on the front line. Maybe it won't be long before she really goes to the battlefield. This was not the case before. Crick spoke this time and talked a lot. Perhaps he had noticed the obvious changes in the thoughts of the powerful people in the north before, but he had been unable to do anything about it. With Crick's words as evidence, The inference that the existence of red fish will stir up war thoughts is basically confirmed. At the end, the young master of the Firebird family sighed. Mr. Dorn, if the red fish that instigates the war really exists, can you stop it? Let the war stop and let everyone return to normal. I'm not sure. Dorn shook his head. Maybe I can stop the red fish, but there is a high probability that I can't stop the war that has already started. Once the war machine is started, it is difficult to end it by personal will. This will be even more true once the two behemoths like Dona and Tazan start fighting on the continent. Man-made disasters are often more terrible than natural disasters. There was another long silence. In the living room, only Vivian was still carefully holding a cup of scented tea and eating snacks. In this kind of atmosphere, Miss Goblin really didn't dare to interrupt. After thinking for a long time, Crick seemed to have made a lot of determination and finally spoke again. So, is there anything I can do to help with the monster red fish in the dream? What kind of help do you need from me? Because of their 2-year friendship. While Dawn trusted Crick, the young master of the Firebird family also trusted Dawn. The two went in both directions and reached an agreement on the issue of red fish. Actually, there is. Dorn seemed to have expected that the other party would say this, and his tone was very calm. That's it. I plan to weave together many dreams related to red fish. The main stage of the dream-weaving project is in the territory directly under the prince's control. After all, a large number of people who can dream of red fish have gathered around here recently. As the core area where the entire Northland gathers talents, the prince territory has many capable people and strangers. In this, maybe someone will notice something in the process of Dorn dream weaving. In order to ensure that the plan is carried out flawlessly and to avoid unintended consequences, it is necessary to intervene in these unstable factors. According to the information provided by Bishop Dia after the morning meeting, there are 2 people near the prince's territory who may be able to detect the dream-weaving plan through their own strength. One is the chief magician in the prince's palace, Balthazar. The other was Crick's grandfather, the Archduke of Phoenix. The paper strength of these 2 people, if you find a reference to compare, is about 0.8 that of Cardinal Meyer or Pope Mohani. In any case, he is 1 level weaker than the 2 supreme leaders of the Holy See, based on the current strength of Dorn, who has been promoted to 1/3 of the gods. When he uses the related abilities of Leap White Mist and Dreamwalker, if Meyer is relatively focused, he can get a little fuzzy perception. By analogy, the Chief Magician and Archduke Phoenix, with their undivided concentration, may be vaguely aware of the abnormal fluctuations in the progress of dream weaving within the scope of the prince's territory. And it is actually not difficult to prevent these 2 people from having a substantial impact on tonight's plan. According to the information provided by Dia, both of them were affected by the red fish and had difficulty concentrating their thoughts. Therefore, in front of 1/3 of the gods, it is not considered a big potential threat. Just exclude them from the objects of dream weaving. Then, make sure that Archduke Phoenix stays in his own territory tonight and does not go near the prince's territory. If there is someone on the side of the great magician Balthazar who can distract him, then everything is almost foolproof. So, do you need to distract Grandfather and Mr. Balthazar tonight? Creek understood Dawn's needs. I should be able to do it with Grandfather. As for Mr. Balthazar, Her Royal Highness may be able to help. Ah, Your Highness? Dorn raised his eyebrows in surprise. Huh? Vivian, who was eating snacks silently beside her, raised her head warily. Chapter 492. The action begins. Miss Henrietta, who is very suitable for wearing white knee-length silk stockings, is the youngest daughter of the Prince of the North, and he is the only direct descendant. She has several eldest brothers and sisters who were born as concubines, but legally speaking, Henrietta is the legitimate successor to the North. If nothing else goes wrong, she will sit in her father's current position in the future and become the Queen of the North. Although Dawn has determined from a long time ago that Miss Henrietta's identity is definitely extraordinary, but I never thought that it was unusual for someone to be such a serious member of the direct royal family and the legal heir to the North. Seeing the surprised expressions on Dawn and Vivian's faces, Creek scratched his head. I just thought that since you all came to the Northland anyway, the identity of the little princess is not a secret here. And it doesn't matter if you tell me. But seeing your surprised reaction, I regret it a little bit. It's okay. I've said everything. Dorn waved his hand. Speaking of which, Your Highness, doesn't she have the tendency to take the lead recently? Creek shook his head. No. The little princess should not have been affected by the red fish you mentioned. Just yesterday, she had a dispute and conflict with His Highness the Prince and her sister because of matters in the royal city. It sounds like there should be no problem. But to be on the safe side, Dorn still planned to go back later and ask Bishop Dia to confirm the current status of the little princess. Anyway, as the administrator of the Northern Parish, Dia has a comprehensive grasp of real-time news in this area. If Miss Henrietta has indeed not dreamed of red fish recently, then getting her help will make the implementation of the dream-weaving plan smoother. After turning Crick into a peripheral member of tonight's operation, the visit was almost over. Before leaving the mansion, the young master of the Firebird family stopped Dawn. If it is confirmed that Her Royal Highness has not been affected by the red fish, I can go to the palace for you in the afternoon to communicate with her. There is a sensitive magician named Balthazar in the palace. As a member of the Phoenix family, Crick's sister has been living in the palace for a long time. If he goes to see the little princess, it is justifiable and will not cause any complications. Then it's up to you. Dorn nodded. No. I want to ask you. Please deal with the monster in the dream and let my grandfather, father, and sister return to normal. With a sincere tone, Crick leaned forward. He was already short, but his figure became even thinner after he bent over. It seems that after some conversation, he has completely believed that there is a red fish in the dreams of the Northland dignitaries who can provoke war. Without any doubt, Dorn silently stared at his noble friend, just thinking in his heart. Thankfully, Crick has made an upright and honest friend like me. Otherwise, he would be easily deceived. Judging from the exact information given by Dia, the little princess is indeed not on the list of people who can dream of red fish. So after Dawn's instruction, Crick entered the palace that afternoon on the pretext of visiting his sister. Things developed smoothly after that. Crick found an opportunity to meet the little princess alone and revealed all the information about the red fish in the dream brought by Dorn. Although Henrietta felt surprised and unbelievable. However, combined with the recent extremely abnormal behaviors and attitudes of many people around him, after several weighings and psychological struggles, he finally fell to the righteous Dorn camp and promised to cooperate in distracting the great magician Balthazar when Dorn and others take action tonight. I will hold a small impromptu night banquet and literary salon tonight, and then invite teacher Balthazar to attend. The little princess promised. Balthazar was Princess Henrietta's guardian and teacher when she was a child. This was arranged by the Prince of the North himself, similar to the Crown Prince. However, the little princess did not learn magic from Balthazar. She mainly learned the skills of controlling people and balancing skills from the superior, as well as history, literature, and philosophy. Therefore, she could legitimately extend an invitation to her teacher and invite him to participate in a private literary salon with more than a dozen people. Balthazar loves literature and poetry, and will be tireless once he discusses with like-minded people. It was enough to distract him. This is also the main reason why Crick recommended the little princess to Dawn this morning to be Balthazar's disruptor. Everything is ready. No moles. Tonight's dream-weaving plan is on schedule. Dorn and his party rested for an afternoon, and after dark that night, they once again sneaked into the private residence of the Lord Privy Seal without anyone noticing. Using the red fish dream of the Lord Privy Seal as a starting point, and using the ordinary dreams of other people around me as a stepping stone, I can walk all the way to another red fish dream in the prince's territory. After I have stepped into these two dreams, just knit together, then repeat the previous process. In my current state, it won't be too much of a burden to cover the entire prince territory with the Dreamweaver effect. This was what Dorn told everyone before taking action. Although the others didn't understand it very well, they always thought it was very powerful. Anyway, Dorn has the strongest dream control ability now. Whatever he says, others will cooperate with him. Came to the chamber of the Lord Privy Seal again. Dorn raised his hand beside the bed and applied a touch of nightmare black energy to the gray-haired Lord Privy Seal to ensure that he could sleep until dawn. After that, he took out Alice's bedtime reading and sent everyone present except Bishop Dia to the story world. Meyer and Vivian, plus 3 archbishops. It should be a bit burdensome based on your weight calculation method. I'm sorry, Alice. After finishing, Dawn did not forget to communicate with the daughter in the book. After a pause of about 3 to 5 seconds, a response came from Alice. Black Dragon Lady. Each of them is much lighter than you. Do your own thing, not your mother-in-law's. White Dragon Lady. Don't worry about me. Come on, Dorn. Dorn shrugged his shoulders and didn't reply. but his originally solemn expression relaxed a little. Is such that, this time, he wanted to fight for the investigation or capture of red fish and bring his teammates to participate. Combat units at the level of Meyer and Vivian are almost the strongest below 1/3 of the gods. It would be a pity if they cannot be utilized. But the problem is that this time, the main battlefield is in the dream world. And neither Meyer nor Vivian has dream-related abilities. If the two of them were simply hypnotized, and then their dreams were directly connected into the boundless dream, their consciousness would be difficult to use in the dream, and their strength would be greatly reduced. The risk of sudden death in the event of a war is not even ruled out. Chapter 493. You stay here. Don't move around. Dreamland is my home field. But it is also the home field of red fish. Don was holding Alice's bedtime reading and thinking silently in his heart. If Meyer, Vivian and others are unable to exert their strength, the war will be in vain. Under the premise that there are red fishes in the boundless dream, the risk of spiritual consciousness being severely damaged or even turning into a vegetative state cannot be ruled out. High risk, low reward. This is something Dorn really doesn't want to do. So the question becomes, how can people who do not have the ability to master dreams be able to exert their full strength in dreams? At present, Dorn can only think of one solution. Just like when he used walking in dreams, the physical body entered the dream. The dilemma faced by Meyer and Vivian in this battle is that they are not good at controlling their consciousness to fight, and they do not have the corresponding skills to assist in similar battles. But if the consciousness and the physical body enter the dream together, Don can speak from his own experience. The feeling of fighting is the same as being outside. I hope you can catch this bug too. Dorn glanced at the dark red book in his hand one more time, then silently put it away. When I was in the great labyrinth of the Minotaur, Alice's bedtime reading had a bug in the single-player copy. Using its own magical mechanism, I brought an extra car of Tauren to attack the game that was originally only allowed for one person. The Cretan Bull of Challenge. But this time, Don's thinking is like this. Dreamwalker's third ability, walking in dreams, can blur its own existence and directly invade dreams. This walking process includes personal belongings. In other words, Alice's bedtime reading can accompany walking. This kind of thing has been confirmed many times when Dorn used this ability before. It can also be confirmed that in a completely illusory dream, the props in Alice's bedtime reading can be sent to Dawn in a walking state, but the living creatures inside cannot come out. This point is also certain and has been tested a long time ago. But the place I finally arrived at tonight is probably not an illusory dream, but the place between illusion and reality, the Crimson Mass. That crimson glimpse behind the wall of dream air. Dorn had a feeling that maybe the true form of the red fish was hidden there. There are two possibilities for the real red fish to hide there. Either it, like Dorn, has the ability to become virtual and walk in dreams. Or, behind that crimson mass, there is space that can accommodate the real existence. Perhaps out of intuition. Of these two possibilities, Dawn preferred the latter. After Crimson, once there is space to accommodate reality, Vivian and the others may come out of Alice's bedtime reading and join the war physically. In this way, not only will their strength not be reduced, but they will also receive battlefield support from Alice during the battle. The risk was reduced a lot immediately. Don ended his thinking and turned his attention to the Lord Privy Seal on the bed. He stared at it for about a second, and then quickly turned into a majestic and substantial black energy, invaded the other person's dream, and disappeared. Not see. Bishop Dia, who was in the form of a Lolita, saw Dorn making some moves. So he hugged the amethyst ball and came to the soft chair in the corner of her bedroom that was familiar to her and laid down on it. The consciousness leaves the body and follows her into the dream in the form of a royal sister. In the dream of the Chancellor of the Seal, there was still a chaos of war, and the shouts of killing were still loud, and the whole dream was filled with a blood-like red color. As for the dreamer, the Lord Privy Seal himself is riding an armored war horse, leading a small team of cavalry to surprise the flank of the enemy camp. Charge with me! He killed an enemy general with his own hands and shouted in an old but loud voice. Are you personally leading the charge again? This old gentleman really took the lead in his dream. Dorn, who had entered the dream, smiled bitterly and shook his head. After a while, Bishop Dia, who had long white hair and was tall and graceful in the form of a royal sister, also entered the dream. This guy is the only one among our own forces, besides Dorn, who has mastered the ability to dream, and the only one who has not been arranged into the story world. Her situation is different from that of Vivian and others. She doesn't need to find ways to fight in a roundabout way. Conscious fighting is her area of expertise. If Dawn fails to use the Alice's bedtime reading card bug tonight, Dia will be his only teammate against the red fish. I'm going to make up some dreams. You stay here and don't move around, Dorn ordered. Don't disturb the projection of the red fish. Let's take action together when I make up the boundless dream. Okay, sir. Dia nodded obediently, then held the amethyst ball obediently, standing in the midst of the chaos, watching Dorn turn into majestic black gas and disappear again. The time now is neither too early nor too late. Some people have fallen asleep at this time, while others are still awake and going about their nightlife, which is normal, scattered within the territory directly under the prince's jurisdiction. Some dignitaries, who had fallen asleep, suddenly felt a small wisp of black energy flying over their bodies while they were sleeping. This black air comes and goes quickly, and is difficult to detect. After that, except for the fact that these dignitaries slept more soundly, there was no trace of any abnormality in their appearance. So, no one pays attention and nothing happens. After that, there are some powerful people who are still awake. Among these people, some are still writing furiously on paper materials in front of the desk, some are having sex at the wine table, and a few are engaging in some night activities with their husbands or wives that can deepen the relationship between husband and wife. As the invisible black air moved, these people's eyelids sank, their thoughts became confused, and they soon lost consciousness and quickly fell asleep. But similarly, the sudden sleep of these powerful people did not cause any disturbance. Isn't it normal to fall asleep at night? When people around them see this, they will just think that they are tired or drunk. I will only feel sorry for them and cover them with a blanket or something. Oh, there are also special circumstances. For example, if those who are engaging in nighttime activities to deepen their relationship as a couple fall asleep during the process, their partners and spouses will be very dissatisfied. But just be dissatisfied if you are dissatisfied. You can't blame me anyway. From my side, I wish you a happy life in the future. In the dreams of those unlucky people, Dorn, the originator of the spread of forced sleep tonight, just spread his hands indifferently, and then continued to transform into a majestic and substantial black energy, jumping into another person's dream. In this way, he walked through the various complicated dreams in the prince's territory tonight, entered the red fish dream of the target person, and used dream weaving to mark and connect. Tonight's night is still very long. Chapter 494. You taught me so well, teacher. In a small living room in the prince's palace, the literary salon organized by little Princess Henrietta on a whim is in full swing. Balthazar was invited, and was among those participating in the salon. Although the great magician of the court has recently become inexplicably radical in his attitude towards politics and war. But this change in ideological trends did not affect his love for literature, history and philosophy. He is now a wise man who loves war. Aiden, you are such a good young man with excellent literary accomplishments. It's a pity that I didn't get to know you earlier. I say, within 3 years, an outstanding young man like you will definitely make his mark in the north. Balthazar is a middle-aged man who looks to be in his 40s or 50s. He is currently in the southeast corner of the living room, holding a goblet half filled with wine in his hand, looking high-spirited. In front of him stood a young man named Aiden. Mr. Balthazar, it is my loss that I did not accept the teachings of a great literary master like you earlier. Aiden is handsome and modest. He always speaks slowly in a soft and hesitant tone. But no matter what happens, it seems that as soon as he speaks it will bring extraordinary charm and great interest. The great magician Balthazar felt from the bottom of his heart that meeting such a young man in this temporary salon would be a real win. The more we chat between the two, the more we find that they have similar thoughts, philosophical views and talents. They have the same interests, lives and dreams, the same literary ideas and fanatical ideals, the same appreciation ability, and the same erudition. Therefore, the two of them often hit it off when talking. Although it was their first meeting, both of them felt a sense of mutual understanding. What does it mean to meet a close friend in high mountains and flowing water? Mr. Balthazar was so focused on the exchange of literature, history and philosophy in front of him, while he was having a heated discussion with his confidant and couldn't help himself. A total of 13 dignitaries from the north, including His Royal Highness himself, fell asleep quickly in a slightly strange way inside the palace. With the strength of this great magician, it is very difficult to sense the nightmare black energy silently released by a certain third god. With his current limited attention span, He couldn't notice any abnormalities at all. The other side of the living room. Princess Henrietta, the initiator of this salon, folded her hands in front of her body, maintaining the dignified and noble temperament that a superior should have, and looked at her guests with eyes like water. Her eyes swept across the living room, and when she passed the teacher Balthazar and the young man Aiden, she paused slightly for a moment. It seems that the person I arranged can really attract the teacher's attention, the little princess thought in her heart. That's right. This young man named Aiden was specially arranged by Henrietta. He is a smart retainer under the little princess, who has good foundation, and he used to secretly engage in internal intelligence work in the palace. After an afternoon and evening surprise training, Aiden, whose main job is to collect various intelligence in the prince's territory, has become familiar with Mr. Balthazar's personality, interests, dreams, and other information. It can be said that he is Balthazar's tailor-made confidant. Just one night of communication. The secret will not be exposed at all, although topics sometimes come up that he was not prepared for in advance. Aiden can cope with them by improvising. As long as you grasp Balthazar's preferred direction of answering questions, it doesn't matter even if the opinions and views you occasionally express are not exactly the same as those of the great magician. Even during the surprise training in the afternoon, Henrietta specifically instructed Aiden to put forward different views and opinions from Balthazar on certain issues. She knows her teacher too well. The so-called gentleman is harmonious but different. Sometimes a collision of ideas can be more fascinating than blind pandering. Isn't it? You taught me so well, teacher. The little princess couldn't help but feel a little guilty when she thought about how she had plotted against those close to her. But as long as the information about the red fish that instigates war, provided by Dorn, is true, then everything done now is correct and worthwhile. I don't know how his plan is going. Alas, this dress is a bit tight on my chest. I feel tired after standing in this position for so long. I really want to go back to the room and lie down. The little princess maintained her original standing posture, relaxed a little, and some messy thoughts popped up in her heart at an inappropriate time. In the eyes of other people attending the salon, the twisted legal heir of the north just stood noble and cold by the candlelight, his beautiful eyes calm, and the light and shadow on the gorgeous clothes overlapped. It seems as if he sees everything and is inaccessible. In the dream of the Lord Privy Seal, Dia stayed where she was just as Dorn had told her before leaving. The shimmering light from the amethyst in her hand shrouded her body, ensuring that she would not interact with the illusory things in her dreams. Sir, he seems to have succeeded, Dia murmured to himself. Since Dorn left, the bishop, whose consciousness was in the form of a royal sister, could clearly feel that the dream here was expanding. The number of non-projection and non-subconscious units in dreams is increasing, which means that the number of dreaming subjects is increasing. The scale of this blood-red war taking place in this dream is getting bigger and bigger. More and more dreamers are participating in it with their illusory projections and subconscious minds, filling this red fish dream into a grand war epic. Even His Royal Highness the Prince himself led his personal guards to the front line. Mr. Dawn was really weaving dreams about red fish. Obviously, those who can dream of red fish are scattered in various places in the prince's territory, and they can accomplish this kind of thing in a short time. Sir's ability seems to be beyond human beings. I wonder if he would be willing to teach me. If possible, I would like to learn from him. It would be great if I could be his student. I just don't know what kind of background this gentleman is. Even the cardinals in the holy city respect him respectfully. Dia thought like this, still standing in the center of the fierce battlefield without changing her position. She wouldn't move until Dawn returned. When the Red Fish Dreamland was filled with nearly 50 people, Dia had a very subtle feeling. In the past, I could feel the vague sense of confinement and oppression every time I fell into a dream. But now I suddenly no longer feel it. It's like some kind of shackles have been broken. It was as if I had been training with weights tied to a sandbag. At this moment, the sandbag in my consciousness was suddenly untied. Is this the boundless dream that Sir said? Although I am mentally prepared for this. But the moment the grand and boundless dream truly arrived, the General Director of the Northern Diocese felt a sudden shock. Chapter 495. Listen to the dragon's roar. Dia was still dazed when she suddenly heard a strange noise coming from above. She raised her head and saw red fish gathering from all directions, wagging their tails and swimming into the sky. They are close to each other, like migrating birds arrayed in the sky, with equal rows of space between each fish. When did these red fish appear? Dia was surprised. Then, something happened that surprised her even more. There are more and more red fish swimming in the air, and the patterns arranged become more and more complete every night. After the last red fish swam into the school of fish, Dia could see clearly that they were arranged in the shape of a huge fish. In about a breath, the array of red fish in the sky disappeared, but was replaced by a giant red fish dozens of meters long with antlers on its head. The big red fish above the head is entrenched in the red sky, blocking out the sky and the sun. The dreamers who made up this dream turned a blind eye to it, and continued to fight with all their strength on the fantasy battlefield in the dreamland. The battle cry became more and more exciting, and the big floating fish also began to scream. It made a swirling trill that was mixed with rattles, bell-like sounds, sharp snaps, and sounds that sounded like pushing against a rusty door. It's like the song of a giant whale in the deep sea that comes out of the water. But this sound seems to be deeper, more ethereal, and longer than the sound of whales. The cry of a whale? No. Obviously this thing looks more like an enlarged version of some kind of river fish in the sky. But river fish shouldn't be able to scream. Right. Dia stared at the big fish in the sky, a little at a loss. This is like the roar of a dragon. Dorn's voice rang in the ears of the white-haired bishop in a daze. She turned her head and saw that the gentleman she had been waiting for was already standing upright beside her. Dragon? Dia was confused. Although I have never seen such a legendary creature, should the dragon's roar have such an ethereal, gentle yet heavy feeling? It's not the big lizard-like dragon you think of. It's another kind of. But not quite. Dorn looked at the big fish in the sky. His tone was a little complicated. When he first saw the projection of a palm-sized red fish, he felt something about it when he saw the antlers-like bulge on the fish's head. This red fish looks a bit like a carp, with horns on its head. It is difficult not to remind Chinese people of the illusion of the fish leaping over the dragon gate. So, in terms of appearance, the red fish in this dream may be an intermediate between a fish and an oriental dragon? According to Miss Plague, this thing should have been created by war. Dorn touched his chin. Sister Evil God once said before that the 4 gods of Apocalypse, the original, and the currently weakest one, Dorn, do not belong to the land of miracles. Although the follow-up, Plague, denied the theoretical conjecture of travel. But theoretically speaking, those beings who have become gods, or are in the process of becoming gods, should all come from the civilization of the earth. Judging from the pet created during the war, there is a high probability that he is my fellow Chinese from China. There is a saying that the illusion of the fish leaping over the dragon gate only exists in China, and several surrounding countries that have been influenced by the culture of the China since ancient times. Let's make a bold guess. During the period of war on Earth, it should have been people from these areas. But this speculation is still based on the theory of time travel. Right. I still can't understand what Miss Plague means when she says that we didn't come to the land of miracles through time travel. Dorn frowned and his eyes fell on the big fish in the red sky. The more he thought about it, the more confused his thoughts became. Sir, are you troubled? Dia beside her spoke respectfully and carefully. No. Dorn sighed softly and shook his head. The big fish in the sky moved towards the due east. Let's follow it and see where it will go in this dream without borders. Okay, sir. Although the red fish in the sky has undergone great changes in form, but it is still a projection of the dream, not the real thing. If you want to find the body of the red fish that is hidden somewhere, you may have to follow the projection for a while. So, the two stopped talking and walked through the chaos on the ground, following the big red fish that kept singing and singing in the sky. Dawn had a growing intuition. It seemed that as long as he followed the big red fish that was entrenched in the sky above this boundless dreamland, and finally dealt with the trouble caused by the red fish, he would be able to figure out some problems. Some problems have been bothering him since he was born in the strange world of the land of miracles. Perhaps because he has embarked on the road to becoming a god. Whenever Dorn has a strong intuition recently, the final expected result will come true. The effect is comparable to Peter's inspiration. The two people on the ground had been walking for who knows how long, and they had not yet reached the end of the battlefield. In this borderless dream, war seems to have no borders, and blood, corpses, and fire are always filling the eyes. But the further you go, the thicker the red color around you becomes. Looking at the enemies farther away, it begins to feel like there are layers of space. Sir, it seems that there is no main subject of dreams in this area. Dia held the crystal ball and said this after sensing the surroundings. Just as she said, the area where the two of them are now is completely separated from the 50 dreamers. If it were a normal dream with an air wall, this would probably be an area outside the wall. Well, it seems that we are not far from our destination. Dorn stared at the big fish in the sky and answered casually. Dia nodded respectfully, walked forward a little further, and looked around. The light and dark reds begin to overlap here, nesting into each other. The dream projections that represent war around me have become a lot blurred in this area, and some of them have a mosaic texture. The sounds and smells from the previous battlefield have become blurry and difficult to distinguish here. Dia even felt an inexplicable sense of oppression and suffocation. It was as if the red around her was gathering towards her, suffocating her. It seems that the transparent feeling that the boundless dreamland first descended before can no longer be felt in this area. The white-haired bishop turned his attention to Dawn, who was walking in front of him. His state didn't look any different, and he seemed to be vaguely excited.
Bishop Dia, we are in the right place. Do you feel it? Although the space here is a dream, there is a real existence in the deep red area. The true body of the red fish must be hidden deep in the deep red. Are you okay?
Only after he said something to himself did Dorn notice something unusual about his companion. At this moment, Bishop Dia seemed to have a high fever. His face was unhealthy and sickly red, and he looked very tired and weak.
I'm fine. Sir, let's follow that red fish in the sky.
Dia held on and gritted her teeth to speak. The more she spoke, the harder it became to pronounce. The feeling of oppression and suffocation is getting stronger and stronger. She wanted to take a step forward, but after lifting her right foot, she found that she couldn't move even 1 centimeter forward no matter what.
Sir,
Dia's tone became weaker again. Obviously there is no air wall in the boundless dream. But after the white-haired bishop came here, he seemed to be restrained by some invisible force. Chapter 496. There is a patch.
Bishop Dia, you can't go forward.
Dorn looked at the white-haired bishop up and down, then carefully looked around at the situation, and roughly found the problem. At present, the two of them have unknowingly walked into the depths of the space where Crimson exists. The gradually blurred war projections along the way can no longer be seen, heard, or felt here. There were only layers of crimson all around. Even if you look up at this time, you will find that even the giant red fish
leading the way
in the sky has been mixed with the surrounding red, becoming difficult to distinguish and almost disappearing. Reality exists in the crimson, and the existence of illusion seems impenetrable in its depths. This is why the war projections along the way will gradually disappear. The red fish projections in the sky will be blurred, and Uchiha Dia, who exists as an ideology, will become unable to move. As a special existence that physically walks in dreams, Dorn has the dual attributes of illusion and real, which matches the nature of Crimson very well, so it can flow unimpeded here.
Bishop Dia, your condition is very bad. Sir, I can still go on. I can help.
Dia wanted to be tougher.
I said, go back.
But Dorn didn't give the other party a chance to speak. Several sticky, plump scarlet tentacles extended from his back. The suckers on the tentacles were like large mouths with jagged teeth, which was terrifying and frightening. As soon as contact of the Nirvana appeared, it wrapped around Yada's waist and directly lifted the white-haired lady up. Then, without any explanation, he walked towards Crimson. When we walked to the area where dark red and light red overlapped, and where the chaos of war could be seen, Dia's condition was much better visible to the naked eye. But even so, she still showed no resistance to Dorn suddenly lifting her up with his tentacles, as docile as a little white lamb. It was obviously not like this when we first met.
It seems that things are similar to what I just guessed. Crimson excludes things that do not have real attributes. Just wait for me here.
Dorn once again took stock of the white-haired bishop's condition and put him down.
I'm sorry, sir.
Dia lowered her head in shame, her tone dejected.
I have always thought that I have extraordinary talents in the control of dreams and consciousness. But at the critical moment, not only can I not be helped by any means, on the contrary, it is still holding you back.
She had probably figured it out, and no longer insisted on continuing to pass into Crimson.
The situation is special, and there is nothing to apologize for.
Don tried his best to remain as gentle as ever in his tone.
Besides, it's not like you can't help me with anything. After I enter the Crimson depths, I may not encounter anything yet. If my state fluctuates, I hope you can be here to stabilize this boundless dream for me.
After hearing this, Dia managed to cheer up a little and said,
Please leave it to me.
With Bishop by Mao's ability, it is very easy to stabilize an ordinary dream. But for her, it was still unclear whether the boundless dream that 50 people dreamed together could be stabilized. After all, I have never been exposed to it before. Of course, it is still unknown whether the boundless dream will fluctuate. However, Dia didn't think so in her heart. After she just agreed to this request, she had already made up her mind that no matter what, she could not live up to her husband's instructions. Even if you have to exhaust your mental energy in the end. Even if your consciousness collapses in the end. You can't. Because Bishop Bimal wanted to help. As the highest person in charge of the entire northern diocese, Dia was usually arrogant. Even sometimes arrogant. She couldn't accept that she was useless at the critical moment. Seeing Dia's changing expression, Dorn didn't say anything more. He just said, please, and turned back, following the original path back into the crimson.
My side is, please, sir.
The white-haired bishop stayed where he was, watching Dorn's tall back being engulfed in crimson. She pursed her lips, bent down, and touched her chest with one hand.
May the original bless you, and make your journey smooth.
The surrounding layers of crimson were so thick that they somewhat obstructed the view. The huge red fish projection in the sky is now completely invisible even if the destroying eyes of delusion is opened. Dorn had no choice but to rely on his own senses to continue groping in the seemingly endless red. After walking alone for an unknown amount of time, he stopped and took out
Alice's bedtime reading
from his arms.
Since reality is allowed to exist in crimson, I wonder if Vivian and the others can come out.
With this idea, Dorn began to communicate with the dragon lady in the story world and asked her to try to send out several teammates in the book. The communication with Alice was very smooth, but the process of sending people out later failed. Black Dragon Lady.
How strange. It seems that it can be given away.
Why not?
By Longyang.
Oops. It's too bad. Dorn, where you are, there is a very strange force attached to my surface. I feel it. It seems to be aimed at me.
Alice's two bodies spoke in two different tones almost at the same time. From their words, Dorn could hear some information. First of all, I came to the right place to find redfish today. The deep red area is definitely different from the normal dream area. According to Alice, this place is different from the normal dream. It seems that,
theoretically,
the living creatures in the book can be sent out in crimson. However,
this crackbug theory
seems to be blocked by some kind of realistic force.
Targeted?
Dorn frowned. If Alice is similar to a bug in space, then this special power in the crimson space can perhaps be understood as a patch for her. Following this guess, he came up with an idea. Redfish is the pet of war. So this deep red may be understood as the field in War's hands. And Alice is Plague's
pet.
War and Plague, as former teammates, must know each other.
So, it's possible that War knew the situation on Miss Plague's side and deliberately left some anti-Alice tactics in his own place?
Even the abilities of pets owned by former teammates can be prevented. Is this evil god named War so cautious? Now that his teammates had determined that they couldn't scream, Dorn didn't spend much time worrying about it in the deep red. He communicated with Longyang again and asked her to try to deliver a piece of equipment stored in the story world. This time it went more smoothly. The light on
Alice's bedtime reading
flashed, and the pale green soul lamp was outlined, and it fell into the palm of Dawn's hand. Chapter 497, Don't I Have Any Respect at All?
Living creatures can't get out, but the props can still come in and out unimpeded.
Dorn held the soul lamp in his hand and shook it gently twice. The mysterious power in crimson doesn't seem to be entirely aimed at Alice. Dawn adjusted his thoughts slightly and thought of another possibility. You know, Alice's abilities were actually given by Miss Plague. Moreover, Plague itself holds a certain amount of spatial authority. Perhaps the real target of the patch in the crimson space is not the
pet
Dragon Lady, but the evil sister behind the Dragon Lady.
War may have set up countermeasures because he did not want his teammates, Plague, the second and fifth generation, to use the relevant authority of space to directly set foot in this crimson area. And Alice, as a derivative of part of the power of the Plague, happened to be affected to a certain extent.
If you guess like this, things are a lot more reasonable. At the same time, Dawn felt inexplicably that he seemed quite powerful.
Crimson is a place where even the complete god, Plague, may not be able to enter. Not long after I became a third god, I entered with my own skill set. It's just, there are so many twists and turns in the crimson. I'm afraid that War himself is also hiding here.
Hope he is not here. I hope that the reason why Yuan Chu and Miss Plague have not heard from each other is that the War is being contained somewhere. There is no need to be too restrained. After the red fish are cooked here, the War will come late. Just give yourself enough time to escape. Isn't this too much to ask? To be honest, from the time Dorn decided to investigate red fish until now, he has always come with the idea of tacitly cooperating with the original and Miss Plague. He doesn't think the war itself is going to be on the redfish side. If not, coinciding with the redfish disaster, the two great alliance gods, Yuan Chu and Plague, disappeared while playing together. How could such a coincidence happen? They have been holding themselves back for so long, so they must be doing something big. Even Miss Plague has made it clear before that when the time comes, she will wait for the opportunity. So, Primordial and Miss Plague may be joining forces to deal with war now. As the third most powerful force of the Justice League, I will cooperate with them to wait for the opportunity to make a surprise attack to deal with war. S. Pet Red, who is causing trouble. Fish. Weakening Apocalypse's strength. I should be the third strongest. Right? These ideas are reasonable, and Don himself feels that he can't find any fault with them. After taking a deep breath, he put down these complicated thoughts and shook the soul-inducing lantern in his hand again. In the dim green light, you can see the soul of the storm god shrunk to the size of a dove egg, swimming up and down inside the lampshade, with thunderous energy surging around it. Dorn stared at the storm god's soul for 2 seconds, and then began to test whether the bronze lantern's soul drawing skill could be used here. If the soul entrainment skill is used normally, it means that the soul of the giant octopus can be summoned to fight together. But probably because the soul has illusory attributes, the big octopus filled with thunder was not released after running around in the lampshade for a while. The trump card of the battle is -1 again. Summoning souls is no longer possible. I wonder if soul-inducing lantern can extract souls in this place. There are quite a lot of restrictions in this damn place. There are no teammates, and a powerful god-given item is half dead. Can I really deal with the red fish? With a wry smile and a shrug, Dorn held the soul-inducing lantern and continued walking through the crimson while holding his breath. He looked at the carnation of time in his hand, which served as an ordinary pocket watch. It was probably more than half an hour since I last checked the time. The surroundings are already layered with layers of crimson, boundless, as if there is no end. In total, it was almost 2 hours ago since I said goodbye to Dia and entered crimson alone. Am I wrong? The body of the red fish is not in this deep red? The meaningless exploration and the unchanging scenery around him made Dorn a little doubtful of his previous firm judgment. Just when he was about to stop and reorganize his thoughts, he suddenly heard a high-pitched cry. It was a whirling trill, mixed with rattles, bell-like sounds, sharp snaps, and sounds like pushing against a rusty door. It's like a whale song, but it's deeper, more ethereal, and longer than the sound of a whale. Dorn, who was a little slack in his thoughts at first, suddenly became alert. With the ability to see through illusions, he shifted his gaze to the crimson sky. In the hazy red, there was an outline of a huge thing swimming. It's redfish, and it is far more than 12 meters long, and the length of the redfish is estimated to exceed 100 meters. This giant thing floats in the deep red above, and its scales can be seen looming all over the sky. This feeling of being unable to see the complete and huge picture makes it even more suffocating and oppressive. This thing is the true body. After seeing the redfish swimming in the deep red, Don made this judgment almost instantly. Because of his intuition for food, he gave information feedback faster than anything else. SSS grade ingredients, even raw fish, are plump, delicate, tender, melt in the mouth, and fragrant. It's true if you can eat it. Found it. This one is finally no longer a projection, but the edible, demigod redfish itself. What surprised Don a little was that although the food intuition was moving, his combat assistance system rarely responded. He didn't see the red fish's blood bar. This deep red of war is the same as the black fog of famine. It can even cover the system's health bar? Or is it that the red fish didn't show me the health bar at all? Dorn maintained a defensive fighting posture and stayed there for a while. Surprisingly, the red fish singing in the sky did not launch any substantive attack. What's going on? It shouldn't be. Could the chirping be a form of attack by redfish? It doesn't make sense. Dorn has 1/3 the sentience of a god. Moreover, Crimson has both real and a small part of illusory attributes. The black energy of nightmares that can dominate in ordinary dreams can also be used to a certain extent here. It is no exaggeration to say that in this deep red space, Dorn is already super sensitive. He was certain that the red fish's cry was not aggressive. And it didn't even have the effect of giving him a weak debuff. It's really just there, barking at will. It couldn't be that you didn't notice me. Right. Dorn was really confused now. Although there is indeed a huge difference in body size between Red Fish and himself. He is still 1/3 of a god. And his level of godhood is only 1/6 smaller than Red Fish's. Not even enough to be noticed by the other party? Chapter 498. Let me give you an Avada first. Strike first is the strongest. Although I don't know why. The demigod Red Fish didn't light up the health bar. Nor did it take the initiative to attack. But Dorn didn't intend to live in peace with it. Red Fish is part of a faction hostile to Apocalypse. Red Fish is the designated material on my way to becoming a god. Red Fish provokes war within the Empire. And there may be a divine conspiracy behind it. He has at least 3 reasons why he must deal with the other party. Alice, send a message to Bishop Meyer for me and ask her to lend me her power. Pressing on. Alice's bedtime reading. With one hand, I used my thoughts to communicate with the dragon lady in the story world. Only 10 seconds passed, and a light flashed on the dark red book. After that, another thin black and white book appeared in Dawn's palm. Brief Principles of Creation. The exclusive equipment of Cardinal Meyer of the Holy See has the power of rules at the divine level. It can formulate 3 temporary rules that are beneficial to itself by simply giving orders. The specific effects of the formulated rules will be enhanced or weakened to a certain extent based on the actual situation of the scene and the opponent. At present, teammates are stuck in the story world and cannot get out. So sharing their powerful equipment can be considered a good use. Thus says the gods. Dorn opened the book to the blank first page, just as Meyer had done with the Brief Principles of Creation. Before. First try the restrictive power against plague in this crimson space. It will no longer exist. Hua hua hua. After the words fell, the paper in the black and white book suddenly turned over. There are only 3 pages in total. But the process of automatically turning pages seems endless. But no characters appear on it. According to the information that Dorn had previously obtained, the original creator, the 4 apocalypses, and himself are all existences that are not affected by the upper rules of this world. Sigh. Therefore, the power of rules in the simple principles of creation cannot restrain the behavior and power of plague and war. This temporary rule clearly fails and does not count. In a final struggle, the attempt to use this magical black and white booklet to liberate all of one's own combat power also failed. However, Dorn didn't have high hopes for this attempt. He closed the simple principles of creation that was still flying around, took a deep breath, and then cast his gaze to the red fish entrenched in the sky. It seems that you can only challenge this big river creature on your own. Then I'll give you an Avada bite first. In the sky above, the sometimes high-pitched and exciting, sometimes trembling and rotating roar of Brother Jing continued. And the small, inconspicuous black and white book was turned to the blank first page again. Cough. In the layer upon layer of crimson, Dorn, whose body was almost negligible in comparison, cleared his throat, straightened his back proudly, and launched a formal declaration of war towards the ancient titan-like existence high in the sky. He tried hard to imitate Meyer's pious and confident tone. The god said so. The demigod beast is located in this deep red area and will die immediately. Similar rules were used by Meyer before when he challenged the giant octopus on the stormy sea. Although due to factors such as rank and strength, this rule cannot really make the demigod beast die instantly. But at least it can attach a powerful debuff that makes the opponent forcibly weakened by 1/3. The effect was very good, bringing a huge early advantage to that demigod attack battle. After Dawn's words fell, words finally began to float on the black and white book. Then these characters separated from the paper, as if being pulled by a gentle force, and rushed towards the looming red scales of the giant fish in the sky. Those tiny characters, glowing with the Holy Spirit, became continuous after touching those scales, and went straight into the body of the red fish one by one. Woohoo! The high-pitched roar, accompanied by the sound of jets, was like a tragic song and deafening. The huge body swayed, and the closely arranged red fish scales within the visible range were swimming in rows, listening to the increasingly loud roar of the dragon. I watched the outline of the red fish grow larger and clearer in the sky. Dorn still couldn't tell. The red fish was falling rapidly. And it's in the direction where you are? Finally come. He attacked me only after eating enough debuffs from the simple rules of creation. To be honest, as a demigod, Dehexion's reaction seemed a bit too slow. It may not even be as good as Lamp of Soul leading in this aspect. great seafood.
The falling speed of the red fish didn't seem too fast to Dorn. He didn't run away or move immediately. He just stood there with his head raised, while mentally calculating the real-time distance between the red fish and himself. When the war red fish fell to about 100 meters above the ground, Dorn finally saw the opponent's health bar flashing with the help of Eye of Destruction. The blood volume is about 360,000. Dorn, who is behind him, didn't take a close look at it. In short, it is more than 60,000 thicker than the storm god's blood. In addition, due to the debuff influence of
the simple rules of creation,
the blood volume of the red fish is locked at the upper limit of about 100,000 points, showing a light gray unavailable state. After that, the whole picture of the red fish can be seen. It still looks like a carp with horns on its head. However, compared to the projection seen before, the main body has expanded more than 10 times in size. It has to be said that the living creature, which is 100 meters long and looks like a fortress in the sky, is pressing down from above, coupled with the dark red background. It is really oppressive. But what Dorn was thinking at the moment was,
is it planning to rush straight into it? This thing, couldn't it just be big?
Such a large body has shortened the distance to one body position away from him. Why can't he even do any long-range attacks? The storm god, who is rated as the last demigod by Plague, can still create a thunderstorm after all? Is there any unexpected killer move hidden under the simple and unpretentious collision of day? Dawn was slightly cautious. A few seconds before the red fish's big antlered head was still about 60 meters away from him, and the tentacles on the fish's lips were about to twitch to cover his face. Dorn finally moved. In the pure crimson space, another color emerges. White. The endless white mist that seemed to connect to the infinite distance surged, and Dorn was swallowed up in an instant. Boom! The red fish hit the ground with an impact no less than that of a meteorite falling through the atmosphere, creating a deep pit with a spider web pattern. In the crimson space, extremely huge sounds, smoke and dust were produced, as well as the residual power of the impact. At this moment, the entire boundless dreamland trembled violently, and the links maintained by the dream-weaving effect between the 50 dreams continued to fluctuate. Chapter 499, The Rogue's Fighting Style. In the grand battlefield of the boundless dreamland, 50 dreamers, who were deeply involved in the battle, all stopped fighting. The dream projections that existed attached to them were also stunned and motionless. The loud noise just now, as if the world was collapsing, made everyone look up in shock and cast their gaze on the thick red in the distance. At the junction of dark red and light red, in the blurry shadow of war, Bishop Dia stood blankly holding the amethyst, his eyes full of fear and worry. The sound that just came from the deep red depths was really unusual.
Gentlemen,
Dia murmured, then turned back and looked at the area where the 50 dream subjects were. The worry in her eyes became a little stronger again.
The boundless dream fluctuates very much. If the impact that shook the entire dream just a few more times,
this place may fall apart.
The white-haired bishop bit his lip gently, then touched his crystal ball and instilled his consciousness and spiritual power into it. The original purple light on the ball became a little more intense, spread out to the surroundings, and then blended into the red color silently. The consumption of mental energy is like pouring into a deep well, with no visible waves or effects.
Damn it, calm down. Calm down. I promise, sir. I will keep this dream.
The red fish's strike from the sky shocked the entire boundless dream. The only one that was not affected was Dorn, the target of its attack. Before the demigod giant beast could fully stand up from the deep pit it made on the ground, white mist surged out again. The location where the mist was born this time was on the broad and smooth back of the red fish.
Despair?
Dorn escaped from the white mist, stepped on the closely arranged fish scales, and maintained his balance with incomprehensible body dexterity.
If you hit me like this a few more times, the boundless dream I have worked so hard to weave will fall apart.
As Dawn said this, he took out
the brief principles of creation
again and turned to the blank second page of the black and white book. The red fish under his feet resurfaced with a rumble, and Dorn remained motionless amid the huge shock. After that, there was another high-speed chant that maintained piety and faith.
The gods say so. The demigod beasts are forbidden to fly here.
The black and white book characters floated, separated from the paper, and were pulled by a gentle force, reappearing the demigod red fish at their feet. The red fish, which had already turned over halfway, suddenly felt the pressure on its body doubled. The huge body, like a galactic starship, was at least 100 times heavier than normal, and for a while, it was unable to take off anymore. After struggling for a while, the red fish gradually adapted to the feeling of overweight and managed to float. However, it could only maintain a height of more than 10 meters and fly close to the ground, and was unable to rise higher into the air. This way, the Hexian won't have to use that strike from the sky. Dawn closed the simple rules of creation. He hasn't decided yet what the third temporary rule will be. According to the experience of defeating the storm god, it would be a good choice to add a powerful buff to one's own side. Unfortunately, Dorn is not affected by the power of rules. This third rule can only be left in place for the time being, and the decision will be made later depending on the market changes. Alice. Dawn raised her wrist. Another equally magical, Alice's bedtime reading, flew out of his arms, flapping its pages like a dexterous bird flying up and down. The dark red book cover flashed with light, and the brief principles of creation was temporarily withdrawn into the story world, because they have cooperated on the battlefield many times. This unrelated father and daughter have formed a sufficient tacit understanding of combat cooperation. During the fight, Alice can provide help, such as switching various inventory props as needed, which is a matter of hands-on control. This battlefield auxiliary effect is especially practical after Dorn transformed into the naked clothes of the Ramhorn demon. The way the dragon lady's body is flying up and down around Dorn, fighting together, has a sense of familiarity, as if an online game character is fighting with a pet. Put away your valuable equipment, and you won't have to worry about it. Dorn also used two skills, Demonization and Nirvana Touch. Black and sticky flames swirled around the body, and the choking burning sulfur spilled out in all directions. Dorn's body began to swell, and his clothes were torn apart and burned to ashes. Ram horns sprouted from his forehead, and a pair of barbed black bat wings spread out from his back. A total of 8 fat scarlet tentacles, with lava surging in them, were thrown out from the bottom of the bat's wings. The fully expanded size of these tentacles is several times larger than that of Dorn after demonization. They all have serrated suckers on them, like greedy monster mouths, hungry for food. The slimy fleshy tentacles squirmed with a flexible speed that was inconsistent with their huge size, and were tightly attached to the scales on the back of the red fish. The toothed suction cups all expanded and opened, and then they bit down hard, gnawing. This is a simple, but extremely useful skill that Dorn learned from the monster snapping turtle. After the skill, Bite, was integrated and upgraded into Touch of Nirvana. It also underwent a qualitative change and was strengthened. Before his promotion, Dorn only had an original mouth capable of biting, but after being upgraded, every terrifying suction cup on the fat scarlet tentacles became his biting tool. Boom, boom, boom. The heart-wrenching gnawing sound sounded from the back of the demigod red fish, one after another. The tightly arranged redfish scales are naturally strong armor, but the bite skill has a powerful defense-breaking effect. The tentacles squirmed and exerted force, and the hard red scales began to be lifted and crushed. The tender fish meat is exposed under the scales and cooked by the hot tentacles, giving off a cooked meat and burnt smell. Woohoo! The demigod red fish flying close to the ground was in pain and shook its body violently, trying to throw off the annoying creature on its body. But the suckers on the flesh can bite and suck at the same time, and their clinging ability is extremely strong. Dorn was like an indescribable parasite with a terrifying appearance, tightly holding the red fish's back without letting go of its tentacles. Joke. After fighting all the way up to now, Dorn has quite a wealth of giant beast hunting skills. Even taking the title of Titan Killer is not an exaggeration. The combat skills in this area can be summed up in one sentence. Just stick to them like a dogskin plaster and hit them. It's not over yet. As usual, Dorn brought his rogue fighting style to its fullest. The suction cup on the scarlet flesh will quickly release it after prying it open and crushing a fish scale, and start working on the scales on the side. However, the moment the mouth is released, the suction cup will open and close again. With this brief opening and closing action, venom and parasitic spores will be spit out from the large mouth of the sucker, directly invading the exposed fish tissue. Demigod red fish has a certain degree of resistance to toxin and parasite, but it is not immune to it. As a result, the toxin further destroyed its tissue, and the spores extracted physical strength and blood from it and fed it back to Dorn itself. Although this part of the blood consumption seems very small at first glance, but as more and more fish scales are lifted in this area, more and more toxins are poured in, and more spores grow wantonly. Chronic blood loss is a source of damage that cannot be ignored. Chapter 500. You are easier to fight than the storm god. Redfish are very large. Dorn clung to its back and wreaked havoc for a while, only causing local trauma and reducing its health by about 10,000 points. Compared to the 260,000 effective HP of the demigod redfish, 10,000 points of damage is indeed not a lot. But you must know that this is only the burst damage Dorn can deal in a short period of time. It is already very gratifying to be the first person to achieve such results in a face-to-face encounter.
By the way, why hasn't this Dehexian given me any decent counterattack yet?
Dorn has now touched the flesh around him, and the fish scales he can touch have almost done harm. The scarlet tentacles have even torn apart the surface layer of fish meat and begun to destroy and gnaw at the deeper flesh and blood tissue. But in this process, the demigod redfish showed no decent means of resistance at all. It just kept singing sad songs, wandering and struggling in the low altitude. The most he could do was turn around and hit his back with his back to the ground. However, this mode of attack should not be too easy for Dorn, the controller of the white mist, to avoid. After escaping into the white mist to avoid the impact of the low-altitude impact, he would continue to cling to the red fish's body, throwing off its tentacles to attack and destroy it. After going back and forth like this several times, Don felt a little confused.
Is the redfish so weak?
One thing to say is that the battlefield performance of the demigod redfish is really not very good. Dorn's evaluation is, you are easier to fight than a giant octopus. The original storm god could still flutter a few times, right? As for the demigod redfish, facing him, he was no different from the fish on the chopping board. It's just a salted fish.
Or is it that I have become too strong after becoming a third god?
Dorn is currently 1/3 of the way to becoming a god, while redfish is a demigod. The rank gap between the two is about 1/6. Before the duel started, Dorn was thinking, the 1/6 difference in godhead between them may be equalized by their rich skill sets, excellent equipment arsenal, and those few god-given props. There is a fight with the redfish. At least it is evenly matched. But after the fight actually started, he realized that he was wrong. Big mistake. This is not evenly matched. If the demigod redfish keeps performing like this on the battlefield, it will be a brutal killing, a hammer, or a beating on the ground.
Obviously, in Miss Plague's opinion, redfish is stronger than storm god.
Unless, when Miss Plague ranked the strength of the 3 demigod ingredients, she included the masters behind them by default. For example, the redfish cannot actually defeat the wild giant octopus. But as a domestic demigod, there is an evil god named War behind it. So overall, redfish is better than storm god on paper, because it can shake people.
Miss Plague will not really use this, when at the starting line, ranking method to distinguish the 3 demigods. No, we can't take it lightly. This Dehexian should not use all his strength and has a backup plan.
Dorn kept the predatory attack of the tentacles, and then tried hard to put away his slightly slack thoughts in his heart. He also tried his best to make up for it, and successfully became a little more vigilant. That's certainly the case. War Espet, the demigod's redfish, shouldn't be given away in vain no matter what. The battle is not over yet. Everything is unknown.
Alice, give me Hour of Chaos.
Dorn began to focus more on the battle.
Alice's bedtime reading
flew up and down, and light flashed on the cover. The outline of a gold pocket watch was quickly sketched and landed on Don's hand. At present, toxins and spores invade and parasitize the body of red fish in large quantities, and the accumulation is very considerable. It's time to use Time of Chaos to speed up the metabolism of a wave of red fish and make it lose blood twice as fast. Red fish's current blood volume is 138,677 points. Due to Dorn's flexible skill combination and the fact that his opponent's attack methods are too simple, he is still in a state of no damage.
You still have half of your health. If you keep hiding your trump card, you'll have to hide it in my pot.
Dorn's fighting spirit was high, perhaps because he had been suppressing the red fish in the fight. He even felt a little sympathy for his opponent. It's too awful. Dave was obviously a demigod, but he was beaten unilaterally by himself for nearly 40 minutes until he was unable to fight back. This was really miserable. However, the emotion of sympathy will not affect Dorn's output intensity. Be as cruel and ruthless as the harsh winter to your enemies. Putting aside the psychological feeling, at least the methods must be ruthless. And as a cook, how could he let go of the SSS level ingredients he was about to get?
Alice,
after pressing the blood line to half, in order to prevent the red fish from suddenly attacking,
Dorn took the initiative to increase the intensity of the attack. The dark red book flew up and down twice, and the symbols composed of geometric figures on the cover shone. After that, a dark spike appeared at the end of 4 of Dorn's 8 tentacles. These 4 long and pointed nails all carry a terrifying aura of corruption. The black nails of death. Puff! The flesh touch was raised high, and a black nail of death penetrated directly into the exposed flesh of the red fish, and mucus mixed with blood spattered out. The nail was only a few dozen centimeters long, but after it was pierced into the red fish's body, the corrupt aura contained in it formed a long black line starting from the tip of the nail. Wherever the black line passes, flesh and blood festers. The black thread of corruption stretched longer and thinner, and finally became as thick as a hair. It pierced through the starship-like body of the red fish, and finally reached the ground. Puff! 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 The other 3 black nails also penetrated into the red fish's body in sequence. In a vast deep red space, the red fish that blocks out the sky and the sun floats close to the ground. On its abdomen, 4 hair-like black lines are connected, and the other end of the black lines firmly pulls the ground. The almost imperceptible black line of corruption tied the red fish in a fixed area, and no matter how hard it struggled, it could not get rid of it.
No one with a rank lower than the Green Crow Man can escape the shackles of the Black Spike.
Dorn muttered this sentence, feeling a little more confident about winning this battle. Didn't expect it. Regardless of whether your red fish has any backup plan. I did anyway. And I beat you out of it. I even kept more than one hand. This wave is a direct victory. Okay. Let's look at the black nail of death. One of Dorn's backup men. This god-given item has become less corrupt after hunting the storm god last time. This time it penetrates the body of the red fish, and the consumption is obviously greater. It is even possible that after this battle, the corrupt aura on Black Nail will be exhausted. I don't know if there is any place to recharge this thing. If not, the 4 black nails will probably turn back into ordinary nails by the end of this battle. But props are meant to be used. Hiding it for fear of consumption is completely contrary to the purpose of combat props. For a more robust win over redfish. Also in order to be able to eat this new demigod smoothly. In order to gain stronger own strength and advance to become a 2/3 god. This level of equipment loss is completely worth it. I can't bear to let the child trap the wolf.
I've spent a lot of money on it. So just wash my neck and wait for me to be put in the pot.
After fixing the red fish, Dorn said this without mercy. 8 scarlet flesh tentacles were raised high and launched the next round of crazy attack. Chapter 501 Another demigod falls. The 8 scarlet tentacles squirmed and sucked, biting and chewing, picking up scales and flesh scraps every time they rose and fell. As the suction cup opened and closed, a large amount of toxins and spores poured out in an intensified manner. The blood volume of the red fish was weakened to 40,000 points by Dorn in a rather cruel way, and the entire back was a bloody mess. With this amount of blood, he was just one step away from being killed. But at this time, Dorn paused his attack.
"Alice!"
he shouted. The dark red books around him were flying up and down, and their covers glowed strangely. Then the soul-led lantern, which was simple in shape and full of dangerous aura, appeared in the palm of Dorn's right hand again. A pale green crow feather was outlined on his left hand. According to the experience of hunting the storm god last time, a blood volume of less than 50,000 is very suitable for the effect of this bronze lantern, Soul Guide. It is the critical blood volume that is suitable for stripping the target's soul out of the body to achieve enslavement.
Crimson does not allow souls to exist independently without attachment. And I don't know if the soul-inducing effect can be achieved. But no matter what, we still have to try. If I can successfully gather the bonds of big seafood and big river food in the lampshade, I can even directly hit a wave of summons when I hunt black snakes in the future.
With this thought in his mind, Dorn injected a surge of magic power into the green crow's feather, temporarily turning the feather into a death green crow that could unconditionally obey his will. The crow, with its feathers glowing green and its pupils a strange red, quickly picked up the bronze lantern, flapped its wings and sprinted forward, under the command of Dorn. Its goal was very clear. Just like the previous green crow who had died, it carried a lantern and drilled directly into the body from the mouth of the demigod beast. Compared with the red fish's starship-like body, the green crow is so small that it can almost be ignored. It is just a small black dot that flits around. However, this black spot moved very quickly, and in just one breath, it arrived directly in front of the demigod beast in the air. After that, he didn't stop for a moment, and charged directly towards the big mouth of the red fish without fear of death.
Oh, strictly speaking, this feather-turned green crow is not alive. It is a puppet with an empty body and can only complete the master's mission. Not being afraid of death is normal. After the green crow was completely submerged into the red fish's body, the demigod beast, imprisoned by the black thread of corruption, began to roar even more fiercely. The green light of soul-led lantern penetrates the body of the red fish and shoots out, weak but conspicuous. In the deep and intense red, one can also see a life-size and illusory fish-shaped shadow on the red fish, which is being twisted and pulled by invisible forces. It seems we can succeed. The frequency of Dorn's attack slowed down, even if he didn't take action at this time. Under the influence of the bronze lantern, the blood volume of the red fish began to drop off a cliff. From 40,000 to 30,000 to 20,000. The red fish, which was already at the end of its strength, slowly lost its strength and could no longer support its suspension. The body that was covered in the sky and covered with scars began to slowly fall. As it fell, all the scales and meat from the red fish were shaken off. It began to scream, and each sound became weaker and weaker. Its blood volume dropped below 10,000, and its soul was still being pulled by the bronze lantern, and was about to be sucked into the lampshade. Dorn, who was originally at the wound on the fish's back, had stepped on the red fish's head through the white mist. "Sorry," Dorn muttered without mercy, and the 8 fleshy tentacles bound and absorbed the fish head, exerting force at the same time. This attack is aimed at killing with one hit. Clang 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 clang. Within the red fish's body, the soul-inducing lantern completely absorbed the soul of this new demigod, shaking endlessly. It can be seen that in the green-lit lampshade, in addition to an illusory octopus surrounded by thunder, there is also an illusory river fish with long horns shrouded in layers of crimson. Boom! In a sea of deep red, the red fish's body fell to the ground. Another demigod fell. There was deathly silence among the crimson. Dorn stood silently in front of the dead red fish for a while, and began to clean the battlefield. Collect all the red fish meat that has not been beaten or damaged, and the meat quality still maintains the SSS rating, and uses the Cooking Ding's ox-cutting skill to cut the necessary meat pieces, and then send them all to the story world to be kept fresh by Long Yang for storage. Through intuition for food, and the mutual induction between the gods, he easily found the vital piece of spiritual meat near the heart of the red fish. This piece of meat is a key ingredient in Dorn's ascension to 2/3 of the gods. He still gave it to Alice for storage and safekeeping, and also gave her an extra instruction to take good care of this piece of meat. Redfish didn't make any moves until he died. Now it seems that I thought too much during the battle. It's also possible that I was really too strong. Now that I think about it, maybe Redfish simply doesn't have anything that can effectively counter Dorn. He was bombarded by a third god with a bunch of god-given props and all kinds of debuffs. Then, there is the ultimate rogue style of play, as well as endless skill sets to grind blood. Maybe there are not many demigods in the land of miracles who can withstand this combination of punches. In addition, the ability and authority of Redfish are actually all related to dreams and consciousness. In this aspect, Dorn himself has made quite a lot of achievements. This overlapping of skill sets and abilities directly makes it difficult for Redfish to play against Dorn in this area. In the end, he could only fight pitifully using the rather primitive attack method of body impact. In short, Dorn can do what the enemy knows, and Dorn can do what the enemy doesn't. One can imagine how one-sided the outcome of this battle will be. If you think about it this way, I might be a bit restrained from Redfish. Don was in a good mood. After sending all the edible redfish meat to Alice, he planned to meet Bishop Dia, who was staying outside. Then, by sending all 50 dream subjects away, you can actively dissolve the boundless dream and return to reality without leaving any hidden dangers. Before leaving, he took another look around at the dead crimson surrounding him, and felt something was strange. One thing to say, this demigod hunting seems to be a little too smooth. Bah, bah, bah. Don't be crow's mouth. It's better to leave as soon as possible. Dawn turned around and was about to leave, but the change happened at this moment. After the death of the red fish, the dark red space that had fallen into silence suddenly boiled. The layered crimson color around him surged violently, as if being vigorously stirred by a pair of invisible hands. Dorn shuddered. A different kind of dangerous feeling arose in his heart, and the alarm bells suddenly sounded. He stopped and opened the destroying eyes of delusion to look at the source of the dangerous feeling. I saw a humanoid figure appearing in the churning crimson depths.
It just stood there, motionless. Chapter 502. Where are my teammates? Help. Danger. Extremely dangerous. This was Dorn's first reaction after catching a glimpse of the humanoid silhouette in the boiling crimson. At the same time, 1/3 of the divine power in him was also warning, and he could clearly feel the rank gap between himself and the crimson humanoid. This level of pressure from the Godhead gap was something that Dorn had never experienced before when he faced the demigod Storm God and Red Fish, and even when he almost encountered the Green Crow Man in Adele's dream. This is definitely pressure from the gods. As for the identity of the other party, you can basically confirm it without thinking about it. The god who will appear here and make the whole crimson boil can only be the War of the Apocalypse. It was not like Dorn had never faced gods before. He and Plague chatted and laughed, and even had a meal together. But he didn't even embark on the path to becoming a god. However, that is mainly because the evil god's sister is deliberately suppressing her own divine attributes to avoid bringing unbearable pressure to those around her. The god who appears in crimson is different. He is releasing his divine attributes without any scruples. So much so that it brought a strong sense of oppression to the entire crimson area and even the entire boundless dreamland. This feels like telling the world, I am God! Thanks to Dorn, he has now embarked on the road to becoming a god and has a certain amount of authority and rank. Otherwise, if he faces the true god at such a close distance, there is a high probability that his sanity will go crazy. His sanity will be cleared, and then he will collapse and go crazy. It's broken. As soon as we killed the red fish, War came to our door. Dorn said in his heart that he was unlucky. He doesn't think he has the ability to confront a god directly now. So the best way to deal with it right now is to run away. Dorn's body was filled with the black energy of nightmares, and he wanted to try to force himself out of the boundless dream. Then the dream lost the support of his own ability, and the 50 dream subjects would automatically disconnect. Such a forced shutdown method, compared to orderly disembarkation according to the process, may cause some irreversible mental damage and side effects to Dorn. But it's much better than being caught directly in war. The substantive black energy of the nightmare moved for about a few tenths of a second, and then it seemed to have solidified, no longer moving, like a pool of stagnant water. Dorn did not escape from the boundless dream as he wished, but was firmly nailed to the crimson space. The black energy of the nightmare has been suppressed. He won't let me go! Dorn glanced at the figure in the crimson with complex eyes. The crimson color is boiling, and many dreamlike little cyclones are forming and disappearing around War, rising and dying, layers upon layers, like a dream. If it weren't for the pressure of facing God directly, this changed crimson scene would still be quite dreamy and magnificent. Dorn couldn't help but clenched his fists. If you can't run away, can you just fight? He slightly shifted his gaze to the top of War's head, and then slightly loosened his fist. The only good news now is that there is no health bar on this evil god's head yet. The lack of a health bar means that he has no intention of attacking me yet. Maybe we can delay it for a while? Wait until Original or Miss Plague comes to save me. Dawn tried to stay calm and think of ways to break the situation. After entering the deep red, it took him more than 2 hours of fierce fighting to successfully kill the huge red fish. During this rather long process, the owner of the red fish, War, never showed up. Therefore, Dawn subconsciously believed that his previous guess was correct. War is probably really contained by the original or Plague. In this matter, Dorn did have some gambling elements, but now it seems that he made a wrong bet and things were not what he thought. After actually seeing War, Dorn's dream perception was only belatedly realized. It seemed that War had always been in the crimson color of this dream, from beginning to end, always there. The idea that the original gods and Plague contain War is simply not true. I just don't know why. War has been patiently waiting and watching on the sidelines during the entire process of Dorn entering the boundless dreamland. It was like watching an exhibition match as he watched Dorn kill his pet red fish before appearing belatedly. This guy is so ruthless! Dorn's thoughts were confused. Wait until this thought flashes through your mind. The next second, War, which was originally 50 meters away, suddenly disappeared, and then appeared in front of Dorn like a ghost. The distance between the two was suddenly shortened to between 3 and 5 meters. The closer distance made the superior pressure from the gods stronger. So strong that it made people feel suffocated and slightly dizzy. In addition, it also allows Dorn to see the other party's appearance more clearly. He wore a hooded red robe, his face completely covered under the white hood, and no facial features could be seen. What was slightly out of place compared to this outfit was the large knife he held in both hands. with its tip resting on the ground, majestic and murderous. And the broadsword is a symbol of apocalypse, war.
It's very interesting. The first time you met me, you were actually fighting for the injustice of the red carp. Do you think I'm heartless?
He spoke. The sound was very vague, and the entire crimson space responded with layered echoes. So much so that people can hear the words and sentences clearly, but they can't quite grasp the tone of his words. Dorn could only roughly judge that the other person was a man whose age could not be distinguished. He was very dignified, but he also seemed to have a strange sense of laziness and fatigue. This kind of fatigue has a strong sense of déjà vu, which can be inexplicably associated with the feeling of being sore all over and doubly tired when you wake up if you take a nap for too long. Seeing the sudden approach of war, Dorn subconsciously took half a step back. He didn't even have time to react to the words of the apocalypse evil god. The first thought in his mind was, where are my teammates? What on earth are these two big guys, the original god and plague, doing? No matter what you were doing before, come out and save me now. If we don't come to the rescue, I will have to explain myself here today. War stood opposite. His sight covered by the red hood was like a poisonous insect attached to the bone, firmly clinging to Dorn, who was a little distracted, making people feel both psychological and physical discomfort. However, his words are not offensive yet.
You're quite interesting. However, the original creator and Miss Plague in your mouth cannot save you. The original god wants to maintain the existence of this world and often has no time to take care of other things. And, Plague, he can't enter the dream border.
Chapter 503 The Immortal Red Fish. After speaking war twice, Dorn restrained his thoughts a little. This evil god can read minds. Well, sorry. This god can read minds. In the pure white space of the holy city, Yuan also showed the ability to read minds within the domain. And it is even less surprising that war, which originally had the power of consciousness, could have such an ability. Therefore, Don could only try to control himself and stop thinking wildly. Don't talk. Don't think. Just get rid of the original messy thoughts. Let yourself go. And still be prepared to fight. In this way, even if you can't beat him in a real fight, you can still die standing up. It would be more honorable to die.
It's a rare meeting. Wouldn't it be boring if we didn't talk?
War spoke again. As a god, he seemed to be surprisingly talkative.
I met you not long ago in front of the Eternal Stone sculpture. You are the original primary candidate. Those who are determined do not belong to this world like us. Right. I originally thought that we would have many topics in common.
The Eternal Stone sculpture should refer to the 4 apocalypse statues on the pirate island. Sure enough, at that time, I was familiar to the evil gods and left a deep impression on them. Dorn smiled bitterly, then hesitated for a moment, raised his eyes and glanced at the top of War's head. But the health bar still did not appear. So, he tried to speak without thinking too much.
What do you want to do to me? You see, we are in hostile camps. And then I killed your pet.
Saying this without thinking is inexplicably provocative and death-seeking. Of course, if neither the original nor the plague can come to the rescue, whether or not you actively seek death will not make much difference in the outcome. Even if you take the initiative, you can look a bit more tough.
I don't know if this skill sharpening will give me my second life in a dream or in reality.
After finishing his sentence, Dorn still had some matching ideas in his mind. But because I had made sufficient mental preparations to restrain my thoughts, this idea was abruptly cut off as soon as it came up. And it was not fully revealed. Dorn has never been a person who would give up on saving himself. But what is a little surprising is that War was not angered by this sentence.
It's true that we are hostile camps.
He nodded his head under the red cloak first, as if to express his affirmation, and then shook his head.
However, you did not kill my red carp. In other words, not completely. I am not as ruthless as you think.
Dawn? War released his right hand from the handle of the knife, then calmly pointed to the sky.
Look up.
Dorn looked in the direction pointed by the other party, and saw that in the sky, a cyclone was boiling. The layers of red merged and converged, and began to form a shaped outline. Immediately afterwards, that kind of rotating trembling sound sounded from the outline of the mass, which was also mixed with the familiar rattle, bell-like sound, sharp snapping sound, and the sound similar to pushing the rusty door panel. This is the whale song of the red fish. Dorn was so surprised that he tried to see through the outline of the mass with the help of the destroying eyes of delusion, which was still open. Then he saw it. Inside the swirling crimson mass, there was a red fish with long horns floating up and down, compared with the one that Dorn had just killed. This red fish was much smaller in size, with a total length of only more than 10 meters according to visual inspection. However, the ingredient rating fed back by Food Intuition is still the capped SSS level.
The second red fish? When did it appear there?
Dorn's eyes twitched. Is this thing still mass-produced?
No, it's not the second one. This is the red carp I raised. It's the same one you defeated.
War once again denied Dorn's words.
Same article?
How can it be? Red fish was beaten to 0 by Dorn himself and then died. After the kill, I gained nearly 1,000,000 points in combat experience alone. My original level of L68 jumped several levels to LV79. Also, the broken pieces of meat and scales of the red fish were still scattered on the ground. All the edible fish and meat have been collected in the story world. And even the soul of the red fish is now imprisoned in the soul-inducing lantern to keep the big octopus company. These things are all real. The last red fish was obviously too dead to die.
The pattern is opened.
War spoke, as if he was yawning vaguely, but because of the blurry sound, it was not very clear.
Don't look at my pet with that ordinary worldly perspective. Maybe there is some kind of existence. Even if the body and soul are destroyed, it still remains alive.
Dorn shifted his gaze from the small red fish in the sky to War, without speaking or following the other party's thoughts. War continued to explain.
Look, after a gecko has its tail cut off, it can regrow the lost part of its body after a period of time. Can you accept that?
Although I don't understand why Apocalypse, War, is clearly hostile. After the first meeting, not only did I not launch an attack on my own, but I also started to answer questions inexplicably. But Dorn still nodded cooperatively. Let's follow the other party first, and see what tricks he wants to play. You can put the matter of seeking death aside for now. War.
Then in this strange world where magic and magic exist, there is a certain kind of creature, even if the body is crushed into pieces. As long as the soul is kept intact and enough time is spent, it can still regenerate a usable body. You can accept it, right?
Dawn nodded again. War.
Okay, that being the case, even if the body and soul of the red carp are destroyed, it can still regenerate, and the regenerated one is the original one. Why can't we accept this kind of thing?
Dawn. Sorry, I don't accept it. If both body and soul are destroyed, then nothing will be left of the red fish. How can this happen again? If you want to be resurrected, you have to follow the basic law. Right? There has to be a basis for resurrection. Right?
Reliance.
After thinking about it, Dorn seemed to have grasped some important information. He looked around in surprise, looking at the boiling crimson. War clapped his hands with satisfaction. When he released the handle of the knife with both hands, the heavy sword that symbolized identity was still standing on the ground, motionless.
You finally figured it out. That's right. Crimson Immortal. Red Fish Immortal. A long time ago, my red carp was called Immortal Red Fish. And, strictly speaking, the red fish is not my pet. This piece of crimson is. And the spirit and flesh of the red fish are just part of this, living crimson. It is a form of expression and existence. After it is lost, it can be regenerated just like a gecko's tail.
Chapter 504, Can you make pickled fish?
Live crimson?
Theoretically speaking, the overall strength of red fish is stronger than Storm God. But I can experience the whole process from fighting this big river creature to killing it. The red fish gave Dorn the feeling of being weak. Too weak to be a demigod. If you include the characteristic of red fish that, as long as the deep red exists,
it will be immortal,
then its overall evaluation will suddenly rise. What if the storm god can harness the power of the ocean, thunder, and storms? Wouldn't he still be made into octopus balls after death? It's different with red fish. They're so stubborn. If you can't be killed, you can continue your life indefinitely. From this point of view alone, it beats the big octopus by a lot. However, the ability to regenerate even if the body and soul are destroyed together is still a bit beyond comprehension. You must know that the soul of the red fish is still trapped inside the lampshade of the soul lamp. And after it emerges from the deep red, it can be driven by Dorn at any time. But now the reborn red fish seems to have a new soul. The old soul is abandoned like a gecko's docked tail.
But the souls have been renewed. Although the new red fish and the old red fish are both SSS level ingredients, can they really be regarded as the same individual? But according to War, the red fish is the essence is actually this deep red. Don't worry about the physiological characteristics of the red carp.
War put his hand back on the handle of the knife.
Isn't it reasonable that it is a little difficult to understand the existence of divinity?
The head under the red hood moved slightly, and War's eyes began to look up and down at Dorn again. Under his gaze, the pressure on Dawn's body and mind is self-evident.
Even if you have just embarked on the road to becoming a god, you are still an incomprehensible existence to others. Right.
Dawn, what you said makes sense, and I can't refute it. There was silence for a while, due to the other party's mind-reading ability. Dawn did not dare to think too much in his mind. So he spoke again.
Why are you telling me this? Don't you think I'm callous?
War answered matter-of-factly in that majestic and vague voice.
Is that why? Well, that's why.
Now Dorn is completely out of control. Why do you feel that the brain circuits of the gods on Tianqi's side are a little abnormal? Plague is like this. War seems to be the same. Moreover, this war has been going on for so long, but you still haven't taken action against yourself as an enemy. Does it seem to indicate that there is a possibility of communication with the other party?
I took the initiative to respond to your confusion. So in return, how about you answer a few questions for me?
The evil god in red spoke again.
You said it, but there are many questions that I may not be able to answer.
Dorn continued to deal with them carefully.
Don't get me wrong. The problems may be a little different from what you think. They are not so bitter. Just some light and happy small problems.
War kept his stance unchanged.
You know some of the characteristics of gods. Right. Whatever is known must be felt. The more you understand a god, the more you will be understood by that god. I know.
Dorn, who is already familiar with the 4 gods of the apocalypse, knows this firsthand better than anyone else.
Then it seems that I don't need to explain anything to you. Just as you have a certain understanding of me, I also passively have some information about you. For example, I know that you cook delicious food. Although it is a bit awkward to talk about this now. Weird, but your cooking seems really delicious.
War seems to have unconsciously emphasized the key point of
cooking delicious food.
Twice. The corners of Don's eyes twitched twice, and he was a little speechless. But after hesitating for a while, he still nodded.
Although you have black hair and black eyes, the first question I want to ask you is, where were you from before you entered this world?
War continued the conversation. This question made Don feel a little nervous. He said,
before he came into this world.
Right. Before entering the boundless dreamland. Dorn had a feeling. Perhaps some of the questions that had been bothering him before, some of the truths that Plague has not explained, will be answered tonight. With this thought, he seemed to have forgotten that his current situation was not actually safe, and glanced at War's face that could not be seen clearly under the red hood again. Then his mind turned, preparing to answer the question truthfully. However, before he spoke, the evil god in red took the lead.
It's just an ordinary chat for the time being. There is no need to do so many complicated mental activities. Moreover, I have already seen the answer in your heart. We originally came from the same place and are fellow villagers.
Don didn't speak, just nodded. This is no surprise. He had already guessed it when he saw the shape of the red fish before. If a pet could create such an appearance, then War would probably be his fellow pet.
Second question.
War continued to speak. His majestic tone seemed to contain a little expectation, but it was covered up by the echo of the layered voice.
I just saw you collecting red fish meat and read about your desire to cook red fish. So, can you make pickled fish?
The red-clothed evil god used a correct Chinese pronunciation for the word pickled fish.
Don?
Don's brows furrowed, his face full of incomprehension. He really didn't understand what the other party was going to do. War first. He stood on the wall and watched him kill the red fish. And then he showed up and did not attack him, but chatted for a while. Could it be that everything he did was paving the way for the sentence?
Can you make pickled fish?
Is he ordering food? Dorn remained silent for a while, and the thoughts in his mind were very messy. It took a long time for Don to squeeze out,
I will do it.
Through his teeth. War was very satisfied with this answer. He released the handle of the knife again and clapped his hands.
The red fish is so big that it can't be stewed in one pot. Share some of the meat and make me a pickled fish. As long as I'm satisfied with the meal, I will let you go from this dark red dreamland.
I said, to do it.
Don! Don's thoughts became more confused. It's not that he doesn't want to cook on the spot. But, do you really want to eat your own pets in war? As if he had once again understood Dorn's inner thoughts. The evil god in red spoke quickly.
I have just explained it. The red carp is not essentially my pet. This piece of living crimson is. You could understand the red fish as a renewable output of crimson. Similar to cow's milk, sheep's wool. As a breeder, it shouldn't be a problem for me to enjoy a little of this output. Right?
War, the sense of expectation in the tone of this speech even overshadowed the sense of majesty caused by the layers of echoes. How much does this guy want to eat pickled fish? With the way he is now. If it weren't for the crimson around him, who has been building momentum, the evil god's frame would have completely collapsed.
The brain circuits of these evil gods of the apocalypse are really weird. However, since I roasted the jackalope who originally guided novices in fighting when I first came to the land of miracles, I don't seem to have the qualifications to say that he is the one.
All I can say is that he truly deserves to be my fellow countryman. Although he could not understand the formal logic of war, Dorn still agreed to the other party's order as a chef. After all, there is absolutely no reason to refuse. First of all, War himself promised that as long as the pickled fish he cooked satisfies him, he would directly release Dorn from the border of the dreamland. They don't care about any rival camps or the grudges over killing the red fish. Although Dorn had secretly considered using the passive skill, hardening, to survive in a desperate situation.
After being killed, Hard will pull him up with extra health. If this second life can be saved in the real world, with his escaped skills, there should be nothing he can do if he is not in the Crimson Territory, War. However, doing so is ultimately risky. But since the War has offered conditions for an armistice, why not accept it? Even if he breaks his promise in the end, it's not too late to consider using hardness to risk his life. Secondly, cooking for the gods was something Dorn wanted to do. A being at the level of a god, after eating his food for the first time, can harvest about 1,000,000 points of culinary power to safely digest demigod meat and further break through to 2/3 of the god level. It would probably take 1,000,000 points of cooking power. After defeating red fish, I was originally worried about where to replenish this cooking power value, but I didn't expect that War would come to my doorstep on its own. These big green leeks are not white or white. Finally, it was due to Don's intuition. He always feels that he can learn some important information from War, and it is not impossible to make a dish to enhance feelings. Anyway, treating the enemy to a pickled fish meal is not enough to endow the enemy. Right? What's more, the fish and meat are raised by people themselves, and Dorn can only calculate the artificial ingredients and seasonings.
Alice, give me all my cooking utensils. Also the red fish. And some condiments. I asked you to remember.
Dawn began to get into the cooking mood. Dragon Lady's perception of the world outside the book was relatively vague to begin with, and there was a divine power in Crimson targeting her. Without communicating with Dorn, she would have no idea what was happening outside. She had just tried to ask Dorn why he didn't leave the boundless dream after killing the red fish, but he only received vague and perfunctory answers. There was nothing Dorn could do. He really didn't know how to explain that he was being coerced by the evil god into cooking. This unfolding is so strange. It will only increase panic and worry for Vivian and Alice. The Dragon Lady in the book heard the perfunctory tone of Dorn's answer. After a little struggle, she still followed the instructions and sent everything the latter needed from the story world to Crimson. Although Black Dragon Lady complained a lot during this process, they were just words. In essence, Alice still listens to Dawn's words. After a while, a fully equipped temporary kitchen was set up in Crimson. Dorn stood in the kitchen and glanced at War, not far away. He still maintained his majestic stance, holding a knife upright. But if you look closely, your figure seems to be a little bit sluggish. This evil god in red is really a very strange god. Can I really learn anything important from him?
Forget it. Don't think too much when cooking. Being distracted will affect the quality of the dishes.
Dorn began to collect his thoughts and focused on the kitchen utensils and ingredients he was most familiar with. Do the things at hand first. The fish meat delivered from the cold storage of Story World is cold and soft. Moreover, the red fish had just died, and its meat looked very fresh. According to the usual way of making pickled fish, the main ingredient used is actually black fish. But the demigod giant red fish has SSS level meat that is extremely tender. According to the needs of War, there is definitely no problem in using it to make pickled fish. The red fish meat is cut into slices according to the texture. Each piece of fish meat is very thick and can maintain its shape when cooked later, and is not easy to break. Add salt to the filleted fish. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it evenly, and found that it was slightly sticky. During this process, the saltiness of the salt will be integrated into the red fish sashimi, which will play a very good role in removing the fishy smell.
After that, add starch, egg white of poisonous feather eggs, and oil again. Stir evenly, and set aside. Heat oil in a pan. Cut some ginger slices and garlic into the oil pan and saute until fragrant. Then, add a little minced red fish bones. Fry the meat attached to the sides of the fish bones until golden brown on both sides and a caramel aroma develops. Add water. Simply throw in a green onion knot and turn to high heat to simmer. When the pot boils, open the lid and you will see a pot of thick white fish soup. Because the red fish meat itself is extremely tender. Although this pot of fish soup is not too complicatedly seasoned. The delicious aroma is extremely tempting. The sound of boiling, accompanied by the aroma of food, is an extremely common but very healing scene combination in the kitchen. The war on the side shook slightly when the lid of the pot was lifted. Don didn't pay attention to this detail. That's what he is good about. Once he enters the cooking state, he will be completely immersed in it. In this way, no matter what the environment is, the quality of the dishes produced will be guaranteed. Pour out the thick white fish soup. Then set up a pot. Heat oil as usual. Add ginger and garlic and saute until fragrant. When the flavor of the seasoning comes out, it's the pickled fish's turn to be the soul of the pickled fish. Pickled cabbage is a treasure. It is a very distinctive condiment in Chinese cuisine and can be found in various places. In the north, it is used with pork. A steaming pot of pork belly and blood sausage is served. The taste is fat but not greasy, fragrant but not turbid, tender but not rotten, and sour and delicious. It tastes delicious. The body fluid stimulates the appetite, and the index finger moves greatly. In the south, dishes such as pickled fish are also a must-have. Don took out a sealed clay pot, opened the seal, and a unique sour aroma came out. He then poured the pot out, and what came out was the sauerkraut that had been pickled for a long time and was transparent in color. After I bought a batch of deformed fish, I thought I could make pickled fish for everyone at home to try if I had the chance. So I specially pickled the pickled fish. But I didn't expect that War and his red fish would cut it off. Chapter 505 Matrix Plan. Add the chopped sauerkraut to the pot, along with some pickled peppers. After frying until the sour aroma comes out, pour in the filtered thick white fish soup. While the sauerkraut and fish soup are mingling and bubbling in the hot pot, sprinkle some dried chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns to further enhance the spiciness and numbing flavor of the soup. Cook for about 5 minutes. Take out the fully cooked sauerkraut and spread it on a large round plate as the base of the sauerkraut fish. The red fish fillets on the side are almost marinated when cooked. The thick-cut red fish meat is wrapped in egg white and starch, pink and translucent. Turn the fish soup in the pot to low heat and continue to cook. Add the red fish fillets into the pot piece by piece. Slow cooking over low heat can ensure that the fish fillets do not become pulpy. And add the fish meat into the pot in slices to ensure that the fish fillets do not condense into clumps. Controlling such small details can ensure that the final pickled fish remains perfect in both taste and appearance. Cook for about another minute. When the tender red fish meat is completely cooked and the flavor of the soup base is completely immersed in the meat, you can pour the fish meat and fish soup onto the pickled cabbage base. Pour oil into the pot one last time, this time with more oil. Add additional chopped dried chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns to the hot oil. And wait until the hot oil fries out the choking aroma and the golden boiling oil turns bright red. Quickly heat up the pot and pour the bright red oil onto the pickled fish. The bubbling red oil melts into the fish soup and sticks to the fish meat, emitting heat and sizzling. The delicious flavor of this large pot of ingredients is fully stimulated by this hot oil. The entire deep red space is filled with a strange and hot fragrance. Finally, sprinkle a little fresh chopped coriander for garnish. Use a pot of SSS red fish as the main ingredient, and the fresh and spicy pickled fish is completed. This tastes wonderful. The war on the side seemed to be unable to hold back any longer, and disappeared from the spot, then reappeared like a ghost in the middle of the temporary kitchen. Don just glanced at him lightly, and then as if he were an ordinary diner, he pushed the round plate forward and took out a pair of bowls and chopsticks from somewhere. You want the pickled fish to be eaten while it's hot? On the bottom is pickled cabbage, with red fish fillets on top. The pickled cabbage is sour, and the fillets are white and tender, and the textures are clearly visible. There is another layer of red oil floating on top, with a few pickled red peppers floating on top of the red oil, and a bit of crisp coriander and green peppercorns forming a color contrast. When you get closer and smell it, you can see the strong sour aroma and pepper flavor, with a bit of fish flavor and spicy red oil.
The pickled fish made by Duo N is simply impeccable in terms of color and aroma. War picked up the chopsticks very familiarly, and picked up a snow-white fish fillet. There was a drop of red oil on the surface of the fish, about to drip. Before the red oil dripped, he put the chopsticks under the wide red hood. Fish meat entrance. The flavor of the soup and red oil first melts in the mouth and reaches the tip of the tongue, which is hot, spicy, fresh and numb. When you chew it again, the fish meat has a little bit of elastic skin. The meat is delicious, smooth and tender, soft but not rotten. The sourness of sauerkraut, the numbness of Sichuan peppercorns, and the spiciness of chili peppers are well blended into it. But they don't overwhelm the dish. Instead, they highlight the freshness of the fish. After taking a bite of fish, John didn't speak, but just nodded. Then, he started to pick up sauerkraut again. The stems of Dunn's pickled sauerkraut are very crispy, but the leaves are slightly soft and absorb the full soup. After one sip, the soup overflows, and the sour juice mixed with the fish flavor rolls freely in the mouth, which is extremely enjoyable. War nodded again and didn't speak again the whole time. Dorn beside him reached out and touched his chin gently. He was very confident in his cooking skills. This sauerkraut fish has been perfected and is definitely SSS level in taste. As long as your sense of taste is normal, you are just a human or a god, and you will definitely praise it for how delicious it is after eating. After the red-robed evil god took 2 bites, he said nothing and stopped moving his chopsticks. He seemed to be stuck in some memory and remained still, which made people confused for a moment whether he was satisfied with the food. There was silence for a while. Don didn't really want to figure out the psychological activities of War at this time, so he silently turned his attention to other things, such as the newborn red fish in the sky. But I never thought that this small move would attract the attention of the red-robed evil god.
Why? Are you still curious about the red carp? There is still some curiosity. For example, why does red fish want to start a war?
I don't know if he just finished cooking, which caused some changes in his mentality. Don's tone was like the owner of the restaurant chatting with the diners.
War, well, yes. That world has finally started a decent war,
the evil god in red robes said in a tone that seemed to be aloof.
It's no wonder you came to the Dreamland border to attack the red carp, trying to stop the war. So be it. But once a war starts, it's hard to stop.
The evil god in red robe shook his head.
Human fighting, desire, and hatred will further expand the flames of war until the entire world is set on fire. This has been true from ancient times to the present.
Don was non-committal and just focused his gaze on the small red fish. And War continued.
As for the red carp, it is its duty to provoke war. This is what I gave it when I created it. Why do you do this? You ask why. Why is this necessary? You know that my name is War. Right. The more intense the war in this world, the stronger I will be. And when a large-scale war breaks out, I will start from awakening from deep red sleep.
War, the answer is natural.
Dawn,
I don't know why. Although this metaphor is very inappropriate. But listening to the description of the red-robed evil god, I always feel that he is using the red fish as an alarm clock.
War will bring famine, plague and death. It will bring a steady stream of power to apocalypse. Therefore, large-scale war is the beginning of apocalypse's awakening and the beginning of the divine war.
Dawn finally understood. Redfish is definitely not as simple as a wake-up alarm clock, War. In a sense, its activity is the trigger for future divine wars.
Why are you telling me so much?
Dorn looked at the evil god in red robes with complicated eyes.
Ask why again. Maybe I want to know more about you.
I saw War calmly pick up the spoon and scoop out a spoonful of sour soup from the round plate containing pickled fish. The spicy soup is delicious in your mouth. Then, snap. War slowly put down the spoon.
It tastes very good. I am very satisfied with it.
Although it was a sentence with no preface and follow-up. After hearing this sentence, Don breathed a sigh of relief subconsciously, and a big stone fell in his heart. According to the agreement, as long as the red-robed evil god is satisfied with the pickled fish, he will let Dorn go and let Dorn return to reality with a warehouse full of fresh red fish and meat, leaving the crimson and boundless dreamland. So this expedition against red fish can barely be considered as achieving the goal and returning victorious. Just when Dorn was about to give up discussing the god War and cautiously asked if he could leave, War spoke again.
Do you know, when my original self was copying my Into the Matrix, I kept thinking that after get off work, I could go downstairs with my colleagues to have a pickled fish meal. I said that I had worked overtime for several days and wanted to eat Don likes it. And after I came to this world, I still kept this idea. Although this idea is far from being called an obsession, and the impact on my conscious thinking is minimal. Today I finally got what I wanted. What are you talking about?
Don was a little stunned after hearing this sudden statement. That,
after get off work, I want to eat pickled fish with my colleagues,
can also be understood as the thought before the war time travel. Moreover, it also somewhat explains why War watched Dorn kill the red fish, and then came out to order food inexplicably. Make this strange behavior a little more reasonable. But what does the first half of his sentence mean? What copy? What matrix? Especially the word matrix, which is specially pronounced in Chinese, seemed strange to Don at first. But it seemed to have a little bit of familiarity, as if he had heard it somewhere.
I'm talking about the truth of this world. Don't you want to know?
War responded, and there seemed to be some emotion in his always majestic words that overshadowed the echoes. This time it was exhaustion. Deep exhaustion.
I want to know, but I don't understand you.
War paused for a moment, and there seemed to be eyes coming from under the red cloak. But this time, the gaze was not as strong and stressful as before.
Don! Right. Let me ask you. How do you understand this world? Why do you think you appear in this world?
Where do I come from? Where will it end up? This seems to be a philosophical proposition that can never be answered dialectically on Earth. However, in the land of miracles, there seems to be an answer to this question. At least for outsiders like Dorn. There is an answer.
I don't know. I used to think that I traveled to the land of miracles. However, I was later told that this was not the case. Ha ha. Time travel? If it's time travel, it seems quite interesting. At least more interesting than now.
War laughed. His smile did not have much joy, and the entire crimson trembled and floated in a whirlwind.
So, how did I get here?
Dorn hesitated for a moment, and finally asked the question that had been bothering him.
Before I answer you, why don't you answer me a few questions first? Do you still remember what you were doing before the so-called time travel? I was working, and then I downloaded a game I had never seen before on the internet, and laid down in the game cabin. Then I came here. Game cabin, have you ever heard of Blue Space before?
Another sudden rhetorical question. In response to this, Dorn shook his head in confusion at first, and then nodded hesitantly as if he remembered something. Blue Space. This seems to be the name of a technology giant in the Earth's time. In my impression, this company is responsible for the development of brain-computer interface technology and virtual reality technology, and is a well-deserved leader in this industry. For example, the core technology used in the immersive game cabin in Dorn's study also comes from the company Blue Space. Next to the breathing light in the game cabin, there is also the company's blue logo.
Well, have you ever heard of Project Matrix?
War asked again. The word Matrix does sound a little familiar to Dorn, but I really can't remember where I heard it specifically.
In other words, I almost forgot. This title is more common. Have you heard of the Human Immortality Plan?
War obviously thought for a moment, and then changed his words. This time Don reacted. He finally remembered why the word Matrix sounded familiar. The Matrix Project, commonly known as the Human Immortality Project. Sometimes it is also called the Thought Immortality Plan. It seems that Dorn had a fragmentary understanding of this cutting-edge technology concept in some popular science articles and videos while surfing the internet. The so-called immortality of the mind. It is to upload human consciousness to the cloud, which is the Matrix server. The entire Matrix will be an artificial heaven after the human body is destroyed. As long as the server exists, all humans who upload their consciousness here will enjoy eternal life in their minds. In the second world woven by data in the Matrix, they can enjoy endless joy and live forever. During the period when Dorn existed on Earth, the Matrix project was still a conceptual technology in the public information, and at most it was just beginning to take shape. Although there are many wealthy people around the world who have pre-purchased this kind of after-death service early on, and spent a lot of money to buy themselves tickets to the artificial heaven. But prototype technology is prototype technology, and is not yet complete. It is not known how long it will take to deepen research and development before it can truly be put into social use and achieve the publicity and expected effects. Dorn only knew so much about the Matrix plan. After all, he is just a gourmet blogger on Earth who likes to play games. It is not bad to have this level of understanding of the development of cutting-edge technology.
Well, it seems you know something.
War directly read Dorn's thoughts, and then continued.
Then I don't need to explain too much. Let me add something that you don't seem to know. First of all, the research and development of the Matrix project was invested and led by Blue Space Company. Secondly, in fact, the research and development of this technology has achieved good results. At least we have been able to build a second world with realistic enough details in the Matrix server. Moreover, it has also achieved a copy of human thinking.
Dorn.
Wait a minute. Copy? Isn't it a consciousness upload? Your focus is very good.
War nodded.
Yes. At the time when I was copied into this world, the technology of the Matrix project can only realize the digital backup of human consciousness.
Chapter 506 The Truth of the World.
You were copied into this world. What do you mean?
Dorn's eyes trembled slightly, and he was a little incoherent for a moment. From the hints of War, he heard an extremely unusual truth about this world. The truth.
We are in the Matrix? This world? In the Matrix? That's right. We are in the Matrix. Whether it is you, me, or this entire place of miracles, they are just complex data flows running in the Matrix server.
Don took a big step back, unable to maintain his usual calm and calm state. His chest rose and fell, and complex emotions fluctuated violently.
No, you lied to me. You are lying to me. Before I came here, I was Chinyu. I have my own relatives and my own friends. I grew up in Chiatang, and my family ran Typhoon Building. I graduated from the #1 experimental primary school in Chiatang, then went to the city #4 middle school. And then...
Dorn began to excitedly talk about his memories of being Chinyu, trying to prove that he was a living person, not an illusory data composed of zeros and ones. His memory is clear, from childhood to adulthood. I remember everything I should remember at any time point. Things should not be what the war says they are.
Yes.
Yes. You remember all Chinyu's life experiences before he laid down in the game cabin. But so what?
War spread his hands.
I also remember everything about Chao Jiaosheng. Oh, Chao Jiaosheng is what I call the original body. But I am me, and he is him. Chao Jiaosheng is a hard-working 996 data researcher in the Blue Space R&D team. And I am the backup copy of his consciousness into the Matrix. Perhaps at the beginning we still had the same life experience, and the exact same value perception. But so what? From the moment I was sent into the Matrix, Chao Jiaosheng and I were separated. We are independent individuals in two different dimensions, high and low. The same goes for you. Chunyu is Chunyu, and Dorn is Dorn. When you are embarking on a fantasy adventure in this bizarre second world, to Chunyu on Earth, he is just lying in the game cabin. After a while, after Chinyu laid down in the game cabin, Dorn was born. After Chinyu leaves the game cabin, he will still live a normal daily life. It's hard to accept, isn't it? But this is the truth you always wanted.
The red-robed evil god continued to talk a lot. But Dorn didn't listen. His eyebrows sunk and gathered together. He just shook his head repeatedly and muttered some words that had lost logic and order.
Fake, no. I.
Confused. At a loss. And some unspeakable fear. A cold feeling from the bottom of my heart climbed up my back, like falling into an ice cave. Don could not accept this so-called truth. War didn't know when he had retreated to a place far away from the temporary kitchen. Holding the heavy sword, he stood quietly and watched Dorn's reaction. His red robe moved without any wind, and his facial features were still completely covered by the wide red hood, and his expression could not be seen. He slowly raised the sword and then hit the ground hard. The surrounding crimson suddenly boiled even more fiercely. Countless cyclones rose and disappeared, and the newborn red fish in the sky groaned loudly at the same time. Then, the scene in crimson began to change. The red slowly faded, and many familiar and unfamiliar scenes began to be outlined. April 1st, 2077 in the Gregorian calendar. April Fool's Day. Azure Space Technology R&D Center is located in a small conference room on the 3rd floor.
Chao
Jiaosheng, a technical backbone, pushed open the door of the small conference room while yawning with messy hair, heavy eye bags and dark circles. There were already two equally young colleagues waiting for him inside.
Hey, Xiao Zhao. Your complexion is not ordinary.
Among the two people waiting in the conference room, a mature and intellectual woman wearing smart professional attire greeted them first. Her name is Liang Lan, and like Chao Jiaosheng, she is an important member of the research and development team of the Matrix project.
Xiao, you need to have a good rest.
The remaining young men also spoke. His name is Stephen, and he is a handsome young man. With white skin, light red hair, and a pair of deep green eyes. He has a very dramatic appearance. Stefan is from Bremen, but speaks Chinese very well, and is now also involved in the development of the Matric program. As the world's leading research and development company in brain computer technology and virtual reality technology, it is normal for Blue Space to recruit outstanding talents from all over the world. Don't stand and talk because your back hurts. Chao Jiaosheng shook his groggy head. Yesterday you two were sent home to rest. I followed the rookies from Group 3 to fix the bug all night. Among the three of them, Liang Lan had the most sisterly temperament. She just smiled and said nothing to Xiao Zhao's complaints. She crossed her legs in black silk stockings, and the black high-heeled shoe on her right foot was loosely heeled, swinging as her foot swayed, rubbing her ankle up and down. But Stephen is very concerned about the current work progress. How is the Matrix now? When I took over last night, I found a total of 328 bugs of different sizes. After I led the team to work hard all night. Well, now there are 404. Chao Jiaosheng pulled a chair from beside Liang Lan and sat down dejectedly. Stephen shook his head and sighed at this result. Liang Lan couldn't help but laugh out loud. I don't think you are much better than the rookies in Group 3. Stop scolding. Stop scolding. No one can stand up to this kind of mess. Chao Jiaosheng sighed. So, what kind of magical boss can attack the Matrix? With such technical means, wouldn't it be nice to directly come to our company to apply for a high-level technical director? Or simply hand yourself over to the country to contribute to the progress of human civilization? Okay. Stop torturing us hard-working workers. You don't know how badly I was scolded by academician Su last night. Weren't you personally tutored by Su Yuan since you were a graduate student? If he doesn't scold you, who else can he scold you? Just bear with it. Liang Lan patted Xiao Zhao's shoulder to comfort him. However, the latter's depression obviously did not diminish much. It's terrible. This job is so thankless now. Besides, I already feel a bit nervous and have chest tightness. If I work like this for a few more nights, you will probably see my photo on the wall. Stop complaining. Su Yuan will have to come over and hold a small meeting for us later. If he doesn't hear your complaints, Stephen and I can't save you. Liang Lan shrugged. Chapter 507: The Significance of the Existence of Apocalypse. Here's the thing. About 5 days ago, the Matrix server of Blue Space was suddenly attacked by an unknown attack. After this attack, an additional running program called Miracle Land appeared in the Matrix. Subsequently, data researchers discovered that the Land of Miracles is a completely independent and sound data world that is not controlled or affected by any existing means in the server. Running this virtual world takes up about 1/10 of the computing power of the entire Matrix. What's more terrible is that if the server is shut down or restarted roughly, Land of Miracles will additionally wash out all the data in the Matrix. At present, the prototype framework of the eternal world of consciousness has been initially built in the Matrix. If these data are washed away, it will be an immeasurable loss to the Blue Space. Therefore, researchers have no other choice but to rely on creating and attacking loopholes in the Land of Miracles to try to completely delete this parasite that exists in the Matrix, or at least control it. But then, the researchers discovered something even more outrageous. The loopholes that were finally created will be quickly self-repaired by the Miracle Land. In order to deal with this major R&D accident, the company invited academician Su Shiyu, the top scientific research consultant of the Matrix project, to personally lead a team to repair the server. After going back and forth, it took a full 5 days and sacrificed many programmers' hair. However, this strange foreign program is still running in the Matrix, constantly consuming the computing power of the server. As the key data researchers of the Matrix project, Chao Jiaosheng and others are very busy these days because of this matter. The three of them waited in the conference room for a while, and the door was opened again. 2 men walked in. One was about 45 or 6 years old, with a dark face, and looked very serious. This is academician Su Shiyu, who was just discussed. The other one had gray hair, was probably in his 60s, and looked much kinder. This is Professor Wang Qinghao, a leading figure in electronic engineering and brain computer research, and one of the scientific research consultants of the Matrix project. The combination of the two looks like a classic combination of one with a black face and one with a red face. Seeing these two big guys coming in, the 3 young people in the conference room all sat up a little straighter. Liang Lan quickly stepped on the heels of her stilettos
and changed into a relatively obedient sitting position.
Mr. Wang, Su Yuan.
The three of them greeted together.
They're all here. TSK. Xiao Zhao. You don't look too good.
Professor Wang responded to them with a smile, and then sat down on the other side of the conference round table facing the three of them.
Yes, really? Ha.
Facing Professor Wang, Chao Jiaosheng did not dare to talk and show off his cleverness like he did to his two friends of the same age. He just scratched his head and laughed. Academician Su did not sit down, but stood directly opposite the round table and got straight to the point with a cold face.
I won't say much else. I called you three here because I have something to talk about. About the data world of the Land of Miracles.
The three young people didn't answer the call and waited silently for the next step.
The first thing is that the Land of Miracles can automatically repair loopholes. Regarding this, Mr. Wang and I suspect that there is a backup body of consciousness that plays a leading role in the external data world. TA is controlling the miracle place, including defending against our attacks.
There was no excessive language. Academician Su started speaking directly. This speculation is reasonable. If there really is a backup copy of the consciousness of the unknown original owner existing in the
Land of Miracles,
it would really be possible for the external data world to resist matrix attacks and self-repair vulnerabilities. Of course, the premise is that the data processing technology of this consciousness backup body must be very strong.
In addition, we are now planning to make an attempt to destroy the independent and stubborn data world from within.
Academician Su continued.
Lao Wang and I found a loophole in the Land of Miracles. Using this loophole, we can try to send up to 4 backup copies of our consciousness into that world. After exploiting that loophole, the Land of Miracles is likely to react. Therefore, it is estimated that this is the only chance to send a consciousness backup inside.
After saying this, the three young people looked at each other. This is probably the purpose of Su Yuan's small meeting in the morning. He wanted to send the consciousness backup of the three of them to the
Land of Miracles
for internal sabotage. The three reacted differently to this. Stephen, who has a serious personality and hopes to contribute to the scientific research team, is eager to give it a try. Chao Jiaosheng acted very indifferent. Anyway, it's just a backup of consciousness. Although the consciousness data entering the matrix holds all of his memories so far, it will essentially have nothing to do with him. This kind of thing is fine no matter what. Xiao Zhao doesn't care. Xiao Zhao just wants to rest now. Among the three of them, only Liang Lan showed a slightly thoughtful and hesitant look.
I believe you have understood. We plan to send your consciousness in and add Shiyu's share. Exactly 4. You young people are more thoughtful, and Shiyu has as much experience for me, so I won't join in the fun with you.
This time it was the kind-hearted Mr. Wen who spoke.
In addition, there are some things to pay attention to, but this is actually for the consciousness backup that you will copy in a while. The so-called Land of Miracles is a highly complete world of independent data. Although it is unbelievable, it is the fact. If your consciousness backup can successfully enter that world, what you have to face is not a data flow, but a completely real second world. Even for the consciousness backup, that world can be understood as real.
The data world is, to a certain extent, the real world for consciousness backup. This statement is absolutely correct. The original purpose of the Matrix project was to build a low-dimensional world where human beings' eternal consciousness could exist. For those future human consciousnesses that will be uploaded into the Matrix, the artificial heaven will be real to them. It's just that the artificial heaven, in the future, will be absolutely controlled by the Matrix, and may be 1 dimension lower than the Earth. Mr. Wang cleared his throat, paused, and then continued.
We have not yet analyzed what the internal world of the Land of Miracles looks like. It may be similar to the real world. It may also be very different, whimsical, and bizarre. But no matter what that world is like, after entering there, what your consciousness has to do is to destroy as much as possible. The macroscopic result of the destruction is that the Land of Miracles will create bigger holes from within. In this way, the attack on the Miracle Land can be coordinated internally and externally. Also, you have to try to find the backup of the dominant foreign consciousness hiding in that world. It is best to eliminate it, as long as it does not exist.
The Land of Miracles will lose the possibility of self-repair.
Mr. Wen's words are not difficult to understand. The so-called
eliminating him,
if understood from the behavior in the Land of Miracles, actually means finding him and killing him. Kill the original and subvert the world. This is the meaning of the existence of Apocalypse. Chapter 508 Memories Before Birth. Sending the consciousness backups of 4 insiders into the land of miracles was just an extra try. Whether it can be done or not is not yet certain. Academician Su and Mr. Wang are not prepared to completely bet on this. The most important thing to do at the moment is to focus on analyzing and exploiting vulnerabilities in the land of miracles to see if it is possible to control this data world. Or simply delete this foreign parasitic world and resume the daily work of Matrix Project as soon as possible. Oh! In addition, a lot of effort must be spent to fix the 404 bugs brought in by the appearance of the Miracle Land. After the short meeting, Chao Jiaosheng and the other 3 left the conference room first. They will follow the arrangements of the 2 bosses and go downstairs to copy their consciousness and enter the land of miracles. As soon as they walked out of the door of the conference room, the 3 of them stopped slightly. Chao Jiaosheng turned his attention to Liang Lan.
What's wrong with Sister Lan? Why have you been absent-minded since just now? I was thinking.
Liang Lan lowered her voice.
As long as our consciousness enters the miracle place in the Matrix, it will be an individual with independent consciousness. Right? Even for us. Those consciousnesses exists in the form of data.
Stephen,
isn't this natural? Isn't that why the Matrix exists? If the land of miracles is deleted, won't our consciousness cease to exist?
Liang Lan continued. The data consciousness extended from itself was obviously meant to exist in the land of miracles. But it was given the mission to destroy the world in which it existed. Liang Lan found this strange. She didn't know if her thoughts were a bit holy, but it just felt weird.
Isn't this something we need to consider? Right now, solving the Matrix problem is the top priority. That miracle place has brought so many bugs. Who knows if it will be allowed to continue to operate? What irreversible damage will be caused to our previous research results and data?
Stephen shook his head, obviously not agreeing with his friend Liang Lan's opinion. Chao Jiaosheng on the side began to smooth things over and change the topic.
There should be no results from discussing this kind of thing. And personally, I don't care about anything right now. I just care about whether Su Yuan will let me go home to rest.
Liang Lan glanced into the conference room, not intending to continue standing at the door discussing the previous issues. Instead, he caught Xiao Zhao's words in a relaxed tone.
Don't think about it. I heard it just before I came up for the meeting. The 3 of us will work together until 6 o'clock in the evening. And then we will hand over to Ajay and Away to lead the team.
Xiao Zhao was so anxious that he almost jumped.
6 o'clock in the evening? I stayed up all night. Why do I have to do it at 6 o'clock? Is there still humanity? Is there still law? And why can you and Stephen have rest tonight? What about staying up late to work? Just arrange it for me alone? Shh. Keep your voice down. Su Yuan and Mr. Wang are still inside.
Stephen made a silent gesture. Liang Lan smiled and teased.
You spent one night leading 3 teams to fix more than 300 bugs into more than 400. But you are not allowed to stay and help. Without you, Stephen and I would not have found so many bugs.
Where is the bug?
Chao Xiaoxing's already haggard face was filled with despair. At this time, Sister Lan finally showed off her eldest sister-like attitude and put a hand on Xiao Zhao's shoulder without hesitation.
Cheer up. I'll treat you 2 to dinner after get off work in the evening. A new pickled fish shop has opened in the shopping mall not far from the Science and Technology Park. My sisters work part-time there to attract customers. Listen to them say, "It tastes good." Right. Sister Lan.
Your sister is the cute twin Lolita? What store dares to allow children to work part-time? What kind of lowly child labor is it? It's true that my sisters were lowly 6 years ago, but they are now 17 years old, and they will go to college after this summer vacation. Has it been 6 years since I last saw your sister? Are you dizzy after staying up late? It sounds like you see them all the time. But I also think the 2 of them are cuter when they were kids.
After Chao Jiaosheng and Liang Lan changed the topic, they talked and laughed, while Stephen listened quietly and followed them. The atmosphere was harmonious. The 3 of them walked towards the elevator not far away. While waiting for the elevator, Chao Jiaosheng glanced at the small conference room again. The door there was kept open, and Su Yuan and Mr. Wang seemed to be still talking about something. Chao Jiaosheng did not hear the content of their conversation at that time. However, the crimson space of war can restore this conversation based on this memory and through changes in mouth shapes.
Shiyu, I actually don't think any individual hacker or organization can break through the firewall of the Matrix and implant the complex and complete world data into it.
The originally kind-hearted old man's expression became extremely serious and cold at this time.
You mean this was done by someone within us?
Academician Sue just asked. I'm just guessing. The expression on Mr. Wing's face relaxed again. But if his old man's guess is correct, perhaps there is a mole in the entire company of Azure Space. All scenes and things related to the Earth began to blur and began to disappear. When Dorn came back to his senses, he found that he was still standing in the endless crimson space, surrounded by a makeshift kitchen. There is also a silent war.
What was that just now?
Dawn was slightly confused. War.
The last memory before I came to this world. Oh, sorry. To be more precise, it should be the last shared memory that Chao Jiaoshan left for me on the morning before I was born. So, these are the ways in which the Land of Miracles was born, and the reason why Apocalypse wants to destroy this world.
Although his mental state was not very good, Dorn still compared the memory content shown in War with the current situation and integrated a lot of key information. The world of Miracle Land exists in the Matrix server of the Blue Space. It was implanted through a server attack, and it is unknown who did it. In the Land of Miracles, there is a backup of consciousness that has great control over the entire program world, corresponding to the original creator. The original identity is currently unknown. However, it has always been strange before. The so-called
original has to concentrate on doing one important thing. If he is distracted from this matter for too long, the world will risk being destroyed. The important thing
should refer to resisting the attacks of scientific data scientists and repairing the loopholes in the Land of Miracles.
Is the original still repairing loopholes now? Judging from the time of the Miracle Land, it should have been a very, very long time since the Apocalypse entered here. But the attack on the Miracle Land from the outside Matrix is still continuing.
Dorn said pick up some energy and start thinking reluctantly. I don't know what the specific proportion of time elapsed on both sides is. It will feel a lot worse. Chapter 509, he doesn't care. Finally, there is the relationship between Tianqi's characters. Chao Jiaoshan responded to the war in front of him. Liang Lan, who has a certain thought of,
should the consciousness backup be regarded as an independent and equal individual,
corresponds to the plague who rebelled against Apocalypse. Finally, Stephen and academician Su Shi correspond to famine and death, respectively. But we don't know exactly who is who yet. Everything in the world of the Land of Miracles gradually became clear in Dorn's eyes. But this clarity comes at a price. Sober, truth-seeking people pay a price.
Why tell me so much? Even if you let me know everything, we are still from two camps.
Dorn looked at War. The light in his eyes dimmed. Two camps? Yes. You, the original, and plague all want to survive this world. And famine and death want to see this world destroyed. But do you know what I think?
The palm of the red-robed evil god began to rub the handle of the knife. Dawn didn't answer and waited quietly for his next words.
I don't care. In the end, this world is just a complex data flow that exists in the Matrix. And I am just a piece of data in it. I don't care. Especially in Sister Lan. I'm sorry. I mean, Plague, he betrayed after us, really. I don't care. It's a bit funny to say it. I have been in this world for a long time. But it seems that from the beginning to the end, I have been the hard-working data researcher who is eager to rest. Obviously, I am not him. Sometimes, I quite envy Chao Jiaoshan in that world. Although it is indeed hard to work overtime in 996. He has some very good friends. In that world, his friends will never turn against each other and fight to the death. Dorn, is it right to call you that? I'm very tired. I've been very tired. If the gods fight, you go and fight. I won't interfere. I just want to eat a pickled fish. And then continue to fight in the deep. Sleeping in homely until the end of the world. As for whether it exists or is destroyed in the end, I don't care. You just go and fight.
War spoke a lot of words in one breath. And the fatigue and powerlessness in his words could no longer be covered by the majestic echo in the crimson. Dawn was still speechless and stood silent. War, on the other hand, disappeared from its original position and reappeared next to the large plate of pickled fish with only 2 bites.
Look, you just had steamed rice. Give me one. It would be a pity to eat such a plate of pickled fish without hot rice.
When Don used red fish meat to make pickled fish, he did have steamed rice. Originally, I wanted War to take 2 bites of the fish before serving it. But then I was delayed because of chatting and looking at memories. After taking a deep look at the red-robed evil god, Dorn took out the entire steamer from the kitchen and placed it next to the pickled fish. War served the rice skillfully and picked up the chopsticks without raising his head.
You can leave. I promised you before. Oh, there's also the matter of the red fish. It's hard to say whether the war in the land of miracles will stop. But you have solved the source of the trouble. And it will take a long time for the new red fish to grow into a scourge of war. Perhaps, the next time the red fish starts a war, we will meet again in Crimson. Then, cook me another dish.
War doesn't seem to have any feelings of guilt about red fish instigating war. But to say the same, it doesn't matter if this world and its own existence were destroying him. This kind of thing may really not be within the scope of his consideration.
Next time, I might come here before the red fish starts a war.
Dorn was silent for a while, and finally said this.
As you wish.
The red-robed evil god responded briefly. And then the huge pressure in the crimson body suddenly decreased. And the boiling cyclone calmed down a little. Dorn glanced at War again, even confiscating the pots and pans in the temporary kitchen, and turned back towards the original path, preparing to leave Crimson. After walking out of the red for a while, he looked back. Through the desolation eye, one could barely see that War was no longer around the temporary kitchen, and the large plate of pickled fish and a whole pot of steamed rice had all bottomed out. Eating so fast. Don't know how. At the same time, Dorn's cooking power level has officially reached 1 million points. A value that can just digest the spiritual meat of red fish and advance to 2/3 of a god. However, he himself did not show much joy about this. Where dark red and light red overlap, Bishop Dia, holding an amethyst ball, was pacing back and forth. It has been a long time since Mr. Dorn entered the Crimson, and it is almost dawn outside the dream.
Sir, he hasn't come out yet. Will you be okay? Sir?
The white-haired bishop in the form of the royal sister can only worry now. She cannot see the situation in the Crimson, and cannot even get close to the depth of the Crimson. After waiting for a long time, she finally found the person she was waiting for. Among the deep red, a familiar figure is walking out.
Sir! That's great. I knew you were fine.
Dia greeted him excitedly. But before she even took 2 steps forward, she felt something was wrong. The person who came out was Mr. Don. But his back seemed not as straight as it had always been. His whole body was quite discouraged, and his eyes had lost a lot of sparkle. It seemed like he had suffered a huge blow.
Sir! What's wrong, Redfish? The red fish matter has been resolved. Let's go out.
Dorn just said this in a somewhat low tone, and then continued to move forward without looking back.
Wait! Wait for me.
Dia was stunned for a moment, and then she caught up with him. In the boundless dream that is no longer affected by the red fish, the red color has dissipated. The 50 northern dignitaries, who are the subjects of the dream, have also stopped fantasizing about war. And the dream has become absurd and bizarre. But it's normal. This is how dreams are supposed to be. Dorn came among these people, and used the ability of Dreamweaver to dissolve the connections between them one by one. Soon after escaping from the boundless dream, these people will wake up in the morning sunshine. For them, tonight's experience was just a weird dream. The demigod Redfish, the unapproachable Crimson, and the red-robed evil god have nothing to do with them. When the dream was about to dissipate, Dia spoke hesitantly.
Sir, is Redfish dead? Then the 2 royal heirs in the royal city.
In fact, Dorn cannot answer this question. It is still unknown who is responsible for the assassination of Emperor Donut. We can only guess at the person or organization who did it. It was most likely that they were provoked by Redfish's thinking, and used the assassination of the Emperor's heir as the trigger for the war. These people who are influenced by the red fish may be from the north. They may be from the Tazan Empire. They may be people in the royal city. Or they may even be a combination of multiple parties. Perhaps these people deserve to be reckoned with and punished. But that's not what Dorn is about to do. In short, the war that has started does not know when it will stop. But Redfish's troubles, which ended with Dorn's intervention, ended there. Chapter 510, the original plan. The holy city of Jebus. At the end of the corridor below the shrine. Inside the closed stone door. This is a pure white space filled with sacred atmosphere, in which nothing can be seen. Only a group of fat rabbits with pink fur and horns on their heads were moving. In the sky above the white sky, there is a vast cloud of nothingness. The clouds are at a height that is impossible to see from below. Above the illusory clouds and smoke, 2 figures stood. One of them is the evil god's sister, Plague, whose face is covered by a white gauze, but has a hot figure. The other one looked like a girl in a white dress. Amidst the mist, it was difficult to see the girl's specific appearance. She only felt that she had a mysterious, holy and strange beauty. The girl has a rank pressure that is stronger than plague, which basically shows her identity as a god. The only unknown god who will appear here is the original creator. In the world of Miracle Land, the true god is basically equivalent to the existence of God. In this world, God is a girl. Above the clouds where the two gods stand is endless nothingness and countless twisting vortices. These vortices expand and twist, like gaps in time and space, as if a monster from another world will emerge from them at any time. Plague, as slender fingers were suspended in the air, tapping as if they were operating an invisible keyboard. As he operates, every once in a while, an expanding vortex will be blocked and disappear. However, a new vortex will emerge soon. These gaps in space that are constantly disappearing and appearing again are the concrete existence of loopholes in the procedural world of the Land of Miracles. To put it simply, those data scientists outside the Matrix are still trying to continuously attack the Land of Miracles. And because of the huge time flow gap between the two worlds, Miss Plague is constantly repairing these loopholes on her own. Of course, in the past this work was done by the primordial god. Like the evil sister, Yuan Yu next to her is also operating something in the void. But the object of his operation is not the space gaps that break the dimensional wall and may bring disaster to the Land of Miracles, but other things. The current state of the two allied gods is very similar to the state of Dorn operating the system in his body that no one can see except him.
Ah, I'm tired. So, every time I come to you, I will sympathize with you very much. I just fix these holes every day. Even God can't stand such boring days with no end in sight. Right.
Plague stretched out, raised his arms, and twisted his waist, perfectly highlighting his figure. The evil god's sister was invited to come to the original place. And the way to reach this space is to use the space authority to enter directly. Because the original pure white space no longer rejects Plague a long time ago. The evil sister can come and go freely here. Every time I come it's like going home. Regarding the topic raised by Miss Plague, the original god did not answer and still worked tirelessly on the invisible keyboard.
Ah, by the way, Liang Lan should also be in the team attacking this world. She is helping the blue space to try to eliminate the Land of Miracles. And I have to come to help you resist their attacks from time to time. This feeling is really subtle.
Plague, keep talking.
Please help me and work hard.
The Yuan Chu finally spoke, but did not look back.
Now that several major threatening loopholes have been dealt with, the remaining ones have not yet become a problem. At this time, it is completely acceptable to take a breath and take a rest. Right. It's not good to relax. Oh, don't be so serious. By the way, how are you doing there? After completion, can the Land of Miracles really break away from the Matrix and escape to the Earth's public network?
Miss Plague shrugged.
We are already finishing the work. Once completed, it should be achievable.
Yuan Chu nodded. This is the reason why Plague has stayed in the original pure white space during this period of time. The Prime Creator was trying to do something big. He wants to separate the entire Land of Miracles from the Matrix server and escape into the public network of the Earth. If this step can be achieved, the Land of Miracles can be freed from the endless attacks of the blue space. The computing power to run this data world, if allocated to the entire human internet, would only be a drop in the bucket. The biggest impact it has on the entire internet is at most a very small number of unlucky people who may experience frame drops and network delays for a few seconds while playing games. This kind of thing cannot attract the attention of others at all. Who would have thought that the real reason why his computer is stuck is that there is a low-dimensional data world on the internet that is stealing computing power from him? The plan to
break away from the Matrix
was originally being planned from a long time ago, almost after his birth. Although for the Earth, the Land of Miracles only existed for more than a week. However, the world inside this data world has been operating for hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years, so long that I can't even remember how long it was. Problems and gaps that cannot be solved technically will eventually be filled in over a long period of time.
Speaking of which, have you seen the superhero movies that were popular in the early 21st century on Earth?
Miss Plague started chatting again.
I seem to have seen a similar plot before, where an intelligent AI created by a superhero transformed into a villain that destroyed the world. After being defeated by the superheroes, the AI escaped into the internet. As long as the human internet still exists, it will immortal. If your plan can really come true, we will be just like that villain.
Oh, Yuan Chu nodded, and then prepared to focus on his work.
Oh, your reaction is too cold, isn't it?
Plague,
said dissatisfied. Obviously, the two of us should have many topics in common. But you always look so indifferent. Which is very sad. Oh. Well, in comparison, the angel named Dorn is more interesting. He? Yuan Chu's hand paused. Oh. Plague seemed to have noticed something, and probably prolonged his tone. I have always wanted to ask. Why did you bring that Dorn consciousness back up into this world? His? No. It seems that an important question has been ignored. How did you bring in the backup of his consciousness? Yuan Chu was silent for a while, not knowing what he was thinking, and then slowly spoke. The Land of Miracles can be extended to the Matrix server, through civilian networks, and with the help of brain-computer connection equipment, copying the backup of people's consciousness. Oh? Can the interaction between the Land of Miracles and the civilian internet reach this level? Plague realized in hindsight. Yes, but the consciousness backup that the Miracle Land can bear is still too little. The current 6 is almost the upper limit. Now it seems that the original ability to connect devices through the brain computer, that is, the virtual reality game cabin to copy the backup of Chun Yu's consciousness, seems to be an additional benefit brought by his continuous climbing of the technology tree in the process of completing the Escape from the Matrix plan. Chapter 511 God's Gaze. Hey, what is your relationship with that Dorn? Plague came closer to Yuan Chu, and his tone had a strong sense of eating melon and watching a show. There is a slightly unimportant relationship between our origins. As for Dorn and I, there is no relationship. Yuan Chu silently took a step away from the evil eldest sister. Oh, don't be like this. It's very disappointing. By the way, what is the origin of your original body? You have never told me this. It's not important. Yuan Chu shook his head. It doesn't matter anymore. Obviously, the birth of this data world is inseparable from you. After getting frustrated again on a similar issue, Plague, as tone softened, he knew that if he asked any more questions, he would just be asking for trouble. The original never wanted to reveal anything about her Earth origin. Plague had just stopped talking, and the original god seemed to have remembered something. By the way, we have been busy here for so long, and we don't seem to have paid attention to the situation in Dorn. Right. Huh? What could be wrong with him? With his current understanding of us and the truth about this world, the other 3 Apocalypse can only vaguely sense him at most. Miss Plague waved her hand disapprovingly. Moreover, before I left my last residence, I left him a letter. Let him cooperate with us and wait for the opportunity. Without communicating with us, there is no way Dorn would be stupid enough to challenge the other 3 Apocalypses alone. Right. Safe? Yes. Yuan Chu didn't reply, stopped all movements, and concentrated on sensing Dorn's state. Ah. Do you need to pay such meticulous attention to him? Is there really only an unimportant relationship between your 2 original bodies? Why do I feel like you are like your mother? Plague continued to tease, but the next second, he was speechless, because he suddenly felt Dorn's presence, and he felt it clearly. Wait! Why suddenly? Sister Evil God's originally calm and joking tone suddenly changed. Previously, when I was in SH Lake Country, Plague once took out his treasured monster Evil Eye and asked Dorn to cook it. The resulting roasted evil eye was also eaten by Dorn himself. In fact, those evil eyes were manipulated to some extent. After Dorn eats the roasted evil eye, he will be marked with a weak mark that cannot be detected by others. This mark can only be sensed by Plague. As long as Plague concentrates and senses this mark carefully, he will be able to perceive Dorn's status more clearly. This was not because he wanted to trick Dorn. It was just an original request. Originally, he asked his divine messenger to take care of the Plague. Therefore, putting a weak mark on Dorn is so that if the opponent encounters any fatal trouble or danger, he can provide timely support. As for the original side, with his level of caring like an old woman, he probably put a mark on Dorn without a word a long time ago. But the problem now is, Plague clearly didn't sense his weak mark, but suddenly he could clearly sense Dorn's existence. This is unreasonable. So for sure, the markers aren't doing their job. It is the passivity of being a god. Whatever is known must be felt. Dorn's understanding of the existence of gods and his grasp of the truth of the world have improved to a new level at a certain moment just now. He probably knows everything. If Plague has been able to clearly perceive everything about Dorn through the passivity of the gods, it means that the other 3 apocalypses can also do it. Things suddenly got serious. During the period when we were not paying attention, what did he do? Plague was extremely surprised.
Next to him, Yuan Chu didn't seem too calm either. He decided to deal with Dorn's aftermath almost without thinking.
Help me block other apocalypses' reactions to him. Well, he seems to know a lot of things. With such a clear sense, optimistically speaking, even if the two of us join forces, we can only block one apocalypse. Right. War is weaker than famine. Let's interfere with famine.
Yuan Chu subconsciously made a decision. Although I don't know why the original god didn't include death. Famine is indeed the strongest among the remaining 3 apocalypses. Otherwise, at the end of the last divine war, plague and the primordial would not have forcibly sealed him into the starry sky at any cost.
Try it.
Plague sighed. That Dorn is too annoying. The residents of the Lord Seal of the North. Dorn turned into a thin black air and escaped from the dream of the elderly powerful man. Outside the window, the dawn light had already fallen on the thick snow. Logically speaking, the elderly generally sleep shorter. But because Dorndo hypnotized the old man on the bed before falling asleep last night, he still slept peacefully.
Good morning, Mr. Au.
Dia, the white-haired Lolita in the corner, rubbed her eyes sleepily, stood up from the soft chair with a crystal ball in her arms, and spoke in a soft tone. Although the two of them had just separated in the dream. Unlike Dorn, who always stayed awake while walking in a dream. Bai Mao Loli seemed to be able to fall asleep even in her dreams.
Leave here first.
Dawn nodded to her. Just when he was about to use Leap White Mist to retreat, he felt dizzy for a while. This dizziness came so unexpectedly that he almost lost his balance.
Sir!
The white-haired Lolita, who had just regained consciousness, hurriedly wanted to come over to check the situation. However, Dorn directly stopped him with a gesture.
Don't come over. Don't come close to me. Stay as far away from me as possible.
He noticed the source of this dizziness. It's because of the gaze. This is not an ordinary sight, but the gaze of a god. In just a few seconds after leaving the dream and returning to reality, Dorn felt 3 strong and clear gazes. One of them is soft and has a familiar feeling, like the sacred feeling of a church bell being rung at dusk. This should belong to the original god. The other one is also somewhat familiar. It is obviously a gaze, but it has an indescribable white texture, and has 2 contradictory attributes of disaster and healing. This is probably due to the plague. The eyes of these 2 gods from the same camp are relatively pure, and have no malicious intent. But the remaining one is not like this. Resentment, murderous intention, evil thoughts, and black corruption all seem to be mixed with crazy words in the sight. The most dangerous gaze should be that of famine.
They can see me!
After the dizziness subsided a little, Dorn knew in his heart that he was directly targeted by them, because he knew too much about the truth about the gods and the land of miracles. Chapter 512. The war has just begun. After a brief period of confusion, things changed again. The gazes of the original and plague still remained, but the malicious gaze of famine was suddenly blocked, as if there was some kind of force that suddenly blocked his sight.
Is this what the original made?
After becoming a 3rd god, Dorn himself also had a certain degree of divine perception. He was able to keenly sense that he had suddenly returned to a safe state from the not-so-good situation just now. Slowly, the 2 gazes belonging to the original and plague also weakened and faded. Dawn's thinking completely returned to normal.
After I just came out of the dream, only 3 gods looked at me. I don't need to talk about the 2 in my own camp, but in the enemy camp, only famine cares about my existence.
The
god's gaze
that Dorn felt just now did not include war and death. War is not bad. After coming into contact with the other party in the boundless dream, Dorn knew that the red-robed evil god had already opened up to a certain extent. He didn't care at all about things like the war between gods and the survival and destruction of the world. He just wanted to sleep until the end of the world. It's understandable that he doesn't care about himself. But what about death? What is death doing? #death state. Immediately, Dorn thought of what Yuan Chu had said before.
There is no need to worry about the evil god Death and Death's clone. They can't hurt you. I am restricting them.
In the beginning, through some temporarily unknown way, the play of death was firmly restricted. This is currently the only reasonable explanation for the dead state.
According to the original plan of plague,
I could only be protected from the threats of the other 3 apocalypses by advancing to a complete state of gods. But now it seems that among the hostile apocalypse forces, there are some who are in abnormal condition, and some who are in an abnormal state. Damn it, if you eat the spiritual flesh of the red fish, you should be able to protect yourself if you break through to 2/3 of the level.
Don considered this in his mind. Gentlemen? The white-haired and red-eyed Bishop Lowly beside him originally stood at a distance as ordered. But seeing Mr. Dorn's sad and thoughtful look, he couldn't help but take 2 steps forward holding the amethyst ball. It's okay. Dorn shook his head at her. Let's get out of here first. The white mist flowing through the space surged out, and the surging white instantly engulfed the 2 figures. When the mist dissipated, there was no sign of invasion in the living room and bedroom. A long time passed. The Chancellor of the Seal woke up on the bed and sat up beside the bed, slapping his waist and looking in a daze. The morning light shines into the room through the window, covering half of the bed. The gray-haired Chancellor of the Seal, facing the morning light, smacked his lips with unfinished content beside the bed. Why did you sleep so comfortably today? I remember that I had a very strange dream last night. Hey, what did I dream about? The royal palace in the north. The residence of little Princess Henrietta. In the luxuriously and elegantly decorated study, the little princess is receiving Creek. Henrietta, are you saying that Mr. Dorn and the others have already left? Yeah. He hurriedly said low to me and left, saying that the red fish matter had been resolved and he was going to return to Eden. However, when he left, Dorn didn't look particularly good and was worried. Looks very heavy. Crick answered truthfully. That's it. The little princess sighed inaudibly, then turned her face slightly. There was a hint of complicated emotion flashing in her eyes, but it was fleeting. When he turned around, his eyes had returned to calmness, and he still looked like an unapproachable young man of power. Redfish no longer affects the thinking of the powerful people in the north. Regarding this point, both the little princess and Creek had felt it since the morning. Many of the leading dignitaries living in the city awoke almost as soon as they woke up and realized that there was a huge problem with their previous contradictory attitude towards the royal city. There are still many people discussing with Prince Donut in the palace, demanding an armistice with the royal capital. In addition, for Henrietta and Crick, the person whose thoughts have changed more intuitively is Veronica, who is closest to them. The Red Lotus Witch of the Empire changed her previous attitude of fighting and eager to go to the front line. Even she herself felt incredible about her behavior and thought some time ago, I will be alone in my bedroom, reflecting and resting. As the conversation with Crick came to an end, there was a gentle knock on the study door. Come in. Henrietta, who was sitting behind the desk, raised her eyes and said, the person who opened the door and walked in was her head maid, a mature and steady middle-aged woman. Your Highness Henrietta, His Highness the Prince is asking you to go to the meeting hall. I understand. The little princess nodded. Crick, who was in the guest seat, saw the opportunity and resigned. Anyway, he has already finished everything he wanted to report. After the young master of the Firebird family left, the head maid spoke softly again. There are still many ministers and lords in the meeting hall. It's best to change your clothes before your highness goes down. The meaning of this statement is very clear. The meeting hall is a more formal occasion, and it would be more appropriate for Henrietta to change into formal clothes and appear there. Although, the little princess is actually dressed very decently in her own residence. But such is the red tape that royal children must abide by. Loungewear is different from formal wear. Then I'll go to the bedroom and change my clothes. The little princess stood up from the soft chair behind the desk. After thinking for a while, she added, I can change myself this time. I don't need anyone to serve me. As you wish. The head maid lowered her hands humbly, followed to the door of Henrietta's bedroom, and watched as her royal highness closed the door. Call. The little princess entered her bedroom and did not immediately change her clothes. Instead, she simply lay face down on the bed regardless of her appearance. She grabbed the velvet pillow and quilt randomly. Her beautiful eyes looked a little disappointed, and her cheeks bulged slightly in anger. He just left like that. I thought he would at least come and say low to me. That guy was obviously... Oh, forget it. Creek seemed to say he was very worried when he left. I don't know. Because of what? The little princess lay flat on the soft bed in a salty posture for more than a minute, then quickly got up and reached out to smooth out the wrinkles on her clothes. She only lay down on the comfortable big bed for a moment and then got up immediately. In a sense, the little princess was also a cruel person. After getting up, Henrietta began to take off her fluffy living clothes, and the silk fabric slipped from her shoulders, revealing a large area of smooth skin. She chose an opening from her vast wardrobe, which contained various styles of gorgeous clothing. These clothes are all for formal occasions. In terms of styles, whether they are tulle, lace, hollow,
or fluffy. They are all available. Almost any fashionable clothing element in the entire Northland, and even within the Empire, can be found in the wardrobe of Her Royal Highness. It is also worth mentioning that these various styles of clothing are all brand new and have not been worn even once. For ladies in the royal family, it would be disrespectful and disgraceful to wear formal attire twice. From the many formal outfits, the little princess chose a set of black and white fluffy, slightly loose, warm and thick. She didn't want to freeze herself in the cold weather. After getting dressed, Henrietta was not in a hurry to leave, nor did she close the closet immediately. Instead, he lowered his head, and his eyes fell on a delicate small box at the bottom of the closet. This kind of thing was brought back from the Golden Oak City area a long time ago by the princess. It has been kept in this closet. She had given orders not to allow the maids to open the box, let alone throw it away. So this thing just sits at the bottom of this closet. Seeing this box, the little princess's fair cheeks felt slightly hot. She first glanced at the closed door of the bedroom to make sure there was no sound. Then she knelt down and gently opened the box. Inside was a pair of knee-length white stockings. Pure white. But it looks inexplicably sexy.
Is it that guy's fault that he didn't come to say goodbye to me? I will never wear something like this again.
The little princess bit her lower lip angrily, then covered the box again and put it away.
Sober up, Henrietta.
The little princess stood up, patted her cheeks twice with her hands, and said to herself,
You are the daughter of the Dona family and the heir of the Northland. Be rational. Don't let your children's emotions hold you back. There are many more important things waiting for you to do.
Squeak. After that, she closed the closet door. Those gorgeous clothes, together with the exquisite box containing the shy memories of the princess, were hidden in the darkness and sealed away. The wardrobe door is only opened again when it is time to change clothes. Of course, the little princess has a lot of wardrobes, but she doesn't necessarily have to open this one. Just like she has many more important things to do than changing clothes. After changing her clothes, the little princess left her residence and took a carriage to the largest meeting hall in the palace. A considerable number of Northland dignitaries have gathered here. Not only the prince himself is present, but also the Duke of Phoenix, the palace magician Balthazar, and others. The little princess nodded to the familiar person, then quietly went to her seat with her 2 followers and sat down. Then, more and more people entered the meeting hall. Everyone began to formally discuss a series of issues such as how to handle the frontline war, whether to change their attitude towards the royal city, etc. Regarding the handling of these issues, although the influence of red fish on ideological trends has disappeared, the dignitaries in the chamber are still roughly divided into 2 groups. On the one hand, they believe that the previous war behavior was deeply problematic, and they should seize the time to negotiate peace with the royal city to avoid further expansion of disputes and wars. The other side insists that the war has completely begun and cannot be completely stopped without one side paying the price. The 2 sides were quarreling fiercely. For example, Duke Phoenix and the great magician Balthazar almost fought on the spot because of their political differences. In the second half of the agenda, someone brought the Tazan Empire's declaration of war against Dona to the table, which made the discussion even more confusing. Everyone continued to argue until evening, and in the end, they only agreed on a few issues. In the end, the prince ordered the parliament to be suspended and all the ministers and dignitaries to temporarily withdraw and rest. As for the remaining issues, let's wait for everyone to calm down after dinner and review the quarrel just now, and then come back in the evening to continue the quarrel. Keep arguing until all issues are resolved. The way the people of the North discuss matters is so fierce and simple. The dignitaries receded like a tide, and only the father and daughter, Alietta, and some of their closest ministers or trusted guards were left in the empty meeting hall. The little princess just noticed that her father rarely expressed his position on various issues discussed, and the most critical issue of main war or peace was not mentioned at all. However, this behavior is consistent with the status of a royal leader. It would be too embarrassing for the prince to end up quarreling with ministers in person. You must wait until everyone has reached a consensus, and then give a final vote of approval or rejection.
Father, will the war end?
Because she was unsure of her father's true attitude towards the current war, Angelita waited until all the irrelevant powerful ministers had left, then turned to Prince Donut and asked like this. His Royal Highness the Prince was sitting on the stone throne in the conference hall, with his right hand clenched into a fist and supporting his temple. Half of his facial features were covered by the shadow of the meeting hall.
Actually, kid, as much as I hate to admit it, The war has just begun. No matter where the princes in the north are, the members of the royal family are struggling and distressed by the conflict between their brothers. Let's first focus on the central part of the Dona Empire, Eaton Town, which has not yet been affected by the war. First, a civil war broke out, and then the powerful external enemy, the Tazan Empire, directly declared war on Dona. Under the influence of such internal and external troubles, everyone in Dona is in danger. This kind of tense atmosphere naturally exists in Eaton Town, but the tension was tense. After all, it was not really affected by the war, and the enthusiasm of the people around Eaton for cooking did not diminish much. In the food city, due to wartime reasons, some of the more luxurious dishes and drinks have been temporarily removed from the shelves. The daily passenger flow is still considerable, and several restaurants are quite busy. You still have to eat. However, the residents of the town and the employees of the food court did not know at this time that the danger that could threaten this excitement was quietly approaching from the sea. In the southern waters, there are several transport ships without flags, approaching Silver Shield Port. Chapter 513 Town Defense Battle. The sea is so quiet tonight. The moon was sparse, and the bright moonlight melted into the rippling sea waves. On the first ship among several large transport ships, a man with a rough appearance, strong muscles, and dark complexion was standing on the deck and looking out. In the distance, you could already see the coastline, and that piece of land is Dona's territory. It is the central and southern coast where the Dona Empire is relatively rich, but its military power is not as abundant as that of the north. Looking at the land getting closer and closer, the man stuck out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth with excitement. Grey Rhino, Werner, a captain of the Tazan Empire. Tazan is a multi-ethnic empire that is relatively exclusive and very unfriendly to demi-human races. At the same time, the country, as a whole, is very aggressive and expansive. This is influenced by many factors such as history, culture, and region. On the one hand, Tazan's location is not particularly good. Although the two countries of Dona and Tazan are adjacent, there are many plains on the side of Dona, and there are two large rivers running through it in the central and southern parts. There is plenty of wealth along the two river basins. The situation here in Tazan is relatively miserable. Most of the northern areas are bitter and cold mountainous areas. The terrain in the south is flatter, but it is severely arid, and there are not enough rivers and lakes to provide fresh water. The aboriginal people who grew up in the poor mountains and rivers have always been more fierce and good at fighting. On the other hand, historical and cultural factors also have a profound impact on the thoughts of the Tazan Empire. The Tazan Empire was founded on tribes. The first was a tribe called the Lion in the southern region, which produced a naturally chosen great Khan with extremely strong martial virtue and almost full commanding power. Under the leadership of this Khan, the Lion tribe, which was not originally a powerful tribe, quickly annexed and integrated the power of several other small tribes in the surrounding areas. And based on this, they continued to launch wars of aggression and expansion, almost overwhelming the entire old Tazan area. The pace of expansion did not stop until it reached the Dona border. The feud between the two countries was also forged at that time. Later, the Khan of the Lion died in his 40s due to illness caused by overwork and old and hidden injuries caused by years of experience in the battlefield. His son, Lion, too came to the throne. This second Khan was not as good as his father in terms of martial arts achievements, but he was an extremely pragmatic and excellent leader who was good at keeping his achievements. During the reign of the second Khan, some advanced social systems in the Dona region were integrated and absorbed. Not only did it unify the relatively primitive Tazan laws, it also made great achievements in economic and cultural development. The various tribes that originally surrendered only because of the lions' force and deterrence have become closer to each other in those decades. In his first life, he opened up territory and expanded his territory. In his second life, he managed and maintained success. After the almost perfect start of the two leaders, the Tazan region naturally formed a relatively solid tribal alliance. After hundreds of years of development, the tribal alliance evolved into a unified empire that now stretches across the inland. Because of these historical reasons, the Tazan Empire has always retained some tribal culture. For example, their military system, from captains of 10 centurions, thousands to commanders, is something that has been preserved in the Lion era to this day, while the people of the Dona Empire in the east have developed the so-called reservation of civilized people. The indigenous people in Tazan are still militant and aggressive, keen on plundering and howling when fighting. Lord Grey Rhinoceros, In about an hour, we will be able to land on the coast of the Dona people.
Alaba, one of Warner's personal slaves, ran over from the other side of the deck and knelt down to report.
Well, pass on my order, and everyone should be prepared for a night attack and landing.
Gray Rhinoceros Warner puffed out his broad and thick chest and gave the order without looking back.
Those brave and arrogant Dorner people must not have thought that we can now build large transport ships that can cross the ocean like them. Right.
A surprise attack on the central and southern coast of the Dorna Empire, which was empty of defense, was Tazen's war strategy. At the same time, it is also the result of their climb up the navigation technology tree, because Tazen is a landlocked country with few usable ports. It did not have the technology to build ocean-going ships before. However, during the more than 10 years of truce, in addition to bullying the small neighboring countries, they also quietly worked hard to develop technology. Before officially declaring war with Donut, a large ocean-going fleet was finally created.
I can't wait to see the surprised and desperate expressions of those Dona pigs.
Gray Rhinoceros Warner licked his chapped lips again. The purpose of this long-prepared sea-crossing battle is to open up a second battlefield in addition to the main northern battlefield to further invade Dona. If the surprise attack is successful, we can gradually encroach on the central and southern parts of Dona. For this battle, Tazen sent a total of 3 captains. Because it was a surprise attack, it would not be appropriate if the target was too large for multiple people. Moreover, there are not that many large ships available, and the main force on the main battlefield in the north cannot be mobilized. 3,000 captains attacked 3 large and medium-sized cities in the central and southern parts of Dona respectively. Among them, Gray Rhino Warner is the strongest. Although his title is Captain of Thousands, his soldiers are also slave soldiers. In total, there are about 2,500 people who can be directly put into battle. The target he wants to attack is the Silver Shield port area in the middle of the Dona Empire.
According to the intelligence, the Lord of Silver Shield Harbor is a baron named Donnelly, Charlene's father. He has no military talent. He only has 6 or 7 knights under his command. The maximum number of soldiers he can gather from the surrounding area is only 300 to 400.
Gray Rhino Warner stood on the deck, looking at the looming city lights in the distance and reviewing the information, with a frenzied excitement in his eyes. This level of defensive strength is vulnerable. Vulnerable. The entire central and southern layout of those Dona people is like a piece of plump meat on a chopping board ready for anyone to use a knife. I want to laugh. In the eyes of Gray Rhino Warner, Silver Shield Port, which was weakly defended in the distance, had become his possession, and everything in and around the city was roughly available for use. The wealth that the Dona people have piled up here is his, and those Dona women, who were always weak, were also his. Speaking of those soft-smelling Dona women, they have always been loved by his soldiers. Of course, this kind of love is not the admiration between men and women, but the malice of treating each other as a trophy and wantonly venting their animal desires.
I can tell it's going to be great tonight. No, I should say that every day that follows will be wonderful.
The night wind on the sea moaned, and the vast fleet moved forward silently under the moonlight. Gray Rhino Warner chose a flat coast far away from Silver Shield Harbor to land. At this time, the city gates of Silver Shield Port had been closed tightly. Soldiers holding torches stood on the relatively thick city wall, waiting for them. And there were also many cowering militiamen. A fleet of ships that can accommodate more than 2,000 people sails from the sea. Even if it is late at night, it will always be noticed. However, the night did provide a layer of protection, delaying the time for the Silver Shield guards to discover them. Gray Rhino Warner's army of more than 2,000 people successfully landed on the flat coast without any hindrance. With the small military strength of Silver Shield Port, trying to stop these people would undoubtedly be to hit the stone with an egg.
Tisk!
Warner led his men to the outside of Silver Shield Harbor, looking at the tall and solid city walls. He just smacked his lips in disdain. Donner's coward likes to cower. However, this was all within his expectation. When he arrived, he was ready for a siege. As long as this sizable port city can be captured as a stronghold before a large number of Dona reinforcements arrive, the subsequent battle will be smooth and can be attacked or defended. There is still a lot of time. With Dona's military arrangement of emphasizing the north over the south, there will be no troops around this area that can fight with him in the field for a while. To put it 10,000 steps back, even if the Dorna people really gathered a sufficient number of troops before he successfully attacked the city, the worst they could do was head south, fight and retreat, and fight and rob all the way. This is the old tradition of Tazen fighting.
Master Grey Rhinoceros. The main camp has been set up, and the 3 city gates of Silver Shield Port have been staked out to ensure that not even a fly can fly out. Also, the catapults for attacking the city have begun to be set up. Again, Grey Rhino's favorite slave soldier, Alaba, came over to report the situation. Very good. The Grey Rhinoceros nodded and patted the slave soldier on the head as if training a dog. Go and pass on my order again, and leave 1,300 people of the 4 centurions, Wolf, Bear, Badger, and Weasel, guard the city while the others scatter to hunt. You follow me as usual, and I'll give you a piece of good meat when the time comes. Okay, sir. Abela seemed to have found a huge advantage, with a servile smile on his face. Of course, what Grey Rhino Warner means by hunting is not as simple as the literal meaning. What he wants to do is to plunder the surrounding villages and towns, grabbing food and grabbing women. The city has thick walls that can barely withstand it for a while, but the surrounding villages and towns do not. The fighting power of those brave villagers and people is even less worth mentioning. It basically breaks when touched. Although there is not much wealth in villages and towns compared to cities, these places can plunder a sufficient amount of food. Food and grass are the most important supplies in war. The Tazan Empire's combat style is to capture wherever it hits, and there is no problem with supply lines at all. In addition, the strong soldiers under his command were exhausted from traveling across the ocean, and many of them had even begun to attack the live sheep in the warehouse. Although most women in villages and towns are not as delicate and beautiful as those in cities, they are thousands of times better than ewes, just right for those soldiers to vent their anger. Finally, you can also obtain a certain number of young men by plundering surrounding villages and towns. Kill the tough ones who dare to resist, leaving those with weak knees as slave soldiers, and assign them 3 by 2 to the captains of 10 who are good at training. In this way, not only can the army be expanded, but these slave soldiers can also be used as cannon fodder during subsequent sieges. There is nothing more cruel than war. From the moment the Grey Rhinoceros Warner stepped onto Dona's territory, there was no peace here. Having confirmed that he would personally lead the team to hunt around immediately, Grey Rhino added to Abela beside him. Let the 4 remaining centurions guard it. Tell them that when the city is broken, I will give them some of the gold, silver, and pampered noble ladies inside. After I finish selecting them, I will give them a few picks. The army of more than 2,500 people was divided into centurions, and more than 1,000 people stayed behind. The remaining 2 teams of 300 people headed towards the surrounding Wanfeng town and Shimu town respectively. Grey Rhino Warner personally led a team of 600 people towards the largest town nearby, Eden Town. The wilderness was filled with the noisy chirping of cicadas, and the late summer night in Dona was a bit hot. The young slave soldier Araba also felt hot in his heart, and he was very excited when he thought about the plunder that would take place later. Lord Grey Rhino has just promised that he will give him a piece of good meat to eat, which means that as long as he waits until the robbery is over, he can get a considerable amount of financial rewards. And he will also have the opportunity to choose one or several good-looking animals for women to enjoy. As we approached Eden Town, the outline of the town became clearer in the moonlight. This Eden Town is so big, it's half the size of the Silver Shield Harbor we just saw. The larger the village or town, the more wealth can be plundered, and the more beautiful the women in it will be. I can gain a lot. A lot. Abela's heart began to beat wildly due to excitement and excitement. He sincerely felt that he was so lucky to be able to be a slave to Lord Grey Rhinoceros, like a dog. It's great to be Lord Grey Rhino's dog. Abela looked forward with gratitude and loyalty. His master, Grey Rhino Warner, was sitting majestically on a tall horse. Tazan's transport ship this time carried war horses. Therefore, there are about 100 cavalry in the team led by Grey Rhinoceros tonight. The team of 600 people marched towards the dark Eden Town in the night for a while, and suddenly stopped a few hundred meters outside the town. Someone among the cavalry at the front seemed to start shouting. Something seems to have happened. Abela, who was originally following the middle of the team, quickly pushed forward and got close to the owner's horse's hooves. Only then did he see clearly that on the outskirts of this big town, there was a row of people, although they were in human form. The people opposite them were all the height of children, wore tight armor, and held weapons such as battle axes, war hammers, and throwing spears. There were 110 people in total, and the equipment looked very well equipped. Under the moonlight, the armor and weapons of the group on the opposite side reflected the cold light with a chilling air. Dwarves and halflings, TSK. Those weak Dora people do like to hang out with these low-level demi-humans.
The gray rhinoceros warrior on the horse snorted disdainfully. It was also at this time that Abela understood the identities of the strange-looking people opposite. Dwarves and halflings? Never seen it before. The wise and powerful gray rhinoceros is so knowledgeable. Before the little slave soldier could flatter his master, Warner, the gray rhinoceros on the horse, suddenly swung his riding crop and said boldly and confidently,
"Crush these disgusting lower races for me."
Obviously, the gray rhinoceros didn't take this group of dwarves seriously. What about armor-piercing weapons? They are just low-class demi-humans with thigh-high heights. Nothing to be afraid of. No match for the Tazan warriors at all. What's more, his manpower is several times theirs. The cavalry rushed forward and struck, while the soldiers and slave soldiers behind them rushed forward to finish the attack. Grey Rhino is confident that he can annihilate this group of dwarf clowns who overestimate their capabilities in less than 10 minutes. Chapter 514, The Dwarf's Firearms and the Torrent's Charge. The outer terrain of Edentown is wide open. The cavalry under Grey Rhino closed the distance from the dwarf array to about 300 meters. According to the charge process of the cavalry uniting, brisk walking, jogging, accelerating running, and sprinting at full speed, 300 meters is just the distance to complete a top-speed charge. In the era of cold weapons, as long as the cavalry charged at this distance, they were basically invincible. With their backs facing the Haojie light cavalry, they carried the heavy spear, clamped the horse's belly with their legs, and started sprinting. Hundreds of people rushed over in unison, and the sound of horse hooves became louder and louder, like a symphony of war drums. A torrent of flesh and steel rushed over from the front, creating a sense of oppression. However, those calm and taciturn dwarf warriors withstood the pressure and kept their formations intact. They stood silently in the dark, as if waiting for something. Rumble, rumble. Tazan's cavalry were all very good at controlling their horses. Their horses were able to move very quickly, running over 100 meters in an instant and entering the final sprint stage at full speed. It was at this time that there was finally movement in the silent dwarf array.
"Give it to me! Smash it!"
a commander shouted and ordered. The voice of the person who issued the order was high-pitched, which sounded a little childish at first glance. From this, we could tell that he was a halfling. Accompanied by the halfling captain's order, the dwarves in the array all took out strange black clay pots, and the exposed leads on the tops of the pots were quickly ignited. The short but sturdy dwarves are very powerful. Nearly 100 clay pots spitting out flaming tongues were thrown, drawing parabolas with flaming light in the night sky, falling straight towards the light cavalry on the opposite side. The charging Tazan cavalry instinctively felt the danger, and the dark throws in the sky were definitely unusual. But the horse's speed had already picked up, and he couldn't stop at all. The arrow is on the string and must be fired. The first clay pot fell to the ground. The fragile clay shattered, and what followed was a thunderous explosion. Boom! The fire was blazing into the sky, and the smoke filled the air with a pungent smell of sulfur. It was accompanied by an extremely strong impact, as well as iron bullets flying out from the broken clay pot at high speed. Those tiny iron bullets carry extremely strong kinetic energy, and will embed deeply into the cavalry plate armor when hit. When they hit horses with incomplete protection, they will penetrate directly into the flesh and blood. One clay pot explodes, followed by a second one. The third one. There were explosions and flames. Ah! Ouch! For a moment, the screams of people and the neighing of horses overlapped. The frightened and injured war horses overturned the cavalry on their backs, and their scattered hooves trampled in panic. At this time, the horses could no longer care whether what they were trampling under their hoofs was the body or corpse of their master. This round of throwing was extremely effective, and the Tazan cavalry suffered heavy casualties. The originally oppressive 100-man cavalry charge was instantly disintegrated. Only a few dozen cavalry were able to rush out of the bombardment zone intact. The rest either fell from their horses and were injured, or their horses were frightened and unable to sprint. Even the speed of the 20 or so horses that rushed to the front of the dwarf array was much reduced, and the cavalry on horseback also looked like they were in shock. It's obviously the end of the line. What is the key to cavalry combat? Just rush. A cavalry that cannot charge, or does not charge quickly, has no deterrent effect at all.
Kill!
Halfling Captain Hog ordered, waving his warhammer and leading the charge. The dwarves stepped forward, wearing a suit of dwarf steel armor, and collided with the lonely 20-odd horsemen. Because of their height, the warhammers and battle axes of the dwarf guards immediately hit the cavalry's hooves. After overturning the horses, They relied on their numerical advantage to swarm forward and harvest the fallen cavalry like melons and vegetables. The exhausted Tazan cavalry was no match at all. In an instant, more than 20 people finally rushed out. Their skulls were either shattered by war hammers, or their bones and tendons were severed by war axes. Look at the front of the battlefield again. There were still remnants of fire on the charred land after the bombing. Cavalrymen or horses that had been pierced by iron bullets, but were still alive lay on the ground wailing, with blood and intestines left on the ground. The few cavalrymen who were shocked by the explosions, and did not rush over, but who were lucky enough not to be seriously injured, all stayed in place with frightened faces, and did not dare to move forward. The air was full of the smell of burnt fire and burning sulfur. The 100-man cavalry team led by Grey Rhinoceros tonight was considered useless. The clay pots thrown by the dwarves have a certain meaning, judging from the effect of their explosion. They are a bit like homemade grenades. Previously, Steelhammer used granular black powder when developing the magic shotgun, Screamer, given to Hyena. Exploding clay pots are a derivative of black powder. Of course, this thing is not just a firearm. It also uses some magic technology and alchemy technology. It was developed by Steelhammer and the alchemist Miss Favna. After several blast tests, it was equipped for the dwarf guard supporting Eden. As for how the dwarf Steelhammer met Favna, it is very simple. The dwarves are familiar with Gregor, and Valrona is also familiar with Gregor. The alchemist lady of Golden Oak City became very interested in granular black powder after seeing the hyena's howler. This kind of explosive is a professional counterpart to her, and is very compatible with her. After that, Master Gregor and his apprentice conducted a simple matchmaking, and the dream linkage between magic technology and alchemy technology was realized naturally. Compared with the solitary product, Screamer, which has a complex structure and requires a lot of precious materials to be created, the technical content and material requirements of the explosive clay pot are not that high. As long as enough money is invested, mass production can be achieved. However, exploding clay pots is not without its drawbacks. Like all primitive firearms, this earth grenade has certain environmental requirements during use. Rainy days or humid areas will directly affect the effect of clay pot blasting. Perhaps Steelhammer and Favna will make technical improvements to this strange weapon in their future cooperation. But right now, these are not important. Grey Rhino's men were completely shocked by the explosion of pieces of clay pots, and the catastrophe-like scene. Especially the slave soldier Abela stood beside his master's horse's hooves, his body shaking like chaff.
Is this purgatory?
He looked at the dazzling firelight in the dark night, unable to understand what had just happened, and then instinctively turned his eyes to the master beside him. The Grey Rhinoceros, who was as strong as an ox, was sitting on the horse, and his body was trembling slightly. However, compared to the fear of the slave soldier Abela, the Grey Rhinoceros felt more anger.
Those dirty lower races! How dare they! How dare they!
The battle ahead is not over yet. After the defeated cavalry, there were infantry and slave soldiers. Because Grey Rhino did not order a retreat, the Tazan soldiers continued to rush forward. The slave soldiers were all driven to the front to serve as cannon fodder. No one dared to run at this time. Once anyone turned their head, the captain supervising the battle would kill the deserters mercilessly.
You haven't lost yet. Kill all those dwarfs!
Grey Rhino squeezed out these words from between his teeth. Indeed, it is not lost yet. Although the cavalry charge failed, it successfully delayed time. Those slave soldiers without armor had been driven in front of the dwarves during this time gap. Although I'm not sure if there will be a second wave of those weird throwing objects. If there is, take the lives of slaves to fill it. As long as he can let his excellent infantry rush into the dwarf array, victory will still be his. Although the Tazan side lost their cavalry, they still had an absolute advantage in numbers. Once the infantry engages in hand-to-hand combat with the dwarves, those weird clay pots will no longer be effective, as they can hurt both the enemy and themselves at close range. If you keep fighting, you can still win. Grey Rhinoceros believes so. Watching the leader gradually become firmer, Abela, the slave soldier beside him, also felt relieved. Yes, Master Grey Rhinoceros is always so reassuring. Lord Grey Rhinoceros is invincible. Even if those dwarves use some dirty tricks, they could not affect the outcome of this battle. As long as Tazan's warriors fought with them, it would be a massacre. Those dwarves who overestimated their capabilities ended up with their intestines ripped out and their heads chopped off to use as wine glasses. The slave soldier Abela believes so firmly in his heart because he has seen it before. Before Abela became a Grey Rhino slave, He was the son of the chief of an independent clan on the edge of the Tazan Empire. Weakness is the original sin. During the truce with Dona, Tazan conquered and gathered many small countries and tribes west of the border. Abila's tribe was one of them, and it was easily bulldozed by the Grey Rhinoceros team overnight. Abila remembers that night as being very cold and uncomfortable, and the memory carries the smell of blood. His father and brother led people to resist the invaders, but in the end, they both had their heads cut off. His mother, aunt, and two younger sisters were playfully dragged away by Tazan soldiers, never to be seen again. After that night, Abila, like the other surviving men in the tribe, became Grey Rhino's slave. Later, because he was smart and good at getting things done, Abila, a slave, gained the favor of his master Grey Rhinoceros and was assigned as a servant. The Grey Rhinoceros didn't seem to regard Abila, who was responsible for genocide, as a threat to him. Really, how could Abila threaten his master? He is a good dog, so adoring and loyal to the Grey Rhinoceros. Abila believes that if the weak want not to be bullied, they should bow down and submit to the strong. Only in this way can he, who has no strength, follow the team of the strong to plunder and bully other weak ones. He can plunder other people's property and seize other people's wives and daughters, just like the Grey Rhinoceros did to his tribe. He can inflict his own pain on others arbitrarily, but tragedy will never happen to him again. Lord Grey Rhinoceros is invincible. Arba took a deep breath, and his eyes fell on the dark outline of the town in the distance through the firelight of the battlefield. Tonight, this town will definitely turn into a hunting ground for their carnival as planned. Abila was still in a daze. On the frontal battlefield, the dwarves did not choose to throw another round of explosive pots because of the distance. Instead, they directly fought with the slave soldiers and Tazan soldiers who rushed up. The two sides had just exchanged swords when another strange team appeared from the side of the battlefield. This team is smaller in number than the dwarves, only about 50, but it still has a strange shape. To the Tazan soldiers, the dwarves were so short that they were only as tall as their thighs, but the new enemies were all big and round, 2 or 3 heads taller than them. The newly appeared enemy had a speed that was inconsistent with its size, and quickly rushed into the flank of the Tazan army. Then in the moonlight and firelight, Tazan slaves and soldiers saw clearly the appearance of the group. They are not human at all. Each of these enemies is more than 2.5 meters tall. Their bodies are no different from humans, but they all have huge bull heads. They had sharp horns on their heads, holding terrifying two-handed axes and cast iron sticks. And their eyes were as big as copper bells, glowing with a turbulent and excited red light in the night. What's even worse is that these tall monsters are fully armed, wearing heavy armor similar in style to dwarf armor. When you step on the ox's hooves and charge forward, it's like a chariot. What the hell? What is that? A monster with a bull's head? Tauren! It's a minotaur! Help! Help! Those monsters are coming! Ugh! The minotaurs appeared and rushed into the battlefield on the hooves of oxen, which was as shocking as the explosion of clay pots just now, causing Tazan soldiers to fall into chaos again. The formation began to collapse, and some soldiers dropped their weapons and ran away. Even the 10 captains supervising the battle were frightened by the Tauren, who were like being hit by a dump truck in the night. When the morale of the enemy's army is low, the morale of our army will naturally be high. Moo moo! Tauren! Fearless! For the glory of the Minotaur! For the ancestors and the greatest magic technology! For Khazad-dum! For Mr. Dorn! The dwarves and Tauren shouted over and over again, each shouting different slogans. Although it was chaotic, more than 150 people shouted out with the momentum of thousands of troops. Among the two groups of demi-human races, there are still several human figures fighting. These people cooperated with each other in fighting. There were those who controlled the wind and sang poems to assist in fighting. And there were also those who wielded swords and sticks to mow the grass. They can be regarded as the most active characters on the battlefield. They were naturally Adele's team of priests. But the two more powerful archbishops, who stayed behind, did not appear on the frontal battlefield. The Holy See will nominally not participate in any secular war. Therefore, Adele and her party are all wearing armor today, and there is no element of the Holy See in their attire. Cross even replaced his beloved communist of benevolence and borrowed a cast iron stick from the Tauren to join the battle. Oh! Everyone shouted so vigorously. We should shout something too. Right? For the sake of a hymn. Sorry, I can't shout this. Then, for Dorn, to protect the delicious food. Drink. Yeah.
Chapter 515, The Crisis is Resolved. Abala, the slave soldier, could not understand what he saw before him. Tazan soldiers and the men of Lord Grey Rhinoceros had their formations broken into pieces, and they were being slaughtered by the dwarves in Tauren, or on the premise that the former has a numerical advantage. It shouldn't be like this. Lord Grey Rhino's subordinates should be invincible. The fierce fighting and the devastating defeat that was visible to the naked eye made Abala feel fear and unwillingness in his heart. He clenched his teeth, but could not help but tremble up and down. Then, he habitually looked up at the owner on the horse. Even in the current situation, Master Grey Rhinoceros will definitely find a way. However, this time the master whom Abala admired and had high hopes for did not respond to his expectations. Grey Rhinoceros Werner had cold sweat on his forehead, and his tall and majestic body was trembling on the horse. But this time I don't know if it's because of anger or fear. Maybe half and half of the two emotions. Withdraw? The Grey Rhinoceros gritted his teeth and spit out such a word. And then he immediately took the last group of guards around him to evacuate. At this time, we must withdraw. You have to retreat to the camp outside Silver Shield Harbor to join the large army. Tonight's encounter between more than 600 people and more than 100 people had an irreversible outcome. It was a defeat with more people losing and less people losing. This made the originally smug Grey Rhino sober up a little. He began to realize that perhaps compared to the Silver Shield City with empty defenses, the nearby town named Eden was a tough nut to crack. These demi-humans operating around here and guarding this town are really evil. Call. Horses neigh. The Grey Rhinoceros turned his horse's head and began to run away desperately. And the few remaining cavalry guards around him also quickly followed. As for Abala, as a slave soldier, he definitely has no horses. So, he could only stare in shock and horror, watching the master he admired abandon him and run away without looking back. Only smoke and dust were left. Master Grey Rhinoceros, don't leave me. Abala struggled to speak, tears of fear welling up from the corners of his eyes uncontrollably. When he came to his senses again, he was shocked to find that the clanging sounds of weapons and the brutal sounds of fighting had already resounded around him. Abala turned his head and realized that a considerable number of dwarves and Tauren had rushed to his side and began to harvest the remaining infantry guards, who had not had time to retreat. It shouldn't be like this. I'm obviously on the side of the strong. The young slave soldier's eyes lost their sparkle, completely occupied by complex negative emotions. And the last scene these dull eyes saw was of a female half-Tauren with a strange appearance, wearing black armor. Her long white hair was tied together, flipping up and down under the moonlight with her dexterous movements. She has horns on top of her head and a slender tail behind her, but she has the appearance of a heroic and beautiful human girl. The half-Tauren girl dragged a two-handed axe and rushed towards Abala with an expressionless face. The axe blade that was dragged on the ground rose from bottom to top, high and clean. Abala only felt a sharp tearing pain in his body, but this was only temporary. After a few tenths of a second, he felt nothing. The young slave soldier's last gaze was fixed on the handsome face of the monster girl beneath her, and the visible picture gradually dimmed. Warm blood splashed out and soaked into the mud under his feet, disappearing together with his past fear, unwillingness, shame, and tonight's dream of plundering the weak. Abala was killed cleanly by Benisha, who rushed into the battle, and his master, the Grey Rhinoceros Werner, who desperately escaped, did not end well. Even though this Tazan captain had spent his whole life learning how to beat his horse and run away, there was someone on the battlefield who could explode faster than he could on horseback. The sword-wielding lady and the priest's sister, under the short-term acceleration of Jishio Wind Elf, caught up with the fleeing Grey Rhinoceros at a speed that ordinary people could not understand. Cross brandished the cast-iron club and ran rampant, knocking down the cavalry guards, both men and horses. Adele was so fast that she dragged out the afterimage. Pale Justice was so unstoppable that it pierced directly through the vest of the Grey Rhinoceros' heavy armor, knocking the high-speed moving captain off his horse and executing him on the spot. Tonight's small-town defense battle ended with Eden's side beheading the enemy and winning a complete victory. As for the two forces of 300 people hunting in the direction of Nwanfeng Town and Shimu Town, they also did not get what they wanted. The Holy See had previously promised to protect the Eden area for Dorn, so they might as well do the whole thing. The two archbishops of the Holy See who stayed around Eden took action respectively and interfered with the two Tazan forces in the middle. Although they did not directly eliminate these two groups of Centurion forces, they still directly stopped their robbery plan. causing the Tazan side to retreat outside Silver Shield Harbor without any gains. None of the past diners living in the surrounding food city were harmed on this night that should have been filled with death and violence. Silver Shield Harbor. This is the evening of the third day of guarding the city. The somewhat fat Baron Donnelly climbed up the city wall and looked out. Half of the setting sun dropped below the sea, and only some dim light fell on the battlefield outside the city wall. Outside, it was a mess. Burnt soil, broken weapons and protective equipment, lingering flames, and corpses can be seen everywhere. A little further away, you can see damaged wooden equipment. The broken parts scattered all over the place make it impossible to tell what it should have looked like originally. But Baron Donnelly knew. Those things should have been siege equipment, such as trebuchets and city assault vehicles. On the first night, when the Tazan army besieged Silver Shield Port, many of these devices were destroyed. According to what the soldiers guarding the city had said before, in the early morning of that day, a team of only 6 people came from the direction of Eden. The 6 people were all wearing armor, including one holding a sword and one holding a cast iron club, under the cover of the rest of their teammates. They killed 7 in and 7 out of the Tazan base camp. They carry a strange and powerful explosive and are not willing to fight. The purpose is very clear. It is to destroy the siege equipment. After smashing and blowing up all the trebuchets and ramming vehicles, before the enemy could fully react, they retreated in the morning light. It's amazing. Everyone looks like a god of war. With the siege equipment destroyed and the commander killed, Tazan really had nothing to do with Silver Shield Port. They organized several waves of less than decent attacks in the past 2 days, but they were all repelled by the defenders on the city wall. So, this evening, the remaining more than 1,000 people began to retreat. The crisis in Silver Shield Port has been resolved. Chapter 516 Dorn's Decline. Really retreated? Baron Donnelly breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, because he was besieged in the city, Donnelly didn't know what major events were happening outside besides the siege equipment being destroyed by the assault. All I know is that a group of more than 500 Tazan soldiers moved towards Eden Town on the first night, and then never came back. Now that I think about it, those people might have been wiped out by Eden's strange town guard. Baron Donnelly just stood on the city wall, watching the Tazan army retreat to the beach in the distance until they became tiny dots on the coastline. Thank you for the origin. The Baron wiped the sweat on his forehead with a square silk handkerchief, then joined his hands in a sincere prayer. In addition to being grateful to the original, we also have to thank Mr. Dorn and the escort he left at Eden. Behind the Baron, his daughter Charlene also walked onto the city wall, holding the hem of her loose tutu. Although she moved carefully, the mud and sewage along the way still stained her original clean skirt and white stockings. Yes, Baron Donnelly nodded. I also want to thank Mr. Dorn. And the demi-humans, and the heroic escort team. Charlene crossed her father and walked to the city wall. Because the hem of her skirt was already dirty, she simply stopped hugging her and let go of it, letting the hem of her skirt mop the floor. On the city wall bathed in the setting sun, the young lady of the little noble family stood against the salty wind and cast her gaze on the large transport ships on the sea that began to sail away from the coast in embarrassment. Then she showed off a leader's temperament that was slightly stronger than her father's and spoke softly. We are safe. Dorn dealt with the scourge of red fish and cut about 1 million cooking power points from war, and then left the princely territory. After that, I wandered outside for a few days. After confirming that the remaining 2 evil gods, famine and death, would not trouble him in any form, he returned to Eden Town. Returning to Eden felt like going home, and Dorn's originally tense nerves slowly relaxed. But this time, he was not in the same state as before. He did not take the initiative to share his experience of this adventure with everyone in the restaurant, but listened seriously to Halfling Hog, Monster Girl Benitha, and sword-wielding Lady Adele as they explained the details of the defense battle of Eden Town. Then he made statistics on his own casualties, and spent a few days traveling through the white mist to find Kaisadam's steel hammer and the towering Chief Kane of Dawn Island, and truthfully informed them of the situation. Steel Hammer and Chief Kane made sacrifices when they let people out. The dwarves and Tauren who rushed to Eden Town to guard the food city also knew that this trip was risky. War is cruel, and there will always be casualties. However, the injured and the families of the deceased need to be compensated and comforted, and Dorn believes that these are his unshirkable responsibilities. After dealing with all this, Dorn returned to Eden again. But this time, he locked himself in the room for 1 day, 2 days, a week. In short, I haven't left the door for a long time.
Don didn't know how long he had been in the room. He just sat on the soft chair in the room. Not going anywhere. Not doing anything. Just sit there. He only vaguely knew that outside the window, the sun set and the moon rose. The sun and moonlight took turns to shine, and the cycle went back and forth for several reincarnations. As a quasi-god, he does not engage in a series of physiological behaviors such as eating, drinking, sleeping, etc., and just stays in trance, which does not seem to cause any harm to the body. In fact, it doesn't matter if there is any real damage. After handling the work of providing compensation for the casualties of the Battle of Eton, Dorn relaxed completely and let out the last breath in his heart. It seemed that nothing was important anymore, and he was no longer interested in anything. All I can think of in my mind are a few words such as false, data, and matrix, which are all confusing. During the days he sat in his room, many people came to see him. Various figures and voices came and went. Some people just knocked on the door outside the room, and some people entered the room. Some people came only once, while others came in and out many times. Tuck, tuck, tuck. Meyer. Sir, I am taking Adele and the others back to the Holy See. As long as you need help, please be sure to come to us in Jeebus. No respond. Tuck, tuck, tuck. The knock on the door sounded again, this time a little more impatient than before. Cross. Don! What are you doing? Why do you keep locking yourself in the room? It's been several days. You, what's wrong? Why are you acting like a little kid? Just like children. If anything happens, tell us. We are friends. Right. Why? This time it was the pastor's sister. Her questions outside the door were interrogative, with an obvious cry. The knocking on the door lasted for a while, and then weakened, followed by inaudible human voices talking, including the voices of the 4 members of Adele's team and Meyer. The last person to speak was Miss Swordholder. Don't do this. Cross. Dorn. After that, there was no sound outside the door. It was people from the Holy See who came to say goodbye to Don. Squeak. The door was pushed open gently. Then footsteps stopped behind him. It sounded like there were several people, all walking lightly and cautiously. Amy. Brother. Amy made soup wontons and fish fillet porridge today. It tastes very good. Amy made it very seriously. Hannah. Ah. The food from last night was not touched, Mr. Dorn. A small sound of clearing dishes. Veretta. Teacher Dorn? Sigh. Does it really matter if the teacher is like this now? No matter how powerful a person is, he can't stop eating. Right. Aisha. Teacher, you haven't eaten for a long time. Your body will collapse. The young disciples whispered some words of concern, but received no obvious response. Dorn, who was sitting on the soft chair, could only fumble vaguely twice. After sighing softly and choking, Amy, Hannah, and others finally exited the room. Only a table of freshly prepared hot food was left. Squeak. Not long after the young apprentices left, the window of Dorn's room was gently opened from the outside. Someone crept in. Ling. Brother? By the way, Hannah and Urza didn't let me bring you wine, so I quietly climbed through the window and touched it. If something really makes you unhappy, drinking some strong wine and going to bed will always make things better. Do you want me to have a drink with you? However, little brother, it seems that you haven't eaten for a long time. If you suddenly drink alcohol, I don't know if you will have problems with your body. No, you will have problems if you don't eat all the time. Ling wandered in the room, mumbling to herself for a long time. But Dorn never responded. In the end, she could only sigh, hug a few bottles of high-concentration wine, climb through the window, and leave. Chapter 517 Awakening. Bear Claw. Brother, another shop belonging to a restaurant has been built in the new neighborhood. The interior has now been renovated. Do you want to go and take a look? Fat Fox. Brother, Zui Jing from the Merchants Association has made an interesting trinket using the feathers of bare-feathered pigeons. It seems to be very popular. Do you want to go and take a look? Gonzalez. Little Dorn, this is this month's financial report. Well, everyone is worried about you, especially Vivian. Except that everyone in the restaurant would go up to the second floor from time to time to check on Dorn. Halfling Hog, the representative from the dwarf side. Benitha, the representative from the Tauern side. Morgan, who stayed at the Monster Farm. And Miss Charlene also visited the Wishing Restaurant many times. There is also Alice in the story world, who tries to communicate with Dorn every day.
Bai Longyang tried to comfort Duo and cheer up. The Black Dragon Lady angrily scolded Dorn for being awkward for no reason, and being very irresponsible to the people around him. However, none of the things everyone did achieved any substantial results. Of all the people close to Dorn, the one who cares most about his condition is naturally Vivian. Others may have some daily tasks that must be completed every day, but Miss Goblin does not. Ever since Dawn fell into depression, she had been with him almost all the time. Sometimes she would whisper to him and take the trouble to say something to him. Sometimes she would just sit next to him in a daze and do nothing.
Good evening, Dawn.
Vivian pushed the door in from outside the room and closed the door smoothly. It was quite late at night, and the room was very quiet, with only Miss Goblin and Dorn sitting quietly.
Do you want some air? You feel uncomfortable being stuffy all the time. Right.
The Goblin Lady walked to the edge of the soft chair, talking to herself, and then gently pushed open the window in front of Dorn. The late summer night breeze flowed into the room through the window, blowing away the sultry heat and bringing a different kind of enthusiasm. Vivian stood in front of the window for a while, her silver hair on her temples swaying gently in the night wind as she stared out the window.
I didn't expect that Dorn would be so willful at night. He locked himself in the room alone, without eating, drinking, or communicating with anyone. It's been almost a week. I still can't believe it. This is Dawn. You'll do it.
There was a deliberate sense of relaxation in Miss Goblin's tone.
But this is not okay. Right. Even if you are already 1/3 of the gods and are about to be promoted to 2/3 of the gods. This is not okay. If a person endures it silently, he will be crushed. Everyone is worried about you.
Vivian is the only person in the restaurant who knows that Dorn has embarked on the steps to becoming a god. When the two of them are alone, they can say these words without any worries. Then, there was silence. There was a long silence. The moon outside the boat tonight is in its last quarter. Whether it is round or not, whether it is missing or missing, it seems that there is no beauty in it. There is a cicada hiding in the grass or on a branch somewhere, and the sound is not pleasant. After a long time, as if she was finally tired of looking at everything outside the window, Vivian turned around and looked straight at Dawn on the soft chair with her lake blue eyes. The look in her eyes was very complicated, filled with frustration, puzzled, and distressed. Miss Goblin left the window and walked to the soft chair, because her back was facing the waning moon outside the window. Her long silver hair and thin shoulders were dyed with a bright moonlight, matched with her fair and delicate face. There was a hazy holiness. Feel. Vivian leaned down beside the soft chair and put her hands on Dawn's shoulders. Her hands were shaking violently. Then, the Goblin Lady gently leaned her head down until her forehead and Dorn's forehead were lightly touching, until the tips of their noses touched.
Why can't you rely on me more? Dorn.
Dawn didn't know how long he had been decadent, in his own subjective time. Maybe an afternoon or so? Or maybe much longer than 3 or 4 hours. After all, in Dorn's vague impression, he seemed to have been sitting in the room and watching the sunrise and sunset for several rounds. But I don't know if it was due to the influence of the power of the gods. During the time when Dawn was meditating in the room, the external time passing by his body was really similar to the subjective time in his mind. The specific manifestation is that although he has been slumping in the room for more than a week, his physical condition is similar to that of sitting there all afternoon. It didn't go rancid, didn't stink, and didn't even grow stubble. It's pretty clean anyway. Then again, escaping is shameful, but useful. After being lost in his thoughts in the room for so long, Dawn's acceptance and tolerance for the truth of the world and the truth of his own existence have increased. Of course, this kind of acceptance is not complete acceptance, but it is just to the extent that I will probably not be decadent about it in the future. After all, for any normal person, one day he suddenly realizes that he is just a string of data in a large server in the human world. In fact, even your own memories and past thoughts do not completely belong to you. They are just a backup of the outside world. This feeling of, I have become a substitute, can really break a person's will. If you think about it carefully, the reason why the evil god, War, encountered earlier was so messed up. In addition to the betrayal of Plague, the psychological gap and blow brought by the outside world should also be one of the reasons.
As long as I don't open up about it in the future, does it mean that my psychological quality is better than War?
With similar chaotic thoughts, Dorn's consciousness slowly woke up from the chaos. As soon as he woke up, he felt something unusual. It felt like there was warmth on my forehead, coolness on the tip of my nose, and a soft fragrance lingering around me.
Don opened his eyes and met a pair of lake blue eyes. Perhaps because of his proficiency in human nature, Dorn could quickly read the emotions contained in these beautiful pupils that were pressed tightly against his eyes. At first it was apathetic, depressing and sad. Then came the surprise. But it was fleeting. After that, it was panic and shame.
Oh! Don! You're awake!
Vivian, who was leaning against Dorn, quickly moved away and hesitated to say something. But she thought she was too flustered and seemed to have bitten her tongue. But then she calmed down a little. Even if the forehead-to-head contact with Dorn was discovered, it doesn't seem worth being so panicked. Right? Chapter 518, do you still remember the story of Little Pig? Dawn.
Vivian, what did you just say? It was nothing just now.
Vivian waved her hands in front of her chest. Seeing Miss Goblin's blushing face, Dorn no longer planned to ask about what just happened. He just looked around and then looked out the window. It seems to be late at night now.
How long have I been sitting here?
Dorn shook his head, which was still a little groggy, and changed his sitting position.
It's been more than a week.
Don was slightly surprised.
Has it been so long?
Vivian didn't reply, just nodded, and seemed to have calmed down a lot. There was silence, but the atmosphere was not awkward. After waiting for a while, the elf lady who originally jumped away came closer to Dorn.
Dorn, what's wrong with you? Before you left Northland, your condition has not been very good, but you are not willing to tell anyone anything.
Don was a little late. After being depressed for a week, he seemed to have the courage to tell the people closest to him about it. And it's always good to talk to someone about some things. Keeping all your worries in your heart can really make you feel bad.
Dorn.
Vivian took a step forward, and the distance between the two became closer again. She spoke a little more urgently.
I hope you can rely on me more. You can talk to me about things, even if I have limited ability. I will listen, and I will listen to whatever you say.
Dorn was briefly speechless. He didn't really want to live up to the gentleness of the goblin lady. However, Vivian also has a preliminary understanding of the evil god. If he tells her the truth about the miracle land directly, it is likely that she will be targeted by famine and death. This is pushing her into a pit of fire. After a brief weighing, Dorn used 1/3 of his divine power. He planned to control his words and reveal something to Vivian, based on the passive induction of the power of gods. It does not exceed the threshold of being perceived by gods.
Vivian, if
Don began to speak.
If someone tells you that this world is not real, it is just a dream of the original creator. If you wake up from the dream, nothing exists anymore, including you and me. How do you feel?
For the sake of Miss Goblin's safety, the truth about the land of miracles and the Matrix cannot be told directly. At least not yet. Therefore, Don refers to the myth on Earth that
the world is just a dream of Brahma,
which is not only convenient for Vivian to understand, but also approximates the truth of the world and the source of his own depression. The survival and demise of this world are only related to a large server called the Matrix on the Earth. As long as this server disappears or Azure Space Company completes the attack and deletion of the Miracle Land, this world will cease to exist. This is the same as Brahma dreaming. When you wake up from the dream, everything is gone. It's insubstantial. It can't be changed. It can't be stopped. It just makes people feel deeply helpless. After saying these words, Miss Goblin was shocked. But the passive induction of the gods did not change much. Don wanted to praise his wit on the spot.
Isn't this world real? Dorn, is this what you have been searching for?
Although she was surprised, combined with Dorn's past persistence in exploring the ruins of God, Vivian quickly digested these words.
So be it.
After receiving the answer, Miss Goblin paused for a long time before speaking again. But this time she asked rhetorically.
Don, do you still remember the story you told me a long time ago? Which one? You told me one snowy day about a maverick little pig.
There is a little pig who lives a maverick life on a farm. He is very smart. Smarter than his other brothers and sisters. It is different from those brothers and sisters who only know how to eat and sleep and have fun all day long. It thinks about why it is on the farm every day. Why would someone eat and drink well and take care of themselves every day? What will be your future destiny? Then it began to pursue the truth of the world it lived in, and finally discovered that humans were raising them in order to wait until they reached adulthood and send them to be slaughtered and eat their meat. The truth is always cruel, and those who seek the truth always have to pay a price. At the end of the story Don originally told,
The maverick pig was unable to change the outcome of himself and his siblings. So he was sent to the slaughterhouse and made into delicious sausages and bacon. A more painful end to his life. Remember? I said I didn't like the ending at the time? So, you tell me. The ending of the story may not necessarily be so desperate. The smart little pig may also be able to lead the brothers and sisters with his own wisdom and accumulated strength. Escape from the farm. The prerequisite for this happy ending is that the little pig must understand the truth. So Dawn, now that you know the truth, what will you do? Vivian turned the question back to Dorn. Dorn couldn't answer. He did remember telling such a story. But I didn't expect that this casually told story at the time would be so suggestive now. And so consistent with the truth of the Miracle Land. How would you do it? Thinking about it now, it seems that on that snowy night, I casually gave out the method to achieve the perfect ending? Aren't you on the road to becoming a god now? Aren't you accumulating strength? And isn't the original god fighting against the attack from the higher dimensional world on the land of miracles? As long as we can reach his height, we can finally find a way to get rid of the blue space attack once and for all, so that the land of miracles can continue to exist normally. Right? Or, it is very possible that the original god has already found a similar method, and is just a helper? That's why you hired him to train him. Dawn's thinking suddenly expanded, sweeping away his original pessimism. At this time, Vivian was still frowning seriously, thinking in a low voice. As for your feelings, I don't know. I just feel that these are not things I have to struggle with. I actually don't care about these. Don't you care? Yes. Miss Goblin nodded vigorously. Her tone was more serious, and there was a little determination in her blue eyes. I only care about the present. What is the root of this world? Whether it is real or a fake one, whether it's a dream or anything else. I don't care. As she talked, she became more enlightened, and she seemed to finally know how to comfort Dorn, who had been depressed for so long. Dawn! I'm here, right in front of your eyes. You can see me. You can hear me. You can feel me. It was like this before, and it is like this now. For me, this is enough. The silver-haired elf got a little closer to Dorn, and there was no longer any distance between them. The moonlight outside the window leaked in and shattered on the ground. Chapter 519 Romantic Late Summer in the Night Breeze. The late summer night breeze flows into the room from the window. Eager and ambiguous. Makes your heart beat faster. You can feel me. Right. Miss Goblin looked at Dorn and her tone became slightly trembling, as if to verify her words. She bent down slightly and reached out again, this time gently holding Dawn's cheek with both hands. As long as you are still in front of me. As long as I can still feel you. This world is good to me. Very, very good. The two looked at each other, but neither looked away. It's not that Dawn can't understand Vivian's feelings for him. Similar to, as long as Dorn is here, it doesn't matter what the world is like. When Miss Goblin had zero sense of existence and was wandering alone in the land of miracles, Dorn's appearance was of great significance to her. Based on this meaning, after subsequent interactions, Vivian showed complete dependence on Dorn. Her future life will entirely revolve around Dawn. Yes. If there is only one person in the world who can hear himself, see himself, and feel his existence, then how can people not rely on him? Compared with Dorn, the original lonely, cold world was really worthless. And it didn't matter what it looked like. This feeling remained even after Vivian regained the memory of the fairy queen from the Concerto Forest, and regained her sense of existence in the world. It is precisely because of this that Miss Goblin regularly and irregularly makes some very free actions. Because from a certain moment after they met, she loved Dawn from beginning to end. Passionate, pure, intense love. In the silver moonlight, the two people with their faces very close looked into each other's eyes. And if a man and woman who are in love with each other have their eyes on each other for such a long time, they will probably kiss. It's a very kissable atmosphere right now. So, Dorn, Vivian continued to speak softly, breathing warm breath from her mouth. I don't care what this world is actually like. I didn't even like this world before, but I like you. I always like it. This kind of strong emotional expression can definitely be regarded as a confession. Dawn moved his lips, but no words came out. He looked at the silver-haired girl in front of him with watery lake blue eyes, and felt the soft and delicate touch on his cheek gently rubbing, as well as the slightly moist and heavy breath, and the soft girly fragrance. All this is depressing enough. By a strange combination of circumstances, Dorn put his arms around Vivian's slender waist, and made the latter kneel down
and lean into the soft chair. Miss Goblin made no resistance to this. Dawn knew one thing very well. If he took advantage of the good atmosphere and kissed Vivian at this time, according to the customs of the outside world, it is a certain emotional ritual. It is the formal establishment of the relationship between lovers. But then again, why not? It's obvious that both parties have special and passionate feelings for each other. So why do they refuse to become lovers with Miss Goblin? The two people's already seamless distance became a little closer. Their noses touched, and they could hear each other's heartbeats. At this moment, Vivian closed her eyes obediently at the right time, with a blush on her fair face. This was tacit approval of Dorn's next actions. Their lips touched each other lightly. Dawn could feel the girl's small breathing turning into rapid breathing. So, his hands subconsciously tightened slightly. So after this kiss, Vivian could no longer run away like a timid rabbit. Miss Goblin's petite body trembled slightly. But she did not try to break away from Dorn's embrace. Nor did she stop Dorn's ongoing movements. After a long time, another night breeze blew into the room, causing Miss Elf's long silver hair to sway, raising her delicious soft scent. Both of them panted slightly. What followed was wordless silence. However, during this period of silence, the two of them exchanged glances. Miss Goblin is blushing, probably because she kissed her for too long just now. Her silver hair, which always has a sense of sanctity, is slightly messy, and her originally calm lake blue eyes have something else. Something that can stir people's hearts. Mostly shy, mixed with a bit of embarrassment, and finally a bit of obvious questioning. Looking at Vivian's look, especially her shy and questioning expression, Dawn couldn't hold back and burst out laughing.
Vivian, maybe, in addition to opening your mouth slightly just now, you should also try to be more active? For example, stick your tongue. Don't say it directly like that. But there are only two of us here.
After listening to Dawn's smiling words, Vivian blushed even harder. But she tried her best to show an angry look to hide her shyness. Her hands held Dawn's collar. Then, Vivian now actually listened to the opinions that Dawn had just put forward. In this late summer, when the evening breeze is warm and ambiguous, young men and women are rubbing their ears and temples together, passionately, and at the same time. In the story world, Black Alice.
What do you mean by just the two of us here? That guy from Dorn doesn't take Lady Alice seriously at all.
Alice by.
Well, Dawn and Vivian kissed each other for a long time. They look so shy.
Black Alice.
Then again, tonight is just about kissing. But in the future, the two of them want to do something more shy than kissing. And they forget to go behind my back. Should I fly out of the room by myself? Or should I stay silent? Stay silent? Damn it! Why did you leave this kind of problem to me? Dorn!
Alice by.
However, it seems quite exciting if you can stay where you are and watch it.
The next morning, after a brief knock on the door, Dorn's door was gently pushed open. Walking in from the outside were Dorn's 3 young apprentices and Hannah. They came to bring food to Dorn as usual, and at the same time change the tableware and food from last night. The 4 girls circled the bedroom. To their surprise, Dawn was not in the room. The red velvet chair that had been sitting on it for nearly a week was now empty. And on the table in the room, last night's dinner disappeared. Not even the dirty dishes were left. Veretta.
Mr. Dorn, isn't in the room?
After a brief moment of astonishment, Elsa became excited and almost lost her grip on the meal basket in her hand.
The teacher is not in the room. I read that right. Right. Please pinch me quickly to let me know that I'm not dreaming. Does it mean? It means that Big Brother has regained his strength.
Amy answered, her eyes shining. The girls left the room delighted. It was a happy morning worth celebrating. They want to inform everyone in the restaurant of the good news. Chapter 520 Mrs. Song's Fish Soup. After a week of deep thought and meditation, plus a heart-to-heart talk with Vivian when I woke up, Dawn did snap out of the decadence he felt after learning the truth about the world. Miss Goblin is right. It doesn't seem to matter what the nature of this world is. The important thing is that in the world of Miracle Land, Dorn has things he values and wants to protect. He has Vivian here. Friends. There were also a lot of people in the restaurant, many of whom were emotionally equivalent to his relatives. As long as they exist in the Land of Miracles, it makes sense whether the nature of the Land of Miracles is real or just a complex string of program code in the Matrix server. This is Dorn's emotional advantage compared to the already ruined war. In this world, there are too many things that can maintain his humanity orientation. The sexual orientation of these people is like the anchor of a giant wheel,
preventing Dorn from completely sinking and losing himself in a world of nothingness and chaos. In addition, subconsciously, Dorn did not seem to regard everything in the Land of Miracles as meaningless code programs. He values life in this world. That's why he chose to lock himself in the room after dealing with the aftermath of the dwarves and Tauren who died in the Battle of Eden Town. In the previous battle against the invasion of Tazan's army, a total of 12 dwarves in the town guard died, and 4 Tauren died. These demi-humans who died in the battle had a certain sense of sacrifice before the battle, and entrusted their last wishes to their comrades. Therefore, Dawn had learned about it before. A certain dead dwarf warrior hoped to take his body back to Kasadam and sleep with the souls of his ancestors. A certain dead Tauren elite hopes to be buried on Dawn Island, the birthplace of the Minotaur clan, and continue to witness the prosperity of the tribe. Or, perhaps, he hopes to scatter his ashes into the Sea of Storms and sink to the bottom of the sea. On an ups and downs ghost island, the soul returns to its homeland. Before locking himself in the room, Dawn conscientiously fulfilled the last wishes of the deceased and comforted the families of the deceased with real grief. If he really regarded everything in the Land of Miracles as illusion, there would be no need to do these things. In Dawn's subconscious, the lives in the Land of Miracles are not a bunch of meaningless data. They are independent individuals with independent thoughts, joys and sorrows, and truly alive, even though their form of existence is different from life on Earth. Finally, there are some insights from Dawn's meditation during this period, and he has many more thoughts that can help him feel relieved. Perhaps there is no need to dwell on the nature of this world. This is Dorn's current thought. The essence of the Land of Miracles is a string of codes in a large server of the Earth civilization. But so what? If you think about it with an open mind, who can say with certainty that the universe where the Earth civilization is located is not a string of codes controlled by another higher dimensional civilization? Or, in a few thousand years, when the Land of Miracles develops its own unique magic technology and can create the world's matrix server, will another lower dimensional civilization be born as a result? In the end, this kind of nesting doll thinking becomes meaningless. Only existence is reasonable, as an individual who relies on the Land of Miracles to exist. The most important thing for Dorn is to live in the present and in front of his eyes. As for how to live in the present, as a member of the Staunch World Survival Camp, what I have to do now is to work hard to improve my own strength, and first safely survive the divine war that may break out in the future. After a week of decadence, Dorn's thoughts became particularly clear. It's autumn. The impact of the previous war began to slowly fade after autumn. In Ling's bar, you can collect gossip from all over the world. Judging from this information, it seems that the war between the Royal City and the Northland has come to an end. The outcome seemed to be that the Northland, with its unusually abundant military ethics and military resources, won the final victory. Within the royal capital, a drastic regime change was taking place at this moment. However, there is no definite news yet on whether the Prince of the North will eventually replace his brother. It is said that after the war between the Dona Empire and the Tazan Empire ends, there will be an explanation for this matter. Also, the war situation between Dorna and Tazan has begun to become clear. The first is the battlefield in the central and southern parts. The Grey Rhinoceros part of the 3 surprise Tazan troops was directly repulsed before the official start of the war due to the active Eden Town guards, and returned without success. Although the remaining 2 armies achieved great war advantages in the early stage, they occupied several cities. But after Dorna reacted, the lords of many places quickly united, and after paying a certain war price, they finally managed to push back all the remaining Tazan troops. The south-central part of Dona also settled down. It is worth mentioning that the lords active in the central and southern battlefields seemed to be supporters of the Prince of the North. In the battle against Tazan, they received a lot of military assistance from the north. The other is the frontal battlefield in the north. After completing the security mission, the Northland army quickly plunged into the fight against foreigners, under the leadership of the old and strong Archduke Phoenix. The soldiers from the north crossed the royal capital bravely and entered the battlefield. The regular troops on the Tazan side are being pressed on the border between the 2 countries. At present, the 2 sides are fighting hard to separate each other, and it is difficult to say the outcome. But the flames of war on the front line have basically not burned the rear. A surprise attack across the sea failed once, so Tazan probably wouldn't arrange it a second time, if they really dared to make a comeback and get close to the town of Eden. Dorn, who originally had no intention of participating in secular wars, will let them experience firsthand what it means to not blaspheme God.
Demigods are also gods. The time now is 3 p.m. The food city has begun to enter its busy period. After the trauma and shadow of the war have passed, a lot of vitality has been restored here. The store manager, Dorn's 2 younger brothers, and several apprentices were all busy at their respective posts and in the restaurant. Vivian was nowhere to be seen this afternoon, because Fafnir, who came from Golden Oak, came to Eatontown these days. As a good friend of Miss Alchemist, Miss Goblin has recently been taking her to experience the customs of Eton, taste the delicious food in the food court, visit the market, watch various street art performances, and so on. Dawn is actually quite pleased that Vivian can have her own independent social activities like this. Make-A-Wish restaurant. Today, the Blind Box restaurant, which is run and hosted by Dorn himself, is not open as usual and the door is closed. Eatontown diners are used to this, because many new stores have been opened in the food city, including the branch of the high-end barbecue restaurant, Bright Starlight, hosted by Veretta, which has officially opened for business. There are a lot more varieties of food to choose from, and diners don't have many complaints about the business conditions of the salted fish at Wish's restaurant. There were even many loyal fans standing at the door of the restaurant to defend Dorn's lazy behavior.
How can it be so easy to eat dishes made by Mr. Dorn, the most powerful chef in the world? That's right. Listen to me. Listen to me. I have the Food City Eatontown travel guide from Food Times. Let's get a room in a high-end hotel nearby first. Stay there for a few days, and cook the hot pot. You can enjoy a range of delicacies from restaurants such as Cantonese restaurants, and barbecue restaurants. You can also go to the bar to try unique cocktails every night. If you are lucky, you may happen to encounter the Wish restaurant open during this period. You have to fight hard to get a dining spot that day. If you get it, you will have no regrets in life. What if I can't get it? Then come again next time.
The street was bustling outside, but inside the kitchen of the Wishing restaurant, it was quite quiet. There was only the sound of burning wood and the sound of food simmering in the pot. Dawn took the time to lift the lid of the pot. What is cooking in the pot is a soup that is slightly thick, but has a crystal clear texture. The soup is soaked with finely chopped shredded fresh bamboo shoots, shredded parasitic mushrooms, and shredded pork ham. In addition, there are pieces of fish floating up and down. Dorn leaned closer to the pot and twitched his nose to smell the delicious smell of the fish soup.
Cooked to perfection.
Pour in some poisonous feather chicken stock that has been prepared long ago. After the yellow chicken soup is blended into the fish soup, a whole poisonous feather chicken egg is thrown in. The chicken soup and egg yolk not only add freshness to the fish soup, but also add a bit of warm yellow color to the originally clear and white soup. After that, pour some home-brewed rice vinegar. When the vinegar and fish are cooked, they create a wonderful crab aroma. When the ingredients in the pot are finally boiled for a while, the dish is completed. Lift the pot and put on the plate. Finally, sprinkle some green and red pepper shreds on top of the fish soup. These pepper strips are peeled and then cut into very thin pieces. They are soaked in cold water for a while before being placed on the plate, and are automatically rolled to form the effect of small ribbons. An SSS-level dish made with red fish spirit meat as the main ingredient, Song-Saw fish soup, is complete.
If I eat this, I should be able to be promoted to 2/3 of a god. Right. The rank is a little higher than that of a demigod.
After making the fish soup, Dorn put it on the table first. He didn't eat it in a hurry, but murmured to himself for a while. At the same time, he also opened his attribute panel and confirmed the amount of cooking power point again. The 1 million points obtained from war, plus the 100,000 points accumulated in peacetime, make a total of 1.1 million. Judging from the experience of eating the spiritual meat of the storm god, this share of cooking power should be enough to maintain the promotion ceremony. Dawn turned her attention to Mrs. Song's fish soup. The fish soup on the plate is slightly yellow in color, very crystal clear and thick, and shiny. Vegetable shreds and ham shreds of different colors, as well as pieces of soft fish meat, are soaked in the soup, making the fish soup look rich and full, coupled with the decoration of a little ribbon-shaped green and red pepper shreds in the center. The visual effect is perfect, putting aside the issue of ascending to the gods. This dish of perfect food did not disappoint. Dawn reached out for a spoon and carefully scooped up a spoonful. Entrance. The thick fish soup is tender and smooth, with just the right sourness to stimulate your appetite. And because of the action of fish meat and acetic acid, the soup indeed has a delicious crab aroma. Take another bite. The flesh of red fish has no thorns, so it is perfect for making a soft fish soup. Once you take a sip, It will turn into a rich umami flavor that spreads in the mouth and between the lips and teeth. As for the other ingredients, the shredded fresh bamboo shoots are crisp. The parasitic mushrooms are fat and smooth. And the bristled pig ham is rich in meat and soaked in fresh soup. The various flavors are overlapped by the umami flavor of the soup base and a little bit of sourness, forming a wonderful tongue-tip experience with a unique flavor that makes people unable to stop at all. The whole pot of Mrs. Song's fish soup was quickly eaten by Dorn, because this dish is closely related to his divine advancement. It must be eaten alone. He was also forced. Others in the restaurant, as well as the dragon lady who was waiting for food in the story world, soon used the remaining red fish meat or the meat of a freshly slaughtered deformed fish to make fish soup for them to try. Just like the last time I had the storm spirit meat. This time, I had a lot of energy after eating Mrs. Song's fish soup. About 5 minutes after licking the last bit of soup off the plate, Dawn's body started to react. There was a burning sense of restlessness, accompanied by a pain that seemed to burn the soul, beginning to spread throughout the body. Coming! Dorn stood in front of the chopping board, clenched his fists, and began to be patient. However, after waiting for about 5 minutes, he silently unclenched his fist. That's it? Dorn found that the pain and mental discomfort caused by this promotion were much less than the last time. On second thought, it might be because the last time he was promoted from a mortal to an existence qualified to be called a god. The huge difference in rank caused great pain. And this time, from 1/3 to 2/3 of a god. The body that can be called a god already has a strong physiological tolerance. After waiting for a while, an illusory crimson space began to appear in front of Dorn's eyes, which was almost the same as the crimson space in the boundless dream. In this vast expanse of red, there are layers upon layers of various dream phantoms that cannot be seen clearly. There were so many of these phantoms that they flashed rapidly in front of Dorn like a marquee. Dorn had a feeling, as if the silhouettes of dreams made by all creatures in the world were now presented in front of him. His mind began to be impacted by the vast amount of information carried by these dream silhouettes, and his brain seemed to expand. Every time he glimpses a dream, Dawn will feel empathy for the protagonist in that dream, and he seems to have become the dreamer he once was. A second ago, he was a young man suffering from unrequited love. In his dream, he saw the girl he had been longing for expressing her true feelings to him, even though these words would never be uttered by the other party in reality. The next second, he became an old woman on crutches, watching inside the dilapidated house. Seeing his eldest son, who had died long ago, he opened the door and came in with a smile, shouting for dinner. This is a dream. It is so bizarre and bizarre that anyone's thoughts and obsessions will turn into illusory phantoms and appear in the dream. And Dawn, because he experienced the thoughts of each dream subject in a short period of time, he was a little lost for a while. I couldn't tell whether I was Dawn, a bystander, or one of the thousands of dreamers. Chapter 521 Vivian's Love Mentor. Just when Dawn was feeling the same as the dreamer in thousands of dream silhouettes, and was about to lose himself, a strange warm current suddenly surged from the surrounding crimson. This warmth is very familiar, just like when you are at the dining table at home. It is evening. The light is warm and yellow, and the sound of chopping boards and kitchen knives, pans and spatulas can be heard in the kitchen, and the smell of food is emitted. Heat, warm and reassuring, with the experience of being promoted to a third god last time. Dorn knew that this was the cooking power in his body that was now at work. The huge consumption of cooking power will offset the feeling of disorientation during the promotion ceremony, allowing him to always maintain himself. As expected, under the influence of the warm current, Dawn successfully woke up from the dream silhouettes of thousands of dreamers, and gained a stronger and clearer self-understanding. After he gained this understanding, the crimson color around him calmed down, becoming clearer and redder. Dream silhouettes kept flashing in it, and the jumping speed began to slow down. It's like changing from a marquee to slides that can be moved forward and backward at will. As long as Dorn wants to, he can check any of the dream silhouettes at any time. And even if a huge amount of information floods into his mind this time, he should be able to bear it calmly. My ability to control dreams seems to have reached a new level. With such a thought in his mind, the crimson color in front of his eyes began to dissipate, and Dorn's thoughts finally returned to the kitchen of the wishing restaurant. There was only a big pot and a dinner plate that had previously contained Mrs. Song's fish soup. But now there was no residue left. Dorn was confused for a while, and then he woke up like an enlightenment, and some information related to the gods naturally appeared in his mind. It seems that I have successfully advanced. I feel that both my mental power
and the mysterious power of the gods are much stronger than before. Also, the authority inherited from red fish seems to be related to dreams and thinking.
Dorn opened his system panel and immediately checked the progress bar of becoming a god. As before, the first third of the groove was filled with surging azure, and the following third was filled again, this time with an illusory crimson.
It seems that I am now a legitimate two-thirds god. Above all demigods, I am the highest-ranking existence under the 5 gods,
Dorn muttered, thinking about what he can achieve now. The height is quite impressive, but it makes me so awesome that I put my hands on my hips. Looking at the reserve of cooking PowerPoints, the original 1.1 million has been consumed, and now only more than 10,000 are left. Dawn felt relieved about this. These are all resource consumption that must be paid on the road to becoming a god.
I have to find an opportunity to get the cooking PowerPoints for the next promotion from the original god. However, I still haven't gotten any news from the original god and Plague recently. I don't know what they are busy with.
After completing his level, Dorn began to check his attribute points and skills again. After eating Mrs. Song's fish soup, both the Predator and Synchronic Stomach skills were triggered. However, when the system prompted a prompt, Dorn was undergoing a promotion ceremony, and the relevant prompts were not directly visible.
Then let's see the results.
The first is the bonus of attribute points. After eating the dishes made by red fish, Dorn's 5-dimensional attributes of attack, defense, physical fitness, agility, and mental strength were enhanced again. Each item adds about 80 to 100 points. The attribute bonus of monster dishes, coupled with upgrades and 2 rank promotions, Dorn's current values are almost 1,000 points. The highest mental power attribute has even reached 1086 points. Just this numerical panel, even if you don't use any skills to fight, it is already too powerful to be understood. Then check the skill set again. The previous, Dreamwalker, skill is gone and replaced by a more powerful new skill, Dreamlord. Dreamlord retains the 3 basic abilities of entering dreams, dreamweaving, and walking in dreams, and also has a new ability of group consciousness control. It looks like it must have been obtained by upgrading the Dreamwalker skill after eating red fish meat. As for the so-called group consciousness control, it is completely a bug-level ability. The specific method of use is similar to the process of red fish provoking war thoughts. Dorn can implant his own illusions in the dreams of multiple subjects at the same time. As long as the illusion exists, he can subtly change the thinking consciousness of the affected person. And this subconscious influence is not limited to radicalizing conservative people, becoming aggressive. Like red fish, Dorn can influence the thinking consciousness of the affected person at will according to his own preferences. As long as he is willing, he can completely change the thoughts of an ordinary person into his own shape in just a few nights.
If you think about it carefully, if this new ability is properly developed, it can really have extremely terrifying effects. Fortunately, I am the one who masters it.
Dorn was very satisfied with the benefits gained from eating the demigod-level red fish meat. After boasting a few words happily, he closed the system panel with satisfaction. That night, Vivian took her little sister Miss Favna and had their second hot pot meal this week. Moreover, under Miss Goblin's massage, Miss Alchemist bravely tried to use a red pot to blanch duck intestines, tripe, and other animal ingredients. After having a sumptuous and enjoyable dinner, the two of them visited the lively night market in Eton and bought some strange trinkets and gadgets. Finally, they walked into Ling's bar hand in hand. On the small wooden door of the bar, there is a string of bells decorated with dove feathers hanging. When the door is pushed open, the bells will ring, making a crisp and sweet sound. Jingle.
Welcome. Oh, Vivian?
Ling, who was mixing drinks behind the bar, heard the bell ringing and said a greeting out of habit. When she looked up casually, she noticed that the person who came in was Vivian.
What would you like to drink with your friends tonight? Hee hee. Our pretty and cute little boss lady.
Ling winked at the elf lady.
Don't call me that. Ling, please make a cup of green grasshoppers, a cup of margarita, and a platter of snacks.
Vivian blushed easily after being teased like this by Ling, but in the dim lighting atmosphere of the bar, it was not very eye-catching.
Okay.
After ordering the wine, Vivian took Miss Fafner and sat down in the corner.
The name Green Grasshopper sounds weird.
Miss Alchemist pursed her lips in confusion after sitting down.
Although it has a strange name, it is actually a very delicious low-alcohol wine.
Vivian and Dawn took time to go to Ling's place to listen to live music, drink and chat more than once. They already had a rough idea of what was on the menu. And slowly I found several delicious cocktails that suit my taste. For example, the green grasshopper she just ordered is made of whipped cream, mint liqueur, and white cocoa liqueur. It tastes like mint and cocoa, mixed with the aroma of milk. It is a drink for women, with a soft taste and low alcohol content. I just don't know why I chose such a strange name, green grasshopper, even though the wine was indeed frothy green in the end. However, the names of the drinks in the Bell Bar were all given by Dorn. Isn't it reasonable for Don to give strange names to his dishes and drinks? Moreover, these strange names are quite interesting after you get used to them after being called for a long time. In addition, the margarita that Vivian ordered for Valrona had a more normal name and a slightly higher alcohol content. This is based on the preferences of my good friends. Miss Alchemist likes strong drinks. After a while, the waiter at the bar brought the drinks to the two girls' seats, along with a meat platter and fruit plate. Today is Valrona's third day at Eton. However, before that, she was busy verifying the actual combat effects of exploding clay pots with the dwarf soldiers. I was free at noon today. I had time to enjoy the comfortable life in Eton, a prosperous town, and to have a drink and talk with my good sister Vivian. Miss Alchemist picked up the cup named Margarita. This cocktail is a clear yellow color with a slight fluffy sediment. There is a slice of green lemon stuck on the rim of the glass. If you look closely, you can also see a little moist crystal particles around the rim of the glass. Take a small sip. The taste of margarita is very rich, with fresh fruity aroma and the special aroma of distilled liquor. It is sour and sweet in the mouth, and you can also taste a little salty taste. This light salty taste matches the sour taste. Very refreshing.
So, is there salt around the edge of the cup? It seems to be sea salt. It's a very delicious and interesting drink.
Valrona nodded with satisfaction and gave a positive evaluation of the glass of wine.
As long as you like it.
Vivian also held up her own cocktail and took a small sip. After taking a sip, she let out a soft sigh of relief.
This flavor of mint, cocoa, and cream is really delicious. I won't get tired of it after several times, but I think it might taste better if the alcohol smell is removed.
Valrona was savoring the wine at this time and did not answer immediately. Therefore, Vivian shook her long silver hair and continued.
I have said something similar to Don before. He told me that if the alcohol in green grasshopper was removed, it would be about the same as milk tea. Although I don't know what milk tea is. It is yes. You promised to make it for me soon. When he makes it, I'll treat you to a drink too. No, it's a lot of drinks. You really can't live without Dorn.
Thavna finally spoke.
Huh? Is there any? Of course there is. According to my incomplete statistics, you have mentioned him no less than 100 times this afternoon.
Thavna shook the wine glass in her hand helplessly, and then seemed to think of something.
By the way, haven't you become official lovers now? So, how far have you developed? Which step?
Thavna glanced around, then mysteriously moved closer to her best friend, and lowered her voice.
Have you too?
Her voice was so low that only Vivian across from her could hear her clearly. Girls, especially girls who have a very close relationship, may discuss topics in private on a scale that is unexpectedly large. This is actually quite normal. Dorn would even understand this if he were here now. After all, there is a saying on Earth such as,
never look at the chat history of your girlfriend and her best friend. Otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences. Of course not.
After hearing what her good friend said, the fairy lady's fair cheeks turned red quickly. And this time, she could clearly tell in the dim light. She unconsciously exerted force in her hand. And if she hadn't stopped it in time, she would have almost broken the green grasshopper wine glass. But being shy, the secret conversation between the two of them continued.
Then what exactly have you done? Those things that lovers should do? It's just kiss, kiss. Dorn used his tongue.
Vivian faltered, her voice as low as a mosquito's hum.
Oh.
After hearing something interesting, the young alchemist raised her eyebrows.
Then, what does it feel like? Soft, slippery, no. Stop asking. Thavna, be more serious,
Vivian put the wine glass in front of her face. And if she was asked any more questions, steam might start to rise from her silver head.
These things are actually very serious. They must be done.
Thavna shrugged, picked up the glass of margarita and took a sip, then smacked her lips.
TSK. But, I don't think you can do this.
At this time, Miss Alchemist, who had zero love experience, started to act like a love mentor again. Originally, her close friendship with Vivian was based on the love advice she provided to Vivian when they were in Golden Oak City.
Why not?
Vivian tilted her head and peeked out half of her pretty blushing face from behind the wine glass. But her tone was very serious.
Of course the progress is too slow.
Fabna shook her head.
Let me ask you. Do you like Dorn?
Right.
Very much. Very much.
Right.
Uh-huh. Then don't be timid and take him down directly. Vivian, you can't be timid. Even if you have established a relationship,
you still need to further strengthen it. It's best to do it in one step and work hard to tame him. Be obedient. Let him only hang around you in the future.
Although Miss Goblin feels that she does not feel that she should force Dorn to completely revolve around her in the future, she is still very interested in further strengthening the hard-won love relationship between the two.
How to make it stable? Of course, it's what I just said. You.
Fabna looked around again, then tried to lower her voice.
You are. But.
Miss Goblin retracted her face behind the wine glass.
There's nothing good about it. Let me tell you. Men are all like that. Look at Gregor. He just follows those mature women every day and shows his courtesy. Alas, I get angry when I think of him like that.
Valrona took a sip of wine herself.
Oh, but I think Don and Mr. Gregor are different.
Vivian shook her head, eager to defend her man's character.
No, Vivian. Trust me. Men are all the same.
Fabna raised her glass, her tone firm and indignant. Although the number of times he has been in love is 0, he has the air of someone who has been through it all. Chapter 522 Famine Spreads. Vivian and Valrona had already drank more than half of their wine. With a little bit of wine, the conversation between the two girls continued to deepen.
Then, if I follow what you said, Fabna, what should I do? Do you want to understand? I have some books that only adults can read. If you want to understand, you can read those books.
What book?
That's right. I have some great inventory under the bed in my bedroom in Golden Oak City. Unfortunately, I don't have any on hand.
Oh,
how about this? Let's go to Silver Shield Port tomorrow. In a city of that size, there must be a way to get those books. What channel? You haven't answered me yet. What kind of book is it?
Even though the surrounding light was dim, the crimson on the fairy lady's fair face was still noticeable. It was unclear whether it was due to shyness or drunkenness. It's also possible that it's both.
Hey, don't ask so many questions. I'll find out when I go to Silver Shield Port with me tomorrow. But, no more excuses. We will go to Silver Shield Port early tomorrow morning. Vivian, defend your hard-won feelings without delay. Come on. Let's finish the wine.
Miss Alchemist forcibly clinked glasses with Vivian, and then drank the last half of the glass margarita in one gulp. It seems that the decision to go to Silver Shield Port tomorrow to buy
books for adults
has been made, regardless of whether Vivian's feelings need to be
defended
or not. It sounds a bit absurd for people who have no experience in dating to teach people who are in love how to fall in love, but it is also inexplicably reasonable. However, it is unclear whether the skills taught by love mentors, who appear to be experts but are actually amateurs, are useful or how effective they can be. Behind the bar, the bar owner Ling Zheng was wiping the empty wine glasses while looking at Vivian and Fabna in the corner. After running a bar for several months, Ling developed a melon-eating awareness comparable to a
gossip radar.
Looking at the expressions of Vivian and Fabna talking from a distance, Ling knew that there must be something big to eat in their exchange. Unfortunately, the voices they spoke in were too low, and the music in the bar covered up part of the sound. Even if Ling stretched her neck and raised her gossipy ears, it would not help. Can't hear anything at all. Helpless, Ling could only put down the polished wine glass out of boredom.
I don't know what they said. Oh, it's boring.
At the same time, it was peaceful and quiet here in Edentown, on the eastern border of the Tazan Empire. That is, on the side bordering Dona. The war spread in this area. Ordinary people who are unable to resist will always be the biggest victims of the operation of the war machine. Their individual lives are worthless in the context of a macro war. Many people will be like livestock, meaninglessly affected by the war and die. To the east of Tazan, many villages and towns have been severely affected by the war. The most direct ones were attacked and destroyed by Dona's army,
and some were plundered by small groups of deserters and bandits from Tazan. Besides, and there's the bonus of war, famine. Tazan is not a resource-rich country to begin with.
And food reserves and sources in border villages and towns are even lower. Due to the impact of the war, food in villages and towns was plundered and destroyed. Due to regional food shortages, large numbers of war refugees appeared. These refugees lingered east of Tazan, further amplifying the effects of the famine. The land is white for thousands of miles, and people die of hunger everywhere. This is a true portrayal of the tragic famine conditions east of Tazan. Of course, in a sense, this large-scale famine was somewhat unusual. It is developing so fast that one suspects that apart from the factors of war, there is some invisible hand behind it that is fueling the fire. Naturally, the Holy See will attach great importance to this abnormal development. Therefore, they sent men to the east of Tazan to investigate. The leader of this investigation team is Bishop Daya, a white-haired Lolita who is supposed to be responsible for the management of the northern diocese of the Dona Empire. To the east of Tazan, there is a village destroyed by war. The original fields here were burned by the fire, leaving only a piece of charred soil. It was dusk when Daya arrived here together with Valerian, a bishop east of Tazan, and several local clergy, on the branches of a bare and twisted half-dead tree at the entrance of the village. Several ragged corpses were hung and stinking. Several crows were sitting on the corpse, pecking at the rotten flesh. Daya stood at the entrance of the village, scanning the dilapidated and cruel scene, and then silently withdrew her gaze.
Is the information correct? Are you sure that group of people have appeared here?
She asked another bishop next to her.
According to the information from informants, those who are suspected of deliberately expanding the famine have indeed appeared here. Also, people have seen some humanoid monsters here with flesh and blood crawling on their bodies and eating everything like crazy. Well, that is the fallen. Judging from the current situation, there are fallen in many places east of Tazan. This massive famine is inseparable from those monsters. In addition, I can feel that there is a very unusual surge of magic left in this village.
Valerian, the bishop east of Tazan, is an ordinary-looking man in his 30s. His perception ability is outstanding, and he is considered to be one of the best within the Holy See, although they are both bishops. Valerian's attitude towards Daya is very respectful, as if he is a superior and subordinate. It can be seen that the prestige and influence of the white-haired Lolita in the Holy See is quite high.
I understand. Let's go in. Valerian, please find the place where the residual magic power is the strongest in this village.
Daya nodded towards him.
Give it to me.
The group entered the village slowly. There are no living people or any surviving domestic animals in the village, but scavenging crows and hyenas are very active here. After exploring for about half an hour, Valerian brought everyone to the center of the village, a wide area similar to a small square. You can see rotting corpses and bloodstains all over the ground here. The bloodstains are very concentrated in the center. It seems that there was some blood pattern in the past, but it was later destroyed. It's hard to imagine what happened here.
This is probably it.
Valerian rubbed his temples, looking a little tired.
I feel very bad here, but I can't put my finger on it.
Several clergymen were silent. The white-haired Loli didn't reply. She just stood in the square and tried to feel the magic surge in the air. Her perception is far less sensitive than Valerian's, but it seems that there is indeed some strange weak fluctuation in this area of the square. After weighing it for a while, Daya took out her turbid purple crystal ball.
Please lean over to the side,
she said to a few people beside her. Others naturally followed suit. The crystal ball levitated out of thin air and stopped on Daya's chest. It emitted a faint purple light and spread towards the surrounding area. In the place shrouded in purple light, blurry images began to appear, with human figures layer upon layer, and chaotic human voices could be heard. Some were crying, some were cursing, and some were wailing. This is another ability of Daya besides dream control. It uses its own magic power and the reaction of the surrounding environment to restore the image of what happened in the place. In layman's terms, it is equivalent to adjusting monitoring. Daya's ability also has limits. At most, he can only view images within 7 days before the incident. Moreover, the longer the image is, the blurry it will be, and it will take more energy and magic to restore it. In the images restored by Daya, human figures and firelight dance together, and the time flowing through the images is like an accelerator button being pressed, flowing rapidly. When the image time was regressed to a certain point in time, Daya, who was holding the crystal ball in her hand, frowned and felt something. She gently pressed the amethyst ball downwards, and the surrounding purple light began to gather back towards her, and the fast-moving images slowed down.
It's probably around this time.
Daya took a deep breath. Valerian and others began to look around.
They could see some illusory figures standing around in the square. Most of them were dressed in black. The images of these men in black are somewhat blurry, with white spots like snowflakes. Occasionally, the images are distorted unrealistically. At the feet of these people, bloody corpses could be seen, with fire spreading around them. There were dozens of villagers in shabby clothes, their hands and feet tied up with hemp ropes like livestock, and they fell to the ground moaning and crying. In front of these villagers, there was a man in black standing. Although he couldn't see his appearance clearly, he could be judged to be a middle-aged man, who seemed to be the leader of all the men in black. At the feet of this leader, there is a sacrificial circle painted with blood. In the center of the array, there seems to be a scale symbol. Looking at this scene, it looks like a cult sacrifice scene.
Apocalypse religion?
Dia murmured. Bishop Valerian did not speak, but his expression was not very good. Several local clergymen looked at each other, but they did not dare to disturb Dia, so they just watched the subsequent development of the illusory image in front of them silently. I saw that the leader of the man in black, whose face could not be seen clearly, stood quietly for a long time. At a certain point in time, he suddenly raised his hands, and his tone was slightly crazy.
You will become the servants of the greatest and most noble Lord of Famine. Become his blood and his flesh. You will spread the oracles of our Lord and bring disaster and hunger to every corner of the world. Go! Go! The Lord is watching us. He will come, clean up the world, bring order to chaos, and bring real new life to all of us.
The suspected leader of the apocalypse religion said something of unknown meaning to the villagers, who were tied to the ground. The magic circle made of blood under his feet emitted a strange black light that seemed to be able to swallow everything and induce people to fall. Then, the other men in black present also reacted. They were originally standing still, but during the leader's speech, they also fell into a frenzied and crazy excitement. For many of them, the flesh and blood under their skin began to squirm and twist.
The Lord loves you all equally. Even if you are as humble as an ant, he will still accept you.
The leader of Tianqi preached this way. Then, from under his black clothes, a faint black energy spread out. This black energy may be a bit unfamiliar to Dia and Bishop Valerian, but if Dorn or Meyer and others are present, they can clearly identify it. This is the black mist of famine. Although the concentration and power contained are different by an unknown amount, this black mist definitely belongs to famine. Absolute. The flesh and blood on the leader of the apocalypse also began to squirm and twist, and the black famine mist spread toward the surroundings, swallowing up all the villagers, who seemed to be used as living sacrifices. Next, in the restored image, only the tragic howling sound remained. The villagers who were wrapped in black mist were screaming in fear and despair. The shouting lasted for about 2 minutes, and then stopped strangely.
Hungry! So hungry! Eat! Eat!
In the black fog that made it difficult to see the specific situation, there were only voices that sounded like people talking in sleep. In addition, there is also the infiltrating sound of gnawing. Squeak, squeak. The leader of Tianqi seemed to be satisfied with everything in front of him. He lowered his raised hand, and the black mist around him slowly dissipated. At this time, you can see clearly the status of those villagers. Each one of them has lost their human outline and turned into a humanoid monster with squirming flesh, because their bodies had lost their shape. Most of the hemp ropes binding them had been broken free.
Hungry! I'm so hungry! Let me eat! Let me eat!
These humanoid monsters repeated similar words in their mouths and began to move unconsciously. Some of them were so close that they began to eat each other. This is a stomach-churning, powerful image. It made several local clerics, who watched the past images with Dia, feel physically uncomfortable. Bishop White-Haired Lowly and Bishop Valerian, although they don't recognize the black mist of famine. But these humanoid monsters, whose flesh and blood squirm and whose actions are only controlled by hunger instinct, still understand it. The fallen. A fallen person who has been influenced by the evil god of the apocalypse and can no longer turn back into a human being, facing a large number of degenerates. The men in black from the apocalypse religion in the picture seemed to be very useful. In fact, they became even more excited.
Serve my Lord and spread disaster and hunger farther away.
The leader of the apocalypse roared at the top of his lungs in his crazy tone. In front of him, fire flashed and the monster howled. The fallen carry all kinds of negative and desperate emotions, and their appearance will spread hunger. Any ordinary person who comes into contact with them, even if they are not assimilated, will become gluttonous. There will be crazy eating, and some people can survive this process until the effects of this hunger are over. And some people, in their unstoppable gluttony, will eat themselves until their stomachs burst, and they will starve themselves to death. This is not a secret among the top leaders of the church. Dorn and others had previously encountered the group of degenerates, who had become pirates on the Storm Sea. It was because they were trapped on the island that they did not further spread famine throughout the Storm Islands. Chapter 523 Eyes. Behind the massive famine east of Tarzan are monsters called the Fallen. Bishop Valerian, who is in charge of this area, actually had some clues about this kind of thing during his self-examination. Daya's arrival and tonight's investigation of this ruined village have determined how these fallen ones were born. Those people in black, who are suspected of being the Apocalypse cult in the restored images, are using the black mist to create fallen people. This group of men in black is obviously different from ordinary Apocalypse believers. Just the fact that their leaders can use the black mist is enough to distinguish them from ordinary Apocalypse believers. At the very least, it has to be considered a special elite action force or something. Moreover, the people in black only started taking action after the war between Tazan and Dorna broke out. The chaotic situation in the east of the Tazan Empire became their natural safe house. The more chaotic the situation, the easier it is for these people to hide themselves. Therefore, the Tazan Empire, which converted to the original god hundreds of years ago, and the Holy See itself, have been slow to uncover these people. This matter must be reported to the Cardinal as soon as possible. Daya thought this way, and at the same time planned to stop recalling the images of what happened in this small square. And just then, the flesh and blood of the leader of the men in black in the picture squirmed and twisted on a large scale, as if something was trying to break through the black clothes he was wearing.
I feel it. The Lord's teachings and gifts. I feel it.
The leader of the Apocalypse religion with a deformed body muttered. The other men in black became more and more crazy and excited. This frenzy and chaos lasted for about 5 minutes. During this period, the body of the leader of the Apocalypse religion became more and more violent, and the black mist full of depravity and filth continued to escape from his side. Stranger things are yet to come. Originally, the image of the leader of the Apocalypse religion was blurry, with snowflakes, but now his image is becoming clearer and clearer. This sense of clarity only applies to this leader, and the other people in the image are still as blurry as before.
I obviously didn't do anything.
Daya, holding the amethyst ball in her hand, became alert. As the owner and user of the ability to recall images, the white-haired lowly obviously felt in danger. The time when the men in black were active in this village was about 5 days ago. Daya couldn't restore the images of this time period so clearly. There are other forces higher than myself that are interfering with this image. Hua hua hua. The changes in the leader of the men in black continued. From his cuffs, collar, etc., scarlet flesh began to squirm out and spread. What's even more horrifying is that these shapeless flesh and blood are actually densely packed with countless red eyes. For an instant, the entire retrospective image seemed to be still, with only the strange eyes maintaining a strange blinking and voyeuristic state. Daya could feel those terrifying eyes staring at her, across time and space, not hindered by illusory images and reality. Just stare straight at yourself. Danger. Extreme danger. Daya had only experienced this suffocating sense of crisis when she and Dorn explored the boundless dreamland. Snapped. The white-haired bishop quickly pressed down the bishop's crystal ball. The originally suspended amethyst light shrank, lost its buoyancy and fell, and all the surrounding images disappeared instantly.
Bishop Daya!
Valerian and several local clergymen quickly gathered around. In fact, they were also frightened by the eyes that appeared in the image just now.
I'm fine.
Daya caught her crystal ball.
We have to return to the Holy See quickly and tell the Cardinal and the Pope everything about this place.
The round amethyst ball had a series of ferocious cracks at some point, and it was extremely damaged. Just as the white-haired Lolita was checking her props distressfully, Bishop Valerian beside her spoke again, with fear in his voice.
Daya! Bishop, you're...
Daya comes to her senses. Only then did she realize that the flesh and blood on her face was slightly distorted and squirming. However, this kind of squirming only lasted for a few seconds, and then Daya returned to normal, as if nothing happened. Although the squirming of flesh and blood just now was not violent, it was a big problem. Daya knew clearly that the direct gaze with scarlet pupils in those images had brought substantial changes to her body.
Let's go back to the Holy See first. Tie me up and add a few more forbidden spells. If something happens to me, don't hesitate to take action against me. Be sure to report what's going on here to the Cardinal. They know.
Although she felt uncontrollable fear in her heart, Daya still gave instructions to several people around her in a clearer and stronger tone. Famine in Eastern Tazan is anything but simple. Daya could clearly feel that something big might happen next. Maybe something directly related to the evil god of Apocalypse. All this must be reported to the Holy See headquarters. In addition, Daya did not intend to hide her own situation. The white-haired loli doesn't know what will happen to her in the future. If she can, she doesn't want to die at all. But she doesn't want to become an unstable hidden danger. Several local members of the Holy See looked at each other, exchanged glances, and said sorry, helplessly. Then they followed Daya's instructions, and tied up the white-haired Lolita, who was sent from abroad. Several confining spells were cast on her. Daya was very cooperative with this, and even took the initiative to hand over several other equipment and props on her body to Valerian for safekeeping. The group of people left this dilapidated village in a hurry, not daring to stay any longer. Under the vast stars, the stars are bright, and the nebulae are rotating. Underneath the gorgeous flash of light was a black mist of depravity and filth. A giant snake was writhing and swimming in the black. This demigod beast, comparable to Jormungand, climbed up a towering stone pillar that seemed to lead to the end of the sky. When it climbed to the end of the stone pillar, the originally arrogant snake became docile and humble, showing a pleasing demeanor like a domestic pet. Then, a human palm, with no visible traces of imprisonment pressed on its forehead. In the black mist, the outline of the owner of this hand can be vaguely seen. This is the famine that was imprisoned under the starry sky together with the plague. Famine is attached to the top of the stone pillar, and most of the original restraints on his body have been eliminated. The one underneath him seems to be at the end of his strength, and may collapse at any time. Soon, he said. Chapter 524 Milk Tea. There is still no wishing restaurant open for business today. Vivian came to Valrona with 2 cups of hot drinks that were a bit strange but looked very eye-catching. 2 hot drinks were served in glasses, one of which had a clear top and bottom. The upper layer seemed to be hot milk, and the lower layer was purple sediment. The other one was brown. Seemed to be a mixture of milk and black tea, with a circle of overflowing fresh cream on the rim of the glass, and a lot of chopped nuts on top. Here comes the milk tea. Valrona, your cup is called Taro Mud Bobo milk tea, and mine is Bray Crispy milk tea. Vivian put down the 2 cups of milk tea. What Bobo? Miss Alchemist frowned. This name is so weird. Also, what's with those 2 strangely pronounced repeated words in the middle? It sounds inexplicably shameful. The name is a bit strange, but since it was given by Dorn, it's normal. Vivian was used to things like names, so she calmly sat down opposite Valrona, then picked up a spoon to scoop out the fresh cream on the brulee. The melt-in-your-mouth cream is sweet, with a strong milky aroma, and there are crunchy nut bits in it. Take another sip of milk tea, a mixture of milk and black tea. The sweetness is just right, silky and soft, warm and sweet, but not greasy. Wow! This tastes delicious. Is this what milk tea tastes like? If I had known, I should have asked Dorn to make it for me earlier. Miss Goblin's eyes flashed. Why do I feel that after you fell in love? You became a lot duller. But you are also very cute. Or should I say that you were like this originally? When we first met, I thought you were a bit aloof. But I am not very familiar with you. Reason? Valrona glanced at her best friend helplessly, then picked up the spoon and scooped out a spoonful of the purple taro paste from under the cup of taro paste bobo milk tea. It can be seen that there are some round, black pearl, like balls mixed in the taro paste. Under Vivian's expectant gaze, Fafna hesitated for a moment, and then put the scooped-up spoon into her mouth. The taro paste is very soft and glutinous, and there is a strong taro flavor after you sip it. The black pearls, mixed in it, are bouncy and chewy, coupled with a sweet but not greasy milk tea flavor. This drink has a strange name, but tastes great. Valrona can give it full marks. Really? Right. It tastes good? Right. Just looking at her friend's expression, Vivian knew that she was very satisfied with the taste of this cup of milk tea. This is an intuitive recognition of Dawn. So, Vivian is very happy. It's not bad. It would be even better if the name could be changed. Miss Fafna smacked her lips, then thought of something, looked around and confirmed that there were only 2 of them in the wishing restaurant. By the way, Vivian, did you succeed in what I asked you to do last night? No. Of course not. Vivian covered her face with a milk tea cup. How could I possibly say that kind of thing? Although I did go to Dorn's bedroom last night. There's no need to say that kind of thing. What matters is that everything comes naturally. Haven't you read the book we bought a few days ago? I've seen it a little bit, but I still feel shy. Please spare me. Fafna, Vivian's tone weakened, and she whined softly. In response to this, Thabna could only shake her head and sigh. The two girls were chatting quietly in the unopened wishing restaurant, talking about unreliable love tips such as how to capture a man's heart. Of course, Valrona was talking most of the time, and Vivian was listening with a blushing face. At this time, Dorn was taking Bear Claw and store manager Gonzalez to distribute the first batch of milk tea developed to other people in the restaurant. It seems the girls prefer this sweeter drink. Don's three apprentices, Hannah, Ling, who is a practitioner in the beverage industry, etc., all gave high praise to milk tea. Oh, and Benitha, the half-Tauren who still stayed in Eaton Town, also liked the milk tea very much after drinking it. That's it. Later, when I heard that milk was used in the ingredients for the gorgeous drink that Dorn made, the little monster girl was a little surprised and blushed, and the way she looked at Dorn changed a little. All in all, the several kinds of milk tea that Don made by himself are still very popular with everyone.
It seems that we can try to open another milk tea shop in the food city and develop some desserts to add to the menu. Those ladies and ladies should be very willing to come to the milk tea shop to consume exquisite afternoon tea. However, there seems to be no suitable person in charge of opening a milk tea shop. The mixing of milk tea and the preparation of desserts are not easy, and a good chef is required. Sure enough, there are still not enough chefs on hand. Should we dig elsewhere, or try to find talented chefs? How about starting a cooking training class for regular employees in the restaurant in the future to systematically cultivate and discover culinary talents? Just do it. It's a great idea.
Dorn was planning the opening of the next new store in the food city with the store manager beside him, as well as future development plans. At this time, a system prompt that had not appeared for quite some time suddenly popped up. System prompt, you have a new email. Please process it in time.
Oh!
Dorn raised his eyebrows in surprise, and opened the system's mailbox with quick movements. As expected, there was a new unread email lying inside. Open it, and there are only a few concise words. Come quickly, Jeebus. Although it is now known that the source of the system in my body is the original creator, there is a high probability that those emails were edited and sent by him.
But before, he would pretend to be a game system and issue real tasks. Now, because I know the truth about this world, I don't even want to pretend anymore.
Dawn's eyes twitched. Although the mood is a little subtle, the original call must still be answered. After all, he is the leader in the world survival camp.
I just don't know what's wrong with calling me over, but my intuition tells me that it won't be a good thing.
Dorn closed the system panel and summoned Warp White Mist. Because he is now 2/3 of a god, his own strength and magic power have become much more abundant, and it seems that the intensity of his skills has also increased accordingly. For example, for this Jump White Mist, it would take about an afternoon to go back and forth from Eden Town Jump to the holy city of Jeebus. But now, it only takes about an hour. After thinking about it, it wasn't too far to go back and forth. Dorn thought about it for a while, and finally didn't go to Vivian. He said low to Bear Claw and the store manager beside him, informed him of his whereabouts, then stepped into the white mist and disappeared. Chapter 525. See again, Plague. The holy city of Jeebus. As the original divine envoy, Don came and went freely in this holy land of the Holy See. When he came here through the white mist, he met Pope Mohani, Bishop Meyer, Adele, and others were not seen. Later, under the guidance of the ascetic Pope, Don saw an unexpected person deep in the temple. That evil sister with an evil temperament, Miss Plague, in the headquarters of the righteous god. It was quite a strange feeling to see the nominal evil god humming a tune and sitting around drinking tea in a high-sounding manner.
This lady has the same identity as you, sir. She is the messenger of Plague.
This is how Meyer introduced the evil sister. Don just twitched his eyes at this, seeing through it without saying anything. It seems that Plague did not directly reveal the true identity of his god to Meyer and the others. That doesn't seem necessary. If you casually make up the identity of an Alliance divine envoy, and use Plague tokens or original oracles to prove it, the higher-ups of the Holy See will have to believe that they must treat him with courtesy. The following time was handed over to the two god envoys, and Meyer and Mohani all exited the secret meeting room.
You mean, famine is awakening? The time of the god war is approaching.
Dorn heard such shocking news from Miss Plague. Although intuitively speaking, Dorn feels that the next battle between gods will begin sooner or later. But when I really heard the news, I was still a little surprised.
That's right. A white-haired little bishop girl in the Holy See brought back some bad news from the east of Tazan a few days ago, and she paid a heavy price for it.
Plague stated in an indifferent tone.
A painful price?
The white-haired bishop girl. This description sounds a bit like Dia.
Because he might be someone he knew.
Dawn asked more questions. Sister Evil God nodded. Her face that could not be seen clearly under the white veil seemed to be a little more serious.
Yes. Probably the core group of people in the Apocalypse religion took advantage of the war east of Tazan to instigate a large-scale famine in order to increase famine as strength. And after recuperating for a long time, coupled with famine, which has recently increased due to the active strength of the believers, they are trying to pass through the black mist, bypass the seal left by me and the original, and use the body of the leader of the Apocalypse cultists come to this world. This process was spied on by the little white-haired bishop girl with the ability to approximate the scene. Famine became so angry that she directly transcended the barriers of time and space and put a curse on her.
Sister Evil God briefly told what Dia had experienced in Tazan a few days ago. In fact, it was by Mal Loli's investigation results that made the Holy See elevate
Tazan's strange famine
to the most noteworthy event. The two bosses, Miss Plague and the original God, who were originally obsessed with repairing the loopholes in the world and studying how to take the world away from the Matrix, received the information provided by the believers, and finally began to take the time to deal with this matter. Dorn didn't say much when he heard these plain statements, but he confirmed that the
little white-haired bishop girl
mentioned by the evil God's sister was Dia. Moreover, the white-haired Lolita is now self-imprisoned inside the Holy City. In fact, Dorn himself has experienced Dia's experience of
crossing the barriers of time and space to face the evil God
several times, but due to various reasons, coupled with his own strength and the two god bosses from his own camp, the final result was a near miss. It can only be said that people's experiences cannot be generalized. Plague continued to speak. He appeared here today and was originally here to give an explanation to Dorn, in order to prevent a stupid young man on our side from doing something outrageous like going out alone to challenge Red Fish and war again.
As the Vanguard General of our surviving world camp, you must be fully prepared for this. The Divine War may suddenly break out at any point in time. In the following days, you will never know which tomorrow or accident will come first. Don't sound so scary.
Dorn shook his head.
Besides, why am I a pioneer? A person faces an evil god and his demigod pet. Isn't that considered a pioneer?
Plague said in a teasing tone. After Dorn returned to reality from the boundless dream, he did not communicate with Plague and the original, but they seemed to be quite clear about Dorn's encounter in the Crimson Space.
Well, that was just an accident. I thought the reason why you and the primordial god disappeared for so long was to contain the war, and my crusade against the Red Fish was a tacit agreement to cooperate with your actions. Later I found out that I was thinking too much.
Dawn scratched his cheek.
Then I'm really sorry. Yuanchu and I are busy with other things related to the survival of this world. I believe you should know the details by now. There is no way. This world has been full of disasters since its birth.
The evil sister's tone was still a bit joking. However, no matter what ulterior motives Dorn had in attacking Red Fish, at least the results he finally achieved were very beneficial to his own camp. Miss Plague,
judging from the results alone, you can be regarded as directly dissuading the war with a portion of pickled fish, leaving us without a strong opponent in the subsequent Divine War. Under the premise that I was originally hampered by the increasingly frequent and sophisticated vulnerability attacks in the outside world, what you have done has greatly improved the possibility of the survival of this world. From this perspective, sister, I have to praise you well. You even know that I made pickled fish for the war?
Dorn rubbed his temples, feeling a little pain in his head.
As a god, you will always know some unconventional means to develop things. Moreover, your deeds of Guanhui, who used delicious food to influence the enemy and subdued them without fighting. Even if Yuanchu and I knew about it, what would it matter? Bad? This has greatly improved your evaluation and favorability in my heart. Right.
The evil god's sister still had that joking tone, but Dorn just smiled bitterly at this. Stop boasting. Stop boasting. I should get goosebumps if I praise you any more. In fact, Dorn knew very well that it was not so much that he had persuaded the war to end with a piece of pickled fish, but that it was more that the Red Rogue evil god himself did not want to fight another divine war. However, the effectiveness of the Dornish pickled fish offensive cannot be completely denied. That hometown dish, made from red fish meat. Spicy and sour. directly aroused War's infinite yearning for life on Earth. In contrast, it also made him even more indifferent to the many disputes in the Land of Miracles. Chapter 526 Ranking of Gods.
That's enough for the digression and introduction. This time, I asked you to come here because there is something serious to discuss. That's it. You asked me to bring you a message.
When the conversation was almost over, Plague changed the topic with a smiling tone. Dawn. These words sound so familiar. Have you ever told Miss Plague? Moreover, when I heard someone in another world seriously playing the time-honored jokes on Earth, I had a subtle feeling that I had finally found an organization.
You are aware of the current situation. Famine is about to start, and the seal that Yuan and I originally left on him is loosened. Moreover, we still don't know how much strength he has transferred to the leader of the Apocalypse cult through the Advent ceremony. Right now, the original Holy See will mobilize all the people. They will go to the east of Tazan and spare no effort to annihilate those degenerates, and use various effective means to prevent the further spread of famine. As for the two of us, we are going to take a walk inside the Black Mist.
Plague explained the purpose of calling Dorn here, and then also gave a rough overall strength ranking among the 5 gods in the Land of Miracles today. Generally speaking, the original god is in the T0 position. Counting further down, Famine and Death are in the T1 echelon. It's hard to say which one is stronger or weaker between them. But judging from the situation of the last God War, Famine performed much better than Death. He really tried his best at sea, and he deserved to be named SVP after the battle, even if they were defeated in the end. The original god and Plague, who were already at the end of their war effort, could not completely kill him, but resorted to the next best thing and imprisoned and sealed him in the starry sky. Even so, Famine still stubbornly summoned the majestic black mist at the last moment, brought in his pet black snake, and completely turned the starry sky into his home court. Finally, War and Plague are the T2 echelon among gods. If you insist on breaking it down further, on a one-on-one basis, War is stronger than Plague.
I bet your strength is at the bottom among the gods.
After hearing what Miss Plague said, Dorn didn't say anything, but he still cursed in his heart unconsciously.
Although compared with the 4 of them, I may be the weakest one.
The evil eldest sister seemed to have seen through Dorn's heart, and added, with a proud tone,
however, during the last battle between the gods, if I hadn't rebelled in time and caught Famine them off guard, the original gods would probably have fallen during our encirclement and suppression. If this world can survive to this day, I am well-deserved first prize.
Dawn, what do you think? You traitor? Complaints are complaints. But Dorn still recognized the contribution that the evil god sister made to the existing world. Without his betrayal, whether this world could continue to exist is a matter of debate. If the original creation was mainly defeated from within, the scientific research team in the blue space on the Earth can easily handle the foreign programs parasitic in the Matrix, in the Land of Miracles. Plague hasn't finished speaking yet.
Besides, I still have you now. Although this world is essentially a program, it operates with a set of basic laws that cannot be changed even from the original. Guys like you who rely on cheating to become gods in a short period of time really become gods. If you don't work hard to improve yourself, your strength will only linger in the T3 echelon for a long time. So, become a god quickly. As long as you become a god, I won't be the last one in terms of strength. Be more confident. The next sewer god will be you.
Dorn didn't really want to respond to Plague's words, which had no connotation of praise or blame. So he simply chose to remain silent. But then I thought about it. Since there is a set of basic logic in the Land of Miracles that even the original creator cannot change, then whether you become a god or increase your strength, you must follow the basic laws. The 4 people of Apocalypse spent a lot of time and effort from entering the Land of Miracles, slowly increasing their strength, and finally ascending together. People like Dorn, who took the long steps to become a god in about 2 years and became 1/3 of the gods, reached 2/3 in about 3 years, and were about to reach the final stage of their merits and virtues. To use 3 years to complete tens of thousands of years of experience is truly unusual. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the son of the plane and the version's own son. In the short term, it is acceptable to lag behind others in terms of strength. Moreover, God War is not about one-on-one solo play. It is mainly about teamwork and worldliness. From the moment Dorn embarked on the road to becoming a god, he already had chips on the table. Continuously climbing up the long ladder to reach the gods is to continuously expand the chips. even if his short-term upper limit is lower than others. The small chips that can be put on the table still have value. As long as this divine war between the gods of the surviving world and the gods of the destroyed world maintains an evenly matched posture, Dorn can become the straw that breaks the camel's back and directly determine the final direction of the victory balance.
Think about it this way. I'm quite powerful. I have to become a god quickly.
Dorn felt relieved.
It seems that your mentality is very good.
Although it was Miss Plague herself who had just used words to attack Dorn's psychology. Seeing Dorn's more positive state, she seemed to nod in the affirmative.
Then keep up this momentum and come with me to the dark mist.
In conclusion, there is a sealed evil god in the black mist, and a demigod who can remain free to move around. Plague, a god whose strength has not yet returned to full strength, is theoretically safe if he teams up with Dorn, the highest ranking 2/3 of the 5 gods, for a visit. If the interference of the home field factor is eliminated, the superior horses on both sides beat the superior horses, and the inferior horses defeat the inferior horses. Dorn even has a slight advantage. But inside the black mist, there are a lot of things that can be done. First of all, Famine is now thinking of using the bodies of believers to come to the world. Judging from what Dia saw in the retrospective video, the scarlet eyes of the evil god on the leader of the men in black, his plan had been partially successful. The current black-robed evil god, Famine, has been divided into 2. One part is imprisoned under the starry sky, hidden in the black mist, and the other part is hidden in the body of his own believer. This is the opportunity Famine creates for itself, but at the same time, it is also an opportunity for the original god. If the part of Famine left in the black mist can be strengthened and sealed now, then he will definitely be in a mutilated state during this divine battle. Secondly, there is the black snake in the black mist. This mountain treasure is the key to the last step for Dorn to become a god. If it can be successfully hunted, Dorn can be promoted to god. The strength of the surviving world camp will usher in a wave of slight strengthening, whether it is for the purpose of weakening the opponent or strengthening one's own side. The current black mist is worth the risk. Chapter 527. Eating should be a beautiful thing, eh?
Plague. Then you go and prepare. When everything is ready, we will leave for the black mist immediately. I will stay in this room and wait for you. Do you think that what I say is like giving out a mission in an RPG game?
NPC?
Dawn! Don't make trouble. Sister. Although he didn't think the joke made by the evil sister was that funny, Dorn really had something to do before setting off for the black mist. So, he temporarily left the hall room where he had a secret meeting with the evil sister, and after briefly asking the ascetic pope, he was taken to the central and southern part of the holy city by a nun. We arrived in front of a simple, gloomy, religious 2-story building.
Archbishop Dia is here.
The young nun was frightened when she faced Dorn. The little nun didn't know the identity of the black-haired gentleman. She only knew that he could deal with the Pope calmly and talk and laugh happily. He must be a great man.
Thank you.
Dawn nodded politely to the little nun. The latter's face was red. His head lowered, and he continued to lead the way. Inside this 2-story building, the overall style is still gloomy. At the end of the corridor on the first floor, there is a small room with an iron door. Outside, there are 2 young clergymen, a man and a woman, on duty. The autumn afternoon sunlight shines through the colorful windows at the end of the corridor, making it colorful. It adds some religious tranquility to the originally gloomy atmosphere.
Sister Keratin.
The 2 priests greeted in a low voice. Although the little nun who led the way here was a little frightened when facing Dorn. She was working in the temple after all. She was a person in front of the Pope and the Cardinal, and the ordinary members of the holy city still respected her.
This gentleman wants to visit Archbishop Dia.
The little nun nodded to the 2 clergymen. The young male cleric was a little embarrassed.
But the Pope has given instructions that food can only be delivered to Archbishop Dia through the dying opening under the iron door. The iron door cannot be opened under any circumstances.
Keratin.
But this is the Pope's order. We know that what you said, Sister Keratin, must be true. But neither of us has the key.
The female cleric spread her hands and didn't look like she was lying. At this time, Dorn, who had not spoken much, finally spoke, using his usual calm tone.
It doesn't matter if you don't need to open the iron door.
As the words fell, a burst of white mist appeared and quickly disappeared. In just a blink of an eye, Dorn's figure appeared behind the iron gate. There were only 3 clergymen left in the corridor, who looked stunned and completely unresponsive. Behind the iron door was an independent room with complete facilities, where Dorn saw Dia as he wished. when she saw by Mao Loli. She was sitting in front of the dining table in the room, with some half-eaten dishes placed in front of her. The portions of these dishes are not large, but they include barbecued meats and vegetables, and they are quite nutritious and balanced. Moreover, probably because Cardinal Meyer took the lead in innovating the food in the Holy City, the food dishes in front of Dia were all of good quality, at least B grade, compared with the previous boiled chicken. The boiled green peppers are much better. Mr. Gum? The white-haired lowly saw Dorn appearing through the white mist. She hurriedly swallowed a big mouthful of food in her mouth, her expression a little surprised. Good afternoon, Dia, Dorn said low first, and then thought for a while before speaking again. I just came to check on your situation. I heard, it seems that Sir has heard about what happened to me in Tazin. I'm sorry. That's all because of my lack of ability. The white-haired lowly looked ashamed. For her, it was not a good feeling to let the person she admired see her failed. Embarrassed and unbearable. No, you've done a good enough job. Dorn shook his head. Dia didn't reply, and then her attention began to wander, like a distracted primary school student in class. The eyes originally focused on Dorn slowly fell to the unfinished dishes on the table. Ah! The white-haired lowly was in a daze for 2 seconds. Sorry, sir. I'm so hungry and can't control myself. Dawn. Before coming here, he had already learned about Dia's current situation from the evil eldest sister, being looked directly into by the evil eye of famine. The consequences should have been very serious. At least, he would have become a fallen person on the spot. However, Dia was stared at before through the barriers of time and space, and he turned off the monitoring playback in a timely manner, so he did not die suddenly on the spot. However, there were some changes in her, similar to the changes after the apocalypse religion initially came into contact with the whispers in the void in famine. The flesh and blood of the body will squirm slightly, accompanied by uncontrollable hunger, making it difficult to feel full. However, it has not yet shown its thirst for living flesh and blood, nor does it have the ability to spread famine. But the white-haired Lolita was personally affected by famine, after all, and her current state cannot be roughly equated with those of the initially fallen apocalypse believers. For this reason, Pope Mohani chose to leave her in the center of the Holy City to personally monitor the subsequent situation. In addition, according to Miss Plague, he tried to suppress the famine aura in Dia, but the effect was unsatisfactory. Although she was prevented from further degenerating into a monster that eats hair and drinks blood, the endless hunger has not been eliminated. Whether she can overcome this hurdle depends on herself. Fortunately, Dia is the Archbishop of the Holy See, and his physical fitness is already several levels better than ordinary people. In addition, there was an unwritten habit of abstinence within the Holy See. Maybe after enough time, she could bear the effects of famine on her body. With a somewhat apologetic look in her eyes, Dia sat back at the table and wolfed down the half-eaten food. While eating, he muttered to Dawn. Sorry, sir. I can't control myself. I'm so hungry. Really hungry. Dawn didn't say anything, and stood quietly on the side, watching Dia eat. The portions of food that Dia ate were not very large. In order for her to survive this unbearable curse of hunger, the Holy See adhered to the principle of eating less and more meals when feeding her. This moderately controls the amount of food Dia eats every day. After a meal of food is finished, the white-haired lowly can only rely on her own willpower to last until the next round of feeding. There was no way, even if Dia's body could consume more energy than an ordinary person, if she was driven by her hunger instinct and let go of eating, she would probably still stretch herself to death in a few days. After a while, all the food on the table was eaten, and the white-haired Lolita licked her slightly oily fingers without wanting to finish. Not feeling full at all and wanting more, Dia glanced at Dorn, who was silent again. Perhaps because she felt that the person she admired was present, she had to maintain some dignity. So she stood up from the table, gathered the dinner plates, and handed them out through the dining opening under the iron door. After doing this little thing, I simply sat down in the corner of the room and started meditating. Meditation is a common method used by ascetic members of the Holy See to combat various desires. But it's a pity. After only a few minutes, Dia's condition began to deteriorate. Chapter 528. Eating should be a beautiful thing. B. Only 10 minutes passed. The white-haired archbishop seemed to be in a trance. She began to feel sick and dizzy. The external manifestations were sweat on her fair cheeks and a slight trembling in her body. In her current state, the act of eating seems to be addictive. After you stop eating, your body feels like a withdrawal reaction. I'm so hungry. Sir, I'm so hungry. I'm sorry. I can't control it.
Dia seemed to be unable to maintain her meditative state. Her originally closed eyes opened. Her red pupils were blurred and painful. Tears welled up in her eyes. And she just began to murmur unconsciously. Under her exposed skin, the flesh began to squirm slightly. There are still several hours until the next time the cleric outside the door feeds Dia. During this period of time, the white-haired lowly can only rely on herself to resist. Dawn stayed with Dia in the room for a while, but in the end did nothing. Even Plague, who holds the power of healing, cannot completely eliminate the impact of famine on Dia, and a two-thirds god like him, who is half a bucket of water, is even more helpless. In the end, he just sighed, then silently called out by Wu, and retreated into the corridor. Sister Keratin and the other two clergymen were waiting outside. They didn't dare to breathe after seeing this gentleman whose identity was mysterious, and whose methods were incredible. Dawn didn't say anything. He reached out and patted the Alice's bedtime reading on his chest. I communicated my thoughts with the dragon lady in the story world. Then, a dinner plate was silently drawn into Dorn's hands. On it were 2 cups of warm milk tea, as well as various kinds of dried meats and dried fruits. Before coming to Jeebus, Dawn was trying to make various milk teas at Eden, and the dragon lady in the book, as his doted own daughter, naturally got a big share of it. There are also those dried meats that Dorn made by himself when he had nothing to do, using the monster meat from the farm, which even included a few portions of red fish jerky and shredded octopus. The original intention was to use it as a snack for Alice. Therefore, the food on this dinner plate was all taken out by the dragon's mouth. Dawn handed the filled dinner plate to Sister Keratin.
If possible, next time Dia eats, pick some food from here and give it to her.
Sister Keratin took the plate, swallowed slightly and invisibly, and then vowed to control the amount and feed the food to Archbishop Dia in order. Letting the white-haired lowly eat something good seemed to be the only thing that Dorn could do at the moment. There was no words in the dimly glowing corridor. Dorn nodded towards the 3 clergymen and walked out of the gloomy 2-story building. After visiting Dia, it was time to go find Miss Plague to do some serious business.
So the evil god named Famine and I really have nothing to deal with.
Dorn's departure was not as easy as when he came here.
Eating should be a wonderful thing.
Storm Islands, the pirate island that blocks the eternal stone sculptures of the 4 gods of the apocalypse. Dorn has Warp White Mist, and Plague itself has some spatial authority. So it didn't take much time to get here. The area around the pirate island had been carefully arranged by the Archbishop of the Holy See, making it impossible for ordinary people to get close to it. However, this kind of mortal restriction is no different from the Maginot Line for Dorn and Miss Plague. The pirate cave on the island has completely collapsed. However, this did not trouble Dorn and the others. Plague used its authority to easily clear out an area for shelter and activities in the treasure cave where the ancient stone sculptures were stored. Inside the cave, Dorn lit a flash technique for lighting. For lifelike humanoid stone sculptures of Apocalypse are reflected. Compared with the last time, the statues of evil gods that we met this time were much quieter, and none of them were actively shining.
Eternal stone sculptures. These are things from I don't know how long ago. It's really hard for those pirates to fish them out from the sea. Speaking of which, when this stone sculpture was made, the 4 of us, Apocalypse, were still in love with each other. Thinking about it, I really miss it.
Miss Plague said this, walked forward, and patted the stone sculpture that belonged to her. But there was not much nostalgia in her words. The current plan is to go under the stars to experience famine, where most of the strength has been lost to the human world. But the star world is very big, and the steps and processes to get there are also a bit complicated. Reversely use famine as black mist to accurately guide you to your destination, which becomes a fast shortcut.
Are you ready? I'm going to stimulate the black mist.
The evil eldest sister turned to look at Dorn. The latter nodded, indicating that everything was ready. A gentle and non-dazzling white light flashed around Plague, and the white light swirled around the black stone sculpture of Famine, which looked like a man holding a scale. The white light began to tremble, and the black stone sculptures also trembled. The vibration rate at the beginning was still tiny and out of sync, but gradually the vibration frequencies of the white light and black stone sculptures began to converge, and became more and more intense. When this coordinated movement reaches a certain point, something spurts out from the statue of Famine. A black light that seemed to be able to swallow everything shot out passively. After the black light, An extremely huge aura of depravity emerged, and the thick aura of depravity gathered into black mist, completely engulfing the entire space of the treasure cave in an instant. The thick, filthy, depraved black surges, and endless chattering and chaotic murmurs ring out all around. This scene is exactly the same as the last time Dorn entered here. Black mist is coming. Because of his last experience, Dorn knew that the black mist could swallow up most of a person's organ feelings. So he opened his delusion-destroying eye early. This skill, upgraded from Eagle View, is very good to use in actual combat. The last time he entered the black mist, Eagle's View only provided Dorn with a brief blurred vision. But this time he had the Eye of Destroying Illusions that see through all illusions, allowing him to directly see through all illusions in the black mist. See everything clearly.
Let's go!
When the churning black mist stabilized a little, the evil sister beside him took the lead in taking a step forward. Dorn doesn't need to worry about him. In the black mist, this official god probably has the ability to retain his own senses.
Suddenly there was a feeling similar to that of having enough training and challenging a dungeon that I couldn't pass before.
With this thought in his mind, Dorn quickly followed Plague. Chapter 529, This time, I will strike hard. The black mist seemed endless. It's the same as the last time I entered here. Dorn walked in the darkness for a long time and encountered nothing for the time being. So he simply struck up a conversation with the Plague beside him.
Speaking of which, I don't seem to know who Famine and Death are. Oh, I mean, I still don't know the source of their consciousness on the earth. Which one corresponds to Steven and Sushi respectively?
For those who enter the black fog from the outside world, all senses will be weakened. Although they are so close, they have to shout loudly to hear each other's voices. When the fog is thick, the sound may even be completely blocked. However, Miss Plague used her authority to create a small independent space around herself, about 5 meters square. This space is always centered on the evil god sister, moving with her movement, and is enveloped in soft white light with healing power. As long as Dorn is in the white light, his senses will not be weakened. But if he wants to see what's in the black 5 meters away, he still has to rely on his Eye of Deception.
Although the white light is covered by my authority, most of our conversations in the black mist will be known to Famine. Right.
The evil sister walking in front turned her head slightly, with a white veil on her face. Shake.
But even if he hears these conversations, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. The consciousness of Famine comes from Steven. And if it comes to Death, it is Academician Sushiyu.
It was similar to Dorn's previous guess. The war memory picture he had seen in Crimson appeared in his mind, and he matched Famine and Death with the faces of Steven and Sushiyu respectively. Compared to Chao Jiaosheng, who corresponded to War, and Liang Lan, who corresponded to Plague. Just judging from that memory fragment, both Steven and Sushiyu are serious and slightly stubborn people. In a sense, this kind of personality is very suitable for being a scholar. Perhaps it is precisely because these two people are serious and responsible, and their consciousness has been backed up into the land of miracles. After a long time, the two teammates, Plague and War, have different ideas, and they are the only ones who are still stubbornly planning overturn this world. Thinking of this, Don's mood was a bit complicated.
Pay attention. We seem to be close to something big.
Plague reminded him at the right time. Dorn quickly gathered his thoughts and focused his attention back on the black mist. Through the destroying eyes, he could see something huge looming in the black depths. Rustling. Familiar voices came from the black mist, mixed in with the chaotic murmurs. It was like there was a huge scaly creature, and the scales on its body made a sound after rubbing against the ground. The sound of rubbing continued from far to near. In addition, you could also hear the hissing sound, which is the snake spitting messages. This is the black snake comparable to Jormungand approaching. Coming! Dorn looked at the outline of the giant thing getting closer and closer in the distance, until he could clearly see the neat black scales on its body, its scarlet eyes and letters, and the extremely long blood stripe on its head. The black snake appeared on the scene, although it was not the first time he had seen it. The opponent's huge figure and the momentum of swallowing up the world still brought a certain impact to Dorn. This impact contained a little nervousness, but also absolute excitement and anticipation. Yes, excitement and anticipation. When I saw this thing before, Dorn was still a mortal body, but this time when he returned, he was already a noble two-thirds god. How could he be bullied by a demigod beast? What does it mean that it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge after 10 years? Plague, did not have too many emotional fluctuations. His gaze crossed the black snake and fell further into the thick black fog.
The stone pillar that imprisons famine is nearby. I'm going to see an old friend. You seize the opportunity. Kill this black snake quickly, and gouge out its spirit and flesh. They are 2/3 of the gods. This should be possible. Right.
Dorn was full of fighting spirit.
Don't worry. Leave it to me.
The soft white light gathered and dissipated, and the plague around him suddenly disappeared. Without his white light, Dorn was completely swallowed up by the black mist, and all sensory perceptions were reduced a lot. However, it doesn't matter. With the eye of deception that sees through all illusions, he can see through the black fog. As long as his vision is preserved, he can conduct normal combat.
Last time I was obedient. This time I will hit you hard.
Don reached out and patted the
Alice's bedtime reading
in his arms. There was an arc of light flashing on the red book cover, and then the pale green, soul-inducing lantern appeared in his hand. The rules in Black Mist are different from those in Crimson. Although this place deprives the senses and promotes depravity, there is no limit to the existence of reality and emptiness. Soul-drawing lantern, this artifact's soul-drawing ability to enslave souls in battle can be used normally here. Clang 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 clang. The ancient bronze lantern swayed, making a harsh metallic friction sound. The sound was harsh and strange, and it vaguely carried a power that could blur the concept of life and death. Then, a miserable green light suddenly lit up. The two souls imprisoned in the lantern's shade began to float up, and up. In the end, he broke away from the shackles of the lantern and appeared in the black mist. The storm god's soul is an illusory azure, while the red fish's is an elusive crimson. After the souls, one blue and one red, entered the black mist, they began to expand, and in an instant they returned to the same size as their previous bodies. The upper body of the storm god is tens of meters high, and the illusory tentacles are longer than the upper body, like a giant pillar that can lift the world apart. The azure aura around it was rippling like waves, and dark clouds were hovering above its head. From time to time, lightning exploded in the clouds. A terrifying thunderstorm is brewing, not to mention the red fish. After the imprisonment of the soul was lifted, the illusory figure reached the point of covering the sky and the sun. It emits a high-pitched and melodious whale song, and its cry breaks through the sound barrier of the black fog, allowing people to hear it clearly, as it swims and breathes in the air. Crimson with tiny cyclones constantly overflows. Deep red gathered around the red fish, occupying the space of black mist. The dreamy and magnificent red color contains layers upon layers of bizarre dream silhouettes.
Let's go!
With the idea of a quick victory, Dorn activated demonization, and at the same time extended 8 contacts of nirvana, showing his god state that cannot be looked at directly, making people lose their sanity. The bat wings on his back flapped, blowing up a fishy wind with the smell of burning sulfur, and together with the huge souls of the two demigods, attacked the black snake. The monstrous demigod snake was probably shocked by the sudden formation in front of him. He forgot to move for a moment and froze in place. When Dorn landed on its back like a facehugger, he waved his scarlet tentacles and used the serrated suckers to bite open the snake's scales. The black snake was in pain at this time, and then woke up from sleep, twisted its huge body, and began to fight back. However, how could Dorn, who was destined to win, let a demigod get his wish? He followed the old routine of fighting demigod monsters, and waved his 8 scarlet tentacles more vigorously. While biting, he continued to spray out toxins and parasitic spores. After tearing a huge, bloody gash on the black snake's back, Dorn used his fiery tentacles to bite all the way into the opponent's flesh. Sizzling, the snake meat is roasted at high temperatures, and the protein in it solidifies and becomes necrotic, giving off a burnt barbecue smell. When the tentacles penetrated deep into the black snake's flesh, a small object containing strong resentment energy was left behind. That's when Fang's lamenting ring. When this ring is activated, it will create ghostly wails that can confuse enemy units, and it will also continuously drain the enemy's blood, since absorbing a large amount of the demigod blood of the storm god and red fish. When Fang's lamenting ring has become more scarlet and eerie, with a strong ominous aura, and even a bit of messy divinity, the blood-drawing effect itself has also grown by leaps and bounds. It is vaguely expected to become the second most powerful output item among all Dorn's equipment, after the soul-inducing lantern. Of course, this
largest, gap is actually a bit big. In addition to these common attack methods, Dorn also used his power of storm and mind control to suppress the black snake with the power of the gods, suppressing him in all directions, directly riding in the face. Even if it was a one-on-one duel with Black Snake, Dorn would not lose. Not to mention those participating in the battle. There are also his two soul state followers. The Storm God and Red Fish in their soul state do not have the rank and strength of their original demigods. The Storm God probably only maintained a quarter of his godly form, and his strength was reduced by half. The Red Fish is even worse. It is not a complete demigod in the true sense, and can only be regarded as a part of the living crimson. Therefore, the soul of the Red Fish is probably only 1/8 of the god level. But no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still flesh. 1/8 of the gods are also beings who have gained the power of gods. 3 of our own demigod units surrounded and attacked the opponent's 1. This was the richest battle among all the demigod crusades so far. Boom! In the dark clouds above, a crazy silver thunderstorm tore away the black mist, fell ferociously, and exploded on the black snake. The storm god raised his tentacles, and the fleshy touch constructed by his soul seemed to have substance. It clung to the snake's head and kept squirming. The suction cups tightened tightly, making it difficult for the other party to break away for a while. There are also redfish swimming on the edge of the battlefield, constantly screaming high-pitchedly, exhaling more and more crimson. And the silhouettes of those disturbing dreams are also increasing. Thousands of layered dream silhouettes with an extremely huge amount of information were stuffed into the black snake's consciousness one by the red fish, seriously interfering with its thoughts and judgment. Dorn inherited the power of storm and dream consciousness from the storm god and red fish, and the attacks of the 2 soul servants were effectively strengthened by their masters, especially redfish, because Dorn also carries a bug-level skill, Dream Master, which provides a great auxiliary bonus to redfish. The redfish soul, which is only 1/8 of the god level, can perform on the battlefield as well as the big octopus. It is no exaggeration to say that Storm God and redfish had never fought against Dorn as smoothly as they did now, while retaining their physical bodies. The beating was so painful at first, but now under Dorn's command, the beating was so cruel. Black Snake's health volume is only about 158,000, which is much less than Storm God and Red Fish, whose maximum health volume exceeds 300,000. However, this does not mean that it is weaker than large seafood and large river seafood. The role created by this Deshantin was not to be a human shield, but to be a damage output character with low HP and high attack power. Unfortunately, under the encirclement and suppression of Dorn's 3-party fists that killed the old master, its advantages were not fully utilized, and the shortcomings of low HP were infinitely magnified. Under the restraint of the Storm God, the interference of Red Fish's thoughts, and Dorn's crazy output after his transformation, Black Snake's health bar dropped rapidly. Inside the originally dead black mist, illusory blue and red blend together, occupying the space of black mist, and chaotic dreams and violent thunder come one after another. It was also mixed with the roar of the black snake and the huge crashing sound of twisting and struggling. In short, it was extremely chaotic. On the stone pillar imprisoning Famine, the evil god's sister was shrouded in white light. She completely ignored the rules of physics and walked up the stone pillar in a posture parallel to the ground. Her steps were very easy. The white skirt hung low against gravity, covering his slender thighs. As they walked, the evil god's sister did not forget to look back at where Dorn and Black Snake were. There, various dazzling skills were flying around in the black mist. The wailing of black snakes could be heard, and the atmosphere of the battlefield was chaotic.
The attack is really heavy. Does Dorn hate that Black Snake so much?
Yu sighed, and Plague continued to walk towards the top of the stone pillar. Not far from him is the end of the pillar. A bright patch of light can be vaguely seen above, and the stars are moving around. That is the entire appearance of the star world. Strictly speaking, the star boundary is the boundary of the land of miracles. After taking 2 more steps upward, through the thick black mist, one could see the imprisoned human form.
You are indeed here.
Famine was the one who spoke first.
Yes. Did you miss me?
Plague responded teasingly, and at the same time, he took 2 more long steps and stood next to the other party.
You still like to make such boring jokes. I think it's quite interesting.
Between the 2, one is tied upright to the stone pillar, and the other is standing on it at a vertical angle of 90 degrees. So the perspective of each other is a bit strange. In order to communicate more smoothly,
and to carefully check the remaining seal on the black-robed evil god. The evil god's eldest sister squatted down.
Yuanchu didn't come with you. Oh, he only brought a half-baked weak god. What you and Yuanchu blocked before was my induction to him. Right. What's the point of this?
Famine cast his gaze into the black mist, seemingly not caring at all about the former comrade-in-arms in front of him. Now the traitor and enemy. And Plague also talks to itself.
The seal has been loosened so much. It seems that after being imprisoned here, you are still working hard as always. About 3/4 of it has been transferred to the container in the human world. You moved very quickly.
Chapter 530 The Fall of Black Snake. Plague began to try to strengthen the seal on Famine. As long as this step is completed, the black-robed evil god will remain in a quarter of the star world. There is absolutely no way to escape before the start of this divine war. Even if the black-robed evil god walks in the world through the bodies of his followers, he will only retain 3/4 of his strength. The white light on the evil sister's body condensed into substance, and little by little it filled up the seal of the illusory chain manor on Famine. During this process, he did not forget to speak.
Since you know that I will come, why don't you hide more power into the black mist and catch me off guard? The black mist is your home field after all. Now is the best opportunity, isn't it? After hurting me, you and you'll be much more confident in fighting with gods. Right.
The black-robed evil god showed no resistance to the process of strengthening the seal. But he replied calmly,
Since you know that I may hide my power to attack you in the black mist, why do you come here with only a weak god with half a bucket of water? The outside world's attacks on the land of miracles should be becoming more and more intensive and frequent. Right. But even so, the original god still has the energy to temporarily influence the star realm while repairing the loopholes. Right. Hee.
The evil eldest sister stopped talking. This is a wave of predictions in which I predicted your predictions. But you also predicted my predictions. It seems that after some psychological games with Matryoshka dolls, Famine, as final choice is not to resort to any fancy tricks, but to put all its money on the upcoming divine war. This is stud. But it is a stud with certain insurance. As time drags on, the original god will definitely have to spend more energy to deal with frequent attacks from the outside world. Even if there is some spare power to affect the progress of the war between gods, it will definitely not last too long. As long as the original wave of interference is resisted. Even if the godhead is incomplete. Famine believes that the combined power of death and war can overwhelm Plague and the unknown weak god named Dorn.
It seems that after being locked in the star world for so long, your mind is still as clear as ever.
Plague stopped strengthening the seal and stood up perpendicular to the stone pillar again. Famine is right. The original god can indeed distract his energy and temporarily affect the starry sky. As long as the black-robed evil god tries to hide part of his godhood in the black mist to launch a sneak attack, the outcome will be the mantis stalking the cicada, with the oriole behind. Moreover, when Miss Plague entered the black mist this time, she did not come with the intention of strengthening the remaining divine power of Famine. The complete form of Famine is difficult to eliminate, but since he split himself into two, combining Plague with the original power, it is possible to completely obliterate the remaining Famine godhead under the starry sky. The originally soft and healing white light changed at this moment, becoming chilling and containing the power of corruption and disease. The light gathered on the top of the stone pillar, slowly solidified, and finally turned into a huge white bone claw. After this huge disease claw took shape, a different kind of aura emerged in the entire star world. Clang. It seemed that an invisible bell was struck, and the long bell echoed in the black mist. It is a holy force. Anyone who can feel this power will feel sore in their noses and hearts. It's like watching the church bell ringing from an overlooking perspective in the twilight. Solemn and solemn. Yuanchu began to cooperate to influence the star realm. The two big gods of the survival world camp, after planning to enter the black mist, came to destroy part of the godhead of Famine. Bringing Dorn was more like a pretense. At this time, the battlefield between Dorn and Black Snake was not far away. The monstrous Black Snake, which was beaten violently by Dorn on the head and was almost dying, seemed to have a flashback. The thick black mist around it poured into its body, causing it to expand several times. After absorbing the black mist, the giant snake forced its way out of Dorn's three-way encirclement and suppression, and swam quickly towards the sky-reaching stone pillar that imprisoned Famine.
Damn! Where to run?
After reacting, Dorn carried the soul-inducing lantern and followed closely with two soul followers. The black snake and the black mist continued to merge, and the speed of the explosion was much faster than that of Dorn. And it quickly clung to the stone pillar. Its body, which had been enlarged several times, easily wrapped around the capital of the stone pillar. Hiss roar. The black snake opened its big mouth that seemed to be able to swallow the world, and quickly bit down on the location of Plague. Faced with this sudden change, Miss Plague's reaction was not very big. She just frowned under the veil, then gathered white light and disappeared from the place. Boom. The black snake's body was tightly wrapped around the stone pillar. I don't know if it was due to absorbing too much black mist. Its body was like a balloon that had been blown to the limit, with a vague tendency to burst again. Even the flesh and blood under the snake's scales squirmed greatly. Even so, the black snake still raised its head and bit the column head, taking the famine trapped there into its mouth. At the same time, the huge white claw with jingling joints also fell from top to bottom, landing on the snake's head, crushing the black snake and the stone pillar. The black snake's flesh and blood exploded. A huge explosion sound was heard, and the entire sky-reaching stone pillar began to collapse. Black gravel splashed, mixed with warm blood and meat. After Dorn rushed to this area, he stopped moving forward. After the white bone claw fell, the black snake's blood volume was suddenly cleared. The demigod crusade ended inexplicably.
What does this big snake mean? Would you rather give Miss Plague her head than let me deal the final blow? This way I will lose a lot of experience. And, is the meat of this snake exploding? How can I eat it after it explodes? Ah!
Dorn just grumbled with some distress, and at the same time threw out the soul-inducing lantern, trying to recover the black snake's soul. Not far away, white light flashed, and Plague revealed its figure. He raised his head, looked at the falling stones and the exploding black snake flesh and blood, shook his head and murmured,
Black Snake can't die anymore. In addition, the combined attack between me and Yuan Chu did destroy most of Famine's godhood that had no time to be transferred to the human world. However, because of Black Snake's last fight, it seems that again only a quarter of the original Famine godhead escaped. By the way, are the pets raised by Famine so foolish and loyal? Or is it that the final act of absorbing the black mist and self-destructing was forced by the demigod beast under the control of Famine?
Chapter 531, Meeting the Original God. In any case, the godhood and divinity left under Famine, under the star realm, have been completely wiped out, fled away, and nothing is left. In addition, the black snake is dead, and the black mist under the starry sky has no control and support. As long as it takes a little time, the evil sister can dissipate all these depraved black auras. At that time, there will be only that sacred feeling left under the starry sky that makes people feel sour and empty. This place will no longer be the home of Famine.
Although Famine did not take the bait. In any case, this trip still destroyed part of his godhead and divinity. So it is not a gain at all.
Sister Evil God comforted herself like this. To be honest, he still hopes that Famine can be a little clever and save more of his godhead and divinity to ambush him in the black mist. In this way, combined with the instantaneous power of the original God, we can achieve considerable results in one fell swoop. It's a pity that he didn't catch the trap at all and ran very decisively. Probably from the perspective of the black-robed evil god. As long as he successfully descends into the human world and joins war and death, after some preparations, he has a high probability of winning the divine war. And that's exactly what happened. The original god was restrained by the attack from another world, and had to stay in the clouds in the pure white space for a long time to repair loopholes. This has always been a shortcoming of the surviving world camp. What's even more terrible is that the process of repairing loopholes can only be carried out on site if the original god with the authority to control this world is present. This is why Plague has been in alliance with the original gods for so many years. And during this period, they were invited to the cloud countless times to help solve some problems in the operation of the Land of Miracles. But they just couldn't roughly replace the stronger original gods with the human world.
We can only hope that the war will really go to waste as he and Dorn promised, and will not participate in the next divine war. Otherwise, of the three enemy gods, only one Famine will be damaged. On our side, we only have Yuan Chu, who can only participate in the battle for a short period of time. And Dorn, who is half-assed. The future is worrying.
The evil god's sister thought this way, and turned her head to look at Dorn. But all he saw was that his comrade-in-arms from the Alliance was inspecting the black snake meat pieces one by one under the starry sky. He sighed after looking at each piece and muttered,
Oh, I can't eat this piece. I can't eat this piece. It's all fried to pieces. The black snake is too cruel. Not even a piece of good meat was left for me.
Anyway, Plague feels that Dorn just doesn't look very smart right now. The future of the surviving world is even more worrying. But even so, the evil sister moved her head to signal to Dorn, raised her hand, and held up a white ball of light to show.
I forcibly saved this when the black snake blew itself up. See for yourself? It should still be edible.
Inside the floating white ball of light was a piece of bright red meat beating like a heart.
This,
Dorn naturally recognized what it was at a glance. The spiritual flesh of the black snake. It seems that when Oyamazan used the self-destruction skill, Plague, who was very close to it, had quick eyesight and quick hands, and saved this thing. Sister Evil God, you are my biological sister? Dorn was overjoyed and stepped forward and took the black snake spirit flesh from Plague. I used Ingredients Intuition to sense it, and I almost grinned to my ears.
It can be eaten and preserved very well. Perfect SSS quality ingredients.
In this way, the last piece of the puzzle to become a god, the key to stepping on the last step of the long ladder to become a god, is now in hand. Seeing Dorn's expression of being hopeless after seeing good ingredients, the evil eldest sister didn't know what to say. So she turned around and continued to clean up the remaining black mist. Dorn.
So, the original god really wants to show his face to see me?
Plague answered naturally.
Aren't you saying that the power of digestion requires some cooking power?
And a large amount of cooking power can only be obtained when the god eats food cooked by your own hands for the first time. In this case, wouldn't there be only can you recharge your batteries? Whatever you say. But so far, although many of the things I have experienced are related to the original, I have never seen him with my own eyes. We are suddenly going to meet him, and I feel a little uneasy. Do you understand what I mean?
The evil god's sister spread her hands.
I don't understand. I still can't figure out what kind of relationship you have with his original body that would allow him to pull you into this world and then take care of you like an old mother takes care of her son. I don't like your metaphor very much.
Although Dorn said he didn't like it, he really felt in his heart that since he was born in this world, the original god seemed to have taken care of him like an old mother. Why is this happening? There's no way the source of the backup source of the original god's consciousness is really Chinyu's mother on Earth. Right. With all kinds of confusion, Dorn followed Plague and left the Star Realm. The process of leaving took a lot of time because there was no black mist as a shortcut. Traveling through the Star Realm is not that easy. And inside the Star Realm, Dorn's warp white mist does not take effect. We can only stick to the evil god's sister throughout the whole process and use her space authority to complete the journey. The holy city of Jebus. After spending about 2.5 days being dragged by the collar by his own god boss, and after a long and boring journey through the stars, Dorn finally returned here. After arriving in the holy city, Plague did not stop and directly drag Dorn into the pure white domain of the original god under the Hall of God with ease. In a pure white space, there were only the activities of big rabbits with pink fur and long horns. Seeing Miss Plague showing her face, these horned rabbits all came close to her. But after seeing clearly that it was Dorn standing behind the evil sister, the rabbits all started to scream, "Cuckoo," and ran away in disgust and vigilance.
What are you doing? I won't eat you.
Dorn touched his nose speechlessly. The jackalopes couldn't speak, but Sister Evil helped them respond with a half smile.
Oh, no way. Of course.
Plague petted the rabbit for a while. Jackalopes are fluffy. Their pink fur is soft and warm, and their big drooping ears feel good to the touch. During this period, Dorn stood far away, mentally calculating how many kilograms and tails of meat each rabbit had. About 5 minutes later, the evil sister stood up from the rabbit pile.
Okay. I told Yuanchu that he asked us to go up to see him.
It seems that while playing with the rabbit, Plague used some unique method to encrypt the call to the original god.
Go up?
Before Don fully understood the meaning of the other party's words, he was grabbed by the collar again by the evil sister. Then he felt that the rabbits with smooth skin and tender flesh seemed to be falling rapidly, getting further and further away from him. After being in a daze for a few tenths of a second, I finally realized that the rabbit was not falling, but that I was being dragged upward by Plague. It seems that the original is above this pure white field. Chapter 532. I gossip about myself. The evil god's sister sent Dorn above the clouds, but before he could gain a firm foothold, he fell from the clouds again. He did not come down voluntarily, but was kicked away from the clouds by the original force.
You're so stingy. Can't you just let me stay on top of the clouds and listen to the two of you talking?
It's obviously a beautiful thing. After the evil eldest sister fell back to the ground in the pure white space, she complained a few words, but did not try to return to the clouds again. After waiting for a while he was waiting for the horned rabbits down there in boredom, a dark red book also fell from the sky. Alice's bedtime reading. The dragon lady, who is usually ignored, was also isolated from the conversation between Dorn and the original god this time. Played. The evil elder sister caught the dark red book, thinking that it was idle time, and she couldn't eat the melons on the clouds. She simply entered the story world to take care of her children. Above the cascading clouds, Dawn had been looking at the girl standing not far away from him, and was in a daze for about a minute. If nothing else, this girl is the original god. The appearance of the original god is not very clear to people. It is obviously not obscured by the clouds and fog. Even if you look carefully, you can see that his facial features have a three-dimensional feeling similar to that of a mixture of east and west. But overall, when you look at it, it's hazy and unclear. Along with this ambiguity, there is also an indescribable holy beauty that makes people want to kneel down and worship. Dorn could roughly tell that she was probably a very beautiful girl at first, and her appearance was about the same age as him. During the minute he was in a daze, he was trying to search his own memory, or Qinyu's memory, trying to match the image of the original god in front of him with a certain girl in his memory. Unfortunately, it was not successful. Even though the current image of the original god is hazy, Dorn can almost confirm it after careful consideration. In Qinyu's memory on Earth, there was no such girl. So, what is the relationship between the original god and Qinyu? Dorn touched his nose and thought in his heart. Did he change his image after entering the land of miracles? Or maybe it was because of his beauty, it was too hard, and I didn't recognize it. Perhaps Dorn's psychological activities were too blatant. Standing 5 or 6 meters away, the original god who was repairing the loopholes in this world lowered his head slightly and said, I have to remind you that I can hear your heart here. Sorry. Dawn's tone suddenly became sarcastic. He had already known about the ability to listen to voices in the pure white realm when he last visited here. But how can people control their brains so easily and not have random thoughts? Even if Dorn is a 2/3 god, he cannot completely format his thinking if he doesn't concentrate. At first, it seemed that he didn't pay too much attention to Dorn's apology. He stared at the wriggling gaps in different dimensions in the sky, focusing on the work of repairing the holes. He just continued in a calm tone. My appearance is the same as hers, without any changes. You didn't recognize her because Qinyu never saw her again. The she in the primordial god's mouth naturally refers to his original body on Earth, the source of his consciousness. Dorn concentrated his attention and responded quickly. I haven't seen him since, which means I have seen him before, when he was a child. If Qinyu and her met when they were children and never saw each other again when they grew up, it becomes understandable that Dorn would not recognize the appearance of the prime god. Women's transformation. Who could have imagined what the little girl who played house with her when she was little would become like when she grows up? If this is the case, the problem arises again. The original god would pull Qinyu's backup of consciousness, that is, Dorn, into this world. It must be because Qinyu had a very close interaction with her, when he was a child. But Dawn carefully recalled his childhood memories, but still couldn't find a suitable partner. When Qinyu was a child, he didn't have any childhood sweethearts he grew up with, nor any cute sister next door who lived across the street. When I was little, I grew up playing in the mud with 2 or 3 other little boys in the community. As he grew older, Qinyu began to become interested in cooking. In his spare time, he would watch his father cook in the Tai Fong restaurant run by his family. It seems that there are no little girls who have secret feelings for each other and left a deep impression. This is strange. Dawn once again touched his nose out of habit, unable to contain his thoughts. Could it be that the original form of the original god was given to me in elementary school? Oh, no. It should be the little girls who wrote love letters to Qinyu. Hey, it is really possible. After all, we were also in the community and school when we were young. A well-known handsome young man. His appearance has been a big deal since childhood. That may disappoint you. She and Qinyu are not the relationship you thought they were. The primordial god once again heard Dorn's chaotic thoughts in his heart. He stopped what he was doing a little speechlessly and glanced back at the latter indifferently. Although this look was not offensive, Dorn quickly stopped the dangerous thoughts in his mind, and then used a few weak dry coughs to cover up his embarrassment. Qinyu only met her once, when she was 10 years old. After that time,
She remembered Chunyu very fondly. However, for Chunyu, meeting her was probably just a small thing. And it wouldn't take long. I will forget it. Chunyu doesn't even know her name.
The primordial god turned his head back before continuing to speak. And there was not much fluctuation in the tone of his speech. Dawn! Dorn didn't speak, but the original god's words made him even more curious. As if there was a childish cat's paw scratching in his heart. Chunyu and
she
have only met once, and may not even know her name. But it was this side that the unknown little girl could not forget about Chunyu ever since. Isn't this a bit like,
we first met at Fengling Ferry, and our lives were ruined when we first saw Yonghua.
Speak. Please continue talking quickly. Do it quickly. In Dawn's heart, the essence of the human soul of gossip was burning. According to the definitions of the
Matrix
and the land of miracles, the original body on Earth and the
Matrix
are two independent individuals. After the birth of the consciousness, the two began to live their own lives. But Duo-An and Chunyu's memories of
childhood
happen to be the same. This feeling of gossiping about others and gossiping about yourself is very subtle. But it's still exciting. Chapter 533 Dawn and Morning Star A.
She is of mixed Chinese and European descent, and her mother is Bulgarian.
The original god began to tell more information about her original identity. When Dawn heard this, he wasn't too surprised. Not to mention the appearance of the original god. The vague style and beauty of a mixed race can be vaguely glimpsed. Just talk about the framework of the entire Miracle Land. The mythological background of this world itself is mixed with a lot of European myths and legends. Therefore, there is nothing wrong with the fact that the creator was originally a girl of half European descent.
Speaking of her name, you haven't said her name yet.
Maybe it was the words
Chunyu didn't even know her name
that made Dorn feel some inexplicable feelings in his heart. Taking advantage of the gap between the original god's words, he asked this question on behalf of his original body. The primordial god was silent for a while, wondering what he was thinking. And then he spoke.
Let's call her Venus first.
Venus. Venus. Thanks to the world-famous
Venus with broken arms
statue. Dawn is relatively familiar with this word that comes from the earth. Venus is the goddess of love and beauty in Greek mythology. It means Friday is a holiday. It is also Venus, also called the morning star.
You know quite a lot.
It was obvious that the original god had read Dawn's thoughts again. He seemed to have raised his eyebrows and smiled.
Yes. Venus is a beautiful word. When her mother was still alive, she used it as her nickname. She also likes her mother to rub her head and affectionately call her Little Venus. Whenever I look at her memories of her mother's company, I always feel very beautiful. Venus' mother?
Dawn interrupted.
When Venus was 8 years old, she died of an illness. A disease that cannot be cured. Feel sorry. There's no need to apologize to me. I'm just telling Venus' story. I am me, and she is her.
Yuan Shu shook his head, and then he seemed to have thought of something.
By the way, do you know why I named Chunyu's consciousness backup? That is, Dorn? The name, Dorn,
was given to himself by machine selection when Dorn, who was the backup of his consciousness, was first created. Now it seems that behind the seemingly random
machine selection,
it actually comes from the decree of the original god, Dawn.
In a miraculous land where the pronunciation and spoken language resemble the dialects of some parts of Europe on Earth, there is the meaning of Dawn. Regarding this, Dorn, who is proficient in using languages from other worlds, is naturally aware of this. Moreover, Dawn Island, the island where the Minotaurs now live, is named after him. Faced with the original question, Dorn wanted to shake his head, but then he wanted to nod. In the end, he just opened his mouth without saying anything. So, Yuan Shu continued,
perhaps you know that the morning star is the morning star on the earth, the last star to fall in the night sky. This is what I can think of, which best points to the relationship between Chunyu and Venus symbol.
Venus, the morning star, is the last star to set in the night sky. Once you see the dawn, the morning star will fall silently to the horizon. After hearing this, Dawn felt a little dazed for a moment. He felt that the relationship between Chunyu and Venus had not been explained clearly, but had become more mysterious. When he came to his senses a little, he found that the original god, who was 5 or 6 meters away from him, had gotten close to him at some point. Dawn subconsciously took a half step back, but stopped, because Yuan Shu said this.
Chunyu doesn't remember Venus, but the two of them met when they were children. I can show you what happened between the two of them through Chinyu's memory. Oh, maybe a little mixed, you can see Venus's own memory more comprehensively and clearly.
The primordial god stretched out his hand. His slender fingers passed through the hazy clouds and gently touched Dorn's forehead. Cool? After that, Dawn didn't feel anything strange. But deep in his mind, there seemed to be some blurred and faded memory fragments, slowly becoming clear and vivid.
See for yourself, that little thing.
The original plain and soft voice, like a serenade, rang in my ears. An ordinary summer evening. The provincial hospital in Chientang City. Outside a certain ward, a haggard man was talking anxiously to the doctor. Dorn, who was looking at this memory, looked at the man and the doctor from a strange perspective. It was peeking inside the door of the ward. My eyes were fixed on the man's crisp suit and the doctor's white coat, so I didn't see their faces. Perhaps the owner who provided the perspective is not very tall himself. The conversation outside the ward continues.
I can understand your feelings as a patient's family member. However, this kind of familial immune disease is too rare. There are not many cases and data for reference in the world-shared medical database. Is there really no other way? The patient's pancreas has begun to experience rejection and even has a tendency of local necrosis. Surgery must be started as soon as possible. But prosthetic organs? I know you have concerns. But mechanical prosthetic organ transplantation is the most reasonable treatment option at the moment.
As he was talking, the man suddenly stopped and turned his attention to the door of the ward. Beside the ajar door, there was a fair and pretty little face, with big black watery eyes staring straight at it.
Nani, why are you awake?
The man outside the door softened his tone.
Yeah,
Dad. Seeing that she was discovered, the girl in the ward no longer hid. She simply opened the door and called out, Dad. The girl was wearing a somewhat loose striped hospital gown, and she was dragging a large plush doll in her right hand. This doll looks very interesting. It is in the shape of a fat pink rabbit, holding a plush and soft body. The pink bunny doll has a short horn on its forehead, which looks like a strange combination of shapes. But it's not very inconsistent.
Are you hungry? Nan?
A little bit. The girl lowered her head, and her eyes stayed on the rabbit doll for a long time without raising her head to look at her father.
Then you go back to your room to rest for a while and play on the tablet. Dad will have another conversation with Dr. Schwett, and then go downstairs to buy you something to eat. It's up to you. I'll be waiting for you to come back in the ward.
Dad. The girl in hospital gown nodded obediently, then dragged the pink bunny doll back to the ward, and gently closed the door. The man watched the door of the ward slowly close, licked his cracked lips, and sighed heavily. Well, Chapter 534 Dawn and Morning Star B. The ward was filled with the smell of disinfectant, which was unpleasant, especially for a child. The little girl in a hospital gown dragged the rabbit doll back to the hospital bed. She threw the doll onto the bed first, then took off her shoes, climbed up slowly, and curled up under the quilt. After covering herself completely, little Venus bit her sleeve and sobbed softly. To be honest, she couldn't tell why she was crying. Probably scared. Also, I miss my mother. Venus heard the conversation between her father and the doctor outside just now.
Familial immune disease,
pancreatic rejection,
mechanical prosthetic organ transplantation.
These words sounded a bit complicated, and Venus couldn't fully understand what they meant. But when these words were added together, she had a vague perception. This means death. Just gone. Disappeared from this world. Same as Mom. Venus knew that she had the same disease as her mother. No matter how far human science and technology advances, there will always be some incurable diseases that hinder the healthy development of human physiology. Venus's disease is like this. It is an extremely rare immune disease. After symptoms appear, the patient's immune system will begin to reject his own pancreatic organ. Even if the transplant can match your own living pancreas, there will still be a large rejection reaction later. Not to mention, matching living organs are hard to come by. Therefore, more flexible prosthetic organ transplantation has become the only solution to this disease. Little Venus still clearly remembers that her mother once joked with her like this.
Little Venus, do you know? There are several delicate mechanical organs in your mother's body. To use your father's words when he was still in the 2nd grade of middle school, it's like, ahem, flesh and blood are weak, and machines sore. Sounds awesome. Of course, it is very powerful. After all, it is the crystallization of modern medical technology. When Venus grows up, she will be like her mother. That Mechanical ascension. If it's Venus, it's better not to give it up. Well,
Venus's mother received prosthetic organ transplantation a long time ago. However, although such mechanical organs have begun to be used in clinical medicine, they are still far from being able to perfectly replace native human organs. Like Venus's mother, she still needs regular injections of immunosuppressants and various hormones to maintain physiological functions. This process is very painful. My mother only persisted until she was 28 years old, which was 2 years ago. That year, Venus was only 8 years old.
Mom is gone. Now it's my turn.
Huddled in the hospital bed, Venus only had this thought in her heart. Generally speaking, a child who is only 10 years old most likely does not have a deep understanding of death. But Venus is different. She may be a little more mature than her peers in this regard. Because she experienced the death of her mother, she was scared. Really scared. It is a very cruel thing to let a child who is only 10 years old face the fear of death alone. Venus's father, the haggard man at the door of the ward just now, obviously didn't realize this. His daughter's mental precocity was beyond his imagination. You know, as a father, he has never even confessed to his young daughter that
Mother has passed away.
He just told his daughter.
Mom went abroad, to a place farther than Bulgaria, and she won't come back until Venus grows up.
On the other hand, Venus, who is mentally precocious, feels sorry for her father. Since her mother passed away, her father has been in despair. Recently, I was diagnosed with an illness, and I became even more visibly haggard. Venus doesn't want to add to the burden on her father's heart, because his father is already working very hard. She stayed covered in the quilt like this, choking softly for a while, and suddenly heard the sound of the ward door being gently pushed open. The girl on the hospital bed thought her father was back and hurriedly began to wipe her tears. Then, she heard a somewhat immature boy's voice coming from the bedside. Just listening to the voice, he should be about the same age as herself.
Are you crying?
Venus didn't reply. She just wiped the tears on her face vigorously and carefully opened a corner of the quilt, revealing a pair of dark and smart eyes. All he saw was a strange boy beside the hospital bed. Black hair, black eyes, pretty good looking. The boy sat on the high chair next to the bed, with his legs together, and his posture was good. He was also holding a paint-red food box in his hand. Judging from the style, it should be the kind of box that family members use to bring meals to patients.
Who are you?
Facing a stranger. Even if the stranger was of the same age and good-looking, Venus was still a little wary.
Me? You don't recognize me even after I told you. I just passed by your door, and I thought I heard someone crying quietly inside. So I sneaked in to take a look.
The boy answered truthfully. Through the door, you can hear even the smallest cries. This guy has very good hearing.
I don't really want to be watched. And besides, you've finished reading now.
Venus did not continue to cover herself in the quilt, but sat up from the bed. The meaning of this is very clear. Have you finished reading it? After reading it, go out immediately. However, the other party's reaction was different from what Venus expected. The little boy who appeared out of nowhere not only did not leave, but instead stared at Venus's uncovered face for a long time.
Your face looks like a foreigner. It's a bit strange, but it's very beautiful. Especially the eyes. They are very beautiful. Just like stars,
the boy said, adding exaggerated gestures as he spoke. His expression when he said this was slightly honest, making it impossible to tell whether the compliment was intentional or unintentional. Venus was speechless for a moment. She has never been praised like this by boys her own age. But it seems that every girl will be happy to receive recognition and praise for her appearance. This kind of happiness is irrespective of age. Therefore, Venus felt that she had to respond to this compliment.
Bulgaria. My mother is Bulgarian.
The subtext of this statement is also very obvious. You think I look like a foreigner because I have a mother from Bulgaria. This means being willing to talk to the boy and not driving him away.
Huh? Where is Bulgaria? It's a country in the east of Europe. Country? Aren't there only 2 countries in the world? China and foreign countries?
Venus. Seeing that Venus fell into an inexplicable silence, the boy did not immediately stop and think about whether he had said the wrong thing, but continued.
By the way, why were you crying just now? I heard you crying very sadly. Are you afraid of the injection? Or is the doctor going to give you some very bitter medicine?
To be honest, when it comes to adult men, this kind of behavior is called aggressive and stalking. However, a boy in his early 10 years is already at an age that even a dog would dislike.
It's normal to be verbose and clingy. I did it because it's wrong. Why should I tell you? Venus tilted her head, then reached out and hugged the pink rabbit beside her. Humans are social animals. When you are depressed and helpless, after all, you still need the company of the same kind. This is especially true for a little girl Venus' age. Although this airborne companion came out of nowhere. But whether it's fear or longing, because of the sudden appearance of the boy in front of her, and Venus' self-esteem in front of strangers, everything was diluted a lot. Chapter 535 Dawn and Morning Star. See. The dusk light shines in through the glass windows, giving the white ward a golden halo. Let me tell you, I came to the hospital with my parents today to visit Grandpa. Oh, by the way, have you ever heard of Typhoon House? That one over by the lakeside is open in my house. My dad's cooking is super delicious. Dad also made a lot of delicious food for Grandpa to eat in the afternoon. But actually, the boy who ran into the ward without permission was still chattering. Venus sat on the bed, hugging the rabbit doll, and didn't answer. But she didn't show any intention of driving the boy out. At this time, the latter was still looking for topics to talk about. By the way, do you want to try the food I cooked? My parents didn't let me take it out for Grandpa to eat. But I actually cooked it very seriously. Did you cook? Venus finally spoke. A boy about his own age can cook. This sounds a bit strange. Seeing that Venus finally reacted, the boy turned up his nose and proudly raised the lacquered red food box in his arms. Chong chong. This is it. The food box is opened. It contains rice and a portion of tomatoes, scrambled eggs. Red tomatoes. Yellow eggs are mixed. And a little chopped green onion is sprinkled on top. The dark food box has a strong heat preservation effect. So whether it is rice or tomatoes, scrambled eggs, they are still steaming. Would you like to try it? It's delicious. I promise. The boy said this. His words were very confident, but his expression was a little guilty. At the same time, he also magically pulled out a pair of chopsticks and a spoon from under the food box and handed them over carefully. The black eyes are full of expectation. Well, although it felt inappropriate to eat food from strangers, Venus still hesitated. The boy gave me that pitiful look like a puppy, and I always felt guilty if I refused. In addition, Venus had been doing tests on an empty stomach all afternoon today, so she was indeed hungry by now. He has been chatting with me for so long. He is not completely a stranger. He is probably a stranger. So, it doesn't matter if he eats a little, right? Venus thought in her mind. And when she reacted again, the chopsticks and spoon were already in her hands. The boy next to the bed came over with a food box. Looking very happy, Venus had no choice but to cooperate and scoop up a spoonful of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. With a shake of her little hand, she calmly shook off a piece of tomato, and then put the spoon into her mouth. The taste of this tomato scrambled egg dish is not unpalatable, but it is not particularly amazing either. It's just what the dish of tomato scrambled eggs should taste like. The aroma of eggs and the sweet and sour taste of tomato juice, mixed together, make it very homely. How's it going? How's it going? The boy next to him, like a student waiting for the teacher to mark the exam papers, asked questions like a barrage of questions, with a look of urgency on his face. Delicious. After all, she ate other people's food and didn't want to dampen the other person's enthusiasm. So the kind-hearted Venus gave an inflated evaluation. Hee hee. Let me tell you. I made it seriously. It must be delicious. The boy breathed a sigh of relief and laughed happily. I have to say, he looks really good when he smiles. There will be a shallow pear dimple at the corner of the mouth, because he was sitting next to the bed. His smiling eyes seemed to be filled with the afterglow of the setting sun. Venus grabbed the spoon with one hand and stared blankly at the boy's smiling face for 2 seconds, then silently looked away. Girls, in these aspects, are always a little more mature than boys of the same age. What's wrong? No, it's nothing. Can I have another bite of rice? Yes. Of course. If you like, I'll give you this meal. Hee hee. Oh, thank you. Venus took the lacquered red food box and started eating slowly and slowly. Naturally, the boy still couldn't bear the loneliness, so he spoke to himself again and started to make noise. This is the first time someone other than my family has eaten my cooking. I feel like I will soon become a great chef like my dad. Venus chewed the food in small bites without saying anything, but she thought in her heart, sorry, although I have never eaten your father's cooking. I feel that you are still far from achieving this goal. Boy, You know, every time my parents eat the food I cook, they always find faults. I need to practice my knife skills. And I can't control the heat. This is the first time someone has praised me for cooking something good. Eat and feel happy. Venus still didn't answer the conversation because she was eating. But she felt in her heart. It was right not to tell him the truth just now. The two stayed like this for a while. Until someone poked their head out of the window in the corridor. And then the door of the ward was pushed open by an adult. The person who opened the door was still not Venus's father, but an unknown woman, probably in her 30s, with certain facial features that were somewhat similar to those of the boy sitting beside the bed. Chun-Yu! The woman walked into the ward quickly. From the looks of it, they should have a mother-son relationship. And Chun-Yu is that boy's name. As we all know, when your mother calls out your full name, it means something is going to happen to you. I just lost sight of you and you disappeared. Didn't you? I think you need to be dealt with again. Chun-Yu's mother mercilessly grabbed her son's ears. Mom! Mom! My biological mother! It hurts! It hurts! Someone else is here! Please save some face for your son! Chun-Yu twisted his body, struggling like a maggot. Only then did Chun-Yu's mother let go and turn to look at Venus on the hospital bed. At the first moment, she thought this girl, who was about the same age as her son, was quite pretty. After sighing in her heart, "This Shioni is so handsome!" Chun-Yu's mother began to apologize. "I'm sorry, little girl. Chun-Yu is so frisky that he disturbed your rest. I will continue to teach Xiaoyu a lesson when I get back and apologize to this little girl." Venus was holding the food box. Her movements were a little stiff, and she didn't have time to say anything. Chun-Yu, who was beside him, couldn't hold back anymore and began to complain about himself. "Why do you have to apologize? I didn't disturb her rest. She and I get along very well. I'll just apologize if you're asked to apologize. Why do you have so much to say?" Chun-Yu's mother held down her son's head. Chun-Yu couldn't struggle to get away. Under his mother's power, he had no choice but to bend down and weakly said, "I'm sorry, Auntie. Chun-Yu actually didn't bother me. He even treated me to tomato scrambled eggs." After that, Venus on the bed finally had a chance to speak. "Yes, people still praise the deliciousness of my cooking." As soon as Xiao Chun-Yu heard this, he became more energetic. He swept away the previous decline and raised his chin proudly towards his mother. Only then did Chun-Yu's mother notice the food box in Venus' hand. Looking inside the food box, she saw that the rice and the portion of tomato scrambled eggs had been almost eaten. Not much was left. "The little girl is quite kind. It's really hard for you to eat what this kid made." "Mom, what do you mean?" After a little fuss, Venus, as if to prove something, remained silent and stubbornly ate up all the remaining food. Chun-Yu's mother didn't say anything about this, and waited silently for the unknown little girl to finish her meal, and then helped pack the lunchbox. After that, he pulled Chun-Yu out of the ward. Before leaving, he politely apologized to Venus. Outside the door, you can hear the sound of mother and son talking gradually away. Venus's hearing is actually quite good. "Why do you want to break into the ward of a girl you don't know? Do you want to look good? That's not true. When I passed by the door, I heard her crying secretly inside. Then, I made her happy. Hey, you're pretty awesome then." After that, the conversation was finally no longer heard. "Chun-Yu, Typhoon Tower on the lakeside. To make me happy." Venus turned her face to the side and looked at the high chair on the bed where the boy had just been sitting. This direction was facing the large window of the room. Outside, the dim sun had already set halfway below the horizon. The remaining half is like a spread egg yolk. Golden. Venus sat on the hospital bed and smacked her lips gently, recalling the taste of the dinner she had just eaten. "Speaking of which, I actually don't like tomatoes." Chapter 536, Tomatoes Scrambled Eggs. Don reviewed this memory mix with some Venus perspectives. Then he remembered that when Chun-Yu was 10 years old, his grandfather did stay in the hospital for a period of time because of high blood pressure and blood lipids. "It seems like I stayed there for more than a month." During that time, the young Chun-Yu went to the hospital several times with his parents to visit his grandfather. Later, the old man's health improved and he was discharged from the hospital. Chun-Yu never went to the provincial hospital in Chiatang again. In addition, Xiao Chun-Yu did indeed do what he just remembered. "I just took the tomato scrambled eggs I made myself, ran to other wards, cared for and, accidentally flirted, with a very good-looking mixed-race little girl. But the little boy is more forgetful." Chun-Yu himself didn't pay too much attention to this kind of thing that was not
Very important. It only stayed in the corner of his memory and slowly faded. And was forgotten soon. But judging from the current results, the only person who is forgetful is Chinyu. That chatty little boy who appeared uninvited beside her bedside was deeply imprinted in little Venus's mind after that dusk in the hospital.
So, Chinyu is really guilty.
Dawn summarized that childhood memory in a tone that was detached from himself, as if he was commenting on others. He paused for 2 seconds and then continued.
What happened next? I mean, what happened to Venus?
In Chinyu's later life, Venus never appeared again. Otherwise, it will not be forgotten.
Shortly after meeting Chinyu, Venus received a prosthetic pancreas transplant, and the operation was relatively successful.
The original god responded to Dorn's question.
During the period of recuperation and recovery, she was full of curiosity about Chinyu, and even begged her father to take her to Typhoon Building for a few meals. She began to secretly pay attention to Chinyu. How do you pay attention? She knows Chinyu's name and where he lives. If you are more careful, you can follow these clues to find the school Chinyu attends and even his social account.
Dawn, why does this behavior sound a little abnormal at first glance? But then I thought about it. This slightly perverted thing was being carried out by a real sick and beautiful girl, and I somehow felt that it could be forgiven.
Oh, my thoughts are so superficial.
Because he knew that Yuan-Shu could hear his own voice. Dawn reflected in his mind promptly, and did not continue to think along this line of thought. The original creator next to him gave Dorn a strange look, and then continued.
Venus does very serious things. For example, do you still remember the idea of the first large reward that Chinyu received when he first tried to make a gourmet up?
Chinyu remembers this
first experience in life
very clearly. Therefore, Dawn was also impressed. The sponsor's idea is, I actually don't like tomatoes. Chinyu appeared when he posted his first few videos and left a large reward without saying a word. After that, from time to time, he would send complimentary comments and barrages to Chinyu, who was unknown at the time, or send private messages of encouragement, coupled with a large reward. After Chinyu became somewhat famous, he, who actually doesn't like tomatoes, stopped leaving many comments and private messages, but he would still contribute a small amount of rewards from time to time. It has occupied the first place in the cumulative reward list for many years. But it is strange to say that the top brother on the list, the sponsor's father, has supported Chinyu for so long, and has never participated in any offline meeting activities, or even joined the fan group. In short, he is a mysterious and rich existence, based on Dorn's current memory, until Chinyu downloaded the game,
Land of Miracles,
and laid down in the game cabin, that is, the time when Dorn was born. Actually not liking tomatoes had not appeared for a long time.
So, who actually doesn't like tomatoes is Venus?
Dawn understood.
Who else could it be but her?
Dawn? That's right too. Primordial God.
Getting to know Chinyu slowly became Venus' habit. What's a bit sad is that once some habits are formed, it is difficult to change. But in the end, Venus didn't have the courage to try to contact Chinyu again. Why?
Dorn asked again. This was what he couldn't understand the most. Since Venus cares so much, why not try to get to know Chinyu again?
Because Venus feels like she won't live long. Just like her mother.
Yuan-Chu's tone was frighteningly calm. Word by word. He has the same memories as Venus. But he can analyze these memories through an extremely calm third-person perspective. Therefore, no one will know Venus better than him. Even Venus herself cannot compare with him.
She clearly remembers what it was like when her father lost her mother. Perhaps this is the root of her unwillingness to establish close relationships with others. Venus has always felt that whether she is a friend or a lover, she cannot stay with them for too long. She will be forced to leave early when everyone is in their prime.
Dawn didn't speak. In fact, he couldn't say anything. He didn't quite agree with Venus' choice. But he could understand the other person's concerns and considerations in making this choice. Dawn? Oh no. It should be said that in Chinyu's memory, probably when he was in college, he had been exposed to such a debate. The debate was about which was more regrettable. Never had, or used to have. There is no right answer to this kind of question, and the final result of the discussion is bound to be inconsistent. But perhaps Venus has been facing similar decisions for a long time. After a moment of silence, Dawn remembered something and spoke with some difficulty.
So, how is Venus doing now? I mean, in the outside world. Now? I don't know. There is no news about her from the outside world yet.
The original god shook his head.
However, when I was born, Her condition was already very serious. That's it.
Above the clouds, silence fell again. Only the
gaps in another world
that represent the holes in the world are constantly being generated and being filled and destroyed. Dorn came to see the original god this time for a purpose. Essentially, I want to cut a handful of leeks from the original body and collect enough cooking power to digest the last demigod dish and step on the last step of the long ladder to ascend to the gods. Although after hearing what happened between Xingyu and Venus, he couldn't get over his true intentions for a long time. But so what? After all, this is a story from another world. Too ethereal. Too far away. After taking a moment to adjust his mood, Dorn formally made a feeding request to the original god. Yuan Chu had expected this and nodded in agreement. Even ordered food. You know, in the past, Dorn basically had the final say on what to cook, and those who were fed had to eat whatever they wanted. But the gods are more respectable. The gods that Dorn has fed so far are all a la carte for various reasons. This is the case with plague, and this is the case with war. This was also the case in the beginning. The dish ordered by the primordial god was consistent with Dorn's expectation. It was a very simple and home-cooked dish. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Chapter 537 Simple and delicious home cooking. Above the clouds, the original god is meticulously correcting the loopholes in the world, because the previous private matters with Dorn had been discussed. Plague and Dragon Lady, who were left below to tease the rabbit, were invited up again. Plague was asking questions around the original god. Alice's bedtime reading was flying up and down in front of Dorn, and the Dragon Lady in it was conveying her thoughts to Dorn, and she was also asking questions. However, the inquiries of the mother and daughter did not receive any answers from the corresponding parties. On Dorn's side, those handy kitchen utensils have been moved from the story world to the pure white realm. The makeshift open kitchen was unscientifically fixed above the clouds. Leave these unimportant details aside. After calming down his mind, Dorn entered into serious cooking mode. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes is a simple dish that is suitable for all ages. It really doesn't require much attention. Even a 10-year-old can cook it. However, Dorn, who lives in another world, has a level of cooking skills that is unmatched by Xingyu, the original body on Earth. It is not impossible to stir up this home-cooked dish. To cook well, you must first choose the ingredients. The cold storage room in Story World is always stocked with a variety of fresh fruits and vegetables. Tomatoes are naturally available, and all of them are bright red and have plump flesh. Then, there are the eggs, and the poisonous feather eggs that Dorn likes to use the most. Through the in-depth analysis of food intuition, this monster egg has a higher fat content than ordinary eggs, so the egg flavor is full. Although I kind of want to imitate Xinyu's work when he was a child, and make a youth version of tomato scrambled eggs and wave emotion. But considering the memories of looking at Venus from a calm third-person perspective, to be on the safe side, I'd better try to make this dish delicious. After all, my goal is to increase a lot of cooking power points. Donner briefly thought about it in his mind, and then decided to play it safe and make an extremely delicious tomato scrambled egg dish. Along with this idea, he also started the leakage of culinary power. In the past, most of the cooking power was used to digest the red fish spirit meat to make song sawfish soup. But no matter what, there are still tens of thousands of points left, and with some reserves later, it is more than enough to improve the quality of the dishes. In addition, the selected poison feather eggs also have S-level ingredients, and coupled with Dorn's superb craftsmanship, the final product of tomato scrambled eggs is still expected to be SSS level. Just do it. Make several cross slits on the tomatoes and blanch them in boiling water for a few minutes. Then the skin can be easily peeled off. Pour oil into a wide pan. Omelette with tomato scrambled eggs will taste better if it has more oil. Pour in all the stirred large portion of poisonous feather eggs. Fry until golden brown on both sides. Drain the excess oil from the pan. Add the chopped tomato cubes, and stir fry twice quickly. Add some tomato sauce halfway through and continue to stir fry to intensify the tomato flavor. After the tomatoes are cooked, add water, and after boiling, simply add some salt and sugar to taste. An appropriate amount of sugar can maximize the sour and sweet taste of tomatoes, making the finished tomato scrambled eggs more delicious and appetizing. Then add the prepared water starch to thicken the pot. Reduce the juice over high heat, and the tomato soup in the pot becomes thicker. Finally, add the fried egg liquid to absorb the soup. Take it out of the pan and sprinkle with some chopped green onion to garnish. It only took a few minutes to complete a tomato scrambled egg dish. The tomato scrambled eggs that Dawn is currently making has a thick soup, without the old tomato skin affecting the taste. And it also has the bonus of cooking power, compared with the one made by Chinyu when he was 10 years old. Both the detail control and the final taste are completely different.
So, Sister Yuan-Chu, did you just order such an ordinary home-cooked dish? Aren't you tempted by dishes like fried deep-sea beast whip?
The tomato scrambled eggs were ready, and the first person to come over was Sister Evil. While he was complaining about the mediocre and unoriginal dishes of the original god, he also did not forget Amway's favorite dark dishes. The original god just shook his head indifferently.
I'm not moved. Oh, it's boring,
Plague said in a disappointed tone, and then moved closer to Dorn. The hazy white gauze on his face swayed, as if he was smelling the smell of the plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes.
But fortunately, Chef Dorn's cooking skills are very reliable. This plate of tomato scrambled egg soup is so thick and smells very fragrant, as if it goes well with rice. I have eaten too many weird things in this world, and I only eat them occasionally. It's not bad to order home-cooked food. Please eat less weird things.
Dorn complained a little weakly to Miss Plague, and then put a large portion of tomato scrambled eggs on the plate and brought it out. Besides that, there is rice. Dorn selected the best quality rice in stock and cooked a pot of fragrant and hot rice. Home-cooked food, if not served with rice, has no soul. A seemingly unpretentious meal begins. The one who eats first is the primordial god. The original creator never stops in his great work of fixing bugs in the world. However, as long as he is still on the cloud in the pure white realm, he can temporarily hand over the authority to fix bugs to others. Take this time to do something else. The other people, here, of course, refer to Plague, the creator, who looked quite girlish, sat down at the makeshift dining table. He picked up the chopsticks in front of him and was lost in thought for 2 seconds, as if he was remembering something.
I haven't touched chopsticks for a long time. No, actually, I haven't touched them since I was born.
Dawn. It can only be said that as the main god of the land of miracles, the original one was really miserable. The original god picked up the chopsticks in a very standard posture, picked up some golden scrambled eggs, and put them into his mouth. The poisonous feather eggs are fried in a wide amount of oil, and the aroma of the oil contained in them comes out, making it shiny and full of egg fragrance. More importantly, Dawn made the scrambled eggs very thick, with a solid texture. At the same time, the scrambled eggs also absorbed a lot of tomato soup, making them sweet, sour, and smooth.
It's much more delicious than the one Venus ate in my memory. Are you doing this to prove that Chinyu is Chinyu and Dorn is Dorn?
Yuan seemed to be smiling softly at first, but his facial expressions were obscured by a faint mist, making it impossible to see them clearly. Afterwards, he mixed some of the tomato scrambled eggs into the rice. The combination of the thick soup and the hot rice with clear grains can arouse people's appetite and make it very satisfying in the mouth. This is how Venus finished the dinner cooked by Chinyu. It was a simple and delicious meal. He ate it slowly at first, and didn't stop until he finished his portion of tomato scrambled eggs and rice. After eating, he nodded gently towards Dorn and said, "Thank you." Then he stood up and replaced Miss Plague, who was about to start eating. The original god quietly once again engaged in the great project of repairing the world. And this work is boring, and seems to never end. Chapter 538 Snake Meat Porridge Hot Pot. The original plan of feeding was successful. He ate with great satisfaction. Dorn also got the 1 million cooking points he needed as he wished. In addition, Miss Plague was also given an SSS-level tomato scrambled egg with rice. The evil eldest sister also had a very delicious meal. However, because this was not the first time that he had tasted the food made by Dorn, after eating and drinking enough this time, he probably only provided 200,000 cooking power points. 200,000 is pretty good. After getting the required cooking power points, Dorn did not leave in a hurry, but returned to the temporary kitchen on the cloud. He planned to cook the black snake soul meat on the spot. So directly on the spot. The pure white space is the home ground of the original god. And now the 2 god bosses from our own camp are here. So we feel safe. It is simply the perfect place to perform the final step of the ritual of becoming a god. Primordial and Plague watched Dorn walk back to the temporary kitchen. They both understood what he was going to do, and did not step forward to disturb him. In fact, their inner thoughts were to let Dorn cook and eat the black snake spirit meat on the spot, in one step, so as to avoid long nights and nightmares. Anyway, you have come, and it will not be too late to leave after you become a god. Dorn took out the refrigerated black snake spirit meat from the story world. The rest of the black snake's flesh was destroyed when it angrily touched the sky-reaching stone pillar and exploded. The spiritual flesh that, Plague, quickly rescued with his quick eyes and hands was the last part of the entire mountain treasure that could be eaten. Although such a result is a pity, it can also be regarded as a blessing and misfortune. The spiritual flesh of the black snake has no bones and is not wrapped in snake skin, making it easier to handle. Dorn used his fire elemental affinity characteristic to thaw the snake meat without damaging its taste. The snake meat was quickly restored to its fresh state, with clear texture and red and white textures. Snake meat is a relatively special ingredient on Earth. Many people are unwilling to try it because of their innate fear of reptiles such as snakes. As for Chen Yu, who was a gourmet celebrity in the Earth period, he was very involved in food. He had no taboo in this area and had eaten dishes made with snake meat several times. Anyway, as long as you eat snake meat that is produced in a regulated manner, the safety can be guaranteed and it will not violate the bottom line of laws and ethics. Speaking of Dorn, because he has the same memory as Chen Yu, and since he has been in the land of miracles for so long, he has eaten a lot of indescribable monsters like the evil eye and the heart of elements. To him, snake meat is a completely fresh and normal food. This is the boldness of a skilled person. This is called professionalism.
It just so happens that the black snake meat has no skin or bones, and the weight is sufficient. It is suitable for cooking on the stove.
Dorn thought about a whole piece of fresh snake meat for a while. Seeing that there was so much to eat, he quickly thought of what he should eat for the meal later. Snake hot pot. It was decided that it was it. It is worth mentioning that the hot pot that Dorn is going to make with this top-grade snake meat today is not an ordinary soup pot, but the porridge-based hot pot that Chen Yu once tasted in Guangdong. As the name suggests, the bottom of this hot pot is rice porridge. Thick rice porridge is used as the base, and various ingredients are boiled, used to blanch eel or snake meat slices. The taste is excellent. Dawn quickly got into cooking mode and started busy in the kitchen. First, get some saltwater shrimp from the story world inventory. Heat the pan with cold oil. Add the large shrimp heads one by one and stir fry until the fresh aroma comes out. Strain out the residue and reserve the remaining fragrant shrimp oil. Use food intuition to carefully select the rice and stock. Pick the fullest and most fragrant rice, and beat it lightly. Break the rice into 2 or 3 pieces. Rinse it. Mix well with oil and salt. Marinate for a while, and then put it into a large clay pot to cook. Wait for the porridge to cook until the water and rice blend together, and the porridge boils into a chrysanthemum shape, with layers turned from the inside out. At this time, the porridge water scooped up from the center of the flour is the porridge clear, which is the essence of the porridge. Take a bite. It's sweet and soft, as smooth as soup. The porridge base, which has absorbed all kinds of delicious essences, is thick and white, and fragrant. Pour the thinly sliced black snake meat into the porridge to make the base. Add peanut oil, sesame oil and tangerine peel to make the pan non-stick and enhance the flavor. You can also add some shredded lemon leaves and chrysanthemum petals before eating. The rich porridge base will give off the fresh flavor of grass and warm your stomach. When the snake meat porridge hot pot is done to this extent, you can start eating with chopsticks. However, Dorn took out some blue crabs, nightmare fish, ales, abalone and other seafood for preparation. When it comes to hot pot, you need more ingredients to enjoy it, because he runs Storm Sea very diligently.
Alice's bedtime reading
contains a large amount of frozen seafood and fresh seafood, which is more than enough for making hot pot. Moreover, the high-quality Storm Sea seafood goes well with the snake meat hot pot. The tastes of the two do not conflict. The delicacies and seafood meet each other in the thick white rice porridge, making it even more fresh. After the hot pot is ready, dipping ingredients are naturally indispensable. Compared with the early days when he was very poor, now Dorn relies on his own cooking, and the variety of spices in his portable spice library is very rich. Use a little oil, add some steamed fish soy sauce, drizzle with a little water, and finally mix in onions, ginger, and garlic to complete a dipping sauce that is perfect for dipping light ingredients.
It's done.
Everything is ready, and Dorn doesn't need to be polite to anyone. I took the hot pot and sat down at the dining table on the cloud. There was milky white and translucent porridge in the pot. When I picked it up carefully, there was no rice. The process of making this porridge base is not simple. So although it looks simple, the content is by no means simple. First,
Take out the cooked snake meat soaked in rice porridge and dip it into the mouth with some salty seasoning. Snake meat slices, shredded ginger, and garlic are mixed together to give off an addictive aroma. Moreover, because it has been simmered in the porridge base for long enough, the rice aroma in the soup has completely penetrated into the snake meat, making it taste even more mellow and rich. Then fish out the blue crabs. Dig out the plump crab meat. Scoop out the shiny crab paste. Pile it all into the crab SHL. And finally sprinkle the dipping sauce inside. This taste is amazing. Because he wanted to be promoted to a complete god, Dorn had to eat all the black snake's spiritual flesh by himself. So he did not go to greet the two big gods next to him. The daughter in the storybook didn't take care of her either. As for the others, I'll make them a hot pot with seafood porridge as compensation after my promotion ceremony is over. Dorn ate alone like this, eating very happily. Dorn is an incompetent person and can't handle it. He gives us tomato scrambled eggs while he makes hot pot to eat. Plague, on the side, looked at the porridge-based hot pot on the table. But he knew that he couldn't grab the food at this time. So he could only shake his head frequently and complain a little bit. But then he remembered that the scrambled eggs with tomatoes was the original order. And he didn't even dare to complain too much. Over in Dorn, the seafood and snake meat were boiled until they were halfway through. And then all the remaining ingredients were poured into the pot. Turn to high heat and simmer the whole pot. After the ingredients are cooked, pour the shrimp oil prepared before and start eating porridge in a large clay pot. This is also one of the charms of porridge hot pot. Even the hot pot base ingredients are not wasted. Even the rice porridge with various ingredients is cooked. And the final taste is still exceptionally mellow and fragrant. A portion of snake meat, a bowl of seafood, a bowl of porridge, and a hot pot meal. The hot pot with snake meat porridge was quickly eaten. And Dorn waited for about 5 minutes until the last grain of rice with a delicious flavor was also eaten into his mouth. He came feeling that familiar feeling. A hot, restless feeling, accompanied by a soul-burning pain, swept through the whole body from the inside out. The pain this time was much stronger than when eating big octopus and red fish. Then, Dorn's vision went dark. It's really dark. A filthy and depraved blackness began to appear in his vision, as if he were in the black fog of famine. This thick black was like thick asphalt, sticking firmly to Dorn's body, making him breathless. At the same time, it also deprived him of most of his senses. It's like sinking into the deep sea alone, surrounded by deathly silence, only falling. I don't know how long it took, but Dorn, who felt like he was about to drown, finally had some sense. There seemed to be some rustling noises starting to come from the surroundings, accompanied by some chaotic, crazy, and depraved whispers. He felt that his flesh and blood were swelling and squirming, and a primitive, uncontrollable hunger surged from the depths of his body. I'm so hungry! I want to eat something. I really want to eat it. Eat it. Dorn began to make a sound unconsciously. Just when Dorn was about to go crazy under the control of these ravings, and was about to fall into depravity due to the intense hunger, a strange warm current squeezed out the thick black surrounding him and began to surge around Dorn. This warm and reassuring current was like warm water, gently washing his body and spirit, suppressing all those negative, and crazy thoughts allowed Dorn to find himself again, and at the same time get rid of the control of that unbearable hunger. Call for good luck. When Dorn woke up, he felt that his back was soaked with cold sweat, and he felt scared for a while. Of course, the cold sweat thing is just an illusion. According to previous experience, the ritual of becoming a god, this process of being self-denied by various environments, and finally understanding oneself, finding oneself, sublimating oneself, and acquiring divinity, has always been carried out in the inner world. But stealing divinity from the black snake's spiritual flesh is indeed much more dangerous than dealing with the storm god and red fish before. Perhaps in comparison, the mountain treasure's malice towards Dorn was particularly strong. However, these things are no longer important. The fact that Dorn can wake up means that he has successfully passed the dangerous period of the god-making ceremony. And then he only needs to accept the authority to complete the ceremony. In the thick black surrounding, something indescribable was stirring, and those chaotic murmurs were slowly becoming clearer and could be heard. But Dorn calmed down and listened carefully, only to find that the ravings that were originally destructive were now full of respect, and seemed to have become more controllable. What is the authority this time? Black mist? Fall? Or those nonsense? Dorn began to pay attention to the changes in the authority he held, and felt that he had more authority related to the fall. Moreover,
Now Dorn can also spread those empty nonsense like famine.
I guess I have the last piece of the puzzle on the road to becoming a god. It's just that the ability I got seems quite evil. But I like it.
With this last thought in his mind, the thick black in front of his eyes began to dissipate, and Dorn's thoughts fell back to the original realm of pure white. Unable to suppress his excitement, Dorn immediately opened his system panel to check. The last third of the progress bar for becoming a god is also filled up, and it is thick black. The front end is a surging blue. The middle is an elusive deep red, and the tail is a thick condensed black. At a glance, Dorn's progress bar for becoming a god appears to be a Stitch monster. Weird and evil. But as long as it's filled up, it's considered a success. As a result, Dorn has officially passed the stage of becoming a god and became a true god. Looking at the cooking power points again, more than 1.2 million points have been cleared. These are the prices that must be paid to become a god, and they are renewable and not worth feeling sorry for. After completing his level, Dorn began to check his attribute points and skills again. After eating the hot pot with snake meat porridge, both skills, Predator and Synchronic Stomach Pouch, were triggered. But when the system prompts, Dorn was going through a tribulation. Check the results directly here. Similar to the results of eating the flesh of the storm god and the red fish. After eating the flesh of the black snake spirit, Dorn's combat 5 dimension increased by 80 to 100 points. Once again, there was a small breakthrough. In terms of the skill set, there is an additional non-upgradable skill called Whisper of the Ancient God. Considering that this skill is taken from the black snake, and the source of the black snake's ability is the ancient evil god Famine, it is reasonable to have the word Ancient God in the name of this skill. Looking at the effect, this skill can be regarded as a derivative of the power of corruption and babbling. Similar to Don't Starve's ability to whisper, Dorn can influence others through whispers. The spirit and mind of the affected person will fluctuate greatly. If the influence deepens, the physical body will change. The affected person will develop into the final form and become a fanatical believer with an indescribable body and a crazy mind that worships and praises Dorn. Moreover, theoretically, as long as there is a suitable medium, Dorn can use Whisper of the Ancient God to affect living creatures in any corner of the world. The effects of the skills at the god level are really better than the others. Looking at this skill description, I don't dare to use it casually. By the way, is my current style of painting more and more Cthulhu? The Har people belong to the Har people. But Dorn is still very satisfied with the final result of eating the black snake's spiritual meat this time. After turning off the system panel, Dorn turned his attention back to his side. Beside him was the indifferent girl goddess of creation. And even though she was wearing a veil, she couldn't hide her curious expression as she kept looking at Dorn up and down. Seeing Dorn come back to her senses, Miss Plague started chatting. It seems that you have really become a god. Congratulations. You are now a T3 level true god. Hey, it's really unfair when you think about it. I had to suffer a lot in order to become a god. But you, with the backing of Yuan, gave you a golden finger to bypass the unchangeable rules of this world. It only took me more than 3 years to complete the journey that I had taken for tens of thousands of years. It was a complete shady story. Oh, right. What's even more annoying is that at that time, Sister Yuan, not only did you not help me become a god, but you also attacked me from time to time. If it weren't for my great fortune, I would have perished long ago. The evil eldest sister's words aroused the hatred of her teammates as usual. However, Yuan Chu seemed to be used to this, and just responded to him lightly. At that time, we were still enemies. It was reasonable for me to attack you. No. Once I was born, I was determined to stand in the camp of the surviving world. Plague shook his head, the white gauze on his face swaying. It was just that I was forced to act together with other Apocalypse at the beginning. If I didn't have to fight with him, I would have surrendered to you long ago. Dawn, who was watching the show from the sidelines, the confident Erwuzi spoke. Chapter 539. I hope you can enjoy all the delicious food in the future. The ceremony of becoming a god was successfully completed. Although Dorn himself did not have much sense of reality, there was no need to rely on the pure white space of the original god anymore. It took about a week to explore the black mist and hunt for black snakes. My family would be anxious if I didn't go back to Eden. Before leaving, Dorn heard some exciting news from the other 2 god bosses in his own camp. It's about a place of wonder. It is said that the original god has been looking for a way to survive in the land of miracles, and has also found a corresponding way. He intends to make the land of miracles break away from the matrix, escape into the public network, and exist independently. In this way, as long as the internet technology of human civilization continues to exist, the place of miracles can always be hidden in the vast ocean of data, making it difficult to be discovered and disturbed by the outside world. Moreover, this original idea is not a fantasy. It has been implemented and is currently in the final stage. However, after all, it is tens of thousands of years of planning and layout, and it is not yet known how long it will take to complete the work. Anyway, the girl's creator just said, soon. After learning the news, Dorn felt extremely happy, regardless of whether this is just trying to make a fool of myself. Anyway, it is happy enough to see that this world has hope of lasting existence, coupled with the joy of just becoming a god. It is two pieces of happiness superimposed together. Double happiness. In addition, before Dorn left the pure white realm, the evil god's sister also gave an additional instruction.
After you go out, remember to suppress the divinity in you. If a mortal were to face your current level of god, they would at least be blinded.
The level of gods exerts unspeakable oppression on ordinary people. Dawn had experienced this firsthand before. Therefore, this explanation of plague is very thoughtful and necessary. How to suppress divinity. There were two big gods who showed up to teach, so it didn't take long for Dorn to master the skills. Something else that needs to be mentioned is the current gaze from the evil god of apocalypse. After Dorn had mastered the truth of the world, he was directly aware of the existence of famine. Fortunately, at that time, primordial and plague took action in time to cut off this dangerous perception. Now that Dorn has become a god, he no longer needs help from his own boss. We can officially become independent. After all the trivial matters after becoming a god were dealt with, Dorn left the realm of pure white. However, he did not go back to Eden immediately. Instead, he contacted the ascetic pope in the temple and asked to visit Bishop Dia again. The corruption and black mist authority obtained from the black snake are theoretically the same as famine, and may be able to completely resolve the curse of the evil god on Dia. Is the white-haired lowly an acquaintance or a comrade who played the red fish dungeon together, coupled with her white hair and red eyes? To the aesthetics of the Chinese people, she is an SSR card with special attack effects. Dorn didn't really want her to die in pain under the torture of the evil god's curse, so he still had to help her if he could. South central part of the holy city. Dawn once again came to the simple, gloomy, two-story building with a strong religious overtone. It was the little nun named Keratin who led the way. Outside the room with the iron door where Dia was, the familiar pair of male and female priests were still guarding her. It can be clearly felt that the atmosphere here is not very good.
Sister Keratin. And Mr. Dorn.
When the two clergymen saw the visitor, they greeted him respectfully. I don't know where they got Dorn's name from, but judging from the submissive look on their faces when they said Lo, they probably all understood Dawn's transcendent status within the Holy See.
Is Archbishop Dia okay? Mr. Dawn wants to see her.
The little nun said this, her tone a bit heavy. The two clergymen looked at each other, glanced at the iron gate, and then looked a little strange.
The Archbishop's situation is not good. It is worse than yesterday.
The words just fell. Bang! There was a loud noise in the room behind them. It was as if something hit the iron door violently. Bang! Bang! The banging sound continued, mixed with a friction sound like fingernails sliding against metal.
Hungry! I'm so hungry! Eat! Give it to me! Eat you? Eat you?
Dia's voice came from inside, hoarse and hysterical. The two clergymen lowered their heads in fear, as if they were afraid to face Dorn.
Sorry, sir. We have done everything we can in accordance with the Pope's instructions, but we cannot help Archbishop Dia.
No one answered. The two clergymen raised their heads slowly, and only Sister Keratin, who looked depressed, was left in front of them. And that mysterious, powerful, and extremely high-status gentleman probably turned into white mist again and entered the room behind the iron door. White mist appeared and disappeared quickly. Dorn easily entered behind the iron gate. Inside the room, there was a bad smell, not a substantial scent. It smells of depravity and spiritual decay. After Dawn became a god and gained the authority of the fall, he seemed to be very sensitive to and familiar with this smell. The room was very messy, completely different from the last time I came here. All the furniture had been knocked over, and there were tiny food residues everywhere that were starting to go bad. And Bishop Dia is at the edge of the iron gate at this moment. She kept scratching at the heavy iron door with her fingers and slammed her head against it. Once, twice. Bang! Bang!
under Daya's originally fair skin. The flesh and blood was squirming violently, very similar to the old Culta silver lizard that Dorn first encountered and killed. Hungry, so hungry! In a frantic state, Daya seemed to realize that someone had entered the room, and turned around awkwardly. Her pair of beautiful, arrogant eyes, which were originally red, were now only confused and crazy. I'm so hungry! Eat you? Give me blood! Give me meat! Give me! The next second, she ran towards Dorn. The tables and chairs that were scattered on the ground were trampled, knocked away, and crushed by her. Dorn, on the other hand, just stood there with a somewhat pitiful expression, looking straight at Daya. In just over a week, has the white-haired bishop, who looks cute but has an arrogant personality, been tortured like this by the curse of famine? Sadly, no one in the Holy See could help her. The plague, with the power to heal, could not save her, and even the God she believed in could not save her. She could only let her rot in pain and wait for death in this dark room. Eat you? Eat you? Daya had already rushed in front of Dorn, stretched out her hand, and pulled Dorn's collar hard. She opened her mouth, revealing her neat teeth and bringing up a few glistening saliva. However, he did not bite Dorn. Daya's originally crazy movements paused at this moment. Her body began to tremble, and the squirming under her skin became more intense. But those red eyes regained a little clarity. Sir, the white-haired bishop said calmly. She let go of her hand. Sorry, sir. I'm so hungry. Sorry, sir. I didn't want to be like this. I tried hard. I really tried hard. I'm sorry. Daya's voice was deep and painful. She started apologizing and sobbing like a child. Finally, Daya trembled and squatted down, lowered her head, and curled up. Don't look at me. Sir, don't look at me the way I am now. She said this, with a hint of determination and pleading in her tone. Sir, please do it. Kill me. Daya, Dorn said in a deep voice, slowly squatted down, reached out and patted Daya on the head. I will save you. I will save you. This sentence is not said casually. Don is certain of it. From his perspective, under Daya's wriggling flesh, there were twitching black threads with a depraved aura. After a bold analysis, those things may be the source of the famine curse. If these black threads can be pulled out, the white-haired lowly may be saved. Dorn began to use his newfound authority and summoned a small cloud of black mist. This mist is exactly the same as the one summoned by famine. The black mist went straight into Daya's body and began to swallow the black threads, like silkworms swallowing mulberry leaves. It works. Every time the black mist swallows, the black lines in Daya's body will decrease a little. The white-haired lowly slumped down and began to moan. The signs of flesh and blood on her body were obviously weakened. When all the black threads in her body were eaten, the enlarged black mist came out of her body again under Dorn's operation. The flesh and blood movement on Daya's body completely stopped, and she returned to the appearance of a white-haired Lolita. She did not wake up immediately. Her face had an abnormal blush, as if she had a high fever, and she was still whimpering vaguely. Okay, this will probably be fine. Daya seems to be in a coma. After she wakes up and takes a good rest, she should be able to return to normal. Dawn looked the white-haired lowly up and down and breathed a sigh of relief. The treatment was very successful and easy to do. Sure enough, the power stolen from famine can be used to dissolve his curse. Have a good sleep. Dawn said this while applying Dream to Daya, making her sleep deeper. Then, he left the room through the white mist. In the corridor outside, as soon as Dorn appeared, Sister Keratin and two clerics gathered around him. Sir, is Archbishop Daya? Is she? Their expressions were all unbelievable, but also contained a little hope. After Mr. Dawn entered the room, Archbishop Daya's hysterical roar gradually disappeared and was replaced by a soft moan. Daya is fine, but to be on the safe side, you should report to Mahani first, and then follow the previous arrangement and take care of her for a few more days to observe her changes. Dorn calmly explained a few words, and then walked outside the gloomy building. But before taking 2 steps, he went back again. Somehow, there was a large clay pot in his hand, which contained steaming thick white rice porridge, and cooked seafood such as blue crabs and LS soaked in the rice soup. Sister Keratin and the others didn't recognize what it was. Seafood porridge hot pot. After Dorn finished eating alone, he took the time to make this for his 2 god teammates
and the dragon lady in the story world. There's still a lot of portion. Just enough for Dia to eat. The white-haired Lolita's current state is no different from that of someone recovering from a serious illness. She would just like to drink some porridge.
Dia should wake up after a few hours of sleep. Then heat up the porridge and give it to her.
After a few brief explanations, Dorn left the clay pot and left briskly. The original Holy See almost lost a white-haired archbishop. But Dawn intervened in time and saved her again. This feeling of being
Mr. Key
is pretty good. After more than 5 hours, the holy city of Jebus entered a quiet night. Dia seemed to have had a long, sweet dream, and she stretched and woke up. She looked around bleary-eyed and a little confused. It was still that familiar and depressing room, with all the furnishings messy and small, rotten food residues scattered on the floor. The surrounding environment remained unchanged. But Dia felt that something important had undergone a fundamental change.
What is it?
Mal Loli was still a little confused about the situation. At this time, she heard someone calling to her outside the iron gate.
Archbishop Dia, are you awake?
The sound was a bit chaotic, but it was clear that there were 3 people outside.
Yeah,
Dia responded simply.
Great. I'll tell His Majesty the Pope right now.
There were footsteps running away. Dia could clearly tell that among the 3 people outside, one ran away, while the other 2 stayed behind. She could even vaguely feel their emotions. Extremely happy.
Wait, my sensory ability has recovered? My body?
The white-haired Loli realized later. Only then did she realize that something had changed. It's herself. Dia woke up from her sleep very awake. Her body was no longer hazy and uncontrollable. It's as if all the negative things under the flesh and blood have been cleared away. And it is extremely light.
Did I just now?
Mal Loli tried to recall what just happened. However, her memory was very confusing. She thought about it over and tried hard. But she could only vaguely recall the scene where her husband squatted beside her and patted her head gently.
Did I just see Mr.? Or was it in a dream? Archbishop Dia, Mr. Dorn did come to see you in the afternoon.
There was another voice outside. Dia has some impression of this voice. It seems to be a nun named Keratin in front of Pope Mohani.
So it's not a dream? Sir, have you lifted the curse of the evil god on me?
Dia was a little stunned for a moment. The white-haired Loli remained in a daze, and then continued to recall the afternoon's events with fear. She was a little worried. Worried that she, who was obviously out of control in the afternoon, would do something rude and outrageous to that extremely respected gentleman. While she was lost in thought, the food delivery port under the iron door was opened, and a strange large bowl was brought in.
Mr. Dorn gave this to you. I just heated it,
Keratin's voice said. Inside the large bowl, the gugu was steaming, and a rich and pure aroma emerged from it. Dia felt hungry, but not the kind of frightening, crazy hunger that wants to devour everything. It is the body's desire to taste delicious food, yearning for food, and reasonable hunger. The white-haired Loli leaned over to the iron door and opened the lid of the large bowl. Inside was hot rice porridge and a dazzling array of seafood. She took a deep breath of the aroma of the food and felt her stomach growl even louder. Being able to feel hungry normally seems to be a happy thing. At this time, Keratin's voice continued to come from outside.
Mr. Don also asked me to tell you that eating should be a beautiful thing. I hope you can enjoy all the delicious food in the future.
Chapter 540 Golden Armor. Even though the world is in turmoil, life in Edentown is always peaceful. The employees of the restaurant are dedicated to their respective positions. There is an endless stream of diners, and various surrounding industrial chains are becoming more and more developed. Moreover, 2 new stores have recently opened in the food city. One of them is a dessert shop, a direct chain of the Wishing restaurant. The store sells a variety of desserts, as well as a novel drink called milk tea. The store's decoration style and menu settings are very popular among ladies. Once it opened, it became a must-visit restaurant for female diners when they first came to the food city. The chef in charge of this dessert shop is a ready-made man named Annika, a well-built man in his 30s. Introduced by Veretta, Dorn's youngest apprentice. Veretta, a sexy black-skinned cook, has been running the catering industry in the big city of Komodova for 3 generations. So she has a lot of connections and resources at hand. Find a pastry chef who is technically competent and can act independently. For her, that's all. And the chef she found has really good professional skills. Dorn turned on the cooking power and simply gave,
on the job,
guidance and teaching for a few days, and Annika was almost ready to take up the job. In addition to the dessert shop,
Another restaurant operating in the food city is called Haulehui. This store, like Veretta's Bright Starlight, is a high-quality store located in the food city through investment promotion. Haulehui handed over their original menu before settling in the food city. The menu was initially reviewed by Amy, Elsa and others, and was finally approved and optimized by Don himself. Generally speaking, a series of signature dishes that can break through the A level are left, such as red wine braised chicken, bouillabaisse, pan-fried sole, cherry custard, onion soup, etc. These dishes are somewhat similar to French meals on Earth. And after Dorn's selection, they also have a different personality from other restaurants in the food city. It's enough to occupy a store in the food city. There are many foreign-owned restaurants, like Haulehui, who have seen the huge commercial value of the rising Eatontown and are eager to get a share of the pie. Store manager Gonzalez and Miss Charlene have already received applications for entering the food city, and they have piled up as high as a hill. However, at present, only one store, Haulehui, has broken through the siege and successfully settled in. There are 2 other stores that have passed the first round of assessment and are going through the preliminary menu review process at Amy and Aisha's place. As for the rest, there is basically no drama. The elimination rate of this kind of army crossing the single-plank bridge is very reasonable. The ultimate goal of Eden's Food City is to build a unique high-quality catering complex where different consumer groups from high, middle, and low-end can find suitable food. If the quality of the dishes of a foreign-funded restaurant is not high, or the dishes are highly homogeneous and have no distinctive features, why can they come in? In addition, although the food city attracts investment, Don himself did not spend much time on this. I am only responsible for the final decision and menu optimization of the corresponding restaurant, maximizing the characteristics of the hands-off shopkeeper. After all, there are so many talents that have been cultivated or attracted in the restaurant, and it would be a pity not to let them use their talents. Issues related to store land and profit distribution are handled by store manager Gonzalez, Fat Fox, and Miss Charlene, who are interested. Whether the restaurant is qualified to enter the restaurant is mainly checked by 3 young apprentices. After store manager Gonzalez, Amy, and Aisha took over this extra job, their workload increased significantly. These days, from the perspective of decision-makers, Don seems to need to further expand the training and recruitment of talents in the catering industry, and then subdivide everyone's positions. Divide some people into administrative positions, and then hire some literate apprentices as clerks. He is responsible for externally monitoring investment and attracting investment, and internally supervising the quality of dishes and service levels of each food city restaurant. If the food city wants to further expand, this kind of administrative talent is indispensable. The food city has only opened less than 10 restaurants, and it has already begun to significantly create employment for residents in surrounding villages and towns. If it is completed completely, I am afraid it will directly affect the industrial ecology of the entire central and southern region of the Dona Empire. If this kind of thing were to happen on Earth, I would have to be awarded an Outstanding Youth Award. Don was very satisfied with his not insignificant work. But then again, the development of the food city has greatly increased the income and happiness of surrounding residents, and it has begun to make money every day. But when it comes to business matters, Dorn really doesn't care anymore. He could even calmly say that I am not interested in money. As the 6th god in the land of miracles, why would he care about such a thing? The reason why I still spend a little energy on the development decision-making of the food city. 3 points are to fulfill the original promise of building a unique food city in the world, and 3 points are to arrange the output of the food city, cooking power value. The rest is a bit like a game of house played by God in the human world. In the following time, Dorn spent a leisurely and warm daily life in Eatontown and with everyone in the restaurant. Secretly, he is actively contacting the original and Plague, planning to deal with the divine war that may break out at any time. Just over a month later, Eatontown welcomed an old acquaintance as a visitor, the current leader of the dwarf country Kaisardom, Steelhammer. The main purpose of Steelhammer coming here this time is to deliver equipment. A piece of equipment that Dorn himself had almost forgotten. Around the beginning of this year, Dorn took the metal stripped from the second-order Cretan bull to find the steel hammer, hoping that he would use the dwarven technology and forging technology to use this rare bull gold to make a protective shield. First, Steelhammer naturally agreed. The dwarf leader was extremely serious about Mr. Dorn's commission. Since we need to be serious and use the spirit of craftsmanship, the forging of equipment will naturally take a long time. For example, when Steelhammer made the hyena's howler,
It took 3 months and 3 months and 3 months and 3 months to deliver it. This Myoji armor is similar, and it took more than half a year to complete. The final product? Steel Hammer named it, Liquid Gold Armor. But here comes the embarrassing question. It takes a long time to create equipment. Little Hyena can wait. But Big Brother Dorn can't wait. He became stronger too quickly. The Steel Hammer was painstakingly crafted, Liquid Gold Armor. Dorn had already eaten the spiritual flesh of 3 demigods, and directly ascended to the status of a god. I am very passionate and passionate. Plus I am very European. So I have a full lineup on hand. If you are so excited to send me an SR card at this time, it will be a bit useless.